Chapter 1. She climbed into the realm of immortality. Behold, the dazed young maiden before you, named Sang Yin. She found herself crawling in despair after her thesis was marked with a plagiarism check of 0%, inadvertently ascending into the realm of immortality. Now, she stands on the precipice of an unprecedented crisis. If you do not slay me today, I shall assuredly carve out your heart and bones tomorrow, leaving you to be ground to dust. The chill imbued in those words sent a shiver down Sang Yin's spine. Instinctively, she turned towards the source of the voice. The flickering candlelight danced ambiguously. Within the rare and precious gauze drapery, a youth with disheveled raven hair lay restrained, his hands bound to the bedpost by crimson ropes adorned with golden bells. The corners of his eyes were tinged with a delicate blush, and his pupils, dark as ink, seemed poised to ensnare one's very soul. Sang Yin? She glanced at her own partially disrobed state, then at his nearly stripped form, her malfunctioning mind struggling to reboot. 2 seconds later, her question mark morphed into an exclamation point. She hastily descended from his side, frantically gathering a garment to cover herself, rushing out like a headless fly. "Miss?" The maid Chunu, hearing the commotion at the door, was perplexed. "Why are you out here?" Before Sang Yin could articulate a response, Chunu seemed to grasp the situation, gently pushing her back inside while cheerfully saying, "Do not be shy, miss. We simply need to remain here. Be careful not to miss the auspicious timely consummation is of utmost importance." Creak. The door swung shut, locking her in. Chunu's triumphant voice echoed faintly. "Let us see how he escapes this time." Inside the room, Sang Yin clutched her loose garments, gazing at the youth whose hands were ensnared by the crimson ropes. Their eyes met, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Sang Yin, in despair, shut her eyes. Just 3 minutes prior, she had been screaming in her dormitory, contorted in anguish while crawling in darkness. Yet, somewhere along the line, a critical error had occurred. She had ascended into the realm of immortality. To be precise, she had entered a novel set against the backdrop of immortality. The individual before her was none other than the radiant moonlight of the female protagonist, the male counterpart, Xiechun Zhou. The narrative described how he, orphaned at a tender age, occasionally succumbed to bouts of madness. Blessed with striking looks, he had endured a harrowing journey, being forcibly taken by the female antagonist, the male antagonist, the female protagonist, and even the male protagonist who sought to claim the female protagonist's suffering was nothing short of tragic. In summary, he was a woeful soul plagued by mental health issues and a precarious state of mind. Sang Yin had not transformed into the female protagonist of this tale. Instead, she was the female antagonist, the one who seized Xiechun Zhou and, once the novelty wore off, subjected him to relentless abuse and humiliation, inflicting profound psychological scars upon him, ultimately driving him to madness as the vile antagonist, Sang Yunling. Of course, the consequences of such actions were dire. He would rather perish alongside her than allow her to pierce him through with a sword, cleaving him into precisely 81 pieces. Contemplating this, Sang Yin silently recited a mournful elegy in her heart, attempting to preemptively absolve herself. Carve out hearts and bones, grind to dust. Xiechun Zhou has indeed accomplished this. A youthful voice echoed within Sang Yin's mind. Sang Yin, on high alert, inquired, "Who are you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the illustrious Lulu, the chief system of the divine, the killer of small rice and melon seeds, an artist, a singer, the leader of the little chicken sect, a senior disciple of the pomegranate gate." And Sang Yin gasped, "Am I sharing my mind with so many?" "Lulu. Ding dong, your system has gone offline." After a prompt, the system fell silent. No matter how she called, it remained unresponsive. She could only temporarily resign herself to this fate. The current predicament was even more exhilarating than a plagiarism check of 0%, and Sang Yin feared she might faint from the overwhelming circumstances. Given the original host's current physical condition, such a possibility loomed large. The original host, Sang Yunling, was the sole sister of the city lord of Qingzhou, afflicted with a heart ailment, and possessed a frail constitution. Note: here, constitution refers not merely to physical prowess. Due to her illness, she had been pampered and spoiled by her family since childhood, growing arrogant and willful, striking out at anyone who displeased her. Her motto was to inflict harm upon others without ever feeling wronged herself. Sang Yin rubbed her increasingly dizzy head, propping herself against the table as she sat down and poured herself a cup of hot tea. After sipping only a couple of mouthfuls, she recalled the individual on the bed and cautiously inquired, "Would you like some?" Xie Qinzhou remained silent, continuing to regard her with a chilling gaze. Sang Yin then drank the remainder of the water in small sips, waiting until her head felt less woozy before resolutely standing to approach him. She lifted her hand. The youth fixated on her, his eyes filled with malice. The soft fabric gently fell away. A warm sensation began to envelop her entire being. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Bending down, Sang Yin attempted to untie the crimson ropes binding his wrists, her fingertips striving to avoid the gold bells jingling from the ropes, speaking rapidly. "I will set you free from henceforth. We shall be strangers, and neither shall recognize the other." Xie Qinzhou lowered his gaze, fixated on the tip of her nose, and after a pause, scoffed lightly. "What game are you attempting to play?" Sang Yin replied, "Just consider me a fool." The knot was stubbornly intricate. She could not unravel it. During her struggle, she inadvertently brushed against his hand, which felt scalding to the touch. Abandoning her attempts, she circled the room twice before finally rummaging through a drawer to find a pair of scissors. Yet, even with her palms raw from exertion, the ropes remained unscathed. Sang Yin delved into the memories of the original host, finally recalling that this was a specially crafted binding. It was imbued with a restriction, impervious to cutting or untying without a specific incantation. Unfortunately, the original host did not know the incantation. Sang Yin dusted off her hands, standing up anew, addressing Xie Qinzhou. "Perhaps you could wait a moment while I fetch someone to assist." Xie Qinzhou did not respond, his body trembling violently. She gasped, "What is wrong with you?" He cast a glance her way, the curve of his lips dripping with derision. "Do you not know what ails me?" Sang Yin fell silent, apprehensive that Xie Qinzhou might refuse her prior to entering the bridal chamber. Her brother had forcefully administered 3 vials of aphrodisiac to him. No wonder he felt so feverish. Feeling utterly drained, she dared not meet his lust-filled gaze, nor the changes occurring in his body. "Please bear with it, I will seek help." Xie Qinzhou commanded, "Come here." Sang Yin politely declined, "Perhaps not." "Is this not what you wished for?" Xie Qinzhou sneered. She stammered, "I find myself less inclined now." Xie Qinzhou gritted his teeth, saying, "Yun Ling." His expression was reminiscent of a predator, and Sang Yin retreated in a frenzy. "This situation is indeed our fault. I apologize. I shall hold a press conference to announce my contrition to the entire realm of immortality. Just wait. I will have my brother come and neutralize the poison." "Host, that is not permissible. This is part of your play." Sang Yin nearly stumbled. Ding dong, the system is back online. "Oh my, this connection is terrible. I just got disconnected." Lu remarked, "Have you completed your tasks?" Sang Yin replied in her mind, "What task should I have completed?" The original host, upon realizing her fate, fled in the dead of night. Coincidentally, you had a fatal heart attack from sheer excitement, and the system selected you to replace her in maintaining the plot. You are required to treat Xie Qinzhou as she did, torturing him, whipping him, and then stop. Sang Yin's voice bore a hint of resignation. "I merely wish to return, rectify my thesis, graduate smoothly, and then purchase a juicy watermelon to enjoy while cozily wrapped in a blanket, watching an episode of the epic battle between the dark god of Gula and the athletic youth of the Green Plains." Lu Liu's tone was cheerfully insistent. "Sure, first torment him, whip him, and once he pierces you through with a sword, you shall perish alongside him, and you can return." Sang Yin refused. "But I lack the skills for such tasks. Who, in their right mind, wields a whip to beat others? Unless you try. How would you know?" Lu replied, "If you fail to accomplish the task, you shall be sent to the neighboring realm to mine coal with the protagonists of torture literature." After much hesitation, Sang Yin steeled herself to grasp the original host's long whip. Upon witnessing this, Xie Qinzhou's gaze darkened, a shadow clouding his brow. Then, Sang Yin decisively struck herself with the whip. Crack! The sound rang crisp and clear, and she fell to the ground with a cry. "Lulu, Xie Qinzhou, The next chapter features a carousel. If it fails to pass review, please tag me here. Chapter 2. What the hell? They won't even approve this. Lu gasped in astonishment. How did you manage that? Sang Nian was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She had been careless and failed to dodge. Defeated, Lu warned her, remember to dodge next time. Sang Nian sniffled and took a deep breath. Xie Qinzhou's gaze grew increasingly cold. With a crack, the whip's wind swept through the room. The gauze curtain billowed. Furniture splintered into two. Teacups and porcelain vases shattered into a million pieces, and peanuts, red dates, longans, and chestnuts from the fruit platter rolled everywhere. In the chaos, she accidentally stepped on one, slipping with a thud. The room was in disarray. The only one unscathed was Xie Qinzhou on the bed, not a single hair out of place. Sang Nian was stunned. Xie Qinzhou, Lu. The air was silent. No, truly, it is indeed a heavenly-grade artifact. After a long pause, Lu stammered. Without even using spiritual power, it has such lethal force. If it weren't for the formation in this room, it might have been demolished. I told you I can't do it, Sang Nian finally snapped. I've never even managed to spin a top, let alone strike someone. I can't do it, not even if it meant my own demise. Lu was equally distressed, suggesting, how about we try a simpler tool? If that doesn't work, I'll think of another way. After much coaxing, Sang Nian reluctantly covered her sore waist and struggled to get up. This segment has been revised numerous times without approval. To summarize briefly, the review prohibits summaries. What the hell? Thank you, Xie Qinzhou. Sang Nian stuttered in shock. It seems like something that has been revised 18 times without approval. Lu. The anxious heart finally settled. After a prolonged silence, it seemed to make a resolution. Forget it. You've already tried your best. It transformed into a small yellow parrot, flying out of her consciousness and circling down to perch on her shoulder. Flapping its wings and patting her head, I applied for a change to the simplest task for you. Sang Nian felt as if she had been granted amnesty. What is it? You'll find out when the system notifies you tomorrow. Lu said mysteriously, assuring her it would pose no difficulty. Just as Sang Nian was about to say something, a sudden sharp pain pierced her chest. It felt as if a long needle had stabbed in. She could not stand straight, her face as pale as paper. You're about to die, Lu kindly reminded her. Frantically searching for a quick-acting heart remedy, Sang Nian asked. Lu explained, according to the original plot. Tonight, you will fall ill but will be timely rescued by the maid stationed at the door. It will be a close call, but now that she has gone, if no one saves you, you'll die, won't you? Sang Nian tried to scream for help, but no matter how hard she exerted herself, only a few faint sounds emerged from her throat, barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Lu comforted her, however. According to the setting, Xie Qinzhou has a special constitution, and you suffer from a rare illness. As long as you remain indescribable with him, you can control your condition. With multiple encounters, it may even enhance your physique and cultivation. Sang Nian helplessly thought, so Xie Qinzhou's innate dual cultivation physique is the key. Lu, your time is running out. Without much hesitation, Sang Nian staggered toward Xie Qinzhou, desperately signaling to him with her eyes, her hoarse voice struggling to articulate each word. Hurry, call someone to save me, save me, save me, save me, save me, save me, save me. Before she could finish, the clothes she had hastily gathered fell apart. Sang Nian, exposing half of her shoulder, which the review does not permit to be shown. Xie Qinzhou, stunned. Sang Nian, feeling dizzy, she leaned in to nibble at his neck. Xie Qinzhou, startled. Xie Qinzhou, what are you doing? I can't take it anymore. Let me have a sip. Sang Nian raised her face, her full lips still stained with his blood, resembling a touch of rouge. Her originally pale and elegant features now bore a hint of lushness. Xie Qinzhou's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced himself to speak. Get away from me, I swear. I won't do anything else. Just let me have a sip. Her tone was weak, her voice barely audible to the two of them. Please? Her plea resembled more of a coaxing than a request. Xie Qinzhou's lips slowly pressed into a straight line, and he forcefully averted his gaze. Receiving tacit approval, Sang Nian leaned her lips closer to his wound. Committing an act prohibited by the review. The night breeze swept through the diamond-patterned window, the moonlight resembling broken silver, and the gauze fluttered gently. All around was tranquil, The scent of gardenias from the girl's hair mingling with an unusual sweet and fishy aroma wafted past Xie Chenzhou's nose. It was faint, carrying a slight chill. He clenched his palm tightly, the veins on the back of his pale hand bulging. The red string swayed, ringing a chime. Hello, this is the atmosphere group. There are no metaphors. Uncertain how long had passed, Sang Yin's hand went limp. She timely rolled over, resting her head on Xie Chenzhou's arm. What are you doing? Xie Chenzhou's voice was hoarse. Sang Yin's eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and she weakly replied, if I don't lie down, I'll die. Once I wake up, I'll untie you. The medicine you took will wear off by dawn. Just bear with it, as she spoke. Her voice grew fainter until it completely vanished. Perhaps due to the cold and exhaustion, she fell into a deep slumber, nestled in a way he had never seen before, trusting him completely, leaning tightly against this source of warmth. Completely still, her breathing was so faint, it seemed it could vanish at any moment. Xie Chenzhou was momentarily lost in thought. Upon regaining composure, his eyes were like a bottomless abyss, shockingly dark, but she was merely another person coveting his flesh and blood. There was nothing different, none. As the sun rose high, Sang Yin slowly awakened. The space beside her was empty, and the room had been tidied up. Not a trace remained of what had transpired the previous night. She attempted to sit up, her entire body aching as if it had been disassembled. Most likely the result of her self-striking last night. Thinking of this, Sang Yin's expression turned uncontrollably grim. In the next moment, the door opened and maids tiptoed in, the first being her close maid, Chun'er, who had grown up alongside her. She lifted the curtain to peek at Sang Yin. Miss, shall we wash up now? Sang Yin struggled to manage her expression. All right. She threw off the covers and got out of bed, unable to suppress a gasp of pain. Little Chun asked, Are you feeling unwell? Sang Yin replied, Do you have any medicine for external injuries? Chun'er produced a porcelain bottle she had prepared earlier, handing it to her. This is a pill sent by the Medicine King Valley. They say they have a new formula that works wonders for external injuries. The Sang family controlled the largest spiritual stone mine in Qingzhou, and various sects often came to negotiate. After taking the medicine, Sang Yin indeed felt much better. She stored the remainder in her storage pouch and instructed, Make sure to keep some of this handy. It will surely come in useful. Chun'er covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Sang Yin knew she was misunderstood and felt it necessary to explain. Last night's commotion was so loud that half of the Sang family must have heard it. Chun'er complained, the young master truly lacks discretion. Sang Yin's expression management completely failed. Huh? Chun'er continued, but you do seem to look a bit better than usual. As they spoke, the two sat before the dressing table, and Sang Yin gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The girl in the mirror appeared to be only 16 or 17, with a pale, bloodless face, a pointed chin, a small rouge-like mole between her brows, and eyes resembling peach blossoms, distinctly black and white. She bore some resemblance to her original self. Yet, with her dull yellow hair, overly frail body, and the faint dark circles beneath her eyes, it was evident to anyone that she was not destined for longevity. Is this what it means to look better? What must she have looked like before? Sang Yin shook her head. By the way, where is Xie Chenzhou? Him, Chun'er casually mentioned while bringing a basin of water to wash her face. He's being punished by the city lord? Sang Yin almost choked. Punished? Meanwhile, the system, silent throughout the night, suddenly chimed with 2 notifications. Ding. Task change successful. Please charm the male supporting character Xie Chenzhou within 7 months. Xie Chenzhou's current goodwill towards you. Minus 123,060 Sang Yin. The heavens are falling. Chapter 3 Men only become obedient after a beating. Bang. The silver basin filled with water was overturned as Sang Yin bolted toward the door. Where is Xie Chenzhou now? Chun'er was momentarily stunned, clutching her comb as she chased after her. Miss, what's wrong? What's wrong? I'm about to die. Sang Yin wished for the world to end immediately. Why is my brother beating Xie Chenzhou? He's an escaped slave. You should consider it a stroke of luck that he even caught your eye, and he dares to show you a disdainful face. Shouldn't he be punished? Chun'er retorted indignantly. Moreover, after what he put you through last night, it's obvious he did it on purpose to retaliate. Of course, he deserves a good lesson. Sang Yin paused. Actually, it's not entirely his fault. Miss, don't excuse him. Chun'er said. We all understand. Sang Yin. No, you don't understand. As May ushers in the gentle warmth of early summer, the season's softest winds caress the blooming branches, causing a few delicate pear blossoms to fall. Sang Yunling adores pear flowers, prompting the Lord of Sang City to cultivate an entire garden filled with rare and exquisite varieties, their blossoms resembling a blanket of snow, lingering long into the season. A few drops of crimson mar the pristine white, tracing 2 lines of vermilion tears across the floral expanse. The sun is momentarily obscured by thick clouds, casting a somber light that imbues everything with a chilling hue. Yet, amidst this muted palette stands a solitary figure clad in striking red, bound at his wrists and suspended from a willow tree. Coarse hemp ropes dig deeply into his flesh. He bears the marks of countless lashes upon his tattered garments, blood droplets ceaselessly falling from his wounds. "How dare you tarnish the lady's most cherished flowers?" A guard barks, the whip slicing through the air with a piercing crack. Sang Yin, rushing to the scene, feels her heart nearly leap from her chest as she cries out, "Stop!" Upon hearing her voice, the crowd hastily halts and bows respectfully. Gasping for breath, Sang Yin implores, "Release him." The onlookers exchange glances, hesitant, for this was the Lord's command. "I insist." Sang Yin raises her voice, "Let him down." Ultimately, they dare not defy her, scrambling to lower Xie Zhou to the ground. He collapses heavily, expelling 2 mouthfuls of blood. Struggling, he lifts his gaze to Sang Yin. A few strands of hair, whether stained by blood or cold sweat, cling to his pale face, his eyes devoid of light, still as a frigid pond. Their eyes lock, and Sang Yin's heart skips a beat. Before she can ponder further, she reaches to assess Xie Zhou's injuries, but her hands find no unblemished skin to grasp. The wounds are a gruesome sight. Remembering something, she swiftly retrieves a healing elixir from her storage pouch. "Open your mouth," she urges. Xie Zhou turns his head away, a clear refusal. "This is not poison. It's a healing remedy," she explains. Yet he remains obstinate. Without hesitation, she pries his mouth open and forces the elixir inside. It melts upon contact, leaving him no chance to reject it. "Do you think I want to save you?" she snaps. "If not for your somewhat handsome appearance, I wouldn't bother." To her surprise, Xie Zhou does not respond with anger. Instead, he chuckles, blood spilling as he laughs. "Xie Zhou, stop laughing." "It frightens me," she retorts. Suddenly, his lips part slightly, his voice barely audible. She leans in to listen closely. He murmurs, "It's a pity no one in this world can kill me." Even in such dire straits, his defiance remains intact. The wave of guilt washes over Sang Yin. "I didn't know my brother would do this. We owe you an apology. Focus on healing, and we'll discuss everything once you're well." Only after saying this does she realize Xie Zhou has lost consciousness at some point. Reluctantly, she instructs Chun'er, "Take him away and provide the best medicine. He must not die." Chun'er responds with evident reluctance. Just as Sang Yin turns to leave, a guard obstructs her path. "Miss, the Lord requests your presence." Nodding, she pivots and heads toward the main courtyard as study. Lulu transforms into a small parrot, settling on her shoulder, yawning with pride. "How is it?" "The new task is quite simple, isn't it?" "Indeed. It's as easy as pie," Sang Yin replies with a smile. In a swift motion, she seizes Lulu by surprise, crumpling it in her palm. Lulu screeches in terror. "Help! They're attacking a little chick. Someone wants to harm this clever, adorable, and beautiful chick." The guards in front frequently glance back, and Sang Yin asserts, "Shut your beak, or I will pluck your feathers right now." Lulu immediately covers its mouth, then loudly accuses her through the system. "What you're doing is wrong. This is staff abuse. I will report you to the main deity. Prepare to be sent off to coal mine duty, with a negative affection score of -120,000. Sang Yin smirks. "Is this what you meant by no difficulty last night?" Lulu stutters. 12,000 is hardly a challenge. Sang Yin squeezes its feathers again, prompting Lulu to kneel in apology. Sang Yin finally releases it, only to feel disheartened at the thought of her bleak future. "By the way, how did you know his blood would be useful to you?" It inquires cautiously. Sang Yin pokes its round, rosy cheeks. "Isn't this a glitch in the world of novels? As long as someone possesses a unique constitution, their blood must have some peculiar properties, capable of exorcising demons and warding off evil, and can even serve as a walking medical kit." Lulu nods in realization. Right, as they converse, They arrive at the study. Just as Sang Yin is about to knock, a male voice calls out from within. Yin Yin has arrived. This is the original owner's childhood name, identical to Sang Yin's. That it's me. She replies that a flurry of footsteps approaches, and the door swings open abruptly to reveal a tall young man. Clad in a luxurious purple robe, his chiseled features exude a serious and formidable aura that discourages approach. However, upon seeing Sang Yin, his expression softens, even hinting at a trace of subtle endearment. Come in. Sang Yin lowers her head as she steps into the study. Noticing Lu frolicking on her shoulder, he smiles. When did you acquire a parrot? Just in the last few days. I thought it would be amusing. Sang Yin replies vaguely that in a few days, brother will invite disciples from the Beast Master sect to grant it spiritual intelligence training, so it can accompany you for a long time, he adds. Fearing others might catch on, Sang Yin quickly declines. No need. It was merely a whim. The Lord of Sang City's face flickers with disappointment, but he quickly brightens and says, "There's sweet soup on the table that you like." He watches eagerly as Sang Yin takes a symbolic sip. Finding the flavor pleasant, she takes another. The Lord looks taken aback by her reaction. Observing this, Sang Yin sighs internally. The relationship between the original owner and him was far from harmonious. Their mother died during childbirth, and she was not expected to survive. It was the elder brother who refused to give up, tirelessly using countless rare herbs and elixirs to nurture her to adulthood. Yet her body continued to be plagued by ailments, and any day could be her last. She resented her mother for bringing her into this world and loathed her brother for subjecting her to years of suffering. Thus she had always deliberately distanced herself from him, never offering a kind expression. The Lord of Sang City, feeling guilty, complied with her every whim, even when she insisted on marrying Xie Qinzhou. A mere fugitive in the eyes of others, he acquiesced as her thoughts returned to the present. Sang Yin stirred the soup in her bowl, the jade spoon tapping against the ceramic with a soft sound. Did brother summon me for something specific? Just as the Lord of Sang City was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, and he grasped the edge of her left sleeve. Where did this blood come from? Are you hurt? Sang Yin glanced briefly, responding honestly, It's Xie Qinzhou. The Lord misunderstood her implication, loosening his grip, his brow furrowing. Are you blaming me for having him beaten? Sang Yin ambiguously nods. Brother only wishes the best for you. That boy Xie Qinzhou is clearly not easy to handle. The Lord of Sang City earnestly advises, listen to me. Sometimes a good beating is necessary to keep a man in line. Indulging him will yield no results. Sang Yin retorts, what a simplistic view. It's utterly irrefutable. Chapter 4. Pa. The young lady is destined for longevity. All right, brother 1T, strike him anymore. Fearing further discord with his sister, the Lord hastily placates her. As long as he serves you wholeheartedly and doesn't show you disdain or try to escape, I promise to give him whatever he desires, even the entire Qingzhou. Sang Yin sets down her bowl, acknowledging, understood. Is there anything else? Brother called you here to give you something. At this point, his expression grows somewhat awkward as he clears his throat and retrieves an unbound book from the innermost shelf. You must diligently study the content within. It will benefit your health. Sang Yin takes it, but just as she is about to open it, he presses his hand down. Look at it when you return to your room. All right, she stows it in her sleeve. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. He lifts his hand, intending to stroke her head, but hesitates, finally resting his hand gently on her shoulder, murmuring, remember to take your medicine on time. I'll come to check on you later. Sang Yin departs with the maid waiting outside. Not far along the path, a heavily armored man approaches swiftly, his expression grave. Upon seeing Sang Yin, he nods and strides directly into the study. Has something happened in the city? Why does Captain Lin look so serious? The maid inquires with curiosity. Sang Yin plucks a fallen pear blossom from the wind, lowering her gaze in silence. A monster has appeared in Qingzhou. According to the plot, in half a month, the protagonist will arrive to hunt the monster. Both she and Xie Qinzhou will leave at that time. She releases the flower petal, her gaze drifting into the distance. Xiaoyao sect. What kind of place will that be? Has Xie Qinzhou recovered? Upon returning to her residence in Xianingu, Sang Yin immediately inquired about Xie Qinzhou's condition. He has taken his medicine, and the physician has attended to him. With a few days of rest, he should be fine, came the reply. Chun Er presented a bowl of dark medicinal liquid, reminding Miss, it's time for you to take your medicine as well. Frowning, Sang Yin accepted it, holding her breath as she tilted her head back to swallow it all. Chun Er inquired with surprise, why did you drink it without needing coaxing today, since I must drink it regardless? I would prefer not to die so soon, Sang Yin grimaced, her features contorting at the bitter taste. Nonsense, Miss shall live a long and prosperous life, Chun Er retorted, offering a dish of preserved fruit. Quickly eat some plums to counteract the bitterness. As Sang Yin tasted a sugar-coated plum, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Then she remembered something and asked, where is Xie Qinzhou? Chun Er cautiously observed her expression. In the humble room he used to reside in. Sang Yin felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Heaven is against me. Miss, Chun Er exclaimed in alarm, are you unwell again? Sang Yin waved her hand dismissively. Exhausted beyond measure. I must go see him. Initially, Xie Qinzhou had been treated with kindness by the original owner of this body. After bringing him back to the Lord's residence when he was gravely injured, she had lavished him with silks and delicacies. Yet, he had ignored her overtures, fixated solely on leaving. The original owner had never endured such indignity, promptly casting him into the woodshed and forcing him to labor alongside the lowest of slaves, even instructing the servants to beat him at will until he submitted. Xie Qinzhou had never bowed his head, even when faced with death. The woodshed was situated in the most remote corner of the backyard, with 3 out of 4 windows broken and 2 large holes in the roof, rendering it a veritable dead zone. The interior was not spacious, cluttered with haphazard piles of debris, leaving just enough room for a rickety table. There was no bed, merely a patch of straw on the ground for sleeping. Standing at the threshold, Sang Yin anxiously eyed the door, which seemed ready to fly away at any moment. It was no small feat to find such a dilapidated place within the opulent lord's residence. Miss, perhaps you should reconsider, Chun Er murmured. If you wish to see the young master, you could simply send someone to summon him. This wretched place is no place for you. There is no need for you to venture here yourself. Sang Yin pretended not to hear. You all wait outside. With that, she stepped inside. The room faced poorly, remaining cold and damp, the corners shrouded in a thick layer of moss due to years of water seepage. And even during the day, the light was weak. Wind gusted in from every corner, rattling the one intact window. Qingzhou was bitterly cold, and water would freeze in winter. The books did not detail how Xie Qinzhou had survived an entire winter in such a place. However, he later developed a severe aversion to the cold, falling ill every winter, likely a remnant of his past suffering. Sang Yin withdrew her gaze from the surroundings and looked at the boy curled up in the corner. He had not yet awakened. The blood-soaked garments had been replaced, revealing a pair of deeply recessed collarbones. It was remarkable how, in the realm of cultivation, such serious injuries had nearly healed in such a short span of time. She placed the dish of preserved fruit on the table and crouched beside him, propping her chin on her hand for a closer look. After taking his medicine, the pallor of the boy's face was not as ghastly as before. His long eyelashes resting peacefully against his eyelids, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips pressed tightly together. His features were exquisitely delicate, lending him a somewhat androgynous allure, yet undeniably attractive, Sang Yin mused, however, in moments of vulnerability. Such beauty was not necessarily a blessing. She shook her head, preparing to leave when she noticed an ant crawling on Xie Qinzhou's face. With a startled gasp, she instinctively lifted her hand to remove it. As her fingertips descended, a pair of dark eyes opened, quietly observing Sang Yin. Startled, she stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. Regaining her composure, she patted her chest and hurriedly explained, "You mustn't misunderstand. There was just an ant on your face." Xie Qinzhou sat up against the wall, ignoring her mention of the ant, and coldly regarded her. "What do you want?" "Oh, that." Sang Yin turned to pick up the dish of preserved fruit, mentally drafting her words as she stammered, "Regardless of the circumstances, you were beaten today because of me. I assure you, I do not feel guilty. I merely find this dish unpalatable, so I thought to offer it to you. If you believe I am attempting to humiliate you in some way, then there is nothing I can do." She extended the porcelain dish towards Xie Qinzhou, but he did not take it. He was engrossed in a book. The dusklight, soft as gossamer, streamed through the window and illuminated his face, casting a peculiar expression upon him. Peculiar? Sang Yin thought, reaching for her sleeve, only to realize that her brother's book was missing. "It must have fallen earlier," she pointed out. "This is mine." Xie Qinzhou closed the book and returned it to her, his ears flushed a deep crimson, the color creeping down to his neck. Sang Yin was puzzled. "What is wrong with you? You look like a boiled shrimp." Xie Qinzhou turned his face away. "It's nothing." "Then it must be something." Sang Yin set down the dish and scrutinized the book with its blank cover. There wasn't even a title, and her brother had been rather mysterious. Could it possibly be a legendary skill? Her eyes lit up, suppressing her excitement as she nervously flipped to a page. The front page bore 6 large characters: "The Art of Yin and Yang, a simple guide to mastering bedroom techniques." Below, a note read, "Handwritten by the sect master of the Hahuan sect. This is an exclusive copy." The background depicted an indecent scene between 2 individuals, particularly highlighting certain vital areas with exquisite detail. Almost lifelike. Sang Yin. What the Chapter 5. "I will not be your Sang Yin's furnace. I would rather die." Smack! The book snapped shut. In the room, an atmosphere thickened, akin to that of a boiled shrimp. Neither Sang Yin nor Xie Qinzhou uttered a word. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After what felt like an eternity, just as Sang Yin was about to carve out a castle of dreams from the floor, Xie Qinzhou slowly spoke. "You want me to be your furnace?" It was a statement, not a question, devoid of any uncertainty. Furnace, the term used in the cultivation realm to refer to the recipient of certain intimate practices. Heavenly Buddha, what a dreadful misunderstanding. Sang Yin flailed her hands. "I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense." Xie Qinzhou replied. "Your book states otherwise." Sang Yin insisted. "That book is not mine. It was sent to me by my brother, who enjoys playing tricks on me." What was its purpose then? To use Xie Qinzhou as a furnace, to extract his essence, to extract profusely. Sang Yin sorrowfully realized that this explanation would not serve to improve her situation. She could only muster the courage to pretend nothing had happened, her tone resolute. "This is not a proper book. You must not read it again." With that, she swiftly stowed the book away in her storage pouch and adeptly shifted the topic. "Let us discuss something. I do not wish to be a furnace." Xie Qinzhou's voice was firm, tinged with a hint of finality. "You may kill me now." Sang Yin gritted her teeth. "I have said I do not mean that." Xie Qinzhou's lips twitched slightly. "Then what do you wish to discuss?" Sang Yin endeavored to keep her tone steady. "From today onward, you shall move to my Xianin Gu." Xie Qinzhou scoffed. "Ha! Stubborn." Sang Yin rolled up her sleeves and then let them fall, repeating the motion several times until she managed to force a somewhat grim smile. "What I mean is, we are already married. Yet you still reside in such a place. If word gets out, it will tarnish my reputation." Without waiting for his refusal, she turned on her heel, her tone uncompromising. "If you disagree, I shall have this woodshed demolished." Xie Qinzhou lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Once her footsteps faded into the distance, he lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling upon the table. The dish of preserved fruit, intentionally brought to humiliate him, lay silently, its colors bright and crystalline. Reputation? What reputation does Sang Yunling have left? This excuse is pathetically absurd, merely a cover for ulterior motives. Xie Qinzhou picked up a sugar-coated green plum, hesitating before taking a bite. The sweetness of the honey and the fragrance of the plum gradually melted in his mouth, and only then did he realize that his tongue was bitter. The lingering taste of medicine dissipated, leaving behind an unfamiliar softness of sweetness. Xie Qinzhou was momentarily stunned. What more could he desire? Surely, it was for his body. In Xianin Gu, Sang Yin spoke to Lu Lu. The lord of Sang City had sent many supplies for small birds, and Lu Lu was engrossed in the finest millet, responding in between bites. "You wish to sleep with him?" "That is not the case," Sang Yin clarified. "This is for the sake of the task. Besides, should I suddenly fall ill, it would be safer for me if he is nearby." "How troublesome," Lu Lu commented, flapping its wings and pulling a feather from its body to pick its teeth. "Clearly, a single sleep could resolve both issues, yet you insist on complicating matters. You, a mutated bird, understand nothing," Sang Yin retorted, playfully pushing its head into the bowl. "Just eat." As Chunner lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Her expression conveyed a sense of understanding. "Miss, has your fiancé angered you once more?" she suggested gleefully. "Why don't we heed the Lord's advice and give him another beating?" It was evident that she had grown up alongside the original owner. Sang Yin rubbed her temple. With Xie Qinzhou absent, how could he possibly offend her? She playfully tapped Chun'er on the head, causing her to exclaim in surprise, covering her head with teary eyes as she looked at Sang Yin. From now on, you must not bully Xie Qinzhou, Sang Yin declared. Chun'er blinked. Why not? After a moment's contemplation, Sang Yin provided a somewhat reasonable explanation. He is now my husband. If you mistreat him, how will others view you? The young lady of the house, Chun'er pouted, understanding her point. Also, gather a few people to tidy up the room next door, Sang Yin instructed. Xie Qinzhou will reside there from now on. Chun'er nearly jumped in protest. Why? That's my room, Sang Yin replied. Ah, I forgot. That room belongs to you. Then find a vacant room in Xianin Pavilion that is close to the main house for him, she emphasized. It must be furnished according to my standards. With all the necessary furniture. Don't just throw down a tattered mat and call it a bed. Chun'er wore an expression that suggested she wanted to roll her eyes but refrained, suppressing her annoyance. How detestable. Xie Qinzhou truly was a charmer. She ground her teeth in resentment, thinking how he had bewitched the young lady to such an extent that she was nearly lost. Before she could finish her thought, she received another playful tap on the head, feeling quite aggrieved. Sang Yin raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to get to work? Chun'er sulkily walked away. The servants of the Lord's mansion were remarkably efficient. That very evening, Xie Qinzhou stood before Xianin Pavilion. His belongings amounted to little more than a few old garments, making the move rather effortless. Throughout the journey, Chun'er incessantly complained. Eventually, she paused and warned, You, a lowly escaped slave, owe your current situation entirely to our young lady. Since she favors you, you should remain obedient and harbor no other thoughts. Should you disrespect her again, you will face dire consequences. Xie Qinzhou pushed past her and opened the crimson door. Standing at the boundary of darkness and light, I am not an escaped slave. Chun'er dismissed his words. Whether you are or not, you are merely a trinket. With that, she had no desire to linger. Turning to leave, the door creaked shut behind her. Darkness surged like a tide, enveloping the room in silence. Xie Qinzhou remained motionless for an indeterminate time before finally moving his stiff legs to light a lamp. The gentle glow dispelled the shadows. He sat at the table, surveying his surroundings, his eyes dark as night. The furnishings were nearly identical to Sang Yin's room, exuding opulence in every detail. This was the cage she had chosen for herself. Merely a caged bird. Ding. Xie Qinzhou's favorability decreased by 10, current favorability -123070. Upon hearing the system notification, Sang Yin, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it all out. Her mind was filled with questions. What is this? Lu, sprawled on the bed munching on sunflower seeds, casually waved a paw. Xie Qinzhou has lost favor with you. What? Why? What did I do? Sang Yin asked, incredulous that he had suddenly lost 10 points. Lu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I know why. What? Sang Yin inquired, her gaze tense. The creature slowly replied, Xie Qinzhou probably has some sores from eating too many seeds. Sang Yin, she snatched the seeds from Lu, declaring, I think you're the one who has lost your mind. If you dare eat on my bed again, I will pluck every feather from you, Lu. QAQ Chapter 6. Your paper shows no signs of having undergone any scientific training. The more Sang Yin thought about it, the angrier she became. I provided him with such a luxurious room, and he dares to be dissatisfied? Lu suggested, perhaps he thinks your intentions are not pure? After all, no good deed goes unpunished. Sang Yin's mouth twitched. True, given that his favorability is already at -12,000. He must think I have ulterior motives for anything I do. She pressed her throbbing temples. He probably rehearses in his mind how to dispose of me every day. Lu disagreed with her assessment. You're too conservative. It couldn't possibly be just once. It must start at least in the thousands. Sang Yin kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed, tossing Lu to the side as another pressing thought crossed her mind. Right? I can't wield the original owner's whip. In half a month, that demon will arrive. What if I accidentally inflict serious harm and end up dead? According to the original plot, a demon would invade Qingzhou City seeking to wreak havoc. But the Lord was no fool. He dispatched cultivators to subdue it before it could cause harm. Unfortunately, it ultimately escaped. Wounded and filled with hatred, it abducted the Lord's sister, but fortunately, a few disciples of the Xiaoyao sect happened to pass by and came to her rescue. One of those disciples was the female lead of this story, Su Xuan. Lulu reassured her. You won't die. The original owner possesses a plethora of defensive artifacts, all top-tier orange weapons. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to arrive, they would have to fight for a long time. Just lie back and wait for the female lead to save you. Sang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her, lamenting, being wealthy is truly wonderful. Lulu rubbed its plump belly, echoing, indeed, being wealthy is splendid. The following day, Sang Yin rose early. She instructed the kitchen to prepare an extra portion of breakfast, intending to share it with Xiechenzhou in an effort to cultivate their relationship. However, the moment she took a step towards him, a series of notifications echoed in her ears. Ding, favorability-10. Ding, favorability-10. Ding, favorability-10. Sang Yin glanced at Xiechenzhou, whose expression remained impassive, and defiantly took another step forward. Ding, favorability-100. Current favorability-123200. Sang Yin felt utterly defeated. She resolved to indulge herself, eating 6 meals a day, each consisting of 3 bowls, and engaging in calisthenics while maintaining a distance from Xiechenzhou. Half a month swiftly passed. On a moonless night, a shadow silently infiltrated Xianin Pavilion. What a stunning beauty! Through the sheer, delicate gauze of the tent, the figure cackled mockingly, speaking in a flirtatious tone. Come, be my plaything in my chamber. Sang Yin, who had been waiting, sprang up from her bed with an agile twist, extending her hands in eager compliance. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The shadow turned to leave. Sang Yin exclaimed, Comrade, have you forgotten something? The next moment, a commotion erupted from another room. What a striking beauty! Oh no, that direction is Xiechenzhou. Without a second thought, Sang Yin dashed forward. Bang! She kicked open the door, revealing a room enveloped in swirling darkness. Xiechenzhou was entangled with some entity, his form indistinct, only a vague outline visible. Stop struggling. The shadow sneered more lecherously. Be my plaything in my chamber. Ha ha ha. Sang Yin interjected urgently. You've got the wrong person. I am the Lord's sister. The shadow hesitated, glancing between Xiechenzhou and Sang Yin before finally stating, next time. For sure. With that, it whisked Xiechenzhou away into the night. Seeing them about to depart, Sang Yin acted on impulse, sprinting forward to pull Xiechenzhou back. However, the instant her fingers brushed his garment, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed her, and she lost consciousness. Sang Yin, why did you entrust such rubbish to me? I observed everything from start to finish and only saw a void in your mind. Your paper shows no signs of having undergone any scientific training. Time passed, and Sang Yin heard a familiar voice. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she finally discerned her surroundings. In the sweltering summer, the leaves of the camphor tree outside the glass window reflected the sunlight, a glossy green. The air conditioning hummed silently in the excessively cool office, where her mentor's lips moved animatedly, speaking about something. Had she returned? Before she could revel in her relief, her mentor slammed the printed paper on the desk, their tone colder than a knife used for filleting fish. Extension. With a thunderous crash, her world collapsed. Sang Yin jolted upright, cold sweat soaking her inner garments. It was merely a dream. Her back prickled as she shook her head, still shaken by the terror of it all. Drip, drip, water dripped from the crevices above, soaking the stone surface she lay on. Her skirt dampened significantly, in a wonder it felt so cold. Sang Yin splashed some water on her face to fully awaken, then stood, wringing her skirt while surveying the area. She found herself in an expansive underground cavern, dimly lit, with the rocky walls covered in eerie green moss, exuding a chilling aura. Xiechenzhou? The demon had vanished. And she called out tentatively, her voice echoing off the walls, only to meet silence. Lulu! She called again, a white light shot from her consciousness, and a small parrot landed on her shoulder. What's the matter? Where is Xiechenzhou? She inquired in the adjacent cave. It is a path fraught with trepidation. Sang Yin, clutching the rocky wall for support, cautiously made her way forward, her heart heavy with worry. Surely he could not have perished? Fortunately, he still drew breath, albeit faintly. Lulu urged her onward. Sang Yin quickened her pace, overwhelmed with regret. Had she known, she would have adorned him with 2 protective talismans. Now, if he were to die, her fate would be sealed as well. Yet, why did that monster capture him and not her? The thought perplexed her, for the original narrative did not unfold in this manner. Lu scratched his head, pondering if it was perhaps due to his infatuation with beauty. Sang Yin dismissed the notion as superfluous. Turning a corner, a larger cavern suddenly came into view. The walls were embedded with luminous stones, illuminating the cavern as bright as day, while a thick, soft animal hide adorned the stone bed. There lay Xiechinzhou, clad in black. Sang Yin hurried over. Xiechinzhou? His complexion was ghastly pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. You must see what ails him, she urged. Lu's tone turned unusually grave as he replied. Without protective talismans, he has succumbed to the venom of the monster. The situation is dire. Sang Yin hastily removed all her talismans and placed them in his embrace. Is there still time for me to save him? Lu responded gravely. There remains but one way. What is it? Sang Yin inquired. And no sooner had the words left her lips than a plume of feathers transformed into a flickering light that penetrated her brow, plunging her into darkness as she collapsed beside Xiechinzhou. It is my fault. I should never have brought you into this world. The heavens darkened, and torrential rain poured down. Cold droplets struck her, and Sang Yin jolted awake, bewildered, unable to comprehend how she had suddenly arrived in this desolate wilderness. In the distance, voices mingled with the sound of rain, but they were indistinct. Wiping the water from her face with her sleeve, she looked up to see an unusual mother and child. The wind, carrying the scent of mud, stirred the woman's plain garments. She cast her gaze down at the child kneeling at her feet, his features obscured. Xiechinzhou, I should not have given birth to you, she articulated slowly. Sang Yin's heart raced. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the frail child covered in muck and filth. That child was Xiechinzhou? Chapter 7. The wind howled, and the world crumbled. She called out his name. Xiechinzhou. Sang Yin could not fathom the unfolding events. Just as she attempted to approach them, an invisible barrier obstructed her path. Instinctively, she called for the system. This dreamscape is a manifestation of Xiechinzhou's past. A memory he fears most and wishes to escape, Lu explained. You lack such memories, thus the dreams you witnessed were your own imaginings of terror. The difference is that every frame here is a reality that has transpired. Sang Yin comprehended. How can I bring him out? Lu replied. Wait. She stood still, observing the unfolding drama. Mother, I was wronged. On the other side of the barrier, 5-year-old Xiechinzhou lifted his head, his dark eyes filled with fear. He hesitated to tug at his mother's sleeve, pleading softly, Don't leave me. The woman merely gazed at him. After a long silence, she drew her sword, the tip pressed against his throat, a mere inch forward. And this fragile life would be extinguished. Mother, are you going to kill me? The 5-year-old Xiechinzhou inquired softly, wiping the rain from his face. She remained silent, and the sword tip suddenly descended. Ruthlessly piercing his heart, blood gushed forth, quickly diluted by the rain. Xiechinzhou let out a brief cry. Trembling, he grasped the blade, his fingers bloodied yet refusing to let go, repeatedly pleading, Mother, please don't leave me. I will listen to you. The woman kicked him away and turned to leave. Ignoring the wound that bled profusely, he struggled to rise, desperately clinging to her leg, his voice tinged with tears yet cautious. Please don't leave me. She kicked him away once more, her tone as cold as ice. If you dare to follow, I will kill you. Xiechinzhou seemed oblivious, relentlessly pursuing her retreating figure. Time and again, he fell only to rise again from the mire, calling out Mother. Finally, she said, Wait here. I will return for you once I finish my business. His eyes sparkled with hope. Really? She ruffled his hair and turned to leave. Never looking back, not once, until her silhouette vanished entirely, amidst the seemingly unending rain. The small child lay on the ground, finally allowing his sorrow to spill forth. The sound was faint, akin to a young beast's whimper. Sang Yin gritted her teeth and shouted from her side of the barrier, Xiechinzhou. But he remained oblivious, curled up in a pool of blood, motionless. Lu remarked, He cannot hear your voice. Do not waste your breath. In the next moment, the barrier rippled with countless waves, and the entire realm shifted in hue. The scene surrounding Sang Yin was no longer that desolate wilderness, but a bustling marketplace, where Xiechinzhou was cornered by several ragged children in a shadowy alley. Xiechinzhou had not perished in that rainstorm. When he awakened, the wound on his chest had miraculously healed. Leaving only a faint scar, he waited in that spot for 3 days and nights. Yet the mother who had promised to return never did. On the 4th day, weak and gasping, Xie Qinzhou entered the city, ultimately becoming a beggar. Yet the little beggar, Xie Qinzhou, was not welcomed by the other children his age. "He is a monster. I saw him beaten to death and thrown into a well yesterday. Yet today he has returned. He is a monster," one child shrieked. The others looked on in fear. "Throw stones at him. Do not let him near. I am not a monster." 6-year-old Xie Qinzhou attempted to defend himself. "I climbed up myself. I did not die." A sharp stone grazed his forehead, cutting a gruesome gash. Blood surged forth, but the alley fell silent. In the next instant, the wound on Xie Qinzhou's forehead ceased to bleed, healing at a visible pace, leaving only a faint scar. The children erupted into screams, pushing him away in a frenzy as they fled. With a dull thud, Xie Qinzhou's back slammed against the wall, and he slid down to the ground. He did not cry, silently standing up, brushing the dust from his clothes, and gazing at the gentle evening glow in the sky. After a while, he softly murmured, "I am not a monster." Xie Qinzhou began to wander, tirelessly searching for the mother who had abandoned him, seeking the hazy memories of home. While begging, he encountered a young man, well-dressed and gentle in demeanor. The youth ruffled his hair, his palm warm, and claimed to know the whereabouts of his mother, urging Xie Qinzhou to come with him, and so he did. The journey was long, and when he regained awareness, he found himself confined in a cage. There had never been any news of his mother. It was merely a lie to deceive an innocent child. The man approached with a dagger, forcefully seizing the child's slender hand and dragging him out of the cage like livestock. Xie Qinzhou struggled desperately, the iron chains locked around his ankles clattering incessantly. All was in vain. One by one, his fingers were severed. 1, 2, 3, until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did the youth toss him back into the cage. Satisfied with the severed digits, perhaps a month passed, perhaps a year, yet Xie Qinzhou's fingers grew back one by one. The agony of reassembling bones and flesh was 100-fold worse than the moment of severance. It was a long and arduous ordeal. The pain was unbearable. Xie Qinzhou spent countless nights restless, tossing and turning on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. On the day his body fully healed, the youth returned. His gaze upon Xie Qinzhou burned with fervor. "I was right. You truly are." He paused, chuckling. "From this day forth, you shall be called immortal. Every inch of your flesh and blood will become a coveted treasure. And in the future, countless people will regard you as a deity." Xie Qinzhou bared his teeth like a frightened beast. "Get away. My mother will surely come to kill you." Once again, it was that very dagger. And this time, it severed Xie Qinzhou's tongue. Thus, he could not even emit a wail. The youth, still unsatisfied, raised the blade once more. Xie Qinzhou's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his bloodied mouth. Retreating incessantly, the young man frowned, gently sweeping his sleeve. A glint of cold light flashed, and Xie Qinzhou collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at his severed legs a short distance away, emitting a strange sound in delayed realization. Soon, he could see no more, for the youth had gouged out his eyes. In the pitch-black dungeon, the chill penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. A small child lay amidst a pool of blood, trembling as he waved his mutilated arms, mumbling indistinctly. The young man paced around him, his pristine white garments untouched by dust. He calmly observed the child's reactions, occasionally lowering his head to scribble in a small booklet he held. Not far away, Sang Yin trembled, gasping for breath. Just before her eyes, Xie Qinzhou had been dismembered, right here, in this very place. Sang Yin's stomach twisted painfully, her complexion turning pale as she bent over, dry heaving, unable to expel anything. After a moment, she staggered closer, yearning to comprehend his words. After much effort, she finally pieced together 3 words from his fragmented, peculiar tones. He was pleading, "Save me." Sang Yin crouched down, burying her face in the crook of her arm. Each day that followed, she hoped for someone to rescue Xie Qinzhou. Yet, no one came. Time and again, he was dismembered, time and again, his body restored, and time and again, he prayed in the cold darkness for someone to save him. Anyone would suffice. His self-healing grew increasingly rapid. Eventually, he could regenerate new legs in just 3 days. This grim cycle continued for 7 long years. The small Xiechenzhou matured into a youth, pale, silent, and emaciated at the age of 14. He no longer prayed to the walls nor cried from the pain. His expression often bore a numbness, devoid of any fluctuation. The barrier between them gradually diminished, and Sang Nian sensed that the day she could fully reach his side would mark the end of the dream. The youth had transformed into a man, no longer content with merely dismembering Xiechenzhou's limbs. His gaze began to wander elsewhere. "Immortal, your flesh and blood can save countless lives," he said, his tone still gentle. "So, endure a little longer." The blade pressed against Xiechenzhou's chest, piercing slowly. His eyes, dark as night, with long lashes hanging quietly, held not a glimmer of light. A few steps away, Sang Nian desperately pounded against the barrier, shouting, "Let me through! Let me through!" Bang! At the moment the blade pierced, a sharp sound resonated through the void, and the barrier cracked like a spider's web, countless shards transforming into specks of light. Sang Nian cried out, "Xiechenzhou!" It was not immortality, but Xiechenzhou. The youth blinked sluggishly, lifting his face inch by inch. The starlight tore through the darkness, eyeing the blinding radiance. A girl descended from above, desperately reaching out to him. The wind howled, the world crumbled, and she called out his name. "Xiechenzhou, I'm here to take you away. I have come to rescue you." Ding. Xiechenzhou's favorability increased by 130000000. Warning. Xiechenzhou's favorability has exceeded the limit. System malfunction check in progress. NO system malfunction detected. Chapter 8. I have a modicum of knowledge in martial arts in the spacious stone cave. Xiechenzhou opened his eyes, his heart still racing within his chest. He gazed blankly at the rocky ceiling above, and after a while, he turned his stiff neck to survey his surroundings. Then, he froze. Beside him lay the still unconscious girl, curled into a small ball. The gentle glow of an unknown mineral illuminated her hair, casting a small swirl of light. Upon seeing her face, Xiechenzhou's dazed eyes suddenly cleared, a faint chill spreading from the depths of his gaze. Ding. Xiechenzhou's current favorability. -10000. Task determination unsuccessful. Host, please try harder. On the bed, just as Xiechenzhou attempted to rise, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Beneath the wide, soft azure garments, two slender hands tightly gripped his fingertips, warm and dry against his palm. Xiechenzhou's breath hitched. In the next moment, Sang Nian's eyelashes fluttered, on the brink of awakening. He snapped back to reality, abruptly withdrawing his hand and sitting up. As he moved, the protective talismans that Sang Nian had placed in his embrace tumbled down, silently landing on the soft animal skin blanket, exuding a gentle glow. Xiechenzhou was momentarily stunned. "You're finally awake," Sang Nian exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Seeing that he seemed fine, her eyes sparkled with brightness as she leaned closer to examine him. Asking in a clear voice, "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" The two were very close, and Xiechenzhou could even discern the small mole between her brows. The long red ribbon hung beside the girl's cheek as she tilted her head back to look at him. A smile gracing her features, her eyes crescent-shaped. Her appearance was strikingly similar to that of the girl in his dreams. The youth's fingertips twitched involuntarily, unconsciously gripping the soft animal skin beneath him. Ding! Xiechenzhou's favorability. 100. Sang Nian tilted her head, her peripheral vision catching sight of the colorful protective talismans, and she suddenly understood. "You don't need to be too grateful to me, after all. You are somewhat a part of the City Lord's residence. Protecting you is what I, as the future City Lord, ought to do. One by one." She gathered the talismans, and in the end, she casually tossed a delicate jade die towards him. Waving her hand nonchalantly, "This one is quite ugly. It's a gift for you." She made no mention of the dream. Xiechenzhou hesitated for a moment, his tone stiff. "You entered my dream? You mean that illusion caused by the demon poison?" Sang Nian's face paled. "I was just about to tell you. It was terrifying in there." Xiechenzhou's palm clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Sang Nian continued to complain. "It was pitch black in there. I couldn't see anything at all. I felt around in the dark for quite a while before I found you." After saying this, she shrank back. "I've been afraid of the dark since I was little." Xiechenzhou asked, "Was there nothing else?" Sang Nian replied, "No." Xiechenzhou fixed his gaze on Sang Nian, who appeared completely at ease. After a moment, he barely released a sigh of relief. Sang Nian tidied herself up and inquired, "The City Lord's residents should be coming to rescue us soon. Should we wait here?" In his sea of consciousness, Lulu urged, "Why didn't you finish your sentence?" The task was almost successful just now. Sang Nian remained silent for a few seconds, then countered, "Why would I tear open a wound that has barely healed, especially one that is still festering inside?" The moment the dream ended, her consciousness severed, taking with it all the negative emotions birthed within. Yet, those images remained vivid in her mind, and every time she recalled them, a chill ran down her spine. If the onlookers felt this way, what would Xie Chenzhou, who had lived through it, feel? Lulu argued. "How can that be considered tearing open a wound?" Sang Yin replied, perplexed. "What do you want me to say to him? Should I tell him I saw him abandoned by his mother? Or should I say I witnessed him being grotesquely dissected for human experimentation? That I saw him in unbearable pain every moment, yet unable to die, like a dog chained up and deprived of light? That I bravely saved him, that I'm remarkable, and he should be grateful to me and fall in love with me?" Lulu's argument faltered. "Well, you could at least say a little, emphasizing the point of saving him." Sang Yin retorted, "I did emphasize that. I told him I saved him, right?" Lulu was nearly persuaded, but quickly negated. "No, something feels off." Sang Yin sighed. "You also said that was a dream of the past. The person who rescued Xie Chenzhou in reality is not me. Since that is the case, what significance does it hold for him to know that the person he dislikes most saw him at his most wretched? Moreover, many things, once mentioned, would unravel into a cascade. Memory is a vine that invariably leads from the head to the tail. The pain and despair still awaited him, simply waiting to be recalled. Just the thought of it. And she did not wish to be the catalyst. Lulu could not grasp the implication behind her words, yet she did not continue to argue, merely stating, "I can't win against you. You only have 7 months' time, so you should weigh it carefully." Sang Yin glanced at Xie Chenzhou in front of her, her expression weary. "The sky is collapsing. What can I do?" Sensing her gaze, Xie Chenzhou turned his head to look at her. His eyes swept over the damp hem of her skirt, pausing briefly before swiftly looking away. Sang Yin's eyes darted around, feeling she could still struggle a little longer. She awkwardly said to Xie Chenzhou, "This monster looks quite terrifying. As expected." Xie Chenzhou ignored her. Sang Yin's tone dropped, "I wonder if we can survive and return. Perhaps we might die here." Xie Chenzhou's brow furrowed slightly. She reached out, cautiously tugging at the sleeve of Xie Chenzhou, pleading, "In light of my having saved you, if we manage to survive this time, could you promise me one thing?" Xie Chenzhou lifted his eyelids. "Let us have a meal together." She withdrew her hand, resting her chin in her palm while looking at him. "Every time I want to have breakfast with you, you always seem displeased. We haven't shared a meal together yet." She said, "Is it good or not, Xie Chenzhou?" The crystalline-like or shimmered softly and brightly, cascading silently from the dome above. The girl's thick eyelashes cast a small shadow at the bottom of her eyes, fluttering slightly with the movement of her gaze, akin to a butterfly yearning to take flight. Xie Chenzhou's gaze lingered for a moment, yet he offered no response, rising to depart. "I will seek the exit." "Hey, wait for me!" Sang Yin hastily jumped from her bed to pursue him. "Let's go together." The underground caverns were interconnected, yet each bore a striking resemblance to the other, making it exceedingly difficult to discern if one was lost. The two wandered through the labyrinthine passages for nearly half a day. Sang Yin, utterly exhausted, had yet to catch a glimpse of the heroine. Not only the heroine, but even the creature that had abducted them had yet to show itself. "I can hardly move," she issued her final ultimatum to Lulu. "This cannot continue. If the heroine does not arrive soon, I shall navigate my own way back." Lulu, distressed, lamented, "It makes no sense. The heroine should have been here by now. What could possibly have gone awry?" Meanwhile, in the dense forest near Qingzhou City, a girl in white spoke with vacant eyes. "Senior brother, it seems we have taken a wrong turn again." The girl in red, with a blank expression, replied, "Senior brother, we have been wandering in this forest for 3 days and nights." The youth they referred to as senior brother rubbed his nose awkwardly. "This place prohibits flight. It is indeed inconvenient to scout the route," and no sooner had he spoken than a pink figure stealthily floated past him. The youth's eyes brightened instantly as he reached out to seize the figure. Only to find it was a man, he politely inquired, "Might I ask this esteemed demon brother for directions?" The man in pink struggled. "Who do you think you are? Let go of me, or I'll summon help." The youth replied, "I am Wenbuyu, the eldest disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." The girl in white followed suit and bowed. I am Su Xuan of the Xiaoyao sect. The girl in red rolled her eyes. I am Qi Yao of the Xiaoyao sect. The man in pink rolled his eyes even wider. I don't care which sect you belong to. I have no time to deal with you. Just scram. When Buyu elegantly rolled up his flowing sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, and said gently, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. The man in pink instantly donned a wide grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. What do you wish to know? When Buyu asked, where is the exit of this forest? He replied, just keep walking west. Thank you, when Buyu responded. Now may I be released? The man in pink inquired. When Buyu let go and departed with his junior sisters. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. May I ask which direction west is? The man in pink silently raised his left hand. When Buyu expressed his gratitude with a warm smile. Thank you, my good fellow, however. I notice your demeanor appears dubious, your looks unappealing, and your expression agitated. Have you encountered some trouble? If so, Before he could finish, the man in pink bellowed in fury, you are the dubious one. You are the ugly one. Your entire family is dubious and ugly. After that, he swung his arm, and a wave of black mist surged forth. Today, I shall fight you to the death. Chapter 9. He suddenly recalled that many years ago, he, too, had waited for someone in such a manner in the dim cave. Having circled back to their starting point, Sang Nian lost her last shred of patience. She declared to Lu Lu, I shall navigate my way out. Lu Lu reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. A chime echoed from the system, indicating the navigation had commenced. Sang Nian tugged at Xie Qinzhou's sleeve. I found the way. Follow me. The flicker of something unusual crossed Xie Qinzhou's eyes. Yet he said nothing and silently followed. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Sang Nian quickened her pace, and as the distance closed, the brightness intensified, gradually revealing a narrow opening above. She attempted to climb up. But the bare rock face provided no footholds. Turning to Xie Qinzhou, she proposed, how about you step on my shoulders and then find a rope to pull me up? Xie Qinzhou glanced at her slender back, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and squatted before her. Come up. Without hesitation, Sang Nian carefully stepped onto his shoulders. He rose steadily. Her height was just sufficient to reach the opening, and she strained with all her might to support herself on the edge. Climbing upwards, upon successfully making it through, she emphasized, I will return shortly. You must wait for me. With that, she hurried away. Xie Qinzhou gazed up at the narrow sky for a while, then moved to a corner and sat against the wall. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he should have killed her, he thought. Or rather, he should have done so long ago. This was a prime opportunity. Xie Qinzhou looked at his pale right hand, his gaze darkening. Fingers curling inward, their tips sinking deeply into his palm. Alas, she would not be returning. Such a perilous place was never meant for a distinguished young lady. From beginning to end, she had been unwillingly drawn into this danger solely because of him. And he was but a mere plaything to her, ready to be discarded at any moment. Xie Qinzhou. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded from above. He instantly looked up, the mocking curve of his lips slowly dissipating. Replaced by astonishment in his eyes, a small, furry head poked through the narrow opening. The girl who had gone and returned beamed at him. I'm back, she had returned. Xie Qinzhou was momentarily dazed, suddenly reminded that long ago, he had waited for someone in this very manner. Yet, back then, he had not been met with success. A crooked vine swung down before him. Unaware of his trance, Sang Nian exclaimed with enthusiasm. I didn't find a rope, so I cut some vines in the forest and tied them together. I tested it, and it's quite sturdy. Grab hold of it, and I'll pull you up. She urged. Xie Qinzhou snapped back to reality, slowly grasping the vine, using his toes to push against the rock face, inching his way out of the narrow opening. The moment he emerged, the world before him brightened. Night had passed, and a golden sun rose in the east, casting ribbons of dawn across the azure sky. The girl beside him had dark, sparkling eyes reflecting the vibrant hues of dawn. For the first time, Xie Qinzhou noticed that the insufferable Sang Yunling possessed rather pleasing eyes. I promised I would return to save you, and I most certainly shall keep my word, Sang Nian said, wiping the mud from her face with the back of her hand. She appeared to have recently fallen. Her cheeks and hair were smeared with fresh mud, and even her dress was not spared. Yet, she wore a proud expression, seemingly oblivious to her current disheveled state. From this angle, Xie Qinzhou could see her palms. They were once delicate hands, soft and unblemished, never having endured a scratch. But now, rough gravel had torn her tender skin, her wounds swollen and messy, smeared with flecks of blood. Ding! Xie Qinzhou's favorability increased by 100. Hearing the notification, Sang Yin's eyes brightened. Xie Qinzhou suddenly spoke, Sang Yunling. Sang Yin, taken aback, realized he was calling her name and joyfully asked, "What is it?" Xie Qinzhou replied, "I intend to kill you." The smile on Sang Yin's lips froze. Before she could respond, a rustling in the nearby bushes heralded the emergence of a wolf-like demon beast with blood-red eyes, drawn by the scent of blood. It charged forth at breathtaking speed, roaring as it opened its mouth, sharp fangs glinting menacingly. Sang Yin barely managed to utter a syllable when, in the next instant, Xie Qinzhou raised his hand, effortlessly capturing the beast. His expression remained calm, fingers tightening. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere as the wolf demon's head burst apart like a smashed watermelon, red and white debris flinging in all directions. The world fell silent. After a long pause, Sang Yin touched her face, her fingertips slick and sticky. Her body stiffened abruptly. Next to her, Xie Qinzhou, bloodied hands now stained, unexpectedly broke into a gentle smile. "Are you frightened?" He raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you afraid I might do the same to you?" His tone was light, with a slight rise at the end, sounding oddly sinister. Under his gaze, Sang Yin stared blankly, slowly responding, "I am no longer clean." "Xie Qinzhou." Sang Yin, "Ugh." "Xie Qinzhou." She hastily waved her hand at him, covering her mouth and turning away to retch. After finally regaining her composure, she caught sight of Xie Qinzhou's bloodied hands once more. Her stomach churned again, nearly expelling her bile. "Could you possibly?" Sang Yin managed to ask. "Go wash your hands first?" Her tone was very polite. "You really look quite disgusting right now." Xie Qinzhou. His face was ashen as he gazed at her, who, with her hands clasped together, wore an expression of hope. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a moment before he turned on his heel and walked away, the soles of his shoes crushing the brittle twigs beneath him with a sharp crack. Not far off lay a shallow brook. Xie Qinzhou came to a halt by the stream, crouching down to immerse his hands in the clear water. A vivid splash of red quickly spread through the water, only to be whisked away by the current, repeating this cycle endlessly. Xie Qinzhou stared blankly at his reflection on the water's surface. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside his shadow. He turned to look. Sang Yin was crouched on an uneven slab of bluish stone, bent over, frantically rubbing her face with a handful of water. She seemed eager to scrub off the blood and brain matter that had stained her skin. After a considerable time, she paused, turning her face to him as she asked repeatedly, "How is it? Is it clean now?" The girl's fair cheeks were flushed from the scrubbing, and a few damp strands of hair clung to the side of her face, her collar and sleeves soaked through. Indeed, she had managed to clean herself. Xie Qinzhou withdrew his gaze and replied with a non-committal hum, lifting his hand from the water, droplets cascading from his fingertips in a steady rhythm. Seeing this, Sang Yin pulled a silken handkerchief from her sleeve, hastily wiping her face before shivering as she grasped Xie Qinzhou's hand. He instinctively tried to pull away, but she furrowed her brows and insisted. Don T moved, he halted, watching as she meticulously wiped away the traces of water from his hand. The girl kept her head lowered. From this angle, he could see the crown of her inky hair, her long, delicate lashes, and the small tip of her nose. In that moment, her lashes trembled, and her nose glowed red. Clear droplets of water dripped onto his palm, warm to the touch. Xie Qinzhou felt as though he had been scalded. His fingers curling instinctively, and inexplicable irritation surged within him. "Why are you crying? Are you so afraid that I might kill you?" Upon hearing this, Sang Yin lifted her reddened eyes, her face stricken with despair as she choked out, "I don't want to cry, but your stench of blood is overpowering. It's making my eyes ache." Chapter 10. He wanted to slap him, yet was slightly afraid that he might lick her hand. He forcefully pried her hand away, gritting his teeth. "Sang Yunling, do you truly not fear that I might kill you at all?" Sang Yin, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a cold sweat trickle down her forehead. "So you have two faces, do you?" Xie Qinzhou let out a scoff. The Xie Qinzhou from the original story, a feeble creature that could be trampled by anyone, now effortlessly crushed the skull of a demonic beast with his bare hands. Sang Yin was at a loss as to where everything had gone awry. All she knew was that her chances of survival were slim. Xiechinzhou observed the rich tapestry of emotions on her face and took a step closer, lowering his gaze to her while a smile devoid of warmth lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Why the silence?" Sang Yin stumbled back, exhaling a sigh. "I can't fight you. So what can I do if you wish to kill me?" He pressed forward. "So, you're saying you consent to my killing you?" One of her feet was already submerged in the water, the pebbles beneath slippery enough to threaten her balance. "Can I disagree?" Xiechinzhou advanced further. "No, you cannot," Sang Yin replied. "Then can we at least get to the shore? Otherwise, the corpse floating in the water might frighten the anglers." Xiechinzhou raised an eyebrow. "No." Sang Yin, now irritated, declared, "I must die on the shore today." She pushed against him with all her might. To her surprise, he remained rooted to the spot, and she lost her footing, her body tilting dangerously. In the split second before she fell, a hand shot out and grasped her collar. Panicked, Sang Yin looked up to find it was Xiechinzhou. Just as she felt a sense of relief, he smirked and slowly began to release his grip. With a thud, Sang Yin fell into the water. The splash was considerable. The water was not deep, only reaching her waist. After a few moments of floundering, she regained her composure, tilting her head back to glare fiercely at Xiechinzhou. He loomed over her, and upon seeing her disheveled state, he seemed to find some amusement in it, breaking into an inexplicable laugh. His voice rang out like ice shattering against stone, carrying a youthful clarity across the water. Sang Yin ground her back teeth, seizing the opportunity when he was distracted. She suddenly grabbed his ankle and yanked with all her strength. With a splash, the previously calm water erupted once more. Xiechinzhou emerged from the water, wiping his face dry, his expression as impassive as ever as he regarded Sang Yin. She flashed him a smile. "Oh, why the sudden loss of your smile? Is it that you were simply not born to smile?" He darkened his expression, abruptly reaching out to grip her throat. Sang Yin sighed, patting the back of his hand in resignation. "Stop it, Xiechinzhou. You can't kill me. Do you really think my protective talismans are mere decorations?" Xiechinzhou continued to regard her with icy detachment. Just then, a low and bubbling voice emerged from below. "My dear, what game are you playing? Can I join?" Sang Yin. A stream of bubbles rose from beneath the water. The next moment, a bruised and battered man surfaced in an exceedingly strange pose. Clad in a tattered pink robe, he held a terrified catfish in his mouth, one hand brushing back his wet hair as he flashed a wicked smile at Xiechinzhou and Sang Yin. "So you both enjoy the water. You must also like playing with a handsome and dashing water spirit like me." "Xiechinzhou," Sang Yin gasped, "where did this water ghost come from?" "Mind your words." The man, who resembled a water ghost, tossed away the catfish that had slapped him twice, his face filled with displeasure. "I am a legitimate demon with noble royal blood, not some lowly wandering spirit." Sang Yin grabbed Xiechinzhou's arm and ran to the shore without looking back, urging him to hurry, lest he seek a substitute. The pink-clad man shouted in anger, "I told you I'm not a ghost." After that, he flew in front of them, blocking their path with a sinister grin. "After all the trouble I went through to bring you here, do you think you can escape?" "Dream on," Sang Yin exclaimed. "So it's you." "Humph, I've already shaken off all my pursuers." As she spoke, the pink-clad man slowly licked his lips, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiechinzhou. "No one will disturb our intimate moment." Sang Yin could not help but cover her eyes. The scene was simply too unbearable to witness. Noticing her reaction, the man's grin widened with reckless abandon. "Don't worry, my dear, once I'm done with him, I'll come to attend to you. Unless you wish to join him," he said excitedly, "that would be splendid." "I want to sleep between you two," Sang Yin. She wanted to slap him, yet felt a twinge of fear at the thought of him licking her hand. She turned to Xiechinzhou and said, "I'm feeling a bit violent. What about you?" Xiechinzhou remained expressionless. "He is not even human. I advise you to surrender quietly and not struggle needlessly." The pink-clad man pulled a small dagger from his cloak, licking the tip suggestively, cackling. "This dagger is venomous. If I accidentally wound you before he could finish," his smile faltered, and his entire body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning. Thud! He collapsed. Sang Yin and Xiechinzhou exchanged glances. "He is ill." The man's limbs continued to twitch, and Sang Yin, understanding the importance of delivering a finishing blow, swiftly retrieved a 3-meter-long spiked club from her storage bag. The pink-clad man. He trembled, attempting to roll over and crawl away. "Oh, you think I've merely been doing calisthenics for the past half-month?" Sang Yin raised the spiked club, grinning malevolently. "Next time?" "For sure. Consider this a lesson." The next moment, a piercing scream shattered the morning calm, startling countless birds into flight. The scream continued for a long while, until a few startled voices rang out nearby. "Stop! Young lady, please let go of that pitiful demon. Indeed, your actions are simply too cruel." Sang Yin turned at the sound, her gaze colliding with a group of several individuals by the roadside. 2 young girls and a young man, dressed elegantly, each wearing a badge inscribed with the name of the carefree sect. Observing their striking beauty and the aloof yet poignant expression of the male lead, Sang Yin's intuition told her that these were the protagonists she had long awaited. However, as she looked down at the pink-clad man resembling a pig's head, and then at the spiked club in her hand, her gaze returned to the trio's sympathetic expressions. She sensed that things were not looking good. Sure enough, the 3 of them swiftly flew to stand before the bloodied pink-clad man, positioning themselves protectively against Sang Yin. "Please do not continue to harm this seemingly lewd demon. Sang Yin, wake up. The one you should be saving is me. It's me." Chapter 11. I am a splendid octopus, neither seeking wealth nor causing harm. So what if I have a penchant for flirtation? Sang Yin resolved to salvage this inverted narrative. She recounted the events that had transpired at breakneck speed, emphasizing that she was the innocent victim who had been forcibly taken. The others exchanged glances, puzzled. "Then who is this?" They pointed at Xie Chenzhou, who had remained silent against the tree. Sang Yin was about to introduce him when, for reasons unclear, her words faltered and she stammered, "He is my friend, also taken by this demon." Xie Chenzhou raised her delicate brows slightly, ultimately refraining from rebuttal. Upon hearing her words, the atmosphere fell into a momentary silence among the group. Sang Yin felt a bead of sweat trickle down her palm. The original text described how the protagonists initially felt a sense of aversion towards the original owner upon their first encounter, even expressing regret for having saved her. Would they believe her words? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she abruptly sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon her. Looking up, she found Chu Yao intently staring at her. Her eyes narrowed. Sang Yin swallowed hard. "What are you staring at me for?" Under Sang Yin's anxious gaze, Chu Yao slowly spoke, such a composed demeanor. Sang Yin responded with a puzzled expression. "Such an elegant figure." Su Shui-yin clapped her hands enthusiastically. "Sang Yin, such a robust physique." Wenbuyu sighed dramatically. "Sang Yin, I suddenly feel a bit shy." The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Wenbuyu seemed to have made a discovery. Letting out a soft "oh," and shyly smiled at the gentleman in pink. "We meet again, my friend." Hearing his voice, the gentleman in pink struggled to open his eyes. Upon recognizing Wenbuyu's face, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Sang Yin, curious, asked, "Do you know each other?" Wenbuyu replied, "We had a chance encounter earlier, and he graciously guided us. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly turned on me." Su Shui-yin chimed in. "My senior brother had just exchanged a few blows with him when he fled, claiming his mother was calling him home for dinner. In quite a hurry, no wonder the lad returned with a bruised face. It turned out he had already taken quite a beating." Sang Yin sighed deeply. "So what now?" Chu Yao said, "I do not wish to carry him while on the road. Perhaps we should simply kill him." No sooner had she spoken than the gentleman in pink stirred, waking with a sheepish grin. "Actually, I can walk on my own." Chu Yao raised her sword, furious, and declared, "You lecher! How dare you kidnap a virtuous lady and her good friend? I shall chop you up." Just as she lifted her sword, Su Shui-yin adeptly wrapped her arms around Chu Yao's leg, urgently exclaiming, "Senior sister, please calm down. Wait, I still have 2 things to say." The gentleman in pink shouted. Chu Yao scoffed, "You, of all people, dare speak to us?" Wenbuyu sighed, "Junior sister, how many times must I remind you to be polite?" Chu Yao responded, "Very well." She then placed her foot on the face of the gentleman in pink. "What do you fool, wish to say?" "First, I am not a fool. Secondly, I have never harmed anyone." The gentleman in pink cried out in anguish. "I am but a naive octopus prince from the East China Sea, who dreamed of the land since childhood. Last month, I refused an engagement with a squid, secretly coming ashore in search of true love. I am a loyal creature, only enamored with those two, never intending to capture others. Ultimately, I simply admire beauty. As he continued, the octopus prince grew increasingly defiant. I am a fine octopus, neither coveting wealth nor causing harm. So what if I am a bit lecherous? Are you not lecherous? He questioned Chu Yao. Are you not lecherous? He asked Wenbuyu. Are you not lecherous? He reiterated to Su Shuiyin. You too need not respond. Sang Yin, feeling guilty, wiped her brow and interjected. This line of questioning was nothing short of deafening. The group fell silent. Only Wenbuyu, after deep contemplation, subtly nodded as if having made a certain resolution. He helped the octopus prince to his feet, kindly removing the weeds from his hair. Then produced a brilliantly polished axe from his sleeve, and the face of the other's terror-filled gaze. He raised the axe, smiling gently, still maintaining a polite and bashful tone. You make a fair point. But to prevent you from harboring any further lecherous intentions that may lead to disaster, I believe it best to sever this root of ill fortune today. Fear not, it will not hurt much. My axe is very sharp. The octopus prince, without hesitation, turned to flee, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, I won't do it again. I truly won't. I will return to the sea tomorrow. No, today. The land is far too terrifying. I shall never set foot on shore again. Behind him, Sang Yin thought. The dynamics of this protagonist group seem rather different from the descriptions in the book. According to the original text, the female lead, Su Shuiyin, is ethereal as a celestial being. The male lead, Wenbuyu, is frail and refined, while the second female lead, Chu Yao, is gentle and naive. Yet now, she glanced at Wenbuyu. Muscles taut as he chased the octopus demon with his axe, frail and refined. She then looked at Chu Yao, who was filled with explosive exclamations. Indeed, gentle and naive. Finally, she turned to Su Shuiyin, who was adeptly employing her empty-handed skills to subdue Chu Yao. Yes, ethereal as a celestial being. Sang Yin felt a mix of emotions. How to put it? Their characters seemed utterly shattered. Yet, from another perspective, could this not be seen as a manifestation of their camaraderie? Yin Yin. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. The wind changed abruptly, dark clouds rapidly gathering in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a large contingent of sword-flying cultivators. Countless soldiers also surged forth, with the leading figure being Lord Sang. The overwhelming display momentarily distracted Wenbuyu, allowing the octopus demon to seize the opportunity to twist away and vanish into the stream. Lord Sang gave a knowing glance to his entourage, and immediately, a team of soldiers pursued. He strode over to Sang Yin, grasping her shoulders and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Seeing her disheveled yet unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with concern. You have suffered. Sang Yin hit her scraped hand, obediently shaking her head. Brother, I am fine. Lord Sang's gaze shifted to Xie Qinzhou, his expression darkening. Is this how you protect Yin Yin? Xie Qinzhou pressed his lips into a thin line, remaining silent. This demeanor only fueled Lord Sang's anger further, raising his hand. You? Sang Yin clung tightly to his arm. Look at these young heroes. She desperately diverted the topic, directing attention to Wenbuyu and the others. It was they who fortuitously passed by and helped us drive away the monster. We must properly thank them. With outsiders present, Lord Sang managed to temper his anger, his expression softening somewhat. Thank you, young heroes, for saving my sister's life. If you do not mind, please join us at my residence for a cup of light wine before you depart. Wenbuyu cupped his hands. Thank you, Lord Sang, for your kindness, but such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. We must continue our journey. Before his last word could fully escape his lips, he found himself lifted onto a luxurious carriage. Wenbuyu blinked, a trace of confusion crossing his face. Beside him, Chu Yao lay sprawled on the soft couch. Senior brother, let us return with them. I have wandered the woods for 3 days and nights and truly lack the strength to continue. Su Shuiyin, massaging her legs, readily agreed. Senior sister is right. We should indeed take a moment to rest. Unable to contend with them, Wenbuyu reluctantly relented, glancing around and curiously asking, Where are Xie Gongzi and Sang Gunyang? Aren't they coming aboard? Outside the carriage, Sang Yin pulled Lord Sang aside. Brother, I owe my safe escape this time to Xie Qinzhou. He is not as you imagine. He has helped me greatly, and I am very grateful to him. She spoke earnestly. Lord Sang remained unconvinced. That is what he ought to do. Sang Yin countered. Regardless, you must not trouble him again. Lord Sang sensed something amiss. What exactly happened? Sang Yin, at a loss for words, could only think. What else could have happened? Xiechenzhou is truly a brainiac. Chapter 12. Xiechenzhou, you are the most formidable person I have ever met. Without receiving a reply, Lord Sang frowned. Did Xiechenzhou complain about me in front of you? No, Sang Yin replied, I have my own eyes. I can see that if I hadn't intervened just now, you would have struck him. As Lord Sang began to speak, she cut him off. We and Xiechenzhou are now family. Not enemies. If you truly care for me, please do not act this way again. Seeing her anger, Lord Sang shook his sleeve, snorting in a sarcastic tone. Only a few days into marriage, and you no longer want your brother. Sang Yin retorted angrily. Sang Chi Yin, being called by her full name, made Lord Sang chuckle instead, as he reached out to smooth her hair, conceding with a sigh, understood. Only then did Sang Yin relax her brow. Lord Sang turned and bellowed. Return to the residence. The crowd began to account for their numbers, orderly and efficient. Only Xiechenzhou remained in place, seemingly forgotten, as no one approached him, as if everyone had forgotten he was even there. Yet, countless gazes lingered upon him in secret, disdain, mockery, pity, and vigilance, all present. A finger poked at his back. He turned expressionless. Sang Yin stated, Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Xiechenzhou brushed her hand aside. His demeanor cold. Let me leave now, and I will spare your life. Sang Yin did not respond. Instead, she dragged him onto another carriage. The interior was spacious, filled with an unknown incense burning in a censer. Wisps of pale smoke rising gracefully, its fragrance reminiscent of orchids hidden deep in the forest. Sang Yin instructed her attendant not to follow, leaving only the two of them in this highly private space. She took the initiative to sit down and nodded for Xiechenzhou to take a seat opposite her. Xiechenzhou appeared oblivious, his expression devoid of emotion. Miss Sang, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Across a low table, Sang Yin straightened her back, her demeanor earnest. You just told me you wish to leave, and my response is that I cannot allow you to go at this moment. Almost as soon as the words left her lips, a series of alerts indicating a decline in favorability echoed in her mind. The boy in black across from her narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Sang Yin quickly added, however, I promise that soon, you will have an opportunity to leave Qingzhou.at that time. I will not obstruct you. The alerts ceased. Xiechenzhou surveyed her from head to toe. A scoff escaping his lips, Sang Yunling, what trickery are you attempting now? Sang Yin met his gaze directly. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath, a blood oath. In the realm of cultivation, a blood oath holds the same binding force as the oaths used by practitioners. Should one violate it, the oath-taker would wither and perish. Xiechenzhou did not respond. Outside the carriage, a gust of wind swept through the treetops, rustling the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced across the half-open window. Silence enveloped the carriage for a long while, so prolonged that when the wind finally stilled, Xiechenzhou lowered his gaze to fixate on her, murmuring, Sang Yunling, I detest being deceived. Sang Yin replied with a smile, How fortunate, for I never lie if I were to deceive you. Feel free to kill me. Xiechenzhou let out a light laugh. You are quite confident. Indeed, she affirmed as she spoke. Sang Yin wrapped her fingers on the table, expressing her discontent. Could you please take a seat? I've been looking up at you this entire time, and my neck is beginning to ache. Xiechenzhou adjusted his robes and sat across from her. Sang Yin poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. Even without your words, I know you despise me. Rest assured, I will not cling to you as I did in the past. The corners of Xiechenzhou's eyes were laced with mockery. You had best keep your word. Sang Yin disregarded his sarcasm and bravely ventured. Before you leave, can we coexist peacefully? Let us not dwell on thoughts of harming one another. I will not trouble you anymore, and we can both live in peace. What do you say? Xiechenzhou leaned back in his chair, his expression growing more languid and indifferent. As you wish, she exhaled, the worry etched on her brow dissipating, and raised her cup in a gesture of celebration. Then it is settled. Xiechenzhou lifted the warm cup of tea, examining the exquisite patterns on its surface. Noticing his deliberate neglect of her, Sang Yin shrugged, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. and drank the tea in one go, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, transforming the delicate beverage into something akin to strong liquor. Xie Chenzhou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It seems your brother never taught you the etiquette befitting a young lady of a noble family. Of course not, Sang Yin retorted. Have you ever seen a noble young lady carry a whip to strike others? After saying this, she cast a furtive glance at Xie Chenzhou, almost forgetting that he was not only familiar with such behavior but had experienced it firsthand. As expected, while a smile played at the corners of Xie Chenzhou's lips, the intensity in his gaze deepened. Sang Yin strategically lowered her head to peel an orange, feigning ignorance, and changed the subject. I remember you were an ordinary mortal like me. How did you suddenly become so formidable? Xie Chenzhou replied in a calm voice. I was injured previously, my cultivation lost. Only today have I recovered. Had it been earlier, he smirked, you would not have lived to see today. Sang Yin acknowledged with an "oh," continuing to peel the orange, and fell silent for a moment. This response was too tranquil for Xie Chenzhou, who observed her discreetly. He had anticipated she would inquire about his background or express fear. Yet the girl opposite him pondered quietly before softly stating, but to become this powerful, you must have endured a great deal of suffering. Xie Chenzhou paused, momentarily taken aback. A segment of orange, missing a wedge, was pushed onto a jade plate before him, its color crystalline. The fresh scent of citrus overwhelmed the subtle fragrance of orchids, intertwining delicately in the air. The smile that had graced Xie Chenzhou's lips gradually faded. Across from him, Sang Yin struggled to swallow the orange segment, wiped her fingers clean of juice, and propped her chin on her hands to gaze at him, her voice ringing clear. Xie Chenzhou, you are now the most formidable person I know. Xie Chenzhou absently rubbed his fingertips against the raised patterns on his cup, lowering his head to sip the now lukewarm tea. His thick eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, obscuring his emotions. Ding Xie Chenzhou's favorability 100. Sang Yin grinned. Do you not enjoy oranges? She pushed the plate closer. They're quite sweet. After a moment, Xie Chenzhou set down his teacup, picked up a wedge of orange, and placed it in his mouth. The indescribable sourness enveloped every corner of his palate, prompting an involuntary grimace. Xie Chenzhou looked at Sang Yin. Her tone was serious. Most people do not realize that the next segment after a sour orange is often sweet, and it is the sweetest piece on the entire tree, for it has absorbed all the sugar. Skeptical, Xie Chenzhou tried another wedge. Sang Yin eagerly anticipated his reaction, bursting into laughter. Fool, how could there be such a saying? If one segment is sour, the entire orange must be sour. Yet Xie Chenzhou insisted. It is sweet. Sang Yin replied incredulously. How can that be? He consumed another piece, his expression unchanged as he extended the remaining half toward her. These are honey oranges from Liuzhou. Each one has only one sour segment. The rest are all sweet. Sang Yin was taken aback. Was it possible that the varieties of oranges in the cultivation world were truly different? She scrutinized Xie Chenzhou's expression, hesitating before finally breaking off a segment and cautiously taking a small bite. Sang Yin inquired, how is it? Sang Yin raised her middle finger defiantly, then, recalling something, she composed her distorted features and excitedly departed, heading straight for Su Shui Yin's carriage. Soon, laughter mingled with cries of distress resonated in the air. Xie Chenzhou rested his chin on his hand, listening intently to the lively commotion next door, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. He touched his lips, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Suddenly, he caught sight of the dense forest by the roadside, his pupils contracting. At the highest branches stood two crows, their feathers as dark as night, their eyes a haunting green. Upon meeting Xie Chenzhou's gaze, the two birds nodded at him from afar before flapping their wings and taking flight. By the window, the warmth in Xie Chenzhou's eyes gradually cooled as he lowered his head, examining his slender fingers. That so, I have indeed been found. Chapter 13. Cursed be it, grow back. By the time Sang Yin returned to the Lord's manor, night had already fallen. She had no time to comfort the tearful Chunner. Hastily grabbing a change of clothes to soak in the hot spring for a thorough 3-hour bath, it was only when the scent of blood had completely washed away that she felt satisfied enough to retire to bed, falling into a deep slumber as soon as her head touched the pillow. When she awoke, the sun hung high in the sky. Sang Yin turned over, intending to indulge in a bit more sleep, only to suddenly find herself staring into a pair of swollen, peach-like eyes at the bedside, instantly dispelling any lingering drowsiness. She sat up abruptly, about to call for help, but Chun'er, with a face full of grievance, said, "It's me." Sang Yin pressed her hand to her racing heart. "One day, you will scare me to death." Chun'er sniffled, lowering her head in distress. Sang Yin, "You stayed here all night?" "Chun'er, I was afraid you would be taken again." Sang Yin had no retort, sighing as she opened her arms to embrace her. "It's all right, I am fine now. You can rest assured." Chun'er pouted. "It's all Xiechun Zhou's fault. The Lord said you were captured by that monster because you were trying to save him. He truly is a fox spirit, causing you great distress." "What fox spirit?" Sang Yin found it somewhat amusing, tapping Chun'er's head lightly. "It has nothing to do with Xiechun Zhou. That monster was targeting me from the start." "Well, it was supposed to be aimed at you." Chun'er wiped her tears and murmured a few complaints before smiling at her. "Today at noon, the Lord is hosting a banquet for several young heroes from the Xiaoyao sect. The manor will be quite lively." Sang Yin slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting about Wenbu Yu and the others. She hurriedly leaped out of bed. "Time is running short. Hurry and help me get ready for the banquet." Once everything was prepared, Sang Yin rose and stepped outside. The room opposite Xiechun Zhou's was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of occupants. Sang Yin bit her lip gently, feeling a sense of vexation. According to the original plot, Xiechun Zhou was not qualified to attend the banquet and would remain in his room. By nightfall, he would attempt to escape while everyone was distracted. The Lord's manor would search for him in vain for 3 whole days before nearly giving up, only for him to return unexpectedly. Sang Yunling, with her immense spirit, believed he was deliberately toying with her. He had been tormented by her to the brink of death. Su Shui-yin and the others felt sympathy for him. Their dislike for Sang Yunling only grew, prompting them to concoct an excuse to take Xiechun Zhou to the Xiaoyao sect. Now, Sang Yin pondered uncertainly, since they had made a pact yesterday. Xiechun Zhou should not attempt to flee, right? She hesitated for a few seconds, then turned on her heel and walked straight to Xiechun Zhou's door, raising her hand to knock thrice. Not long after, a cold voice from the other side of the door inquired, "Is there something?" Sang Yin replied, "Do you have a moment?" Xiechun Zhou responded, "What is it?" Sang Yin declared, "I'm inviting you to a banquet." Inside, there was a moment of silence, followed by her realization. "I did not receive an invitation to the gratitude feast. Am I not inviting you right now?" Sang Yin knocked again, her voice ringing clear. "Come on, let us go. If we delay, there will be plenty of delicious food that we won't get to enjoy." This time, the silence lingered even longer. Finally, Xiechun Zhou said, "I will not go." Sang Yin, filled with concern, urged, "Then wait here for me and don't go anywhere." "All right." Sang Yin left, glancing back 3 times. Once her footsteps had completely faded, Xiechun Zhou leisurely approached the table, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed into the void. Still not coming out? Ripples akin to water began to undulate in the emptiness, and 2 crows suddenly swooped down. With a flash of white light, the crows landed, transforming into 2 young men, clad in identical black garments. Both bore large tattoos on their left cheeks, their expressions cold, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Xiechun Zhou maintained his languid demeanor. "You've only now found me?" The Shura Palace is becoming increasingly incompetent. Their faces shifted, and they immediately knelt, intoning solemnly, "Our subordinate has failed in his duties. Please, young master, punish us." Xiechun Zhou's smile faded, and after a long pause, he spoke icily, "The master is aware that I am here. It is the master who sensed your spiritual energy fluctuations, specifically sending us to seek you." Xiechun Zhou showed no surprise and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Very well," he stood, his tone composed. "Return to the Shura Palace." The 2 exchanged cautious glances and spoke hesitantly, "Young master, you cannot leave yet. The master has decreed that you must remain by Sang Yunling's side." Xiechun Zhou's gaze turned sharp as a blade. "What did you say?" Their bodies trembled, their heads nearly touching the ground. Within Sang Yunling lies a shard of Kunshan jade. She was meant to perish, yet she survives only due to the artifact's power. The master demands you stay beside her and obtain the artifact shard at any cost. Xiechun Zhou fell silent. After a long while, he asked, "Is there anything else the master wishes to convey?" They replied, "The master also stated that aside from Sang Yunling, all members of the Sang family may perish, at your discretion." Xiechun Zhou lightly tapped the table with his fingertips and replied softly, "Understood." You may depart. The as ripples surged once more. Their figures gradually faded, leaving only Xie Qinzhou in the room. The bright midday sun streamed through the window, illuminating countless specks of dust suspended in the golden beams. Xie Qinzhou reached out to touch the light, the corners of his eyes curving into a beautiful arc. Can everyone truly die? The gratitude feast was set within the waterside pavilion. The pavilion had no doors or windows. Merely draped with light, thin gauze as partitions, now all gathered at the columns, revealing a breathtaking view outside. The azure lake rippled gently, with a central pavilion housing a dozen musicians whose melodies wafted over the water. Dancers adorned in colorful garments swayed gracefully, their waists supple, their steps elegant. Sang Nian could hardly tear her gaze away, holding her chopsticks aloft for an eternity without bringing them to her lips. Sang Qian and a few others engaged in light-hearted banter, and noticing her dazed expression, they could not help but chuckle, one of them rising with a plate of crab meat. As he drew nearer, he could hear her muttering something under her breath. Leaning in to listen, he caught her saying, "Damn it, grow already." Sang Qian asked, "What is it that you wish to grow?" Sang Nian snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing, just me rambling." He set down the crab meat, his tone gentle. "Let us eat first. The dishes are getting cold." Sang Nian nodded vigorously. After a few bites of rice, she suddenly raised her teacup, her face full of bravado. "Today, we gather here to express my gratitude to the young heroes of the Xiaoyao sect for saving my life. I raise this cup in place of wine to toast all of you." Chu Yao scoffed. "What is so enjoyable about tea? If you're drinking, it should be wine." Sang Yin banged the table. "Then let us drink wine." Chu Yao slammed her hand on the table. "Bring out the wine." Sang Qian, overhearing their exchange, adopted a serious demeanor. "Nian Nian." Sang Yin fell silent, not daring to speak. Chu Yao mercilessly mocked her. "At your age, still being managed by your brother? One would think you were but a 3-year-old child." No sooner had she spoken than when Bu Yu smacked her on the back of the head. "You mustn't tea." Chu Yao pouted defiantly. "Senior brother." He didn't spare her a glance, continuing his conversation with Sang Qian. Su Xuan awkwardly attempted to console her. "Little junior sister, senior brother is only looking out for you. Have you forgotten? Last time you got drunk and castrated senior uncle Yin Yuan's cat. He is still angry with you and one let you visit his Guzhu peak. And the time before that, you took advantage of senior brother Gu by while he was bathing." Chu Yao clamped her hand over Su Xuan's mouth, gritting her teeth. "I command you to forget everything you just said." Su Xuan obediently nodded. "Does that include what I didn't have time to say?" Chu Yao exclaimed. "Forget it all." Chapter 14. She buried half her face in his palm, tilting her head as she gently nuzzled it as the banquet neared its conclusion. When Bu Yu adjusted his attire and stood, addressing Su Xuan, "A craftsman has presented an intriguing item to Lord Sang, which has just arrived today. He invited me to join him in viewing it. We'll be back shortly. Keep an eye on your senior sister and ensure she doesn't cause any trouble." Su Xuan patted her chest. "Don't worry, senior brother, I will take good care of senior sister." Meanwhile, Sang Yin exchanged a glance with Chu Yao, both burying their heads in their rice. Once Sang Qian and when Bu Yu had left the table, Sang Yin dismissed the others. "You all can leave. We'll manage here." Chun'er led the others away, leaving only Sang Yin and her 2 companions in the pavilion. Sang Yin placed her chopsticks down with a thud. Raising an eyebrow, "The liquor from Qingzhou is renowned for its potency. Are you certain you can handle it?" Chu Yao scoffed. "Whoever is afraid is a dog." Sang Yin had been waiting for this phrase. She retrieved a moderately sized jar of liquor from the cabinet. As she removed the clay seal, a rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the pavilion. Chu Yao inhaled deeply, nodding in approval. "Not bad." "Not just good," Sang Yin interjected as she poured the liquor. "This drink is called Cold Breeze Fragrance, made with snow from the plum blossoms in winter. It's soft and slightly sweet upon entry. Yet it's undeniably strong liquor. 1 cup can knock you out." Chu Yao retorted. "Impossible." "Why not try it and see?" Sang Yin challenged. Just as Chu Yao was about to lift the cup, Su Xuan restrained her hand. Her face filled with disapproval. "Senior sister, I promised senior brother to take good care of you." Sang Yin probed. "So what do you mean? How can you drink it cold?" "It's bad for your health." Su Xuan replied. "Of course, you should heat it up before drinking." Sang Yin was at a loss for words and could only give her a thumbs up. "Well said." She found an old stove used during a previous snow appreciation event, and Chu Yao cast a fire spell, tossing it inside. The liquor heated quickly, and white steam began to rise. The two, filled with excitement, clinked their cups and drank heartily. Thud. Both collapsed to the ground, eyes peacefully shut. Su Xuan wore an expression of foresight, stretching her limbs and hoisting one over each shoulder. She leapt away from the pavilion. Xianin pavilion. Chaos erupted outside, akin to boiling water. As Xie opened his door. He was met face to face with a small mountain, instinctively stepping back. The mountain's only support, Su Xuan, gazed at him as though he were a savior. She set down Sang Yin, who she had been carrying on her shoulder, and awkwardly said, "The maids in the courtyard are terrified." In the blink of an eye, they vanished, perhaps to brew a hangover remedy. In any case, I must take care of my little junior sister. So I leave Sang Yin in your hands. Sang Yin, too weak to stand, began to topple over. Xie Qinzhou caught her by the collar, lifting her up, frowning. "Why leave her to me? Did you not marry her?" Su Xuan, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "I only learned of this from the maid's gossip last night. Is this some sort of secret? Did I stumble upon something I shouldn't have? Will I be silenced?" Xie Qinzhou replied. "No, good," she relaxed, "then I shall take my leave." Before he could say anything, she didn't give him a chance to refuse, leaping away in an instant. Sang Yin let out a burp, groggily opening her eyes, and cheerfully patted the back of Xie Qinzhou's hand. "Friend, I'm feeling a bit suffocated." Xie Qinzhou, lacking patience, released her. "Now that you're awake, you can roll back on your own, of course, no problem." She swayed on the spot, turning in a circle before catching sight of the familiar furnishings in his room through the half-open door, exclaiming happily, "I've reached my room. Master, please step on the brakes." With that, she summoned an unexpected burst of energy, crashing into Xie Qinzhou as she staggered into the room. Xie Qinzhou pressed down on his pained ribs, gritting his teeth. "You had better not be pretending to be drunk." Sang Yin collapsed onto the bed, spreading her arms wide as she pulled a corner of the blanket over her belly button. "I'm going to sleep now. Good morning." He rushed to the bedside. Sang Yunling, no response. The maiden's cheeks were flushed, her sleeping visage tranquil. Xie Qinzhou nudged her, urging, "Open your eyes and see clearly where you are." She kept her eyes shut, murmuring softly, unwilling to be deceived. Insisting, "This is my room." Xie Qinzhou fell silent, gazing down at her from his elevated position, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the delicate curve of her neck, sensing his presence. She opened her drowsy eyes. The two exchanged a quiet gaze, the air around them still. After a moment, Sang Yin removed his hand from her neck, burying half her face in his palm, tilting her head to gently nuzzle against it. The touch was featherlight, akin to a plume descending upon the water's surface, creating ripples. Xie Qinzhou froze abruptly. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, appearing somewhat foolish. "Happy New Year, Xie Qinzhou. I wish to gift you something." He pressed his lips together. "What is it?" Sang Yin replied, 30 million. Xie Qinzhou inquired, 30 million. Her tone rose and fell, imbued with emotion. "You must be happy, you must be blessed, you must be healthy." Xie Qinzhou withdrew his hand. A smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. "Are all the people in the Lord's mansion as generous as you?" Sang Yin rubbed her eyes, suddenly choking back a sob. Xie Qinzhou furrowed his brow. "What is wrong with you now?" She covered her eyes with her hands, her voice thick with nasality. "I want to watch the battle between Gulala, the god of darkness, and the black-skinned athlete." Xie Qinzhou remarked, "This person is drunk." He had no desire to quarrel with a tipsy individual and stood to summon someone to attend to her. Unexpectedly, she grasped his sleeve, pulling him with surprising force. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward. Just as he was about to fall atop her, he managed to brace himself with his arms, halting inches away. Their proximity intensified, allowing him to see the small mole nestled between her brows. A shade reminiscent of rouge. Xie Qinzhou's eyelids twitched slightly. He attempted to rise. Sang Yin clung to his sleeve, refusing to let go. In an instant, a stream of clear tears welled in her eyes, cascading down to her temples. "I was so unkind to you before. I treated you poorly. You endured so much suffering because of me. I. Xie Qinzhou was taken aback. She spoke in a disjointed manner. "You have suffered greatly, sustained countless injuries. It's all my fault, but it's not just me. Yet it is." At this point, she paused. using his sleeve to dry her tears, and earnestly declared, "Xie Zhou, I will not treat you poorly anymore." Xie Zhou remained silent for a long time. "Do you think I would believe your sweet words?" Sang Nian, in a fluster, replied, "I swear, if I deceive you, let me never graduate." Xie Zhou, perplexed, merely regarded her as rambling nonsense, quietly asking, "Then how will you treat me in the future?" Sang Nian blinked slowly, seemingly pondering. Finally, she said, "I will take you to the seaside to collect shells." Xie Zhou tilted his head slightly. "Collect shells? Yes, collect shells." Her expression brightened at this thought, her eyes sparkling with lingering traces of tears, resembling glass beads resting on the bottom of a pool. "I will gift the largest and most beautiful shell to Xie Zhou, and then hide it along with pearls inside, so no one can find them." Xie Zhou questioned, "Why?" "So I can protect you." Chapter 15. You forcibly removed my clothing, and then my head hurt. Not only did it ache, but it also buzzed. Awakening from a hangover, Sang Nian lay in bed like a salted fish devoid of dreams. On the verge of being braised, a series of unread messages from the system flashed before her. Unable to endure the incessantly blinking red dots, she opened each one. Xie Zhou's affection 100, Xie Zhou's affection 300, Xie Zhou's affection 1000. Sang Nian counted the zeros repeatedly, confirming that the symbols indicated an increase, not a decline. Unable to believe, has Xie Zhou lost his mind? Or did I do something outrageous while drunk yesterday? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt, shaking awake the equally inebriated Lulu. "What did I do yesterday?" Lulu, dazed, shook her head. "Lulu did not sneak a drink of your wine, truly." Sang Nian, exasperated, turned her to the side on the bed and slipped on her shoes before getting up. Chun Er hurried in. "Thank goodness, you're finally awake." "How long did I sleep?" Sang Nian rubbed her temples. "An entire day and night." Chun Er replied. "The Lord was quite anxious, but the physician said you were fine." Sang Nian felt awkward. "What about Chu Xiao?" "She was drunk too." "Miss Chu Xiao is a disciple of the immortal sect. Her constitution is naturally different from yours. She woke after only 1 or 2 hours of drunkenness." Chun Er explained. Sang Nian hesitated but eventually asked, "What about Xie Zhou?" Chun Er's lips twitched. "You insisted on staying in his room after getting drunk, claiming that it was your room, refusing to leave despite everyone's pleas. And when pushed, you cried in his arms." Sang Nian gasped, "What a disaster. I've humiliated myself." She lamented. "What happened next? How did I get back? Who said you returned? You're still in his room." "Really?" Sang Nian's heart sank. In such a vast lord's mansion, couldn't they find a room for him to stay? Why must he sleep on the floor? Chun Er clarified. "We could find one, but you wouldn't allow it." Sang Nian was perplexed. Chun Er continued. "You cried when he left, and everyone was at a loss. So they had no choice but to let him stay to look after you." Sang Nian's anxious heart finally settled. Fearing Xie Zhou's return at that moment, she seized Lulu and bolted. Just as she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Xie Zhou standing outside. She froze for 2 seconds. Silently shutting the door, she opened it again, and then closed it once more. Xie Zhou remained there, unwavering. Sang Nian finally accepted reality, forcing a smile. "What a coincidence." "Coincidence? This is my room," he stated. "Ha ha ha. Right, this is your room. My apologies, I shall leave now." With that, she prepared to make a hasty exit. Xie Zhou asked, "Where are you going?" I'm going to find Chu Xiao and the others." Xie Zhou nodded, stepping aside to let her pass. After taking 2 steps, she couldn't help but look back. "Did I do anything to you last night?" Xie Zhou's expression turned peculiar. She fidgeted with her toes. "It shouldn't have been anything inappropriate, right? Are you asking if you took liberties with me?" he asked. Sang Nian nodded nervously. "You forcibly removed my clothing." Sang Nian. She felt her breath catch in her throat, only to hear him continue. His expression unchanged, and then used it to wipe your nose. Sang Nian. "I take my leave." She bolted from the Xianin pavilion with the speed of a 100-meter dash, her face a mask of despair. If possible, she wished never to see Xie Zhou again in her life. Forcibly stripping someone of their clothing to use it for blowing one's nose. How could she even justify it? Sang Nian gazed at the sky, her eyes filled with a mixture of melancholy, sorrow, and regret. Indeed, alcohol was not a good thing. She vowed never to drink again. To drink again would be akin to being a dog. Suddenly, someone nearby inquired, "You're awake?" Shall we drink a couple more today? Sang Yin replied. Sure. Wait. She sensed something amiss and turned toward the voice. On the pebble path a few steps away stood the spirited Chu Xiao and the listless Su Xuan. Sheathing their swords, a thin sheen of sweat covered their foreheads and noses, glistening in the morning sun. Chu Xiao waved, Good morning. Sang Yin approached them. Have you been practicing swordplay? Su Xuan perked up, asking, Are you feeling better? Does your head still hurt? Sang Yin replied, I'm fine now, thank you for your concern. How about you, Chu Xiao? Don't mention it. Su Xuan sighed heavily. I was nearly driven to exhaustion by her antics yesterday. If I hadn't intervened, your lord's mansion would have been torn apart by her. She then added with relief, Fortunately, I entrusted you to young Master Xia. Otherwise, I would have truly been worn out. Sang Yin's heart stirred. According to the book, Xie Qinzhou was Su Xuan's white moonlight, enchanted by him upon their first meeting, harboring a crush on him for nearly half the book. However, as she carefully observed Su Xuan, the latter's demeanor was open and casual when mentioning Xie Qinzhou, not at all resembling someone who had fallen for him at first sight. Coupled with the bizarre characterizations of the protagonist group, it was clear that the narrative had utterly unraveled at this point. She was the only malicious female supporting character struggling to maintain the plot. Sang Yin couldn't help but feel teary. By the way, we are returning to the sect tomorrow, Chu Xiao suddenly stated. Would you like to come with us? Me? Sang Yin was taken aback. In the original story, Sang Yunling indeed accompanied them to the Xiaoyao sect. However, they had invited Xie Qinzhou, while Sang Yunling, fearing he might leave, had made a scene, insisting on following them lest they let her go. The protagonist group had no choice but to take her along. I think you're quite a good person, very suitable to be a disciple of our Xiaoyao sect. Chu Xiao remarked, patting her shoulder. Coincidentally, our sect is about to hold its recruitment every 30 years. You could give it a try. Sang Yin pondered, Can I bring someone with me? Chu Xiao frowned. The sect does not permit bringing servants. Not a servant, Sang Yin said, a little embarrassed. I would like to bring Xie Qinzhou along. Is that permissible? Are you referring to that pretty boyfriend of yours? Chu Yao interjected. Su Xuan shook her arm gently. Senior sister, please refrain from speaking of him in such a manner. It is quite impolite. Chu Yao placed her hands on her hips, but his face is indeed very fair, even more so than mine. Su Xuan placed a hand on her forehead, turning to Sang Yin. You may bring young Master Xia, but we cannot guarantee that he will pass the selection. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, the criteria for selecting disciples at our Xiaoyao sect are exceedingly strict and well-defined. Sang Yin expressed her curiosity. Aren't you worried that I might fail? Su Xuan replied candidly. Your brother once donated 2 pavilions of books to our sect. Sang Yin understood, and no wonder the original owner didn't even participate in the selection yet, was able to join the Xiaoyao sect as an outer disciple. It appears to be a matter of human connections in the cultivation world. Chapter 16. Her father loved her dearly. After bidding farewell to Chu Yao, Sang Yin walked briskly towards Sang Qi Yan's courtyard. The progress had been unexpectedly smooth. Now, as long as she could pass Sang Qi Yan's scrutiny, she and Xie Qinzhou would officially embark on the path to the Xiaoyao sect. However, there was still one more matter to address. Sang Yin surveyed her surroundings and clenched her fist subtly. As she reached the courtyard gate, she happened to see Wen Buyu and Sang Qi Yin emerging, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon noticing her, they came to a halt. Sang Qi Yin cast her a sidelong glance. Have you sobered up? Sang Yin replied sheepishly, completely. Sang Qi Yin, unwilling to scold her, feigned a stern expression to intimidate her. If there's a next time, you will not be spared, Sang Yin hastily assured him. This matter was ultimately my junior sister's fault. Wen Buyu spoke gently. She is usually quite mischievous and often involves others in her antics. I sincerely apologize. Sang Yin smiled. We share mutual interests. There is no question of burdening one another. Thank you, Miss Sang, for your understanding. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wen Buyu smiled and gestured to her, departing with purposeful strides. Sang Qi Yin watched his retreating figure, inadvertently sighing. You deserve someone of his caliber, but alas. Sang Yin pretended not to hear, urgently pulling him into the study. Sang Qi Yin, puzzled, asked, What is the matter that has you in such a rush? Sang Yin slammed the door shut. Brother, I came to discuss 2 matters with you. Sang Qi Yin inquired, What are the 2 matters? The first matter, Sang Yin began, is there someone who has offered you a spiritual artifact? Something related to our family's mine? Sang Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. Your information is quite astute. It just arrived yesterday, and you already know. Sang Yin replied earnestly, that item cannot be used. Sang Yin frowned. Why not? Sang Yin struggled to articulate her thoughts. In the original text, Sang Yunling and Xie Qinzhou had joined the Xiaoyao sect, but soon after, the Sang family encountered calamity. Tracing it back, it stemmed from a spiritual artifact capable of detecting and excavating spiritual stone veins, yielding more stones in a day than 1,000 miners could in 3 days. Unquestionably, this artifact was swiftly put to use. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it was merely a half-finished product. That fateful day, the artifact triggered an underground explosion, burying the entire Qingzhou beneath the earth, resulting in countless fatalities, including those within the city lord's residence. And all of this could have been averted. Sang Yin gritted her teeth, hastily concocting an excuse. Last night, a stranger cultivator entered my dream and warned me that there was something wrong with that item. And you would all perish because of it. I woke up feeling terrified. Could you summon a few artifact refiners to inspect it? Sang Yin softened his tone. Yin, this concerns the spiritual mind. It is not something you can trifle with. I am not trifling. Sang Yin grasped his arm. Precisely because it concerns the spiritual mind, we must be more cautious, mustn't we? Sang Yin wore an expression of helplessness. Fine, I will invite the elder from the Tianheng sect's artifact refining hall tomorrow. Sang Yin insisted. No, it must be today, right now. Sang Yin relented. All right, we shall do it now. He opened the door and instructed the guarding attendants, who promptly took their leave. He returned, saying, Are you at ease now? Yet, until the results were revealed, Sang Yin's heart remained in turmoil. She twisted her fingers, remaining silent. Suddenly, Sang Yin recalled something, his expression turning slightly grim. The little demon who abducted you has yet to be captured, but I have reported it to the Wanxian Alliance and issued a bounty. Within 3 months, he will certainly be apprehended. And at that time, you may deal with him as you wish. Sang Yin, distracted, replied, You may decide. Before long, several elders from the Tianheng sect's artifact refining hall hurried over. Sang Yin turned to Sang Yin. The underground mine is dark and cold. You should wait here obediently for me. I will return shortly. With that, he departed with the elders, their figures vanishing at the end of the path. The waiting felt interminably long. Sang Yin was restless. Sang Yin did not return as swiftly as he had claimed. After 2 full hours, he reappeared at the study door, his face grave. Sang Yin sprang up. What did you find out? There is indeed a problem, he said solemnly. You were correct. Sang Yin exhaled in relief. It is fortunate that it was discovered in time. I have dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate that artifact refiner. Sang Yin stated. But this matter may not be straightforward. With the abundance of spiritual minds in Qingzhou, it attracts numerous covetous eyes. This was information not disclosed in the book, and Sang Yin was unaware of who the instigator might be. So she could only leave it to him to investigate. Thanks to your timely discovery, otherwise, Qingzhou would have faced a great calamity. Sang Yin's eyes flickered with a hint of speculation. However, did you truly dream of it? Sang Yin affirmed resolutely, indeed. Thus, Sang Yin surprisingly ceased to press further, shifting the topic. You mentioned 2 matters. What is the second? Sang Yin organized her thoughts. I wish to accompany Xie Qinzhou with Chu Yao and the others to the Xiaoyao sect. Are you seeking amusement? Sang Yin questioned. You have never left home. I am concerned about you going alone. Perhaps we should go together? This is not for leisure, Sang Yin said earnestly. I intend to participate in the Xiaoyao sect's new disciple selection and become a disciple like Chu Yao. The cultivator in my dream told me I possess a celestial affinity. Sang Yin's previously cheerful demeanor vanished in an instant. You may go, but I forbid you, he declared, leaving no room for negotiation. Sang Yin insisted, Brother, living in this small courtyard is not my desire. I wish to see what the world truly is. Sang Yin pressed his fingers to his temples. If the courtyard is too small, we shall expand it. I will allocate another 20 miles to the east. That is not what I mean, Sang Yin replied urgently. Yin, your health is frail. You cannot endure the trials like Chu Yao and the others. Sang Yin advised. Listen to your brother and remain at home. Nowhere is safer than here. Brother, I know I do not have long to live. Every day could be my last, Sang Yin said. But even so, I wish to see summer flowers once and hear winter snow before I die. Sang Yin shook his head. You are too naive. The cultivation world is not as idyllic as you imagine. On the contrary, it is fraught with peril if you are out there. I cannot protect you as I do here in Qingzhou. I will protect myself. Sang Yin refused to yield. Protect yourself? Sang Yin exclaimed in frustration, unable to consider the implications. Your mother was also a cultivator, and she met an untimely and mysterious end. How will you protect yourself? His voice trailed off at the end. Sang Yin seized upon the sensitive topic. My mother? A flicker of regret crossed Sang Yan's eyes. Return now. There is no need to dwell on this matter. I shall not consent. Sang Yin pressed on. What did you mean by that? My mother was a cultivator? What do you mean by your mother? Is she not also your mother? Sang Yin turned away. Theo not ask. It is not important. The original owner's lineage was likely more complicated than it seemed. This was crucial for her to leave successfully. Sang Yin grasped his hand, determined to uncover the truth. It is indeed important. Brother, I want to know who my mother truly is and what you have concealed all these years. If you refuse to speak, I will seek the answers myself. Can you guarantee that the events of the past will remain unspoken? After a prolonged silence, Sang Yin took a deep breath. Lowering his gaze to her, my parents were miners in the underground mines. They perished in an accident. The previous lord of Qingzhou brought me back and instructed me to call him father. When I was 10, father brought you, just a few days old, and told me that from that moment on, you would be my sister. Sang Yin was taken aback. You mean, we are not biologically related? The realization was profound, yet the outcome was unexpected. Sang Yin found herself at a loss for words, only gesturing for him to continue. Sang Yin continued, I do not know much about your mother. I only know that she was a sword cultivator who later fell victim to treachery and sustained grave injuries. You were born prematurely, and she did not survive. Father loved her dearly, and not long after her passing, he succumbed to despair. Chapter 17. Her given name was Yin. How could she not have told you? He repeatedly instructed me before leaving to take good care of you, ensuring that you grew up without worries. Sang Yin raised his hand, hesitated several times, and finally let it gently rest on the top of Sang Yin's head. You were raised by me, and in my heart, you are the only family I have in this world. Your brother would never harm you. Stay here, and allow me to continue protecting you. This heartfelt declaration overwhelmed Sang Yin, and her thoughts became a bit chaotic, prompting her to ask the simplest of questions. What is my mother's name? Sang Yin shook his head, replying, I do not know. Did father ever mention who was responsible for her death? Sang Yin furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head once more. Father is also unaware. Your mother left no words behind when she passed. Perhaps she did not have the chance. He hesitated briefly, then continued. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners are as numerous as fish in a river, and many harbor grudges. Whether it be murder or being murdered, such occurrences are all too common. Sang Yin silently noted this, deducing the reason behind Sang Yin's fervent attempts to prevent her departure. Are you worried that my mother's enemies might target me? Sang Yin replied, Few know your true identity, but what if? While I can protect you here in Qingzhou, once you venture elsewhere, my reach may be limited. Sang Yin too recognized the validity of this concern. Given how the narrative had unraveled, unforeseen complications were inevitable. However, if she could not leave, how would she pursue Xiechenzhou if he himself went to the Xianyao sect? Or should she simply keep him here as well? Yet, she had promised him she would allow him to depart. I will ponder this matter further. She stood to take her leave, saying, Brother, I shall return to the Xianin pavilion now. Sang Yin watched her depart, letting out a soft sigh while pressing his hand to his forehead. Outside the Xianin pavilion, the sun shone brightly as Xiechenzhou sat reading on a stone bench in the courtyard. Passers-by noticed his figure and halted, calling out to him loudly, Hey, pretty boy! Without lifting his head, Xiechenzhou continued to read, seemingly oblivious to the interruption. Seeing he ignored her, Chu Yao strode over and snatched his book away. I called you. Didn't you hear? Xiechenzhou shot her a cold glare, demanding, Return it to me. Xu Shuin hurriedly approached. Senior sister, I have told you many times, do not refer to young Master Xie in such a manner. Hurry and give him back his book. Chu Yao nonchalantly responded with an "Oh," then addressed Xiechenzhou. Stop reading, you need to pack your things. We must leave early tomorrow. Xiechenzhou smirked slightly. What concern is it of mine if you leave? Oh right, you are not aware yet, Chu Yao said while crossing her legs, casually flipping through his book. Sang Yin wants to take you with us to the Xianyao sect. Xiechenzhou frowned. Sang Yin? Chu Yao replied, her childhood name is Yin. She insists we call her Sang Yin. Didn't she ask you to do the same? Xiechenjo responded. No, it seems your relationship is rather ordinary. Chu Yao remarked casually. Only those close to one another would request such familiarity. Xiechenjo scoffed. It is merely a name. Chu Yao was about to retort when Su Xuan, fearing her words might offend Xiechenjo, smiled apologetically and pulled her away. Chu Yao struggled to look back, exclaiming, Hey, you, remember to pack your belongings, or we won't wait for you tomorrow. Time waits for no one. Xiechenjo fell into deep thought, resting his chin on one hand while rhythmically tapping the stone table with the other. Is this the opportunity she spoke of for leaving? He repeated the name Xianyao sect in his mind. Intrigued. The Xianyao sect, one of the 3 sects in one hall, should be quite interesting. If he were to go there, it would not be a bad thing. A hoarse bird call echoed from the sky. He looked up to see a crow circling above. It then folded its wings and landed on the table, nodding at him. Young master, I have dispatched the messages as instructed. Everything is in place. Once you leave Qingzhou, we shall act, ensuring nothing remains here. Xiechenjo lowered his gaze upon it, smiling faintly. I do not recall instructing you to undertake such unnecessary tasks. The crow shook itself. Forgive me? Young master, I heard you were wronged here and wished to avenge you. Before Xiechenjo could respond, another crow arrived, saying, Young master, our hidden plans regarding the stone-gathering spirit tool have been uncovered. Sang Qian has become astute. Xiechenjo chuckled derisively. It was not he who figured it out, but Sang Yunling. The second crow continued. She went to find Sang Qian, after which he summoned the people from the artifact refining hall. That fool? Xiechenjo narrowed his beautiful eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up, finding it amusing. The 2 crows felt a chill run down their spines at his unexpectedly warm smile. Young master. Spare us, they quaked in fear. Xiechenjo's fingertips glimmered with a faint light as he lazily declared. I have no intention of sparing you. The 2 birds trembled like leaves in the wind. We beseech you. Young master, grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. We will do anything. Xiechenjo paused, withdrew his hand, and after a few moments of contemplation, said, Put aside the matter of destroying the city for now. From now on, follow Sang Yunling. I must know her every move at any time and in any place. Understood, they exclaimed before scuttling away. The 2 crows flapped their wings and flew off, landing on nearby branches to catch their breath. Suddenly, a small yellow parrot landed beside them, its round eyes fixed on them with a particularly intricate gaze. The 2 crows, fearing their secret might be discovered, remained perfectly still, cold sweat trickling down their feathers. Finally, the parrot shook its head and sighed. Truly ugly. It fluffed its bright feathers proudly and spun around before taking flight. The 2 crows, disguised as crows from the Shura Hall, felt as though they had been humiliated. Uncertain, they glanced at one another. Chapter 18. She is fond of me, confirmed. On the way to the Xianin Pavilion, Lu had flown off somewhere, returning with a bunch of glistening purple grapes in its beak. It struggled to land in Sang Yin's palm, releasing the grapes and clumsily began to distribute them. One for you, one for me, one for Chun'er, one for me, one for you. Sang Yin chuckled. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? I went to the kitchen looking for food and ended up finding 2 exceedingly ugly crows. I couldn't help but stare for a while. Lu exclaimed dramatically. I have never seen such an ugly bird, and it smelled terrible. Sang Yin flicked its forehead. Do not speak ill of other birds behind their backs. Lu flapped its wings, shoving her finger away in indignation. How dare you strike the great Lu, the supreme deity's primary system's little chicken? I shall send you to mine coal. Sang Yin lifted it and pretended to throw it into the air. It squawked loudly. Once it settled down, Sang Yin asked, Can Xiechenjo and I not go to the Xianyao sect? Lulu's head filled with stars, dazed as it nestled on her shoulder. No? Absolutely not. Very well, Sang Yin sighed, stepping into the Xianin Pavilion. Beneath the trellis of roses in the courtyard, a young man sat at a stone table, seemingly lost in thought. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm golden halo around his profile. His usually somber black eyes shone with a radiant clarity, endowing him with a rare youthful charm. She paused to observe him for a moment before casually walking over. Hearing footsteps, Xiechenjo immediately snapped back to attention, turning sharply. Upon seeing Sang Yin, His tense posture relaxed as he casually remarked, Chu Yao told me to pack my things, saying you wanted to take me to the Xianyao sect. Sang Nian replied. Chu Yao is quite the blabbermouth, and no wonder he appeared in good spirits. It was due to this news. Noticing her silence, he scoffed and stood up. So it was a falsehood after all. Sang Nian pressed her hand on his shoulder. We depart early tomorrow. Do not oversleep. After speaking, she placed the troublesome grapes into his palm, and just as she was about to leave, she thought better of it. Turned around, plucked a grape, and stuffed it into the protesting Lu's beak, yawning. I am going to rest now. I have a headache. Behind her, Xie Chenzhou frowned at the unexpected grapes in his hand. Why had she given him this? He sought the eyes of the two crows perched atop the tree branches. Crow 1 shuddered. Young master, do not eat. It must be poisoned. Crow 2 resolutely took off. Let me test it for you. Young master. Xie Chenzhou swatted it away and plucked a grape. Crow 1 and Crow 2 exclaimed, Young master. He calmly bit into the grape. Unlike the sourness of that inedible orange, upon breaking the grape's skin, a wave of sweetness flooded his mouth. Crow 1 anxiously inquired, Young master, do you feel any discomfort? Crow 2 wobbled into the air. I shall go kill her at once. Xie Chenzhou swatted it away again. There was no poison within. Crow 1 was puzzled. Then why did she give you grapes? Crow 2 declared. A gift with no reason surely harbors ill intent. Xie Chenzhou pondered for a moment. A flicker of realization passing through his eyes, his lips forming a straight line, as he nodded. She is fond of me. Crow 1's eyes widened in horror. Huh? Crow 2 exclaimed. I told you she harbors ill intent. Huh? It became even more terrified. How dare she covet the young master of the Shura Hall? This girl was not merely audacious, but recklessly so. Xie Chenzhou's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Huh? Do you think a mere bunch of grapes could win my favor? Such foolish delusions. Ding. Xie Chenzhou's affinity 20. The system notification rang out, just as Sang Nian, on the verge of drifting into a delightful slumber, exclaimed, What? Inexplicable. The following day, as the morning light gently illuminated the surroundings, a few individuals stood ready beside the flying vessel that Sang Qian had meticulously prepared. Chu Yao shielded her forehead with her hand, gazing into the distance. Why hasn't Sang Nian arrived yet? Su Xuan replied, Perhaps she is occupied with some matters. Chu Yao directed her inquiry towards Xie Chenzhou, who was leaning against a tree. Did you not leave with her? Xie Chenzhou coldly glanced at the flying vessel and curtly responded, No. After waiting a while longer, Chun'er hurriedly approached, delivering the message. Miss Chu Yao, the young lady said she won't be coming. She has suddenly encountered urgent matters to attend to and cannot come to bid farewell. She wishes you a safe journey and a smooth arrival at the Xianyao sect on behalf of the entire household. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao fumed. How can she simply decide not to come? Such a lack of integrity. We have been waiting for her. When Buyu gently interjected, Miss Sang has never traveled far. It is only natural for her to have reservations, and what about this person? Chu Yao gestured towards Xie Chenzhou. Is he joining us? Chun'er nodded vigorously, without hesitation. Indeed. Chu Yao scoffed. I initially called for her, yet she chooses not to come, and this pretty boy is instead accompanying us. What is the meaning of this? Su Xuan tugged at her sleeve. Senior sister, please refrain from speaking further. Understood. Chu Yao was the first to leap onto the flying vessel, crossing her arms. Convey to your young lady that we are departing. She emphasized, furthermore, I will not forgive her for breaking her promise. Chun'er forced a smile, and the young heroes proceeded slowly point one by one. They boarded the vessel, with Xie Chenzhou lagging behind. Chun'er felt an urge to push him forward, her face betraying her impatience. Xie Chenzhou silently scoffed, trailing them onto the deck. As the sails unfurled, the flying vessel slowly ascended. The Lord's mansion beneath them gradually shrank to the size of ants, until it was enveloped by mist, becoming indistinguishable. The group turned and entered the cabin. Inside the mansion, Chun'er could not contain her joy, exclaiming, Wonderful! That fox spirit has finally left. She dashed back to Xianin Pavilion to report. Miss, they have departed. You mustn't be too upset. The door swung open, revealing an empty room, devoid of Sang Nian's presence. On the table lay a letter, which she hastily picked up and skimmed, her expression paling as she rushed out of the courtyard, shouting, Not good! The young lady has run away. Within the cabin, the group sat across from one another, deliberating their next route. Suddenly, Chu Yao slammed her hand on the table. How could Sang Yunling abandon me like this? I was so pleased last night, and now I will never forgive her. Su Xuan, aware of her lingering anger, soothed her. Miss Sang must have her reasons. When Buyu smiled gently, it seems you hold a fondness for Miss Sang. Given your concern for her. Nonsense, I don't like her at all. Chu Yao turned her head away, huffing heavily. Just then, Xiechinzhou plucked a grape from the fruit bowl and casually remarked, "Is she not coming out?" The others turned in unison, puzzled by his statement. Xiechinzhou glanced toward the corner where a cabinet was used for storage. Sang Yunling, how long do you intend to stay inside? A faint rustling came from within the cabinet, and the door creaked open, revealing a pale hand that suddenly emerged. Following that, a disheveled head appeared. Chu Yao's eyes widened in shock. Sang Yin climbed out of the cabinet, brushing her hair from her face with a shy smile. "Ha ha, surprised? Unexpected?" The others, except for Xiechinzhou, exclaimed with astonishment. Chapter 19. Emotions of leaving and returning. Still at the starting line, Su Xuan's face was a picture of shock. "You were hiding here all along?" Sang Yin scratched her head. "I was afraid I wouldn't be able to rise, so I squatted here last night." Chu Yao inquired, "Then who did your maid see in the morning?" Sang Yin replied, "She didn't see me. I had my parrot speak to her through the window. It can mimic my voice, and others can't tell the difference." Chu Yao's eyes lit up as she reached out. "Let me see your parrot." Sang Yin pulled out her seemingly lifeless parrot, Lu, from her sleeve. Chu Yao carefully accepted it and, along with Su Xuan, wandered to the side to inspect it with curiosity. When Buyu cleared his throat, "Miss Sang, is it that the city lord does not permit you to accompany us?" Sang Yin rubbed her hands together. "Haha, well, my brother isn't too keen on it." When Buyu shook his head, "If that is the case, I must return you." Sang Yin protested, "No, I finally managed to come out." When Buyu remarked, "Miss Sang, you are still quite young. Your brother will worry about you doing this." "I am not small," Sang Yin asserted. "I am older than Chu Yao." When Buyu continued to shake his head, realizing he might truly force her back, Sang Yin began to sweat with anxiety. Suddenly, the flying vessel came to a halt. Sang Yin asked, "Was it you?" When Buyu, equally bewildered, replied, "Not me." Xiechinzhou succinctly stated, "Sang Qian." Sang Yin internally lamented, wishing she had let Lu feign death a while longer. With Sang Qian ahead and Wen Buyu behind, she realized there was no escaping this and could only steel herself to step out. Another flying vessel was moored beside theirs in the clouds, and a small bridge was erected between the two vessels. A young man in purple attire approached from the opposite side, hands clasped behind his back. He stood on the deck, gazing at Sang Yin, who was timidly inching closer, his expression devoid of emotion. Sang Yin cautiously observed his face and weakly said, "I don't want to go back." Sang Qian stared at her for a long moment, then suddenly sighed, "Very well, then do not return." Sang Yin was both astonished and elated. "You agree to let me go with them?" Sang Qian ruffled her hair. "As long as you are happy." Sang Yin nearly jumped with joy. "I am so happy. I am absolutely thrilled." "Be careful out there," Sang Qian cautioned. "Do not forget what your brother has told you." Yes, Sang Yin quickly replied. "If anyone inquires, I will only say my name is Sang Yin and that I have no ties to Qingzhou City." A hint of a smile appeared on Sang Qian's face as he handed her a brand new storage bag. "This contains your medicine, your favorite snacks, and some protective talismans. Keep them with you." All right, Sang Yin replied eagerly. Sang Qian then produced a slender, delicate sword, tracing his fingers over the exquisite patterns engraved on the sheath. "This belonged to your mother. Take it with you today as a memento." Sang Yin solemnly accepted the sword with both hands. "Does it have a name?" Sang Qian replied, "Perhaps it once did, but I do not know." Sang Yin attempted to draw the sword from its sheath, but it did not budge. No wonder he said it was merely a memento. It indeed served no purpose beyond that. She secured the sword and hugged Sang Qian, patting his back. "Brother, thank you." Sang Qian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. "Remember to write to your brother, whether it is joyful news or sorrowful tidings, share it all with me." "Yes, I certainly will." Sang Yin released her embrace, stepping back and feigning nonchalance. "Do not worry about me. If I cannot manage, I will return on my own." Sang Qian replied, "Very well, I will await that day." He glanced at the individuals behind her, nodding at Wen Buyu, and his gaze lingered on Xiechinzhou for a few seconds before his warmth vanished entirely. Take good care of my sister. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world." With that, he strode across the bridge. "Let us go." With a thud, the small bridge retracted, and the flying vessel resumed its journey. Sang Yin leaned over the railing, half her body dangling outside, fervently waving her arms. "Take care." Sang Qian refused to turn back, merely waving his hand over his shoulder. The flying vessel gradually distanced itself, his figure obscured by the thick clouds until it vanished without a trace. Sang Yin withdrew her gaze, turning the storage bag Sang Qian had gifted her over and over in her hands, carefully stowing it close to her heart. She smoothed her hair, tousled by the wind, and sat on the steps leading from the deck to the cabin, lost in thought. When Buyu did not mention returning her again, saying it was windy outside and suggesting she come in, Sang Yin responded, "I will stay out a bit longer before going in." When Buyu nodded and headed directly to the helm with the map in hand, Chu Yao and Su Xuan sat beside her, returning Lu and expressing their frustration. "No matter how we tease it, it won't speak." Sang Yin reached into the storage bag and pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds. "Use these?" Sure enough, upon seeing the seeds, Lu immediately ceased its act and leaped up to reach for her hand. Give me! Give me!" Chu Yao and Su Xuan grew excited and took the seeds. Continuing to tease it, Sang Yin looked around. "Where is Xie Qinzhou?" Chu Yao replied without looking up. "With senior brother." Sang Yin craned her neck to glance at the second floor of the cabin, where Xie Qinzhou stood behind Wen Buyu. Whatever Wen Buyu had said, Xie Qinzhou's brows were tightly knitted together, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. "Say that again." "Where is the south?" Wen Buyu cautiously raised his left hand. "Here?" Noticing Xie Qinzhou's expression darkening, he swiftly switched to his right hand. "Is it here?" Xie Qinzhou clenched his fists. "What direction is ahead of the flying vessel?" Wen Buyu realized. "Ahead is north. And behind is south, correct?" Xie Qinzhou remained silent, staring at the rising sun ahead for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Where is your compass?" Wen Buyu suddenly realized, indeed, I can identify the direction according to the compass's guidance. His face was filled with gratitude as he expressed, "Thank you very much for your advice, brother." Xie Qinzhou managed to muster a smile, replying, "You're welcome." When Buyu located his compass and, invoking its magic, the needle began to rotate as expected. His body slowly turned, attempting to align with the needle. Xie Qinzhou and Sang Yin approached, questioning, "What happened?" Xie Qinzhou snatched the compass from him, suppressing the urge to throw it at his face, and gritted his teeth. "Since our departure, we have circled Qingzhou a full 12 times. Sang Yin remarked, "No wonder Sang Qian caught up so quickly. It seems we have returned to the starting line after wandering for half a lifetime." When Buyu, perplexed, asked, "Did I take a wrong turn?" Sang Yin sighed, "No, you never found the right path at all." Chapter 20. Xie Qinzhou exclaimed, "Are you being childish?" Under Sang Yin's strong insistence, Wen Buyu was compelled to relinquish his dream of becoming a helmsman and stepped aside graciously. Xie Qinzhou brushed aside Chu Yao's outstretched hand, adjusting the compass to set a new course and hastening their speed. Chu Yu rolled her eyes and deliberately raised her voice to complain to Sang Yin. "Let him steer. Don't you think his name is particularly ominous?" Sang Yin queried. "What's ominous about it?" Chu Yu replied. "His name is Xie Qinzhou." She emphasized, "Qian, Zhou." Sang Yin gazed down at the flying vessel, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, and the clouds crackled with lightning. Amidst the turbulent air currents, the vessel began to lurch violently. Sang Yin murmured, "No way!" Chu Yu exclaimed, "I told you so." His name is indeed unlucky. A frigid wind, laced with ice crystals, swept across the vessel's barrier, causing ripples to form, threatening to collapse. When Buyu cast a spell to stabilize the vessel and turned to them, saying, "This wind is abnormal. You should take shelter inside the cabin." Chu Yu agreed and shouted to Su Xuan, "Ayan, let us go inside." Sang Yin also urged Xie Qinzhou, "Let us move." Xie Qinzhou gazed into the distance, his expression somber. Something is approaching. Sang Yin was startled and followed his gaze. The sky darkened ominously, illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning, revealing a serpentine form swiftly approaching the vessel through the swirling clouds. Boom! Another clap of thunder accompanied a blinding flash of light, and Sang Yin finally discerned the creature's true form. She gasped that it was two chains, the other end stretching into the distant clouds, their lengths unknown. The chains themselves roughly the thickness of a wrist, covered in pale blue ice crystals. In the next moment, they swung high, crashing down onto the vessel's barrier. Crack! The barrier emitted a mournful wail before shattering abruptly. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye, a chilling aura enveloping them. The group stumbled, blown about by the ferocious wind. The icy wind sliced across Sang Yin's cheek, causing her pain. She still clutched Xiechenzhou's sleeve, about to release it to grasp the railing when a sudden sense of weightlessness struck her. The rushing wind roared in her ears, and the solid ground disappeared beneath her feet, leaving only emptiness. Sang Yin desperately reached out, trying to grasp something. Suddenly, a hand grasped the back of her collar. The descent slowed until it halted entirely. Gathering her courage, she opened her eyes to see Xiechenzhou above her. His expression grim, he stood on a glowing black iron sword, holding her collar with one hand and hovering steadily in midair. In that moment, tears welled in her eyes as she cried out, "Xiechenzhou." Xiechenzhou's expression turned sardonic. "I cannot bear the gratitude of Miss Sang." Sang Yin sniffled, feeling melancholic. "Could you possibly hold me by another part? Or let me stand behind your flying sword? My neck feels as though it might break. I am on the verge of death. By the way, thank you for saving me. I shall reward you with 100,000 spirit stones later." Xiechenzhou's expression soured further as he unceremoniously tossed her behind the sword. The blade swayed slightly, seemingly in discontent. This was Sang Yin's first experience riding a sword, and her fear amplified with the movement, forcing her to crouch down, lowering her center of gravity, trembling as she extended her hand. She clung tightly to Xiechenzhou's leg. Xiechenzhou commanded, "Let go." "I will not," she retorted. "Let go," he gritted his teeth. "Fine," she relented. The ground was still quite high, but Sang Yin summoned her courage to stand. She wrapped her arms around Xiechenzhou's slender waist, stumbling as she spoke. "This should suffice, right?" Suddenly, a warm body pressed against her back, and Xiechenzhou's expression froze. "Release me," Sang Yin, flustered, protested. "You won't allow me to hold you, yet when I stop, you act strangely. What are you, a hedgehog?" Xiechenzhou's face turned ashen, his chest heaving for a moment. About to speak when he abruptly fell silent. She was trembling. He paused, coldly guiding the flying sword downwards. Below them lay an expanse of ice lake, vast and seemingly endless, resembling an ocean. The chill transformed into a white mist hovering above the lake, and all around was silent, as if cut off from the world. They landed on the icy surface, and Sang Yin expressed her gratitude before quickly releasing her hold and stepping aside to create distance. Xiechenzhou scoffed. Sang Yin, shivering, stamped her feet. "What are you scoffing about? You didn't want me to hold you before, and now that I don't, you're acting all sarcastic." "Xiechenzhou, are you all right?" Xiechenzhou retorted stiffly. "I am not ill," Sang Yin, uninterested in further argument, suggested. "Let us hurry and find Wen Shixiang and the others. We don't know how they are faring or if they are injured." Xiechenzhou raised an eyebrow. Mocking her, "You seem quite concerned for him. He hasn't even reached the Xiaoyao sect to pay his respects, and you're already calling him Shixiang." Sang Yin, inexplicably irritable, replied, "I can call him whatever I please. Does it concern you? Mind your own business." Xiechenzhou's expression darkened, and he taunted, "I won't concern myself with Miss Sang, nor could I dare to." With that, he turned to leave. Sang Yin gritted her teeth. "Xiechenzhou, are you being childish?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than the ice beneath her feet cracked without warning. With a thunderous roar, the ground gave way, and she plummeted downwards. The frigid lake water surged from all directions, filling her mouth and nose, submerging her instantly. Her ears felt as though they were stuffed with cotton, rendering everything inaudible in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness. Sang Yin slowly opened her eyes. The water was crystal clear like a mirror, and she saw the reflection of the dark-clad youth above, unmoving, gazing down at her. Sang Yin could almost envision his expression, likely one of delight. After all, the person she loathed was finally meeting her demise. With a splash, the mirror shattered, and the youth dove into the water, swimming towards her with a stern face, his long black hair flowing like some aquatic algae. Sang Yin couldn't help but marvel at the quality of his hair. Yujing, Wanjian Alliance, in the palace surrounded by celestial clouds. A man who had been meditating with his eyes closed suddenly changed countenance. He rose from the mat, hastily exiting the palace, raising his hand to summon 2 young acolytes. "Go report to the alliance leader. Someone has intruded into the Shumi realm." The acolytes complied and flew on a celestial crane towards the floating island above. The man's face was filled with urgency. Before long, the young acolyte returned, cupping his hands in salute, reporting to the palace master. The alliance leader said it is of no consequence. She is approaching her end today. We only need to send senior brother Xiao to investigate who the intruder is. The man remained stunned for a long while. She is about to die? Regaining his senses, he tightened his grip on the whisk in his hand and murmured, "In that case, let Shui Chun go for a visit." Chapter 21. Upon returning, Sang Yin resolved to slap herself twice. Cough, cough. Sang Yin woke from the cold. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down with the wind, settling on her eyelashes. Refusing to melt for some time, she wrapped her arms tightly around herself, uncontrollably shivering, a familiar sweet metallic taste lingering in her mouth. Xie Chenzhou stood nearby, chopping wood with his sword. Cough, cough, what are you doing? She nearly coughed up her organs. He crouched down to split the wood, saying, "Making a fire." Sang Yin, weakly, asked, "Can't you use the fire spell? We can't use spirit energy in here." "I in here?" Sang Yin looked up and surveyed her surroundings, only to realize they were no longer on that icy lake. Before her lay a flat expanse of snow-covered land. The snow piled up to her knees. Further away stood a small, dark forest, where only sporadic glimmers of reflected snow could be seen. In her heart, she inquired, "Lulu, where are we?" Lulu quickly replied, "Unclear for now, but the data indicates that this place has a danger level of S. S? Sang Yin sat up straight. "Then how can we get out? I'm still trying to find a way, but it seems there's a force interfering with me." Lulu continued, "Wait a moment. I'll go investigate." Once she departed, she vanished without a trace. Sang Yin, not wishing to succumb to the cold in this desolate place, trembled as she opened her storage bag and retrieved a seed the size of a walnut. She cleared away the snow before her and released the seed onto the ground. In mere moments, the seed took root and sprouted into a plant towering at half her height, its branches laden with translucent, lantern-like fruits, each containing a swirling inferno. The temperature surged abruptly. Xie Chenzhou, still laboring to carve wood, inquired, "What is this?" Sang Yin cradled one of the fruits to her chest for warmth, marveling at her survival. Replied, "Fire." Xie Chenzhou clarified, "I meant, what is the name of this tree?" Sang Yin answered, "It's called the Don Ti. Be deceived by its small size. It's incredibly hot tree, worth 2,000 spirit stones." Xie Chenzhou asked, "Did you name it yourself?" Sang Yin affirmed, "Indeed." Xie Chenzhou discarded the stick in his hand and sat beside the fire tree to warm himself. It was then that she noticed his pallor. Slightly ashen, likely from the considerable effort he had expended to save her. "Are you unwell?" Sang Yin felt a mix of guilt and gratitude, adding, "Thank you for rescuing me. Once we leave this place, I shall give you 30 million as a token of my appreciation." Xie Chenzhou turned his face away, scoffing, "May you be healthy. May you be happy. May you be joyful." Sang Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "How do you know that? You already gifted me 30 million when you were drunk that day." Sang Yin, feeling embarrassed, replied, "That was mere drunken rambling. Do not take it to heart. But rest assured, the 30 million I speak of today is genuine." She continued, "Or if you desire anything else, I shall bestow it upon you." Having warmed himself, Xie Chenzhou strode towards the woods, remarking, "Miss Sang, you are indeed a generous person." Sang Yin hastily hoisted the small tree and followed him, stating, "You have risked your life for me multiple times. You are the true good person." "Good person?" he scoffed. "No one has ever referred to me as such." "Well, now you have," she retorted, stepping in his footprints in the snow, ensuring he remained illuminated by the firelight, her tone cheerful. "To me, you are a good person, a truly great person, the best person in the world, save for my brother." Suddenly, Xie Chenzhou halted. Unaware, she collided with his back. Clutching her nose in anguish, "Xie Chenzhou, my nose might break." He turned slightly, grabbing her and pulling her aside. "Stand back." Sang Yin was perplexed. The sound of rustling emerged amidst the howling wind. A chill ran down her spine as she turned to face the thicket. All the withered branches stood still in the snowstorm, not a single movement. Only the drooping vines seemed to come alive, writhing towards them like countless tentacles. Goosebumps erupted on Sang Yin's skin as she ran to the side. Still clutching the tree, Xie Chenzhou drew his sword, standing resolute. Suddenly, all the vines surged forth, attempting to constrict him. He swung his sword with ease. The blade sliced through the dense curtain of snow with thunderous force, reducing the vines to powder, scattering them in the wind. Sang Yin was awestruck. Even without spiritual power, he was formidable. If he had spiritual power, would it not be as easy as chopping vegetables? She touched her neck. Feeling an unsettling chill, the vines appeared endless. As the last batch was vanquished, another wave rushed in, each one sturdier than the last, until the sound of metal clashing echoed when they met his blade. Sang Yin decisively dropped the tree she had been carrying and dashed to Xie Qinzhou's side, while the fire spread and consumed the vines. Let us go. This forest is peculiar. We could be worn out here. No sooner had she spoken than a chain of ice shot out from the side, ensnaring their ankles in a flash. They lost their balance, swiftly dragged into the woods. The newly sprouted vines attempted to intervene, but they vanished without a trace. When calm returned, they found themselves in an exaggeratedly large tree hollow. A pale blue layer of ice covered the walls, its thickness unknown, while countless golden runes floated within. Hundreds of ice chains, as thick as a wrist, stretched from the ceiling down to a gigantic ice pillar below, which was also adorned with golden runes. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Within a breath, frost clung to the ends of Sang Yin's hair and eyelashes, and a sharp pain radiated from her heart, rendering her immobile. The ice crept up her body at a visible pace. Just as she was about to be encased in ice, a hand yanked her back forcefully. She stumbled into the embrace of none other than Xie Qinzhou. His condition was no better. His complexion nearly transparent, accentuating the depth of his pitch-black eyes, reminiscent of an opal submerged in snowmelt. Sang Yin clasped her heart, her lips trembling, struggling to utter, "Xie Qinzhou, I think I'm falling ill." Xie Qinzhou glanced down at her, biting his fingertip, and gently smeared the blood on her pale lips. It was a familiar sweet metallic taste. Sang Yin pressed her lips together and swallowed the drop of blood. Gradually, the pain in her chest subsided. In that moment, she comprehended. "You had already given me your blood after I fell into the water?" He released her hand, his expression indifferent. "Your life or death is of no concern to me. I merely fear your brother's retribution." Sang Yin stated earnestly, "A gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions." Xie Qinzhou replied noncommittally, "I am no gentleman." Suddenly, the chains above them rattled in unison. Amidst the cacophony, a faint spark ignited within the ice pillar. It ascended slowly, piercing through the ice layer and hovering before Sang Yin and Xie Qinzhou. The chilling air dissipated instantly around them. They exchanged glances, and Sang Yin tentatively asked the spark, "Did you bring us here?" The spark remained silent. Instead, they heard a series of hoarse coughs emanating from within the ice pillar. Sang Yin turned towards the sound, gasping in shock. Within the ice pillar, a strange bird had appeared, its breed unknown, with a bare white body and 3 eyes, 6 claws, and feathers as vibrant as the sunset. At that moment, it lay on the ground, countless chains piercing its wings, and countless ice spikes relentlessly drilled into its wounds, only to be incinerated by the blazing fire of its feathers. Sang Yin and Xie Qinzhou exchanged glances and nodded slightly. This bird was likely the one that brought them here. Sensing no malice from it, she took a cautious step forward, asking, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The strange bird weakly regarded her, transforming into a white-haired woman clad in red, a vivid scarlet mark adorning her collarbone. She waved her hand, dispelling the chains, and shakily stood upright. "I am Qiezhi." This character was not present in the original text, prompting Sang Yin to proceed with caution. "Might I inquire why you brought us here?" Qiezhi's gaze swept across her face, lingering on Xie Qinzhou for a few seconds, before lowering her head to cough softly, her expression inscrutable. "Bringing you here was a last resort." "I have a favor to ask of you," Sang Yin inquired. "What is it?" Qiezhi raised her head, her expression sorrowful. "I was once the guardian spirit beast of the Zhuyu clan, the Qi Jiao bird. The Wanxian alliance lured me from my mountain, imprisoning me here for 500 years with a grand sealing technique using eternal ice." Upon hearing this, Sang Yin instinctively glanced at Xie Qinzhou, and indeed, his face was not in the best condition. She knew he was reminded of the 7 years he had been imprisoned. The cultivation world is fraught with perverse individuals, imprisoning others at will. Sang Yin sighed inwardly. "You wish for us to rescue you?" she asked. Qiezhi shook her head. a bitter smile gracing her lips. I am exhausted. My lifespan is nearly spent. Whether I escape or not is inconsequential. Sang Yin replied, return home and give yourself a couple of slaps. Chapter 22. The Damnable Counterfeit Merchant. May I ask what you wish to entrust us with? She inquired. Chieji's gaze softened. Step forward. Just as Sang Yin was about to take a step, she recalled Lulu's warning about hesitated, and withdrew her foot. You can just say it. I won't come closer. It's quite cold. Chieji spoke gently. There is no need to fear. I would not harm you, that if I intended to, you would have perished the moment you stepped in here. Xiechinzhou coldly interjected, say it here. Upon hearing his words, Chieji paused, slowly lifting her lashes, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Something akin to relief, self-mockery, and more so, resignation. Very well, to see you before my demise is a kindness bestowed by fate. Chieji sighed, her wrist twisting as a creamy white light coalesced in her palm. The light passed through the ice layer, floating languidly before Xiechinzhou. He extended his hand to catch it. Scrutinizing it closely as the light dimmed, the object within revealed itself. It was a bird egg the size of a fist. He showed little interest and casually handed it to Sang Yin. She examined it curiously. What is this? This is my unborn child, unable to hatch due to being trapped within the eternal ice. Chieji explained slowly. 500 years ago, the Wanxian Alliance stole her from me. I had no choice but to leave the mountain in pursuit. Although I reclaimed her, I lost my freedom, along with the entire Zhuyu clan that I was meant to protect. She pronounced each word with gravity. The entire clan perished. Sang Yin asked, was it the Wanxian Alliance's doing? Chieji nodded. Sang Yin's anger flared. Isn't the Wanxian Alliance a righteous faction? How is it possible to remain utterly uninvolved? Xiechinzhou suddenly inquired. Zhuyu clan? They are the descendants of the divine lineage that dwells in Shaohua Mountain. Chieji responded softly. There is no being in this world more compassionate or benevolent than they. Xiechinzhou furrowed his brows. Sang Yin, perplexed, asked, why would the Wanxian Alliance seek to annihilate them? Chieji remained silent for a long while. I do not know. Sang Yin carefully secured the Qili bird egg and consoled. Senior, do not worry, we shall take good care of your child. Chieji replied, thank you. Once all that needed to be said had been spoken, Xiechinzhou asked, when will you let us go? The corners of Chieji's eyes twitched slightly. She replied gently, why the haste? Come closer. I have a gift for you, a token of my gratitude. Just as Sang Yin was about to step forward, Xiechinzhou suddenly grasped her arm and said calmly, no need. We only wish to depart. Chieji fixed her gaze upon him, the smile that had been lifted slowly fading, leaving her expression devoid of emotion. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. An ominous premonition surged within Sang Yin. Instinctively, she reached for the protective talismans hanging at her waist. Surely they could withstand a confrontation? Without warning, a chain shot forth, ensnaring her and dragging her violently towards the ice pillar. Thud. She crashed to the ground, her internal organs nearly misaligned, curling up in pain. Chieji flicked her fingers, and in an instant, the protective talismans at Sang Yin's waist shattered into countless pieces. Sang Yin was left speechless. What use were they? Cursed counterfeit merchants. The oppressive aura belonging to the Demon King bore down upon her, and she spat a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. Chieji pressed against the ice pillar, her expression wild. Speak. You shall willingly offer your body to me. Sang Yin refused to utter a word. Then I shall kill you now. Chieji spread her arms. And with a thunderous roar, flames erupted around Sang Yin. Clang! A brilliant sword light sliced through the air, colliding with the chain that bound Sang Yin's ankle, creating a deafening sound that reverberated. The youth held the sword hilt firmly. His eyes dark as night dye in a flash, he swung a second strike, the sword's energy descending like a tempest. Another resounding crash echoed. The chain abruptly snapped. Amidst the raging inferno, a narrow path of vacuum appeared. And without hesitation, Sang Yin scrambled to her feet and bolted for freedom. Chieji's face twisted in fury. Do not think you can escape. A tremendous force surged towards Sang Yin, sending her hurtling backward uncontrollably. Xiechinzhou's eyes flickered, and he seized her, swapping their positions. Bang! He collided violently with the ice pillar, letting out a muffled groan as he clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. The blood splattered against the ice pillar, causing Chieji to tremble violently, her hands clutching her head in agony. Her gaze fluctuated between clarity and madness, as if another entity was vying for control of her body. He deceived me. He has deceived me. I shall slaughter all of humanity. Humanity deserves to die. 500 years, 500 years. Wei Shengyu, your heart is so cruel. Shaohua Mountain is gone. Zhuyu is no more. Everything is lost. Do not hinder me. I merely seek revenge. What wrong have I committed? With a clang, the chains binding the two fell to the ground, and Qiezhi roared at them. Go! Sang Yin grasped Xie Zhou's hand and sprinted towards the cave entrance. Behind them, the engraved golden runes resonated in unison, as Qiezhi relentlessly slammed into the ice, her piercing shrieks and furious roars intertwining, echoing through the heavens and earth. The surroundings trembled as if an earthquake had struck, with chunks of ice crashing down, sending countless snowflakes and ice dust flying. Sang Yin held tightly to Xie Zhou's hand, guiding him through the ruins that felt like the end of the world. Not daring to pause for a moment, she turned to Xie Zhou and said, "We will escape safely, do not be afraid." Xie Zhou, initially poised to pull away from her grip, halted his movements. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light illuminated the cave. Sang Yin looked up. A white-clad cultivator descended on a flying sword, tall and elegant, his robes billowing. As their gazes met, he formed a hand seal, conjuring a gust of energy that lifted Sang Yin, carrying her toward the tree hollow. The instant she left the hollow, she couldn't help but glance back. Before the ice pillar, the white-clad cultivator stood firmly, his sword howling like a dragon. The winds howled, and golden sword shadows soared into the sky, striking down upon the frenzied demon beast with an unstoppable force. Sang Yin could barely breathe. Is this what it means to be a sword cultivator? How incredibly powerful! Boom! The earth shook, and everything fell silent. Qiezhi's form gradually dissipated. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the void, unsure where it landed. Finally liberated, she suddenly reached out, attempting to grasp something. "I wish to see you once more, my daughter." My man. A blinding light flashed, leaving only dust in its wake. The northern winds howled, scattering the remnants. Thus, love and hatred alike dissolved into nothingness on the shores of the frozen lake. Two figures appeared, startling several cold-feathered birds from the trees. Bang! Sang Yin landed in the snow in a sprawl, wearily flipping over, brushing the snow off her face, her eyes vacant. We finally escaped. Xie Zhou descended lightly, gazing at the frozen lake with a solemn expression. Sang Yin took a deep breath, propped herself up on her arms, and rummaged through her storage bag, pulling out a pile of elixirs. "Are you hurt? Come quickly and take a couple of nourishing elixirs to recuperate." Xie Zhou replied nonchalantly, "It's just a minor injury." She forcefully shoved the porcelain vial into his hand, saying earnestly, "Young man, your complexion resembles that of a corpse that has yet to be buried after 3 days." Xie Zhou expressionlessly lifted the porcelain vial, tilting his head to pour the elixir into his mouth, chewing it vigorously. His teeth seemed in fine condition. Sang Yin couldn't help but envy him. Being someone who had recently suffered from wisdom tooth inflammation, just as she prepared to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ribs, and she involuntarily gasped. "I think I might have broken a few ribs." After saying that, she reassured herself, at least it wasn't a leg. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. "Could you lend me a hand?" "Friend." In the end, she extended her hand towards Xie Zhou, pleading. Xie Zhou disdainfully pulled her up. "You are rather optimistic." "I merely speak the truth." Sang Yin grinned through her pain. "We nearly perished in there." She pondered aloud. "I wonder who it was that came to our rescue. They were truly impressive." Xie Zhou scoffed softly. "Nothing exceptional. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, melodious like shattered jade. Chapter 23. Our Xiaoxie is indeed a flower of Qingzhou. Sang Yin turned to follow the voice. A young cultivator stood by the lake, his appearance as handsome as a jade crown, with striking features. Several clusters of ice roses bloomed beside him, their petals as translucent as crystal. As the breeze blew, they drifted into the folds of his robe. He lowered his gaze to gather the flowers, his fingers long and elegant as jade. Sang Yin was entranced. Truly beautiful. Could this be what a true immortal looks like? Xie Zhou, with a smirk, reminded her. Saliva. Sang Yin hurriedly wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Realizing she was being teased halfway through, she retorted angrily, "Nonsense. There's clearly no drool. Xie Qinzhou let out a cold snort. Sang Yin threatened him with a fist, then composed her expression to ask the cultivator softly, "Was it you who saved us, young hero?" The cultivator nodded. "I am Xiao Zhuochun, of the Changsheng Hall." Sang Yin quickly introduced herself. "I am Sang Yin, and this is my friend Xie Qinzhou. We are immensely grateful for your life-saving intervention, young hero Xiao Da." As she spoke, she tugged at Xie Qinzhou's sleeve, urging him to express his thanks. Xie Qinzhou cast a haughty glance at the other and coldly snorted again. She sighed, changing the topic. "Might I inquire if you have seen our companions on your way here?" "They are disciples of the Shaoyao sect, bearing tokens at their waists. I came to investigate the disturbances in the Shumi realm as instructed by my master, but encountered only the two of you." Xiao Zhuochun replied calmly. "Why were you here?" Sang Yin explained. "We were originally aboard a flying vessel heading to the Shaoyao sect, but encountered an accident mid-flight and were inexplicably thrown into the Shumi realm." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Zhuochun remarked, "It must have been the Qili bird's doing. She is nearing her end and likely sought to seize a host." Sang Yin realized, no wonder she targeted me alone, urging me to offer my body to her. Xiao Zhuochun stated, "You lacked the passage key to the Shumi realm and could not utilize spiritual energy within. Surviving unscathed is quite remarkable." Sang Yin blurted out, "In truth, I've likely broken at least 3 ribs and vomited a bucket of blood. I only appear lively now due to the last flickers of life." Xiao Zhuochun paused momentarily. "Do you have any final words to convey?" "I shall relay them to your family and friends." Sang Yin was momentarily speechless. Xie Qinzhou coolly interjected, "You should hurry and speak your last wishes. Delay, and you may lose your chance." Sang Yin shot him a glare and cleared her throat. "By the way, why was that Qili bird imprisoned here?" Xiao Zhuochun replied evenly, "Years ago, she wreaked havoc in the mortal realm, burning 30,000 miles, reducing 50 cities to ashes, with not a single survivor among the populace. The Wanxian Alliance intended to execute her on the spot, but my master deemed such punishment too lenient. After discussion, the Wanxian Alliance decided to secretly imprison her in the Shumi realm, subjecting her to eternal torment." Sang Yin gasped. So this was the true reason Xia had spent 500 years in captivity. She also mentioned that the Immortal Alliance stole her child. "Is this true?" Xiao Zhuochun replied. "The Qijiao bird is born to obey the Zhuyu clan. It cannot be tamed by humans, and thus, even if we desired the chick, it would be futile." Sang Yin inquired, "And what of the Zhuyu clan?" Xiao Zhuochun's voice turned slightly cold. "Ancient texts record that the Zhuyu clan is notoriously brutal, reveling in the consumption of human flesh. Once, 100,000 cultivators perished on Shaohua Mountain." Sang Yin sighed. "Well, it seems all of this has been a fabrication, leading us in circles like fools." She silently repented for her earlier misconceptions about the 10,000 Immortals Alliance for 3 seconds. "My apologies, 10,000 Immortals Alliance. I wronged you. Now that the Qijiao has been vanquished, it is time for me to depart." Xiao Zhuochun summoned his spiritual sword and took his leave. Sang Yin nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, yes, young hero Xiao, may your journey be smooth. I am exceedingly grateful for your rescue." Xiao Zhuochun regarded her silently, unmoving. Sang Yin, puzzled, cautiously asked, "Is there something else you wish to discuss? Perhaps you seek a token of gratitude?" As she reached into her storage bag for spirit stones, Xiao Zhuochun suddenly spoke, "I am waiting for you to express your final words." Sang Yin. Beside her, Xie Qinzhou chuckled audibly, his laughter exaggerated enough to dislodge a cluster of snow from the branches above. After finally bidding farewell to Xiao Zhuochun, Sang Yin glared at Xie Qinzhou. "Is it really that amusing?" Xie Qinzhou smirked, replying leisurely, "Amusing? How could it not be, Miss Sang? You ought to take a moment to reflect on your own appearance." Sang Yin, with a confident demeanor, retorted, "I performed admirably." "Cease your jests." Xie Qinzhou responded, "Miss Sang, your soul nearly fell prey to that dashing young hero." Sang Yin defended herself. Who could resist such good looks? This is a perfectly normal reaction. Xie Qinzhou's smile faded slightly as he spoke slowly. "I see." Ding. Xie Qinzhou's favorability -10. Sang Yin exclaimed. "What?" She declared firmly. "No matter how handsome he may be, he cannot compare to your looks." Xie Qinzhou scoffed. Sang Yin flattered. "Our little Xie is the fairest flower of Qingzhou. Xiao Zhuochun pales in comparison." Xie Qinzhou replied with a dismissive hmph. Sang Yin scratched her head, perplexed by his unusual behavior. "This place connects to the Shumi realm." gathering far too much resentment, which in turn affects your emotions, amplifying all feelings. Liolio's voice suddenly chimed in. He lamented, "My goodness, I finally managed to connect to the internet. Did I miss anything?" Sang Yin coldly remarked. "You knew to swerve when the car crashed into the tree, yet you still let snot fall into your mouth. You know to log in after defeating the dungeon boss." Lulu awkwardly chuckled. "Seeing the host alive brings me immense relief." Sang Yin snapped, "At critical moments, you are utterly unreliable. What use are you to me? You might as well be washed and sent to McDonald's to be coated in breadcrumbs and deep-fried until golden." "Lulu, QAQ, how cruel." A flying boat slowly approached. From a distance, Chu Yao shouted, "Sang Yin, are you alive?" Sang Yin called back, "Absolutely." As the boat came to a halt, Wen Buyu and his companions strode towards her. "Miss Sang, are you all right?" Sang Yin shook her head. "It's a long story, but we are fine now," Xu Shuan sighed in relief. "When we saw you and young Master Xie fall, we were terrified." Sang Yin omitted any mention of Xie Chenzhou's cultivation, vaguely stating, "It was a young hero named Xiao Zhuochen from the Chongqing Palace who saved us." Xie Chenzhou cast her a glance, but offered no rebuttal. Upon hearing her words, Xu Shuan emitted a short, sharp gasp, covering her mouth and her eyes widening in shock. "Xiao Zhuochen?" Sang Yin was bewildered by her intense reaction. "Yes, what of it?" Xu Shuan exclaimed excitedly. "His name is known throughout the cultivation world. Everyone yearns to see him in person. Xiao Zhuochen, the undisputed prodigy of the cultivation realm, was so perfect he seemed beyond mortal comprehension. He hailed from a prestigious family, possessed striking looks, and was born with an innate talent for swordsmanship, rightfully claiming the top spot among the younger generation of cultivators." Xu Shuan elaborated. "The cultivation world even established a list of outstanding talents. And he ranks first." Sang Yin understood now. He was a top-tier figure in the cultivation realm. Noticing Chu Yao's disdainful expression, she felt a twinge of confusion. Chu Yao, perceiving her thoughts, bluntly stated, "I have a bitter rivalry with Xiao Zhuochen's younger brother. I find the Xiao family bothersome. I admire Yu Qingxi, who ranks second on the list, as she opposes the Xiao family." Xu Shuan couldn't help but mutter, "What is there to admire about a wastrel like Yu Qingxi?" Sang Yin grasped the situation. This was about family ties. "Our senior brother and your brother are also on the list," Chu Yao added. Sang Yin grew intrigued. "What position do they hold?" "Senior brother ranks third, while your brother is 10th. That's so." Sang Qian was quite renowned. Sang Yin began to seriously ponder how much spirit stones she could earn by reselling Sang Qian's signed autographs. "However, in my opinion, young Master Xie is not at all inferior to these figures." Xu Shuan remarked, "Given time, young Master Xie will undoubtedly secure a place on the list." Xie Chenzhou nonchalantly stated, "It's merely a hollow title. There is nothing of value to be concerned about. Only shallow and fickle women like Sang Yunling would care for such things." Humph. Chapter 24. "I, Xie Chenzhou, will never like you." A warning of sweet irony. 3 days later, Sang Yin successfully arrived at the foot of the Xiaoyao sect in Luoxian City. Chu Yao and the others had to return to the sect to report, hastily leaving after giving her a few instructions. The selection for new disciples would not begin for another day, and the city was bustling with people drawn by the prospect of participating in the selection. Sang Yin and Xie Chenzhou searched several inns, only to find them fully booked. Surely, there couldn't be over 10,000 people in the city right now. The streets were thronged with crowds as she walked. Reflecting on how difficult it was to enter the Xiaoyao sect, she had no idea what the scene would be like during the official selection tomorrow. However, according to the original tale, the first test, which assessed spiritual roots, would eliminate a significant portion of the candidates. Then came the second and third tests. Ultimately, no more than 10 individuals would be allowed to enter the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. The pressure weighed heavily on Sang Yin. Her spiritual root was not a concern, as the original owner possessed one. Yet, the original owner had entered the Xiaoyao sect due to Sang Qian's connections. Now that she had decided to conceal her identity and seek a master, she could no longer rely on this. She had to rely on her own abilities to enter the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. If she failed, Sang Yin stood before the bulletin board, carefully reading the notice posted there. The Xiaoyao sect dining hall is hiring 2 dishwashers. Working hours, 3 shifts for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 1 day off every other day. 20 days of annual leave. Monthly salary, 30 spirit stones, meals and accommodation provided. Sang Yin's eyes sparkled. Becoming a disciple was not a necessity. She glanced around furtively before swiftly tearing down the notice and tucking it into her sleeve. Nearby, Xiechenzhou had witnessed the entire episode. Sang Yunling, what are you doing? Sang Yin pulled him into a corner and said seriously, do not call me Sang Yunling anymore. Xiechenzhou frowned, then what should I call you? Call me Sang Yin, she replied. Or just Yin Yin will do. The words of Chu Yao echoed in her mind. Only those close to you would call you by your nickname. Xiechenzhou scrutinized Sang Yin and chuckled. Sang Yunling, I advise you to give up on any hopes. Sang Yin asked in confusion. What? He stated. Perhaps our time together has led to some misunderstandings, but I, Xiechenzhou, will never develop feelings for you. Sang Yin was taken aback. What? He continued. My remaining time with you is merely a stopgap. Once the day comes when I obtain what I seek, I will leave. Should you attempt to hinder me, I will surely take your life with my own hands. Sang Yin gasped. What? Without another word, Xiechenzhou turned and strode away. Sang Yin was left utterly bewildered. Is he insane? Half a day passed, and as night fell, Sang Yin finally located the only inn with a vacant room. You two are truly fortunate. This inn has only this one room left. Had you arrived even a moment later, you would have found no lodging. The innkeeper cheerfully handed over the key. Every 30 years, Luoxian City becomes this lively. It's clear you're here for the first time. Those experienced folks book their rooms months in advance. Sang Yin accepted the key. Indeed, it's my first time here. I didn't think ahead. The innkeeper stroked his beard, sizing up her and Xiechenzhou for a moment, then commented, I observe that you two possess extraordinary potential. You will surely succeed in entering the Xiaoyao sect. Sang Yin exclaimed joyfully, Really? The innkeeper replied, Of course, I, an old man, have run this business for many years and have never misjudged anyone. However, Sang Yin pressed. However what? You are lacking one thing, he said gravely. If you have that, you will be assured of success. Sang Yin's heart raced. What is it? The innkeeper cautiously glanced around, retrieving 2 items from the shelf. As the saying goes, life, luck, and feng shui are essential. Often, success hinges on a stroke of luck. He waved the talisman in his left hand. This is a good luck charm drawn by Master Ji from Sibi. As long as you wear it, it will surely bring you continuous good fortune. Xiechenzhou interjected, Sang Yin, this is quite extraordinary. Sang Yin, intrigued, asked, Is it really that magical? Hold on, take a look at this. The innkeeper revealed his right hand, displaying a long sword. This is my family heirloom, forged from meteorite iron, 3 feet 3 inches long, incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Achieve your aspirations through selective choices. One cannot possibly do without such a formidable weapon. With it in hand, you will undoubtedly slay gods and Buddhas alike. Xiechenzhou, feeling a surge of emotions, exclaimed, Is it truly that powerful? Do you wish to possess it? The shopkeeper replied. Sang Yin fervently nodded. Absolutely. 100,000 spirit stones, he extended his hand. Sang Yin immediately bowed her head to retrieve her storage bag. Xiechenzhou, unable to contain himself, grasped her arm. Are you a fool? Before Sang Yin could respond, the shopkeeper rolled his eyes and scoffed. I only parted with it because you two seem to be of good taste. If you do not trust me, then I shall keep it. Sang Yin hurriedly interjected. I want it. Just wait a moment. I will give you the spirit stones right away. After saying this, she pushed Xiechenzhou. Let go quickly, you're blocking my payment. The two remained in a standoff for a few seconds before Xiechenzhou, with a dark expression, released her. Sang Yin handed a stack of stamped banknotes to the shopkeeper, each worth 10,000 spirit stones. Once the transaction was completed, the shopkeeper's expression transformed from grim to cheerful. Indeed, this young lady clearly knows her wares. He glanced at Xiechenzhou. Unlike some people who live off others and can't even discern who is in charge at home. Xiechenzhou's face darkened. What did you say? I said nothing, the shopkeeper replied innocently. Sang Yin carefully stored the talismans and the sword, forcibly pulling Xiechenzhou upstairs. All right, enough of this. It's getting late. Let's return to our room and rest. Upon entering the room, Xiechenzhou, still wearing a scowl, shook off her hand. He is mocking me. Did you not hear? Sang Yin sat down in a chair, admiring the newly acquired talismans and sword, casually responding. You must have misheard. I think he is quite nice and even gave me a gift. Xiechenzhou gritted his teeth. You? A good luck talisman was stuffed into his waist pouch. Sang Yin patted the pouch and cautioned. Wear it well. If you lose it, I won't buy you a new one. He was momentarily stunned before finally saying, You bought this for me? Yes, Sang Yin affirmed. Xiechun Zhou turned his face away. I don't need it. Take it back. It won't bother you if you leave it there, Sang Yin insisted. But this is a good luck talisman. It can bring you fortune. She gazed into his eyes, her voice filled with excitement. You have been so unlucky. With this, things will turn around, and I guarantee everything will go smoothly. Xiechun Zhou fell silent, and when he spoke again, his voice was unexpectedly softer. You are being overly sentimental. He tied the pouch securely, wearing a look of disdain. I will throw it away in a couple of days. Ding! Xiechun Zhou's favorability 200. Clearly, he liked it very much but was just pretending otherwise. Sang Yin pouted, drawing out her brand new sword. She curiously asked, Is this sword as powerful as yours? Xiechun Zhou countered, What do you think? Sang Yin pondered for a moment. It should be about the same, right? Xiechun Zhou summoned his own sword, throwing it down before her with a thud. Lifting his chin, See for yourself. Sang Yin, unable to contain her excitement, attempted to draw the sword but could not. She looked at Xiechun Zhou in confusion. He pulled out another chair, lazily sitting down, and flicked his fingers against the sword's body. The sword trembled and reluctantly unsheathed itself, in an instant. A brilliant light flashed before Sang Yin's eyes, causing her to squint. Once the radiance faded, she examined it closely. The sword was entirely black, devoid of any engravings, its material unknown and chillingly cold. She tried to hold it, finding it heavy and causing her wrist to ache. Looks rather ordinary, Sang Yin remarked. Just as she spoke, the sword in her hand trembled violently. She quickly set it down, feigning seriousness. But upon closer inspection, one would realize it is anything but ordinary. Every detail is perfection itself. Undoubtedly the finest sword in the world. The long sword lay still for a few seconds before it suddenly lifted its hilt, awkwardly nudging her palm. Sang Yin, what is wrong with it? She asked. Xiechun Zhou sheathed his sword, his expression impassive. It's nothing. It merely wishes to return to the forging furnace. Truly, the sword mirrors its master. Both are peculiar. Sang Yin did not understand but respected it. She rose and retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe. Do you know how to play rock, paper, scissors? Xiechun Zhou asked. Why are you asking this? Sang Yin set the blanket down in an appropriate spot. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the winner. The loser sleeps on the floor tonight. Fair and square. No cheating, he scoffed. Childish, I'm not playing. Sang Yin rolled up her sleeves. Rock, paper, scissors. Xiechun Zhou and she extended their hands simultaneously. She glanced at her open palm and then at his tightly clenched fist, bursting into laughter, proudly declaring, I won. Tonight I sleep in the bed, and you will obediently take the floor. Xiechun Zhou stared at his still clenched fist, looking somewhat bewildered. How had he just played his hand? Chapter 25. The subordinate thought the young master had also fallen for her. As night fell, the world fell silent. 2 crows fluttered away from the branches. In a secluded alley, they transformed into human forms, kneeling before a young man clad in black, paying their respects. Young master, this is the pill to suppress your cultivation. Crow 1 presented a wooden box with both hands. Young master, this is the lotus leaf chicken. Crow 2 offered an oiled paper package with both hands. Xiechun Zhou accepted the paper package, one-handedly lifting the lid of the wooden box to reveal a brown spirit pill within. Its aroma bitter. He casually picked it up and swallowed it. As the pill entered his abdomen, the spiritual energy within him rapidly diminished, and his meridians began to ache slightly. Xiechun Zhou paid it no mind. How long will it last? Crow 1 answered, You will return to the golden core stage in 3 months, and in another 3 months, back to the nascent soul stage. Xiechun Zhou nodded. 6 months, that is sufficient. Crow 2 added, Even if the sect master of the lonesome sect were here now, he would not discern your true cultivation. He would only view you as a handsome and gifted ordinary person. Allowing you to successfully infiltrate the lonesome sect, Crow 1 continued. But our goal is the Kunshan Jade fragment, is it not? Crow 2 reprimanded. What do you know? The reason the young master traveled such a distance to the lonesome sect is certainly not solely for the Kunshan Jade fragment on Sang Yunling. He must intend to take down the lonesome sect altogether, catching the righteous sect off guard. Young master, am I correct? Xiechun Zhou replied. Yes. Crow 1 exclaimed. The young master has grand ambitions. We can only look up in admiration. Crow 2, puzzled, asked. Sang Yunling has faced dangers several times along the way. Why did you choose to save her? If she dies, would we not obtain the fragments? Xie Chenzhou leaned back against the wall, casting a casual glance at him. Are you questioning me? Crow 2 stammered. I would not dare. Xie Chenzhou's voice was indifferent. If Sang Yunling were to die, the fragments would vanish with her. To obtain the fragments, we must seek alternative methods, Crow 1 declared. The young master bears the burden of humiliation. We can only look up in admiration. Crow 2 suddenly understood. So that it? I thought the young master had developed feelings for her. Xie Chenzhou scoffed. Ha! I could never like such a rude and disrespectful woman. Crow 1 praised. The young master remains true to himself. We can only look up in admiration, Crow 2 stated. I shall seek opportunities to infiltrate the lonesome sect and fully support the young master's grand plans, ensuring the swift capture of the lonesome sect. Xie Chenzhou said coldly. Before capturing the lonesome sect, there is still one matter I need you to attend to. Both Crow 1 and Crow 2 straightened their expressions. We are willing to go through fire and water for the young master. Xie Chenzhou beckoned them closer with a finger. The two stepped forward nervously. Xie Chenzhou whispered. Their expressions changed, exchanging glances. Xie Chenzhou asked, Do you understand? Crow 1 and Crow 2 nodded. Understood. Xie Chenzhou dismissed them. You may leave. The two bowed and retreated, disappearing into the shadows. Only Xie Chenzhou remained in the alley. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, glanced up at the starry sky. And a smirk crept onto his lips as he hurried back to the inn, clutching the lotus leaf chicken. Pushing open the door, he found Sang Yin bent over the table, examining a bird's egg. Upon seeing him return, her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached, taking the paper package from his hands. Why did it take so long to buy a late-night snack? I thought I was going to starve. As she spoke, she opened the paper package. Wow, it's lotus leaf chicken. Xie Chenzhou replied coldly. I am not your servant. If you dare order me again. Before he could finish, a chicken leg abruptly stuffed into his mouth. Silencing his words. Stop talking, eat it while it's hot, Sang Yin exclaimed, breaking off another chicken leg and taking a big bite. Her words slightly muffled. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Xie Chenzhou removed the chicken leg from his mouth, frowning at her greasy hands. I washed my hands 3 times before eating. Sang Yin protested, annoyed. Don't look at me like that. Xie Chenzhou lightly mocked. Miss Sang, your eating style is quite bold. Sang Yin rolled her eyes and retorted without hesitation. No one in this world has been born who can elegantly finish a lotus leaf chicken. If you want to eat, then eat. If you don't want to eat, then shut up and go to sleep. Don't sit here with your sarcasm ruining my appetite. Xie Chenzhou grasped the chicken leg tightly. It was a mistake. Sang Yunling was not only rude and fickle but also sharp-tongued and gluttonous. He took a fierce bite of the chicken leg. Those who are fond of such individuals are either fools or blind. Without exception. Downstairs, the innkeeper tidied up the tables and chairs, exchanged pleasantries with the manager, and left work. Once everyone had departed, the manager opened the drawer of the counter, beaming as he counted the money. A knock echoed on the tabletop, causing him to look up warily. Standing before the counter were 2 men in black, one wearing a ghostly mask with sharp fangs, the other adorned with a demon mask of white brows and red eyes. Although their faces were obscured, their aura was terrifying. The manager's heart sank as he tucked away the money, forcing a smile. Our establishment is fully booked. Might I suggest you 2 gentlemen seek accommodations elsewhere? The man in the ghost mask spoke with a chilling tone. What if I refuse? The manager dared not breathe too heavily. Might I ask how I have offended you 2 gentlemen? The other man in the demon mask replied slowly. Take a guess. Cold sweat rolled down the manager's back as he tried to appease them. How about this? I happen to have a talisman personally drawn by Master Ji from Tsibei Cliff, along with 2 ancestral swords of my family, which I usually sell for no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Today, I shall not charge you a single coin. Consider it a gift to make friends. The man in the ghost mask responded, very well. The manager hurriedly produced the talisman and swords. Please accept them, I insist. Just as he finished speaking, the other party suddenly seized his collar, pulling him closer. The manager struggled but could not escape his grip, fear causing him to lean back. What do you intend to do? The man in the demon mask let out a sinister laugh and waved his hand to cast a barrier that obscured their surroundings. You reckless fool, How dare you deceive our young master? Tonight, you shall learn the cost of offending him. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar bed, or perhaps it was the matter of the selection weighing on her mind. But Sang Nian's sleep was restless. When she awoke, dawn had just broken, and the morning mist had yet to dissipate. The sounds of vendors conversing occasionally drifted through the streets, and the small wooden carts rolled over the ground with a gentle rumble, while larks flitted through the clouds, leaving behind a series of clear chirps. It was not loud, yet it was not entirely quiet either. She turned over to see the young man sleeping on the ground. He lay in a very proper manner, his hands neatly folded before him, completely still. The window had been left open the previous night, and a few rays of morning light fell unobstructed upon his face, dampening his delicate features. Even in sleep, he frowned slightly. Sang Nian mumbled to herself, finding it impossible to fall back asleep. She decided to tiptoe out of bed to close the window. Just as she took a step, Xie Zhou suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up, drawing his sword in a flash and pointing it at her throat, like a fierce beast. Sang Nian's foot hung suspended in the air. I merely wished to close the window. Realizing her intentions, he sheathed his sword and pressed his fingers against his temples. Sang Nian successfully closed the window and asked, "Is this how you always are?" Xie Zhou grunted in response, a faint weariness appearing between his brows. Sang Nian remarked, "No wonder your temper is so poor. Few who sleep poorly possess good tempers." Xie Zhou lifted his gaze, a half-smile playing on his lips, "And yet you remain unafraid of death, constantly provoking my ire." Sang Nian pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Then I shall treat you better from now on. Refrain from angering you, and perhaps flatter you more." Xie Zhou scoffed, "Sweet nothings." Sang Nian gazed at him, "It is sincere." Their eyes locked for a moment before Xie Zhou averted his gaze. Chuckling softly, "Sincerity? I have never encountered such a thing." Sang Nian's eyes sparkled like clear water. "Not having seen it does not mean it does not exist. Time will reveal my true feelings for you." Xie Zhou pinched his knuckles, finding the notion absurd. Those who once humiliated him now spoke of sincerity. It was truly laughable. Even more ludicrous was that, for a fleeting moment, he believed it. Xie Zhou closed his eyes, his knuckles turning white. Useless things. Chapter 26. What? Your manners dare to be worse than mine? Yu Jing, Changxing Hall. Xiao Zhuochen approached the hall and inquired of the gatekeeper, "Has the master emerged from seclusion?" The attendant replied, "Not yet." Xiao Zhuochen nodded and was about to turn away when a sigh resonated from within the hall. "Zhuochen, you have returned." Xiao Zhuochen stood with his hands at his sides. "Master, 4 days ago, the monstrosities in the Shumi realm have been dealt with." There was silence for a long while before a question arose. Did she leave any words before her demise? Xiao Zhuochen replied. The disciple did not hear. Very well. Another sigh echoed from within. Who has invaded the Shumi realm? 2 passers-by. They were on their way to the Xiaoyao sect for the selection. The monstrosity, nearing the end of its lifespan, sought to seize a new body, thus pulling them into the Shumi realm. In that case, you may leave. Yes. Within the hall, Wei Shengyu slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Time slips away like a fleeting moment. 500 years are but a blink in the vastness of time, he thought. Yet there would be no next 500 years. Never again. At noon, the square of Luoxian City resonated with 3 chimes, signaling the commencement of the selection. Sang Nian hurriedly led Xie Zhou toward the location. As they descended the stairs, the battered innkeeper suddenly rushed toward them. She jumped in fright. "What happened to you?" The innkeeper, unable to meet Xie Zhou's gaze, placed the money he had received the previous day into Sang Nian's hands, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "Miss, I observed the celestial signs last night and concluded that it is ill-advised to engage in financial dealings recently, lest bloodshed ensue. Please take these spirit stones back. The talisman and sword shall be my gift to you." Sang Nian hesitated. "This feels wrong. I cannot take such a significant advantage from you. It is not easy to run a business." "No problem at all." The innkeeper was nearly in tears. "Do not concern yourself with my affairs. I am truly fine." Sang Nian was about to refuse again when Xie Zhou casually remarked, "The selection is about to begin." Reluctantly, she acquiesced, "Then thank you, innkeeper." The innkeeper nodded fervently. "Quickly, be on your way." Sang Nian asked, "Huh?" The innkeeper clarified, "I meant to say, take your time. Both of you, please walk slowly, haha." After expressing her gratitude, Sang Yin hurriedly walked with Xie Zhou toward the square. Upon arrival, they found the area teeming with people, a sea of heads stretching endlessly. Sang Yin had no desire to jostle through the crowd and signaled for Xie Zhou to stand behind her. Naturally, some wished to move forward while others sought to retreat. "Get out of the way!" A young man in fine clothes forcefully shoved aside those blocking his path, threatening, "Beware, those who obstruct this young master's way will regret it." The man he pushed was no pushover. He immediately prepared to retaliate. The young man's guard stepped forward, intentionally releasing an aura of intimidation. The other man's face paled, and he staggered before kneeling on the spot. "Here, a little something for you." The young man casually tossed a pouch of spirit stones, raising his chin and continuing forward. The crowd fell silent, then began to murmur among themselves. "He actually has a golden core stage guard with him. He must be someone of significance. And no wonder he is so arrogant and unscathed. If he had no protection, he would be beaten up at least 8 times a day. Ha! A ruffian like him dares to enter the Xiaoyao sect?" A pipe dream. Sang Yin also watched the young man, wondering who this imbecile was. Lu answered in her mind. Shen Ming Chao, the original owner's arch-nemesis. Sang Yin slapped her forehead. Of course, it's him. Shen Ming Chao. 16 years old, a prince of a certain kingdom, his character as arrogant and domineering as the original owneress. He had met Sang Yunling at the Xiaoyao sect, and the two, equally prone to fighting those they disliked, likely thought along these lines. "What? Your manners dare to be worse than mine? No, a sect can only have one person with the worst manners. From now on, I shall only target him." Thus, they engaged in petty squabbles every 2 days and more significant confrontations every 5 days. Ultimately securing victory in the new edition of the Xiaoyao sect spinning top competition, Sang Yin thought, divine gold. Upon returning, she must avoid this author. The writing is subpar, clearly produced in a rush with eyes closed and fingers flying across the keyboard. Boom! The bell tolled once more, and the crowd in the square held their breath, all gazing upward. Sang Yin hurriedly stopped her wandering thoughts and looked up. In the center of the square, a beam of light shot into the sky, and a massive luminous screen unfurled above them. An elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow appeared within. The selection for new disciples of the Xiaoyao sect officially begins. The selection consists of 3 trials. Only those who pass all 3 may become disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. His voice resonated throughout the square. The first trial is to test one's spiritual roots. As he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a giant black crystal stone soared into the air above the square. The crystal shook violently, sending out translucent ripples. Sang Yin watched it with curiosity. Suddenly, 2 beams of light illuminated beneath her feet. One was a pale blue, and the other a light green. The blue represented the original owner's water spiritual root. What could the green signify? "Host, this is your own wood spiritual root." Lu said, "With a wood spiritual root, your mastery of healing arts will be easier than for others." Sang Yin comprehended. Her innate talent lay in playing the supportive role of a healer. She cast her gaze over the square, where approximately half of the individuals had manifested their spiritual roots. Only a select few, much like herself, possessed the dual roots, inciting envy among those nearby. Sang Yin averted her eyes, ultimately focusing on the ground beneath Xie Zhou. Nothing was there. She suspected she might have misperceived. Rubbing her eyes before looking again, a dark purple glow emanated from beneath Xie Zhou's feet, precisely as described in the original text regarding the thunder's spiritual root. A sense of relief washed over her. It seemed she had indeed been mistaken moments ago. Xie Zhou cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his expression inscrutable. As the test concluded, some individuals were elated while others lamented. Those who passed the first stage would be automatically transported to the second examination realm. The elder proclaimed that first-time users of the teleportation array might experience slight dizziness, which was a normal occurrence, and there was no need for alarm. Sang Yin felt relatively at ease and quietly reminded Xie Zhou, "I've heard from Chu Yao that the second stage will present terrifying scenarios, but they are merely illusions, so do not be afraid." Xie Zhou replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing in this world that can instill fear in me." Sang Yin agreed, recalling that in the original narrative, Xie Zhou was the first to pass the trials. Although the specifics of his success were not detailed, he ultimately triumphed in a swift motion. She tucked a paper crane into his palm, saying, "If we happen to get separated during the trials, This will guide us back to each other. Xie and Zhou accepted it without a word. As they spoke, the teleportation array carved into the ground activated. Intricate patterns floating into the air and gradually coalescing point one by one. Those who had discovered their spiritual roots vanished from the square, which quickly became deserted. Sang Yin felt her body lighten, as if she were aboard a roller coaster plummeting from a great height. The space folded and transformed rapidly, and when everything settled, her mind felt muddled. "Host, are you all right?" Lu transformed into a small parrot and flitted out. Sang Yin opened her mouth, nearly retching. She waved her hand. Taking a deep breath, "I'm fine." Lu hovered beside her. "Shall we proceed?" Sang Yin nodded, surveying her surroundings. They found themselves in a bamboo forest, shrouded in thick mist, with visibility exceedingly low. Not a single bird call could be heard. The silence profound enough to allow her to hear her own breathing. In such an oppressive environment, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to feel a sense of panic. Something drifted through the mist, indistinct and shadowy, sending shivers down her spine. What is lurking in the fog? Those are merely phantoms conjured from the fears within your heart. Just disperse them. Lu assured her. Rest assured, the candidates are all mortals. The Xianyao sect will not allow any real harm to befall you. Its merely to scare you a little. So the essence of this trial was to test one's courage. Sang Yin drew forth the sword she had purchased at great expense, steeling herself with utmost caution. "What, I wonder, are the fears buried within me?" "That is for you to ponder," Lu replied. "I am but a chick, not a mind reader." Sang Yin felt both curious and anxious as the mist thickened further. A series of rustling sounds began to emerge, akin to the static of a television screen. She held her breath. A woman in white crawled from the depths of the mist, her limbs contorted in a grotesque manner, long black hair obscuring her face, rendering her features invisible. The rustling intensified as she let out a chilling laugh and slowly approached Sang Yin. Her exposed arms a sickly pale, fingertips smeared with mud and moss. Sang Yin was taken aback as the woman peacefully closed her eyes. Chapter 27. Do you know what it means to be a novice with insatiable cravings? Host, awaken. This is an illusion. Lu flapped her wings to rouse Sang Yin. There's nothing to fear. Sang Yin wore a woeful expression. Is it really? Suddenly, noises emerged from another direction. With a stiff neck, she turned her head. The bizarrely tall figure emerged from the mist, several tentacles writhing behind it, its limbs unnaturally elongated, resembling four bamboo poles. As it drew near, Sang Yin discerned its face, smooth and devoid of features. Sang Yin was struck dumb as an inundation of shadows emerged. Some were clad in court robes, hands outstretched, with nails as black as night and fangs bared. Others donned blood-stained red gowns, and some were hunched with feline faces. Others were wrapped in bandages, emaciated like corpses. No, they were indeed corpses. Some were adorned with tentacles and possessed eyes as red as blood, akin to some nameless entity. Sang Yin's composure shattered upon spotting a clown wielding a chainsaw and laughing maniacally. Lu exclaimed, "How many horror films have you watched?" Sang Yin retorted, "You might as well ask me which horror films I haven't seen. And you still watch so many despite your fear?" Lu was utterly perplexed. Sang Yin lamented, "Do you know what it means to be a novice with insatiable cravings?" Lu was infuriated. In the grand hall of the Xianyao sect, a magnificent light screen floated in midair. A dozen individuals stood below, chatting amiably, occasionally glancing at the scenes depicted on the light screen. Their demeanor relaxed. "I hear there are quite a few dual spiritual roots this time?" The tardy elder inquired. "About 10, replied the second elder. "They all seem promising. It depends on their resolve." The elder stroked his beard, recalling, in the last selection, there were only 2 with dual spiritual roots, Yin Yuan and Jing Xian. Indeed, 30 years have flown by. Yin Yuan has transitioned from disciple to elder and is now ready to take on apprentices. The second elder sighed. "Time waits for no one." The elder, lost in thought, shook his head and sighed. If only Jing Xian were still here, she would have begun taking apprentices by now. The second elder discreetly observed the young man seated alone, gesturing to the elder, "Let us refrain from discussing that. Yin Yuan cannot bear to hear her name, or he might retreat to Guzhou Peak to mourn." The elder understood and changed the subject. "Has the sect master not arrived yet?" The second elder replied. The sect master is still in seclusion. This is a crucial moment, and he won T becoming. The elders scan the room, frowning. Where is Baiku? She has probably passed out in some corner again. The second elder chuckled. You know her temperament. No calamity could be more pressing than a drink die in my opinion. Chu Yao is not meant to be your apprentice. She would be far better suited as her disciple. The elder frowned. Such disobedience. She shows no semblance of a senior. The second elder interjected. Enough of that. We should focus on the candidates instead. Let us select promising individuals swiftly to avoid being outmatched by those shameless contenders. I have 2 apprentices, Xueyin and Chu Yao, and I've long since decided not to take on any more. The elder leisurely settled into his seat, sipping tea. Moreover, we're only at the 2nd stage. Even if we have candidates, who knows if they can pass the 3rd stage? It's still too early to tell. To be honest, I've just spotted a young girl with dual water and with spiritual roots. Her aura is exceptionally pure, and she bears an oddly familiar visage. Yet, judging by her appearance, one can tell her heart is innocent and devoid of ulterior motives, making her likely to breeze through the 2nd stage. The second elder, with anticipation, remarked, "Let us observe her performance together." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the scene on the light screen shifted, eventually settling on the girl in green. In the bamboo forest, the girl in green appeared terrified. Sprinting at full speed, behind her, a bizarre array of creatures pursued her relentlessly, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The second elder exclaimed, "What on earth are these creatures?" The elder, following the second elder's gaze, was taken aback and suddenly stood up, his expression peculiar. "What manner of beings are these? I've never seen anything like them." The second elder scrutinized the chainsaw-wielding clown. "I've never encountered this either. Moreover, what is that weapon it wields? Its power is astonishing. It can cleave stone and tree without using spiritual energy." His excited voice soon attracted the attention of many. Only Yin Yuan, seated at the edge, remained unmoved. The elders gathered beneath the light screen, their faces equally astonished as they observed the scene. It appears stiff and has fangs. This must be a corpse transformation? They speculated regarding the peculiar creatures chasing the girl. And what of this clown with the red nose? It hardly resembles a human. How can you conclude it is human? And what of this elderly figure? Why does she possess a feline visage? How can she move so nimbly? Is she being corrupted by demonic energy? The crowd buzzed with speculation until suddenly, the scene changed. Wait, she has stopped. Could it be that she wishes to surrender? Well, she is merely a delicate young girl. She likely does not comprehend this as an illusion and is thoroughly terrified. In the bamboo grove, after being pursued for 2 full hours, Sang Nian finally halted, panting heavily as she steadied herself. Her complexion was ashen, whether from exhaustion or fear was unclear. Seizing the opportunity, the clown lunged forward. Sang Nian snatched the clamoring chainsaw from his grasp, her pale face contorted into a fierce expression. "So, you enjoy playing with chainsaws, do you?" In the next moment, she let out a sinister laugh and swiftly severed his head with a saw. The clown burst like a popped bubble, dissipating with a resounding thud, transforming into a mere stone that fell to the ground. She gradually lifted her face, her gaze landing on the other phantoms, emitting a series of bizarre, high-pitched laughs, her expression one of madness. "Come on, let us continue, it's such fun, play." The phantoms stepped back in unison, their faces contorted with palpable fear. They exchanged glances, then turned to flee. She revved the chainsaw with fervor, cackling as she pursued them. The elders beyond the light screen, witnessing the brutal scene, averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Time passed, though how long was uncertain, until all the phantoms vanished. Sang Nian wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, ever mindful of her condition as a heart patient, and tilted her head back to gulp down 3 bottles of heart-protecting elixir. Upon turning, she met the gaze of the boy in black, their eyes locking. He had been watching her for an indeterminate time. His expression complex, Sang Nian's demeanor stiffened momentarily as she raked her fingers through her disheveled hair, awkwardly uttering, "Why didn't you come over earlier? I was quite frightened." Xie Qinzhou glanced at the scattered stones, his lips twitching. They were also quite scared just now. Chapter 28. Your friend is rather polite, isn't he? Even a rabbit bites when cornered. I was left with no choice, Sang Nian asserted boldly. Xie Qinzhou stepped forward, inquiring, "What are these things?" Why have I never seen them before? Sang Yin casually fabricated an excuse. I love to dream. These are merely nightmares I have experienced. Zhou laughed scornfully. To think you were frightened by a few dreams. Haven't you encountered anything since entering? Sang Yin challenged. Everyone has something they fear. You must be hiding something. I told you. I haven't. Zhou replied impatiently, striding past her. Hey, let's walk together, Sang Yin called, matching his pace. Surprisingly, their journey proceeded smoothly. The exit loomed ahead. Just as Sang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to quicken her steps, Zhou abruptly halted. She was about to inquire when a faint sound of footsteps echoed from behind. As if someone were tiptoeing forward, in a way, not again, Sang Yin thought, bracing herself for yet another horror film character, and turned towards the source of the sound. To her surprise, it was not a grotesque monster, but a strikingly handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes. As long as it's a person, that's fine. Sang Yin's heart settled back into her chest. The newcomer greeted her amiably. Hello, I'm Luo Ping. With the danger averted, Sang Yin relaxed, recognizing no malice in him, and politely replied. I'm Sang Yin, and this is my friend, Zhou. However, Luo Ping smiled at Zhou, saying, I know his name. We've known each other for a long time. Sang Yin discreetly nudged Zhou with her elbow. Your friend seems rather polite. Zhou remained motionless and silent, his gaze fixed on Luo Ping's face. As if entranced in a long-lost dream, his expression dazed. Zhou? Sang Yin called out. Zhou? Luo Ping echoed, his voice clear and laced with laughter. Zhou appeared to awaken from a trance. Stepping back suddenly, his complexion paling. Sang Yin had never seen such an expression on his face, a blend of joy, nostalgia, resistance, and fear. Her eyelids fluttered. Zhou was afraid of this unfamiliar youth before him. Could it be, on the bamboo grove's path, the wine jar that Luo Ping swung about beckoned him like in days of old, laughing heartily. What a rare occasion to have free time today. Let us go drink. Zhou took a step towards him, dazed and absent-minded. Sang Yin seized his arm, whispering urgently, Zhou, snap out of it. That's not a real person. It's an illusion. Zhou turned slowly, bewildered. Illusion? Yes, he's fake. Sang Yin insisted that I know. Zhou murmured, lowering his gaze, his lips moving as he uttered something inaudible to her. Speak louder. I didn't catch that, Sang Yin urged. Zhou shook off her grip and continued towards Luo Ping. And you can't rush it, host. Illusions can only be dispelled by oneself. No one else can intervene, Lu advised. Hearing this, Sang Yin could only relent. Meanwhile, Zhou had reached Luo Ping and stood still. Zhou, you've grown so much taller. Luo Ping exclaimed, comparing their heights with astonishment. I'm now half a head shorter than you. Zhou replied. Luo Ping then asked, Is that Miss Sang your friend? Zhou hesitated briefly before nodding. Luo Ping smiled. Good for you. You finally made a friend. I am truly happy for you. A faint light flickered in Zhou's dark eyes. Really? Of course, you're my best brother. Luo Ping laughed heartily. Come on, let us go drink. Don't just stand here. Zhou remained motionless. Let us go, Luo Ping urged. Zhou's body swayed slightly, as if he intended to follow him. Sang Yin felt a cold sweat break out. Zhou's dazed expression regained a hint of clarity. He stared intently at Luo Ping for a long time before slowly and resolutely shaking his head. Luo Ping looked puzzled. Zhou? Luo Ping is already dead, Zhou whispered. I killed him with my own hands. The wine jar in Luo Ping's grasp shattered upon impact with the ground, splintering into pieces. The icy liquid spread across the ground, and Zhou tightly shut his eyes, unsure whether he was speaking to Luo Ping or to himself. You are merely an illusion. Luo Ping suddenly smiled. So, are you going to kill me again? He murmured. Well, you did quite well before. Your strikes were swift and decisive, weren't they? Zhou remained silent, his calm fingers tracing along Luo Ping's neck. The slightest tremor detectable at his fingertips. I will forever harbor hatred towards you. Luo Ping concluded. Thud, a small stone fell to the ground, producing a faint sound. Zhou bent down to pick it up, gazing at it silently for a long while. When he turned back, his face bore no trace of the earlier tumult. He calmly declared, Let us go. There were no fierce battles, no terrifying monsters, only 2 jars of fine wine, an old acquaintance, and a whisper of resentment. Yet perhaps for Xie Qinzhou, this seemingly innocuous scene was more daunting than any other, requiring immense courage to confront. Sang Yin followed behind him, unable to help but observe his silhouette. The youth was slender, his spine perpetually straight, resembling a solitary bamboo or pine, exuding an aura of keep your distance. Who exactly was Luo Pingyan? They seemed to share a close bond, yet why had Xie Qinzhou killed him? Silence enveloped them as they crossed the threshold, leaving the bamboo grove. Suddenly, Xie Qinzhou turned back without warning, and Sang Yin had no time to avert her gaze, colliding with his eyes. She offered an awkward smile, glancing at the overcast sky and the damp ground. The weather is quite nice today, isn't it? Xie Qinzhou replied coolly. Aren't you going to ask me why I killed him? Sang Yin responded stiffly. That would be rather inappropriate. It feels presumptuous. Xie Qinzhou's gaze sharpened. Are you afraid that if you learn the truth, I will silence you? Sang Yin shook her head. I merely think that if you wish to share, you will. If not, my inquiries would be futile. Of course, there was a slight worry about being silenced, just a little. Xie Qinzhou chuckled coldly, saying nothing further. Not far beyond the bamboo grove lay a precipice. Shrouded in swirling mist, unfathomable depths below, a glimmer of light shone atop the opposite peak, marking the exit of the second trial. Many had already arrived there, gathering to discuss their past experiences. Shall we go listen? Sang Yin suggested, and no sooner had she spoken than someone pushed past them forcefully. Get out of the way, don't block the path. Sang Yin stumbled, looking up to see a youth clad in splendid attire. His chin held high, exuding arrogance. She quickly recalled that this was Shan Ming Chao. Compared to before, he now appeared quite disheveled. His once neatly tied hair had several strands out of place, and his golden crown was nowhere to be found, clearly indicating a less than pleasant experience in the bamboo grove. Yet, his demeanor remained haughty, still begging for a good thrashing. What are you staring at? Shan Ming Chao snapped. Is my royal visage something a lowly commoner like you can gaze upon? Xie Qinzhou's expression was impassive, his eyes brimming with suppressed rage. Concerned he might lash out at Shan Ming Chao, Sang Yin quickly stepped forward, positioning herself between them to sever their line of sight. Shan Ming Chao frowned at this. Who permitted you, a commoner, to approach me? Step aside. Just a friendly reminder, Sang Yin replied with a forced smile. This is not the royal palace. Not only can I look at you, but I can also give you a beating, he scoffed disdainfully. I am the legitimate son of the Empress. Do you dare strike me? Bang! A punch landed squarely on his face. Shan Ming Chao let out a pained yelp, clutching his bleeding nose as he crumpled to the ground. A mix of confusion, pain, and fury etched across his features. You dare hit me? Sang Yin lowered her rolled-up sleeves, shook her fists lightly, and with a nonchalant demeanor declared, If I'm going to hit you, then so be it. Must I consult the calendar? Chapter 29. I am a person of principles and do not argue with the foolish you, Shan Ming Chao. Having risen from the ground, bellowed, Commoner, if I do not annihilate your entire clan, I shall not be called Shan Ming Chao. Sang Yin merely scoffed, her tone devoid of emotion. Oh, how terrified I am. Shan Ming Chao seethed. You dare speak to me in such a manner? I am a prince, a legitimate one at that. Sang Yin clicked her tongue, conceding, well, I am a person of principles and do not argue with the foolish. With that, she did not wait for his reaction and pulled Xie Qinzhou aside. Almost everyone was covertly observing the situation, and due to the events that transpired in the square, many held grievances against Shan Ming Chao. Thus, when they witnessed his humiliation, they erupted into laughter. Shan Ming Chao's face gradually turned a shade akin to that of a liver. He drew the long whip from his waist and stormed towards Sang Yin, brimming with rage. This matter is far from over. You, before he could finish, he met Xie Qinzhou's emotionless gaze, and for reasons unknown, a chill rushed down his spine. He had seen a similar look in his father's eyes before. It was the gaze reserved for the dead. Swallowing hard, Shan Ming Chao retorted fiercely, You wait and see, and turned to leave. The laughter grew even louder. Shan Ming Chao gritted his teeth, eager to depart, and retrieve the flying artifact he had prepared earlier. Humph! You commoners should just stay here obediently. He leaped onto the artifact and soared towards the opposite cliff, confident that he would be the first to pass this trial. The crowd's smiles were laced with derision. their expressions reflecting anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. In the next moment, a piercing shriek pierced the sky as several black-feathered eagles dove towards Shen Mingqiao on his flying artifact. Panic-stricken, Shen Mingqiao cried out, "Help! Save me!" No one paid him any heed. Under the relentless assault of the black-feathered eagles, Shen Mingqiao could not withstand for long. His face turned pale as he plummeted from the artifact, falling straight into the mist below the cliff. His screams echoed, lingering in the air long after. Falling off the cliff would merely teleport him back to the square, ensuring he would not meet his demise. Yet the sensation of the uncontrolled descent was vividly real. They had foreseen that relying on the artifact to fly over would incite the eagle's attack, yet not a single person warned Shen Mingqiao. Outside the light curtain, the second elder furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't this a touch too cold-hearted? The grand elder dismissed the concern. They are, after all, rivals. Isn't it advantageous to have one less competitor? The second elder replied, although, still, enough with the although-as, the grand elder retorted gruffly. He reaps what he sows. If he had only tempered his demeanor, he would not have fallen to such depths. Several elders nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed. Reluctantly, the second elder refrained from further discussion. However, witnessing the black-feathered eagles today reminded him of some amusing old tales. The fifth elder chuckled. Do you all remember the selection 30 years ago? That girl, Jing Xian, was pecked by a black-feathered eagle and, in retaliation, she forcibly plucked its feathers. They harbored that grudge for many years. Seizing every opportunity to seek revenge, laughter erupted among the crowd. How could we forget? After losing their feathers, they would daily confront the old sect master, demanding he restore their plumage, or else they would devour the rabbits he raised. Mid-laughter, they finally noticed the second elder's expression, exchanged glances, and in unison, fell silent. Yin Yuan appeared oblivious to their banter, sitting as still as a statue. The jovial atmosphere dissipated, prompting the second elder to clear his throat. Let us return our focus to the children as they navigate this trial. Everyone quickly agreed. At the cliff's edge, with Shen Mingqiao absent, Sang Yin felt considerably uplifted. Following the script, she positioned herself before an inconspicuous stone sculpture of a crane at the cliff's edge and casually pressed its head. The sculpture trembled slightly. Suddenly, two beams of light erupted from the crane's beak, transforming into a series of floating stone steps of varying heights that extended to the opposite cliff. There is no shortcut to crossing. We must proceed from here, Sang Yin informed Xiechinzhou. The others gathered around, scrutinizing the stone steps. Can such a small stone slab suspended in midair truly support a person's weight? They questioned. It's perfectly fine. One by one, you can walk across. The black-feathered eagles 1T attack those on the steps, Sang Yin assured them. Yet, hesitation lingered among them. With a swift motion, Xiechinzhou lightly leaped onto the stone step. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as all eyes fixated on him. He stepped confidently onto another slab, advancing steadily towards the opposite side as if walking on solid ground. The black-feathered eagles circled him but refrained from launching an attack. Upon reaching the opposite cliff, he nodded slightly to Sang Yin. The crowd erupted in excitement. He truly made it across. Next was Sang Yin. Gazing down into the abyss below, it was impossible to claim she felt unafraid. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to step onto the stone steps when a girl suddenly pushed her aside, exclaiming, "Let me go first. I want to be second." Sang Yin, still unprepared mentally, was more than happy to step aside. Traversing the steps proved far less effortless than Xiechinzhou had made it seem. The girl cautiously stepped onto a slab, but for reasons unknown, her expression changed dramatically, and her movements became oddly erratic. Sang Yin's heart raced. In the next moment, the stone slab wobbled, and the girl lost her footing, screaming as she plummeted from the cliff. Sang Yin's heart sank. One by one, the remaining individuals stepped onto the stone stairs. Some succeeded, while many faltered. At last, only Sang Yin remained on this side of the cliff, with Xiechinzhou waiting for her on the other side. She inhaled deeply, crouched down, and reached for the nearest stone slab. Inching her way up. Excellent, this beginning is promising. She encouraged herself inwardly, refusing to glance below, and diligently crawled forward. Before long, she realized what those who had previously fallen from the cliff must have experienced. The stone slab, which seemed to occupy only a small space, appeared to stretch infinitely from her perspective. In the vastness, It felt as though nothing else existed. Only this narrow, suspended path stretching endlessly before her. Even time seemed to stand still. Regardless of its passage to the outside world, it was merely a fleeting moment. The distance between the mountains was roughly 20 meters, with hundreds of such slabs. Should any thoughts of surrender cross one's mind, the slabs would begin to tremble violently, shaking the person atop them off. This trial tested one's perseverance and determination. Sang Nian understood the challenge and resolutely continued her ascent. Before long, her strength waned. Her palms raw from the rough stone surface, seeping thin trails of blood. Fearing she might slip, she paused to search for healing elixirs. The black-feathered eagles circled ominously in the clouds. Suddenly, they began to screech in unison. Sang Nian jolted an alarmed eye, and the next moment, they swooped down violently, their emerald eyes burning with fury. Sang Nian was caught off guard by a wing strike, her head spinning. Wasn't it said that the black-feathered eagles would not attack those on the stone steps? What had caused this sudden frenzy? Not only her, but the black-feathered eagles were in a frenzy, startling everyone. Outside the light curtain, the second elder exclaimed, "What is happening?" The grand elder, equally perplexed, replied, "In all these years, I have never seen them behave like this. It's as if they harbor a grudge against her. Could they have ingested something wrong? Regardless, we must rescue this girl," the seventh elder said, worry etched on his face. "If this continues, the black-feathered eagles may tear her apart." The second elder could no longer remain seated. "I shall go. The sect rules state that no one may intervene in the selection. If you intervene, she will be deemed a failure and forever severed from the Xiaoyao sect." The fourth elder spoke coldly. "Life is paramount." The second elder retorted angrily, "Can you not set aside your rigid rules for once?" The fourth elder's tone remained calm. "If she leaps from the stone steps, the teleportation array will return her to the square. Her life will not be in jeopardy. However, she will also be disqualified and unable to join the Xiaoyao sect." The grand elder intercepted the second elder. "He speaks the truth. You must observe the situation. We are numerous. We will not allow this girl to lose her life." Upon hearing this, the second elder could only forcefully suppress his anger and anxiously gaze at the light screen. On the stone steps, the claws of the black-feathered eagle were as sharp as steel nails, leaving Sang Nian with nowhere to hide as she endured two vicious strikes. Pain surged through her, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead, and she nearly believed that two pieces of flesh had been torn from her body. At the cliff's edge, Xie Zhou frowned deeply, picking up a stone and hurling it with force. One black-feathered eagle fell in response, but quickly took to the skies once more, diving towards Xie Zhou with great speed. Despite having sealed his cultivation, he engaged in a hand-to-hand struggle with it, surprisingly gaining the upper hand for a moment. Witnessing this, another black-feathered eagle rushed to assist its companion. With two of them now occupied, Sang Nian felt a significant reduction in pressure. Steadying herself, she drew forth the sword she had purchased at a hefty price and waved it erratically at the remaining black-feathered eagle. "Warning, I must inform you. This sword is forged from celestial iron, indomitable." Just as she began to speak, a glimmer of mockery appeared in the eagle's eyes, and with a swift motion, it snatched the sword from her grasp and tossed it into its mouth with a crunch. Sang Nian cursed inwardly, realizing she had been deceived by a counterfeit. In a dire situation, she instinctively rummaged through her storage bag, tossing anything she could find. The black-feathered eagle deftly evaded each item, its eyes gleaming with amusement. Suddenly, Sang Nian's fingers brushed against a cold, hard object, which she mistakenly thought to be a protective talisman, and her spirits lifted as she quickly retrieved it. However, it was not a protective charm but rather a sword. The blade was pure white and delicate, each detail exquisitely crafted. Blood continued to flow from her wounds, trickling down her fingers and staining the sword sheath with crimson, creating a hauntingly beautiful pattern of ice roses. Recognizing it as the sword that could only serve as a memento, she hastily returned it to her storage bag and resumed her search for another protective artifact. The last shred of patience from the black-feathered eagle was exhausted as it flapped its wings, conjuring a tremendous gust of wind. She was tossed into the air like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting downward. The black-feathered eagle was relentless, screeching as it swooped down, its orange-red beak gathering demonic energy. Suddenly, several beams of blinding white light erupted from Sang Nian's storage bag, A pure white long sword shot forth, humming as it landed in her hand, vibrating continuously. Miraculously understanding its intent, she gripped the hilt tightly and slowly drew the blade. The long sword, sealed for many years, was finally unsheathed. Time seemed to freeze, a tempest roared, and a chilling wave swept over the land. Countless shards of ice and snowflakes fell from the sky, heralding the arrival of winter. Sang Nian swung the sword with all her might. Outside the light screen, all the elders stood frozen in place. With a crash, Yin Yuan, who had remained indifferent at the edge of the crowd, abruptly stood, his teacup shattering on the ground. Oblivious to his surroundings, he fixated on the light screen, his lips trembling slightly. This sword energy. In a dim chamber, a handsome young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting to an unseen point in the void, a fleeting look of daze crossing his face. Jing Xian, I cannot be mistaken. The second elder trembled as he pointed at the light screen. Asking the grand elder, the sword she holds is the San Shui sword belonging to Jing Xian, is it not? The grand elder, equally incredulous, pondered how this sword could be in the hands of such a young girl. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Not good, Yin Yuan. Everyone turned to see that Yin Yuan had vanished without a trace. The cliff, the sword light soared into the sky, leaving deep scars wherever it went. The black-feathered eagle emitted a terrified cry, swaying as it fled. Sang Nian continued to fall, the wind rushing past her ears with a thunderous roar. Gritting her teeth, she adjusted her posture and forcefully drove the long sword into the cliff face. Sparks flew as her descent gradually halted. Clinging tightly to the hilt, she managed to perch her toes on a protrusion of the cliff. Glancing down with a heart full of relief, the teleportation array lay less than 3 meters below, as long as she made contact, even if it were just the hem of her garment. She would be instantly transported back to the plaza. Before she could fully exhale her relief, anxiety returned. She lacked the ability to ride a sword. Even with a powerful weapon, it was of no use. Caught in indecision between letting go and climbing upward, a gentle breeze stirred a few strands of hair against her cheeks, causing an itch. Her wounds throbbed painfully, and discomfort permeated her entire being. Just as she grimaced in pain, a flying sword suddenly hovered before her. Looking up, she beheld its master, a young and handsome man clad in the most unassuming moon-white robe, his long hair neatly tied atop his head with a jade hairpin. His eyes as dark as ink. Sang Nian tentatively inquired, "Who are you?" The man gazed deeply into her eyes, a myriad of unspoken emotions swirling within them. "Yin Yuan," he replied. Sang Nian recalled hearing about this individual from Chu Xiao. He was an elder of the Xiaoyao sect. Assuming he had come to expel her, she hastily explained, "I haven't touched the teleportation array yet, so I'm not out. Look, it's still quite far." Yin Yuan paid her no heed, only asking, "What is your relation to Jing Xian?" Jing Xian? Sang Nian had never heard this name before and shook her head honestly. "I don't know her." His eyes reflected a vague mix of disappointment and hope. "How could the San Shui sword be in your possession?" So this sword was called San Shui. Sang Nian hesitated to disclose its origins to this stranger. Remaining cautious, "I found Is there a problem with that? That's a lie," Yin Yuan replied coldly. "The San Shui sword recognizes its master. Aside from Jing Xian, only her blood can bind it." His voice trailed off. "What of her?" Sang Nian despised it when others spoke only part way and urged, "Please continue." Yin Yuan scrutinized her face, momentarily lost in thought. Sang Nian, puzzled, asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He murmured, "You bear a striking resemblance to a deceased acquaintance of mine." Sang Nian's thoughts raced as she swiftly connected the dots. The Jing Xian he mentioned was most likely the original owner's mother. This sword belonged to Jing Xian, and having come into contact with her biological daughter's blood, the seal had been lifted. Following the sword's energy had led him here, a perfect logical circle. Sang Qian's concerns were not unfounded. Unsure whether this individual was friend or foe, Sang Nian did not intend to reveal her identity easily. After all, she could inquire further about Jing Xian later. The more pressing matter was, "Are you here to take me up?" she asked Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan paused for a few seconds before responding gently, "I can take you up. However," he added, "that would mean you are out of the selection." Sang Nian understood. "But if I do that, I'm out of the selection. I want to enter the Xiaoyao sect." Yin Yuan remained silent for a long moment. "If you wish to continue participating in the selection?" You must climb to the mountain peak from here. Given your current injuries, it is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin freed her left hand, rummaging through her storage bag to retrieve a pile of porcelain vials filled with medicinal pills. Not bothering to distinguish their types as she hastily poured them all into her mouth, chewing them like beans. She wasn't certain which pill took effect, but her wounds rapidly healed, and her depleted strength was restored. "What now?" she asked. Yin Yuan shook his head again. "You cannot do it." Sang Yin pondered earnestly before replying, "I'll give it a try. If I truly cannot manage, then I will concede." She tucked away the Sanshui sword, looking up at the towering peak, pressing her lips together, taking a deep breath, and slowly shifting her body. Fortunately, although the mountain was steep, it was not overly smooth. The cliff face had numerous protrusions, providing footholds. Seeing her determination, Yin Yuan ceased to offer further objections and turned to leave on his sword. From an angle unseen by the young girl, he halted, silently observing her. "Host, are you truly going to climb?" Lu expressed disbelief. "Such a high mountain. You, who are so unaccustomed to hardship, how could you possibly make it up?" Sang Yin clung tightly to the rock. "One must try to know if it's feasible. And besides, I drank Xiechenzhou's blood. My body feels fantastic now. I want to die halfway up." Lu remarked, "I simply think you don't need to waste time. That Yin Yuan obviously has a history with Jing Xian. Even if you were out, what's the harm in telling him you are Jing Xian's daughter? Surely he would help you enter the Xiaoyao sect, perhaps even make you a direct disciple of an elder." Sang Yin replied, "Yes, you have a point." Lu pressed further, "So why are you still climbing?" Sang Yin declared, "I love climbing mountains." Chapter 31. I, too, lack decorum. "I understand you." Lu was rendered speechless. Sang Yin asserted, "Enough, be quiet. Don't distract me here. I'm clearly looking out for your best interests." Lu retorted, "Regardless, you are unlikely to succeed. Why insist on enduring this hardship? Truly a foolish woman." With that, it retreated into her consciousness, curling into a ball, sulking. Sang Yin ceased her chatter, alternating between climbing and resting, and after a while, she had ascended a mere 10 meters. Fortunately, within this realm, time flowed differently, no matter how long it took. The outside world would only experience a fleeting moment. The cliff face was adorned with some unknown small flowers, white petals and green stamens, their delicate petals resembling mutton fat jade. She casually plucked 2 flowers to adorn her hair. Softly humming a tune, above her head, there was a platform of moderate size, suitable for resting for a while. As she stepped onto a rock to ascend, a tremulous voice suddenly emanated from the platform. "Who is singing?" Sang Yin thought, "No way, could I actually encounter someone in such an obscure place? Come out, I see you," the voice insisted. Holding her breath, Sang Yin climbed onto the platform. She cautiously peeked out, eager to discover the identity of this mysterious figure. At the far end of the platform, a young boy curled up, hugging his knees. His clothes were tattered and torn, smeared with blood and mud, presenting a woeful sight. His head was buried in the crook of his arm, obscuring his face, but the heavy sobs were unmistakable. "Wu, please come out. Don't scare me anymore." Sang Yin climbed further onto the platform, gently patting his shoulder, and said kindly, "Stop crying. Did you fall down here accidentally while trying to participate in the selection? I have medicine that can help heal your wounds." He trembled violently, slowly lifting his head, revealing a dirty face streaked with tears and a nose that was red as a cherry. Sang Yin withdrew her hand and turned to leave. "Don Ti go!" Shin Mingqiao cried out, suddenly lunging to cling to her leged. It was indeed a case of fate bringing together sworn enemies. Sang Yin rubbed her forehead in exasperation. The original text did not mention how Shin Mingqiao passed the selection. He simply appeared as an outer disciple of the Xianyao sect. When she saw him fall, she thought the plot was beginning to unravel again. To her surprise, it turned out to be a bug in the narrative. "Let go of me," she insisted, trying to kick him away. "Unappreciative woman, it is an honor for you that this prince is willing to cling to your leg," Shin Mingqiao proclaimed. Sang Yin kicked harder. "Do you want this honor?" But no matter how she struggled, Shin Mingqiao clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Taking a breath, she finally relented. Fine. I want to leave for now. Just let go." Shin Mingqiao looked up at her. Really not leaving? Really not leaving." He relaxed his grip, however. The moment Sang Yin dashed away, Shun Mingqiao was momentarily stunned before he stomped his foot. Stop right there. Sang Yin found him irritating and merely wanted to escape. Thinking to herself, why should I listen to you? Unable to stop her, Shin Mingqiao sniffled and sat back down. Hugging his knees tightly, he began to cry softly, declaring, if you want to go, then go. I don't care. I am better off alone here. I can sit or lie down as I please. This vast space belongs to me. It's all mine. Sang Yin sighed deeply, retracting her hand from the rocky wall. Enough of your sobbing. It's utterly annoying. She lightly kicked him. How can you still call yourself a prince with such tiny courage? Shin Mingqiao wiped his face and clenched his fists. You, a lowly commoner. Dare to mock me? Sang Yin smiled sarcastically. You are the commoner. You are the pitiful one. An unloved creature for life. Shun Mingqiao's eyes widened, trembling as he covered his mouth. Did you just say? Without waiting for her reply, he shouted, you are unloved. Sang Yin, unwilling to bicker with someone so juvenile, directly threatened him. If you call me a commoner one more time, I will throw you down, and I mean it. Shin Mingqiao recoiled, wiping his face fiercely with his sleeve, muttering defiantly, you haven't even told me your name. If you don't know my name, you can call me miss, rather than that lowly commoner. I understand you well enough to know that you should stop making excuses, Sang Yin replied. Shin Mingqiao turned his head away stubbornly for a moment before hesitantly asking, what is your name? Sang Yin, the one who lingers in thought. Shin Mingqiao grimaced, what an unpleasant name. It sounds like something from a laundry service. Your name is equally mundane, Sang Yin retorted with a warm smile, as if she were a villager tending to the fields. Shin Mingqiao stared in disbelief. What did you say? I said your name sounds like something from a laundry service. She repeated. He exploded with indignation. Vulgar. Utterly vulgar. Sang Yin maintained her smile. Thus, you better keep your mouth in check, or I may become even more vulgar. No, more rude. Shen Mingqiao gritted his teeth and huffed. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. I shall spare you this time. Sang Yin tossed him some healing ointments and bandages, gesturing for him to tend to his wounds himself. Have you been here since you fell? Shin Mingqiao clumsily applied the medicine. Yes, Sang Yin continued, and you wanted to jump down but lacked the courage, and when you thought to climb up, you hesitated, leaving you to cry here? Must you be so blunt? He replied. Sang Yin, eager to leave, declared, fine, I'll show mercy and help you. He asked, how will you help? Sang Yin indicated the distance. You sit to the side, and I'll give you a good shove from behind, and you'll land back in the square. Shin Mingqiao hesitated. Will it hurt? Shouldn't he, unless you hit a rock, she assured him. What if I do hit one? Then it will be quite the spectacle. Shin Mingqiao pouted. QAQ. Enough with the chatter. Let us go? She said, stretching her limbs. I'll be quick about it. Shin Mingqiao shivered and stepped back. Is there no other option? Sang Yin shrugged. There are, but you can't manage them, he protested. How do you know I can't if you don't suggest them? Sang Yin challenged him. Can you climb up with me? That is indeed impossible, he admitted. Then stop wasting time, she urged. I'm on a schedule. Shen Mingqiao peered over the edge of the platform, his gaze darting among the jutting rocks below, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Have you seen enough? Sang Yin asked. He shook his head vigorously. No, I can't. I will die. I will definitely die. Sang Yin clicked her tongue. Then I won't concern myself with you. You on your own. Without a second thought, she stepped off the platform and continued her ascent. Shin Mingqiao, incredulous, exclaimed, Are you really going to climb up? Sang Yin replied, What else? Am I climbing up and down like a monkey? Are you out of your mind? This mountain is too high to scale, Sang Yin challenged. How will you know it's impossible if you don't try? Shin Mingqiao opened his mouth to protest. But she quickened her pace, and her voice became inaudible. He glanced between her and the edge of the cliff, then stomped his foot in determination, gritting his teeth. Wait for me. He stepped onto the rocks she had traversed, trembling as he climbed, but a competitive spirit surged within him. If you can do it, so can I. Just watch. This prince will not yield. Chapter 32. The sky may fall, but Xiechinzhou will support it with his words. The flow of time in the secret realm differed from the outside world. A day spent here felt like but a fleeting moment outside. The sky here was perpetually bright, and Sang Yin lost track of how long she had been climbing. The cliff stretched endlessly towards the horizon, seemingly without end. Shan Mingqiao followed closely behind her. At first, he could still exchange banter, but soon his eyes glazed over. Only the sound of his labored breath remained. Yet, seeing Sang Yin's composed demeanor, he clenched his teeth and pressed on. Outside the light barrier, the elders were in an uproar. They really managed to climb up. These two possess such resilience. I believe this girl named Sang Yin is even more remarkable, Elder 2 remarked. Were it not for her, Shan Mingqiao would have likely given up long ago. He rejoiced, my judgment is indeed astute. IVE secured this apprentice. Apprenticeship is a mutual agreement. You can't be the only one eager, Elder 7 replied lightly. What if she prefers my Cangjin Peak? Elder 2 raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to steal her from me? Elder 7 smiled slyly. What do you mean by stealing? It's merely giving her another option. Just as Elder 2 was about to retort, Elder 5 signaled for silence and whispered, but don't you think she bears a striking resemblance to Jing Xian? And with the scattered snow sword in hand, could she truly be? The others exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. A commotion arose from below the cliff. Xie Qinzhou slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the cliff's edge. There, a battered hand was groping around, seeking a stable foothold. He approached. Who? A shadow loomed over Sang Yin. She looked up, squinting against the light, and tentatively asked, Xie Qinzhou? Xie Qinzhou stood against the light, his expression unreadable. Sang Yin was taken aback. You've been waiting for me here all along. Xie Qinzhou remained silent, scrutinizing her from above. The girl's face was flushed, her forehead and nose slick with sweat. A few errant strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, appearing both disheveled and pitiable. Yet, in her strikingly clear eyes, there was an astonishing vitality, like the first grass of spring, the lush trees of summer, or the budding apricots of early summer, so vibrantly alive that it was almost surreal. Xie Qinzhou momentarily lost his focus. No, brother, you truly lack perception. Sang Yin lamented. Not only did you not lend me a hand, but you also obstructed my path. Xie Qinzhou's gaze shifted to her hand. From a distance, he could only discern the wounds on it, but now, up close, he noticed that the girl's fingertips were encrusted with a thick layer of dried blood, and the spaces between her nails were filled with dirt. Due to prolonged gripping, her knuckles were severely stiffened. After a moment's observation, he bent down and grasped her hand. Sang Yin used his strength to ascend the final rock. Staggering a few steps forward, just as she was about to crash into his embrace, she deftly sidestepped to the right and tumbled hard to the ground. Xie Qinzhou was about to approach her when another hand reached up from the cliff's edge. Trembling as if sifting through chaff. Kind stranger, please lend me a hand as well. Shan Mingqiao weakly uttered. I have no strength left. Xie Qinzhou scoffed lightly, ignoring him. Shan Mingqiao sniffled, his eyes reddening. I beg you, brother. Xie Qinzhou, with a face full of disdain, yanked his hair and pulled him up, warning, if you dare call me that again, I'll kill you. Shan Mingqiao cried out in pain, clutching his head as he leaned against him. Xie Qinzhou kicked him away, scram. Shan Mingqiao spun in place twice before slowly collapsing beside Sang Yin, his movements resembling a tragic, melancholy butterfly with broken wings. A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Sang Yin silently shifted to the side. Well, you are experiencing it now. Xie Qinzhou approached her. 3 days. Sang Yin asked. What? Xie Qinzhou replied. It took you 3 days to climb up here. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin solemnly raised her thumb. I truly am impressive. Xie Qinzhou remarked. You waited for me for 3 days? She inquired. Who said I was waiting for you? Xie Qinzhou retorted. I was merely enjoying the scenery. All right. You've spent 3 days admiring the view at the cliff, haven't you? Sang Yin stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. But how did you know I would climb up here? Xie Qinzhou produced the paper crane she had gifted him, a faint light connecting the two of them. I almost forgot. It can inform you of my location. Sang Yin sighed. You truly are patient. I thought you would leave like everyone else. Xie Qinzhou maintained a stern expression. I was just here to enjoy the scenery. When the sky falls, someone has to support it. Sang Yin suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Let's go. Hurry up to the next stage. Forgotten? Shan Mingqiao attempted to rise and catch up with them, but ultimately could only weakly roll over. Anxiously calling out, Sang Yin, this prince commands you to wait for me. Hearing his voice, Xie Chunzhou's steps faltered ever so slightly. Sang Yin waved her hand without looking back at Shan Ming Chao. Remember, you owe me 16 bottles of Juandan and 20 bottles of Lingquan water. All of this must be repaid, with interest. Their figures gradually faded from view, and Shan Ming Chao lay back in exasperation. Pounding the ground. I never said I wouldn't repay. What's wrong with waiting for me? Stingy. Sang Yin is such a stingy person. The entrance to the third trial was at the mountain's peak. Passing through a swirling door, the scene before them transformed in an instant. The lush green mountains and white clouds vanished, replaced by a long corridor. Sang Yin said, "We just need to keep walking forward." Xie Qinzhou nodded. The two entered the corridor side by side. It was eerily quiet, allowing them to hear each other's breathing clearly. Suddenly, Xie Qinzhou casually inquired, "He calls you Sang Yin." Sang Yin replied, "Huh?" Xie Qinzhou clarified, "The one who climbed up with you." She looked puzzled. "Are you referring to Shen Ming Chao?" Xie Qinzhou stated, "You have already exchanged names." Sang Yin nodded, "Yes, that's right." Xie Qinzhou asked, "You let him call you Sang Yin?" Sang Yin confirmed, "Of course." He suddenly chuckled, his speech deliberate. "So, your relationship is quite amicable." Sang Yin waved her hand dismissively. "I'm about to be driven mad by him. He bombards me with questions nonstop, as if he were someone significant to me." Xie Qinzhou fell silent for a moment before quickening his pace, soon leaving Sang Yin behind. Ding, Xie Qinzhou's affinity level -1. What does a decrease even mean? Sang Yin was bewildered as she jogged to catch up with him. "Don't walk so fast. I can't keep up." Xie Qinzhou quickened his pace even further. Sang Yin became anxious. "What if we get separated?" Xie Qinzhou himself was unsure why he felt this way. Everything seemed off and bothersome. He sneered, "If we get separated, then so be it." Sang Yin, confused, asked, "Are you angry?" "Why?" Xie Qinzhou replied, "I'm not." Sang Yin countered, "You are." Xie Qinzhou insisted, "I'm not." Sang Yin, now irritated, retorted, "You are." Just then, a voice timidly interjected, "Excuse me, could you pause your argument for a moment?" Sang Yin turned to see a young man clad in the robes of the Xiaoyao sect. It was only then that she realized she and Xie Qinzhou had unknowingly exited the corridor and arrived at the bank of a wide river. The waters surged violently, and an ancient stone bridge spanned the surface. The Xiaoyao disciple announced, "This is the final selection stage. The rules are simple. You must cross this bridge. Let's continue this discussion later," Sang Yin said to Xie Qinzhou. "First, let's cross the river." Xie Qinzhou walked silently onto the bridge. As he took a step, his expression shifted, freezing in place. Sang Yin urged, "Come on, walk. What are you dawdling for?" Xie Qinzhou swallowed hard, suppressing the sweetness in his throat, and stepped forward again. His face paled drastically, yet his expression remained unchanged as he steadily followed Sang Yin. They successfully crossed the bridge. The eager second elder awaited them on the opposite bank, greeting Sang Yin with a particularly amiable expression. "You have passed all the trials and are officially disciples of the Xiaoyao sect." Sang Yin was pleasantly surprised. "That was so easy?" "Easy?" The second elder chuckled. "Do you know what this bridge is called?" When Sang Yin shook her head, he continued, "This bridge is famously known as the Little Naihe Bridge, built from stones brought back by the first sect master of Xiaoyao when he ventured into the underworld. It can discern good from evil and perceive the human heart." The second elder explained, "If a person crossing the bridge is plagued by murder or sullied by any of the 7 sins, greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, evil, or desire, each step they take would feel like having their bones crushed and their tendons sliced, suffering 1,000-fold. Such pain is unbearable for anyone." Chapter 33. One must expose the wound. Xie Qinzhou. Sang Yin scratched her head. "Is love also a sin?" The second elder replied, "This love is not the same as that love." Still bewildered, Sang Yin covertly glanced at Xie Qinzhou, seeking confirmation of her understanding. His expression had returned to normal, and he shook his head in silence. Assuming he was still sulking, she pouted and inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" The second elder replied, "I am the second elder of Xiaoyao sect, Heng Yang, in charge of Baohua Peak." Sang Yin respectfully greeted him, "Hello, Elder Heng Yang." The second elder smiled kindly, "Come, let us head to the grand hall of Xiaoyao sect. Everyone else has already arrived." Sang Yin nodded and responded affirmatively. The second elder, wishing to showcase his skills before her as a prelude to accepting disciples, deliberately took an unconventional path, performing a hand gesture to summon a cloud. "Step aboard," he said. I shall have it carry you. Thank you, elder. Sang Yin cautiously stepped onto the cloud, gathering her courage to jump a little. The surface felt solid beneath her feet, and she marveled. It's even steadier than riding a sword. The second elder, pleased, stroked his beard and addressed Xiechenzhou. Young friend, you should join her as well. Xiechenzhou silently walked beside Sang Yin. The cloud soared into the air, flying toward the distant, resplendent grand hall. On the ground, the second elder withdrew his gaze from the view and turned to another direction. You've been following for a while. Aren't you tired? The wind momentarily stilled, and Yin Yuan landed gracefully. Are you that concerned? The second elder sighed. She is the daughter of Jing Xian, Yin Yuan softly replied. The second elder disagreed. Nonsense. Jing Xian has never had a partner. How could he have a daughter? I suspect she might be a reincarnation. Yin Yuan rubbed his forehead. It is possible to have a daughter without a partner. Seeing his expression, the second elder's eyelids flickered. Is she yours? Yin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before stating, Senior sister does not like me. The second elder patted his head. Indeed, she was just fine before leaving Xiaoyao's sect. Any child must have been conceived after that. After a lengthy pause, Yin Yuan remarked, The youth beside Sang Yin cannot enter the Xiaoyao sect. The second elder replied, He has already passed the assessment. There is no reason to deny him entry. Whether he passes or not, you know better than anyone. Yin Yuan gazed at the ancient stone bridge, the rushing waters nearly drowning out his voice. The bridge did not acknowledge him. The second elder chuckled. As long as he can reach the grand hall smoothly, regardless of how he crossed the bridge, he will become a disciple of Xiaoyao's sect. The rules are set, and no one can change them. Yin Yuan questioned, Why do you protect him so? The second elder answered, It is rare to see someone who can endure the pain of dismemberment without flinching. Nurturing such a person with sinister intentions will only lead to calamity. Yin Yuan spoke in a low voice. The second elder sighed deeply, patting Yin Yuan's shoulder. If he truly harbors malicious intent and is beyond redemption, he will never cross that bridge. Since he has crossed it, why not grant him a chance? Villains are not born as such, nor are virtuous individuals born good. Yin Yuan remained silent. Above the clouds, it was just the two of them. Sang Yin tugged at Xiechenzhou's sleeve, wishing to revisit the cause of their earlier quarrel. Are you still angry? Xiechenzhou yanked his sleeve back. Sang Yin, with a playful grin, said, I truly don't understand why you're upset. Care to elaborate? Xiechenzhou forcefully suppressed the tumult of emotions within, his expression impassive. You allowed Shun Ming Chao to call you Sang Yin. Sang Yin was puzzled. Isn't that so? What's the issue? Xiechenzhou emphasized. You made him call you Sang Yin. Sang Yin couldn't fathom his fixation on this matter. It was merely a title. Can you not be unreasonable? Xiechenzhou suddenly spat out a mouthful of scorching blood. Sang Yin was taken aback. Goodness, Xiechenzhou, did I make you so angry that you bled? Good heavens. Your fortitude is quite fragile. She steadied the swaying Xiechenzhou, stammering, Are you all right? Xiechenzhou clutched his chest, his demeanor calm. I'm fine. Just as the words left his lips, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Sang Yin's scalp tingled. Big brother, your body is growing cold. Xiechenzhou wiped the blood from his lips, only asking, Why did you let him call you by your nickname? Sang Yin was exasperated. Given the situation, could they not move past this trivial issue? Xiechenzhou insisted. You and Shun Ming Chao have only just met. He was truly persistent. Sang Yin's head buzzed. Did we not agree to conceal our identities? I certainly cannot disclose that my real name is Sang Yunling. I've even instructed Chu Yao and the others to refer to me as Sang Yin from now on. Xiechenzhou queried, Is that all? Sang Yin replied, Of course, moreover, strictly speaking, my nickname is Nian Yin, and only my brother calls me that. Xiechenzhou fell silent. Sang Yin finally grasped the underlying sentiment, her eyes widening as she asked. Lacking confidence. Xiechenzhou, you're not jealous, are you? Xiechenzhou covered his mouth and coughed twice. Ha, that is utterly impossible. Indeed, given that his feelings were still in the negative range, how could he possibly feel jealousy? Sang Yin shook her head. What ails you? Can you endure until we reach the main hall? Xiechenzhou's gaze darkened, and he did not respond. Sang Yin pondered for a moment. He had not sustained any injuries along the way. The only possible cause was, she blurted out, Is it that bridge? Xiechenzhou's brow furrowed with a hint of derision. I am guilty of 7 sins, my hands stained with blood, and bound by a cycle of killing. A person like me is destined for hell, unworthy of entering the celestial gate. bone-crushing and flesh-rending, a death of 1,000 cuts. The second elder's words echoed in his ears. So that was why he had been. Sang Yin found it hard to believe. Are you a ninja? Xie Chenzhou frowned. What is a ninja? Sang Yin nearly wanted to pry open his skull to see if the nerves managing pain were even present. Don't you feel pain? She asked. That I won't die. Xie Chenzhou replied that I'm asking if you feel pain. Sang Yin raised her voice slightly. Answer my question. Xie Chenzhou paused. After a long moment, he quietly admitted, a little. Only a little. Sang Yin hastily produced the pain relief medicine and shoved it into his mouth, exasperated. You need to expose your wounds. Every time you hide them so thoroughly, how will others know if you're in pain or not? Xie Chenzhou swallowed the medicine, his tone icy. I do not need others to know. That is something only the weak would do, and no sooner had he spoken, than a sweet plum candy appeared in his mouth. He was momentarily stunned, looking rather foolish. What are you doing? Sang Yin replied matter-of-factly. The medicine makes your mouth bitter. A candy will alleviate that bitterness. Xie Chenzhou pressed his lips tightly together and after a while remarked, that is superfluous. Sang Yin countered, it is gratitude. Xie Chenzhou was perplexed. Sang Yin clarified, when I was unwell, you gave me your blood. Thanks to that, I was able to climb back up from the bottom of the mountain rather than falling ill along the way and dying. I am truly grateful to you. Grateful. Xie Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. How rare it is to hear those words from you, Miss Sang. Sang Yin shrugged. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, my intention to treat you well is genuine. Xie Chenzhou, with the plum candy in his mouth, slowly lifted the corners of his mouth, only to quickly suppress the smile, his tone dripping with disdain. Who would care? Ding Xie Chenzhou's favorability 500 Chapter 34. I have a terrible temper and am lacking in manners. Ahead lay the golden peak of the Xianyao sect. The clouds descended slowly, transforming into a wisp of green smoke upon landing. Xie Chenzhou was now in better condition, and Sang Yin, relieved, released her hold on him, straightened her attire, and gazed up at the magnificent hall ahead. Her attention was drawn to a massive stone beside the hall, upon which several lines of bold characters were inscribed, exuding strength, do not challenge, fear victory, difficulties, 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 hardships, hardships, hardships. This is the guiding principle of our Xianyao sect. Su Shuiyin and Chu Yao appeared from nowhere, approaching her side, and kindly explained, do not challenge, fear victory, difficulties, hardships? Sang Yin praised, indeed, the guiding principle of Xianyao sect is truly unique. Xie Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. Chu Yao, as if hearing a joke, laughed heartily. Su Shuiyin, feeling awkward, clarified. It means to face challenges, to overcome difficulties, and not to fear hardships. Sang Yin remarked, well, that flattery landed on the horse's leg. Chu Yao chuckled. I think what you said is better than this. Sang Yin face-bombed. Please, don't joke with me. Su Shuiyin smiled gently. I haven't congratulated you and young Master Xiao on passing the selection yet. We shall be fellow disciples from now on, and I will look out for you. Sang Yin beamed. Thank you. Let's go. Into the hall. Chu Yao draped her arm around Sang Yin's shoulder, asking as they walked. Have you decided whom to take as your master? Sang Yin replied. Can I even choose a master? Chu Yao responded. Others might not be able to, but you probably can. Sang Yin inquired. Why? I'm not quite sure, Chu Yao replied. Perhaps it is because you performed exceptionally well? Anyway, when I was leaving, I heard several elders discussing taking you as a disciple and why Master specifically instructed us to lend you a helping hand. So, how about it? Would you like to be our junior sister? She gestured towards Xie Chenzhou, and I could reluctantly let him be my junior brother. Xie Chenzhou scoffed. Sang Yin asked, who is your master? Su Shuiyin replied, it's the Grand Elder. He oversees all the libraries of the Xianyao sect. Sang Yin suddenly understood. No wonder you knew about my brother donating 2 libraries. Su Shuiyin blushed and explained. There are a total of 12 elders in the Xianyao sect, except for the sect master, who no longer takes disciples. The elders usually select 3 to 5 true disciples from among you. The status and resources of true disciples are much higher than those of inner and outer disciples. The most senior among them is our master, the Grand Elder. If you take him as your master, it will certainly be beneficial for your future cultivation. After hearing her explanation, Sang Yin fell into deep thought. In the original story, Xie Chenzhou was taken in by the second elder. He would likely do the same this time. Would she have to take the same master as him? Proximity would surely facilitate her task. With this thought, they entered the hall, Instantly, countless gazes were cast upon them. Sang Yin quickly glanced around the hall. 12 elders sat at the highest point, with a massive and ornate throne placed in the center, likely reserved for the sect master. Below, over 100 disciples of the Xian Yao sect stood in neat rows. Led by Wen Buyud, a little ahead of them, the 7 newly selected individuals stood with their hands at their sides, looking somewhat awkward. Chu Yao whispered, "These are the true disciples and inner disciples currently remaining in the sect. Outer disciples do not qualify to come here." Sang Yin nodded and walked over to stand beside the 7. They comprised 3 men and 4 women, all young, their faces filled with curiosity as they sized her and Xie Chenzhou up. Whispering amongst themselves, "Didn't she fall off a cliff? How did she end up here? Right? Did an elder rescue her? Isn't that favoritism? Others would surely be disqualified." "Exactly, and she's dressed so well. She must have some connections." Sang Yin cleared her throat and revealed her 8 pearly white teeth. "I climbed up here all by myself, relying entirely on my own efforts. No elder helped me." They were taken aback. Then exchanged disdainful smiles, and no one believed her words. "You may choose not to believe, but you cannot spread rumors," Sang Yin said politely, "otherwise, I will resort to violence. I have a terrible temper and am lacking in manners." They hesitated for a moment, then quietly stepped aside, distancing themselves from her. Chu Yao and Su Shueyin returned to their own group. "Is everyone here?" The Grand Elder cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resonant voice. "Thus, the initiation ceremony for the new disciples of the Xiaoyao sect is now commenced." "Wait." The crowd turned their gazes towards the source of the interruption. The entrance. Shan Mingqiao hurriedly rushed in. Stumbling repeatedly, whether from exhaustion or anxiety, his movements were quite disordered. He shouted, "I'm here too. I am also a new disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." His comical appearance elicited laughter from the assembled crowd. Shun Mingqiao positioned himself on the left-hand side of Sang Yin, who had several spots vacant beside her, gasping for breath as he addressed the Grand Elder. It can begin now." Observing this, a hint of amusement broke through the Grand Elder's solemn demeanor. "Then let the initiation ceremony for the new disciples commence." The ancient bell suspended from the high dome tolled, prompting everyone to compose themselves, holding their breath in anticipation. Amidst the solemnity, several disciples presented wooden trays bearing pure silver waste tokens, the front inscribed with the 3 characters for Xiaoyao sect and its emblem, while the reverse remained blank. Each of them reached out to take one. The Grand Elder instructed, "Silently recite your name in your heart." Sang Yin complied. Suddenly, the waste token emitted a warmth against her palm. Turning it over, she discovered that the previously blank surface now bore her name, Sang Yin. The others experienced the same phenomenon. "This will serve as your proof of identity as disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Be sure to keep it safe and do not let it fall into the wrong hands," the Grand Elder advised. "Should you encounter fellow disciples while traveling, you must assist one another." Apart from Xie Chenzhou, the 9 new disciples expressed their excitement in unison, exclaiming, "We shall heed the Elder's teachings." With a flick of his sleeve, the Grand Elder conjured 10 glass lamps that hovered before them. "These are life lamps, with blood serving as the wick. When one perishes, the lamp extinguishes," he explained. "If you meet with misfortune, the sect will be promptly notified and send someone to retrieve your remains." The new disciples exchanged glances, and a girl timidly inquired, "Will no one seek vengeance for us?" The Grand Elder responded kindly, "If you were to die an untimely death, rest assured, vengeance will be exacted." She promptly silenced herself. "Now, let a drop of blood fall into the lamp to ignite it." The crowd hastily pricked their fingertips. Sang Yin, unable to muster the courage, handed her dagger to Xie Chenzhou. "You do it. Just a small cut. A tiny one. Please." Xie Chenzhou furrowed his brow, the blade delicately piercing her soft fingertip. A droplet of crimson blood gradually forming. Previously, he had often severed others' fingers at the base or directly punctured their meridians, his strikes swift and steady. This was the first time he wielded a blade without an ounce of malice. Unaccustomed, he fidgeted with his fingertips and stepped back. Sang Yin squeezed a drop of blood into the glass lamp. It did not ignite. Sang Yin. She squeezed another drop. The lamp shattered. Sang Yin. Chapter 35. The Master's acceptance. The sharp sound rang out in the solemn hall, especially jarring. The elders were taken aback, all rising to their feet. The second elder hastily approached, Are you injured anywhere? Sang Yin replied awkwardly, I'm fine. It's just the lamp that broke. The Grand Elder remarked, It must have been an accident. We shall replace it. A disciple presented a new glass lamp, with utmost caution. She squeezed a drop of blood. The second elder watched intently. The lamp trembled slightly, and amidst a multitude of uncertain gazes, it flickered to life with a faint glow. The second elder exhaled in relief. Indeed, it had merely been a problem with the lamp. The Grand Elder, collecting the lamp, turned to the other elders. Those wishing to take on disciples may now come forth to select. They could hardly contain their eagerness. Hastening down towards Sang Yin, she felt as though she was a monkey in a zoo. The second elder eagerly declared, To be honest, I had my eye on you the moment you stepped onto the plaza. I have watched you all the way to this point. It is destiny that we become master and disciple. I hardly think so. The seventh elder chuckled. You possess the purest dual roots of wood and water. I have a unique water-based technique that perfectly complements your roots, guaranteeing you will attain formation within 3 years. How about becoming my disciple? The Grand Elder gently cleared his throat. I already have 2 disciples, Chu Yu and Xu Yin, both young ladies. You may practice and enjoy your time together. The second elder, as if stepping on a cat's tail, rebuked angrily, Didn't you say your 2 disciples were enough? Oh, so you're deceiving me now? I suddenly find 3 disciples quite appealing. Shameless. Their argument escalated, as if a fight might break out at any moment, entirely devoid of the dignity expected of elders. The other new disciples, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, exchanged bewildered glances. Only the girl who had spoken earlier tugged at her fingers, her face a mask of disappointment and unwillingness. Shan Mingqiao looked on enviously, quickly turning away with a huff. Only those lacking vision would not choose me. The esteemed one, what did you say? The 5th elder inquired, stepping before him. Shan Mingqiao stubbornly retorted, My aptitude is no less than that of Sang Yin. Your refusal to select me as a disciple is your loss. The 5th elder chuckled, You are quite confident. Shan Mingqiao, indignant, declared, I speak only the truth. When I ascend in the future, you will understand. I do not covet any master. The 5th elder remarked, If I were to be your master, before he could finish. Shan Mingqiao knelt down instantly, declaring resolutely, Master. The 5th elder was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. How clever. Xie Qinzhou regarded them coldly, his expression neutral. The second elder, noticing his demeanor, suddenly seized his hand tightly, cheerfully suggesting, How about you and that girl Sang Yin come to be my disciples together? Xie Qinzhou, who despised physical contact, attempted to pull away but found it impossible. His face darkened. Let go. The second elder retained his benevolent expression. Your vital energy is in disarray. Though not severely harmed, your organs have sustained damage. Allow me to lend you some spiritual energy for recovery. Do you feel much better now? Xie Qinzhou replied curtly, I do not need it. The second elder released his hand, gently patting the back of it, and without further comment, resumed his bickering with the Grand Elder. Yin Yuan approached with purposeful strides, parting the two, and presented Sang Yin with a moon-white sword tassel. A hush fell over the crowd. And the second elder grumbled, I knew that brat wouldn't he just stand by and watch. Sang Yin understood his implication. She did not accept the sword tassel, lowering her voice to a whisper that only the 2 of them could hear. Are you vying for me to be your disciple because of Jingxian? Yin Yuan's expression remained indifferent, regardless of whether you are her daughter or not. I will take you as my disciple. Sang Yin blinked in confusion. Yin Yuan continued, When you chose to refuse me and insisted on climbing that mountain on your own, I prepared this sword tassel for you. Sang Yin smiled slightly. Just as she was about to reach for the tassel, a beam of sword light suddenly streaked in from outside the hall, scattering a flurry of blossoms. As the light dissipated, a man emerged. Striding forth, he appeared to be in his late 20s, with striking features and a tall frame, clad in a dark brocade robe, the hems and cuffs embroidered with golden threads. At his waist hung an ancient jade pendant signifying his position as the sect leader, unmistakably highlighting his high status. Upon his arrival, the disciples erupted into a flurry of whispers. Why has the sect leader come? Didn't he see your brother when say the sect leader was still in seclusion? Given his direction, could it be he has come for that new disciple? Several elders also wore expressions of surprise. Wasn't it said the sect leader wouldn't he attend the initiation ceremony? Why has he suddenly, under the collective gaze, the man approached Sang Yin and halted. Realizing his identity from the surrounding discussions, Sang Yin awkwardly imitated the proper greeting. Disciple Sang Yin pays respects to the sect leader. The man, his voice as smooth as jade, inquired, "Your name is Sang Yin? I am Song Lanfeng, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Do you wish to become my second disciple?" The hall fell abruptly silent. And soon, hushed murmurs filled the air. Apart from senior brother one, the sect leader had not taken on any disciples in recent years, and now he had specifically come to accept her. Indeed, he hadn't even. Don't even mention it. Senior sister Chu Yu's expression has changed. Among the disciples, Chu Yu's countenance stiffened momentarily. She lowered her head, concealing the sorrow in her eyes. Someone patted her shoulder. She lifted her gaze to meet Bu Yu's concerned look. Chu Yu offered a small smile, silently mouthing, "It doesn't matter, I'm indifferent." Bu Yu gently patted her head, his gesture tender, as if comforting a distressed kitten. Meanwhile, Song Lanfeng awaited Sang Yin's response. She glanced between him and Yin Yuan, ultimately whispering an apology. She accepted Yin Yuan's sword tassel. She had just declined the sect leader. My goodness, has she lost her mind? The disciples below buzzed with chatter, while the main figure of the event, Song Lanfeng, remained largely unfazed. He spoke gently. "Yin Yuan is steady in character. Having him as your master is also an excellent choice." Sang Yin sighed in relief, continuing with polite words, "Thank you for your generous offer." Sect leader, Song Lanfeng smiled subtly, shifting his gaze to Xie Qinzhou. "This young friend must also be a new disciple. Have you chosen a master?" Xie Qinzhou, expressionless, pointed at the second elder. The second elder, taken aback, stammered, "Me?" Xie Qinzhou nodded expressionlessly. The second elder immediately beamed with delight. Upon witnessing this, Song Lanfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, yet he smiled, saying, "This is quite splendid." The group proceeded to complete the master-apprentice ceremony in succession, settling the remaining new disciples, thus concluding the entrance rite. The crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Sang Yin was about to follow Yin Yuan back to Guzhou Peak, Song Lanfeng softly said, "Sang Yin, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you privately." Sang Yin had no choice but to halt, turning to Xie Qinzhou and saying, "You should return with your master first. We shall meet in the cafeteria during dinner." Xie Qinzhou nodded in agreement. On the other side, Chu Yao cast a deep glance at Sang Yin and Song Lanfeng before departing alongside Bu Yu and Su Shuiyin. Soon, only Sang Yin and Song Lanfeng remained in the hall. She felt somewhat apprehensive and inquired, "May I ask what the sect master wishes to discuss with me?" Song Lanfeng smiled warmly. Resembling a gentle spring breeze, "You are dying." Chapter 36. Is it still possible to renounce my master and join your ranks? Sang Yin. Who is dying? Song Lanfeng. You. Sang Yin. What is happening to me? Song Lanfeng. You are dying. Sang Yin slowly raised a question mark. Song Lanfeng continued, "Do you suffer from a heart ailment?" Sang Yin nodded. "That is not a heart ailment," Song Lanfeng softly replied. "That is the dream of a mayfly." Sang Yin appeared even more bewildered. "What is the dream of a mayfly?" "It is a kind of curse," Song Lanfeng explained, "which, when it manifests, causes one's blood to freeze and heart to ache as if being crushed. Those afflicted with the curse live as fleetingly as mayflies, hence the name. But I have survived until the age of 17, Sang Yin remarked, perplexed. Song Lanfeng smiled gently. "I too am puzzled as to why you have managed to endure this long." Sang Yin pondered for a moment and said, "Since I can remember, I have been taking medicine, consuming countless rare herbs. Perhaps this is related?" Song Lanfeng tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers and said softly, "Come here. I shall take your pulse." Sang Yin stood still, hesitant. "Yin Yin, I share the same master as your mother, Jingxian. I would not harm you." Sang Yin was taken aback, recalling what Yin Yuan had previously mentioned, and quickly inquired, "What kind of person is Jingxian?" Song Lanfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as his gaze drifted into the void, seemingly transcending time to revisit many years past. His expression softened. "Jingxian joined the Xiaoyao sect at the age of 12, becoming my junior sister. Along with Yin Yuan, the three of us were inseparable companions. She was vivacious, often teasing the elders. Yet she possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, being the most likely disciple to ascend within a century. Had she not left the Xiaoyao sect, the position of sect master would not have fallen to me." Sang Yin asked, "Why did she leave the Xiaoyao sect?" Song Lanfeng replied. She said she had fallen in love with someone. Yet later, her life lamp was extinguished. Sang Yin quickly asked, "Do you know who killed her?" Song Lanfeng's voice turned hoarse. There were no traces left of this matter. No one knows the cause of her death. However, he paused, and Sang Yin held her breath, listening intently as he continued. Some have claimed to have seen her entangled with a member of the Shura Hall. Perhaps her death is related to them. Shura Hall? Sang Yin had never heard this name before and asked curiously, "What is that?" "It is a notorious organization," Song Lanfeng said with a hint of disdain in his eyes, "whose members are among the most vile in the world. For 500 years, countless tragedies within the cultivation realm have been orchestrated by them." Sang Yin silently noted this clue in her mind. "I have searched for 17 years and have yet to uncover the identity of that person." Song Lanfeng said, his fingers turning pale as he clenched his palm. "If only I could find him." An invisible killing intent permeated the air, and Sang Yin found it somewhat suffocating. Song Lanfeng suddenly snapped back to reality. Waving his sleeve to disperse the oppressive atmosphere, his tone apologetic, "I am sorry. I lost my composure." Sang Yin waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I understand." "How have you grown all these years?" He scrutinized her closely, his tone laced with guilt. "Have you suffered?" Sang Yin replied, "I have been quite well. I have not suffered." Song Lanfeng hesitated. "Do you know who your father is?" Sang Yin scratched her head. "To be honest, I am not quite certain who my father is at the moment. Once I figure it out, I will let you know." Song Lanfeng was taken aback, then suddenly smiled. "All right, I will wait for you to tell me." "But how did you know that Jing Xian is my mother?" Sang Yin inquired. "Do I resemble her that much?" "Your features indeed bear a resemblance to hers," Song Lanfeng replied. "But most importantly, you drew the Sanshui sword." Sang Yin admitted, "Actually, I couldn't draw it at first, but for some reason that day, it just came out. That is Jing Xian's life sword. Apart from her, only those with a blood connection to her can wield it." Song Lanfeng explained, "On that day, your blood dripped onto the sheath, which confirmed your identity, prompting it to reveal itself and save you, I see." Sang Yin understood the matter regarding Jing Xian and cautiously asked, "Can the dream of a mayfly be resolved?" "Come here," Song Lanfeng instructed. Sang Yin stepped forward as he grasped her wrist, gradually channeling a stream of spiritual energy into her meridians. She realized he was examining her and did not resist. Relaxing her body to allow the energy to flow within her, as time passed, Song Lanfeng's brow gradually furrowed. Sang Yin's heart raced. "Is the situation dire?" He released her, gently patting the back of her hand. "Do not fear. It is better than I anticipated." Sang Yin asked, "Then?" "I saw something within you," he said, "though I am unclear as to what it truly is. Your survival thus far is likely due to its presence." Sang Yin was utterly perplexed. Song Lanfeng flipped his wrist, producing a small white jade vial. "This is honey brewed from the 1,000-year-old Yusang flower, a rare heart-protecting treasure. Consume a spoonful daily to temporarily suppress the curse." Sang Yin asked, "Isn't there a way to directly resolve it?" Song Lanfeng replied, "The antidote to the dream of a mayfly exists only in a single instance, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. I will send someone to search for it. You need not worry." Sang Yin expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, I will take care of you for your mother," Song Lanfeng said, extending his hand, his jade-like fingertips brushing away a barely noticeable speck of grass from her hair. His voice was soothing. "Do not be afraid. With me here, no one can harm you." In the vast hall, Sang Yin tilted her face upward, blinking her eyes. What a gentle person he is, however. Why did the original owner fall victim to the curse? Could it have been the doing of the one who killed Jing Xian? Lost in thought, Song Lanfeng formed a gesture and summoned a spiritual sword. "After all, the Sanshui sword is your mother's. It may not suit you well. For now, use this sword, and when the time comes for you to form your core and wield your life sword, I will find a better one for you." Sang Yin felt embarrassed to accept more of his gifts and politely declined. "Thank you, sect master, but my master will prepare one for me." Song Lanfeng insisted, "What your master prepares is his business. This is my token of goodwill as your uncle. If you do not accept it, it would be akin to distancing yourself from me." Reluctantly, Sang Yin accepted the sword. Time was already pressing, and she recalled her promise with Xie Chenzhou. Seeking to take her leave, "If the sect master has no further matters, I shall take my leave." Song Lanfeng smiled. "You may go." Sang Yin stepped out of the grand hall, and as she lifted her head, a figure caught her eye. She jogged over. Master. The young man, who had been waiting there for an unknown duration, turned around and responded with a faint, were you waiting here for me the whole time? Sang Yin asked. Yin Yuan's gaze swept over the sword in her hand before he countered with a question. Gifted by the sect master? Sang Yin quickly showed it to him. Yes, the Sanshui sword is inconvenient for me to use, so I will use this for now. She cautiously observed his expression, wondering if she had made a mistake in accepting it. Yin Yuan flicked the sword's body with his fingers, producing a crisp sound. He withdrew his hand, his tone unwavering. Since it has been given to you, you may keep it. Sang Yin placed the sword into her storage pouch. All right, let's go. Yin Yuan instructed, back to Guzhou Peak. He summoned his flying sword, and Sang Yin instinctively followed behind, gripping the back of his robe tightly. Yin Yuan glanced at her but said nothing, activating the flying sword. The sword light soared into the clouds, and the speed was not particularly fast, allowing them to clearly see the scenery below. Xiaoyao sect was nestled within Tianyu Mountain, covering a vast area, with towering peaks and jade-like waters, resembling a realm of immortals. Numerous pavilions and towers were arranged in an orderly fashion, and the spacious martial arts arena was prominently situated at the center. Sang Yin mentally noted the layout of the Xiaoyao sect, emphasizing the location of the cafeteria, nodding slightly in satisfaction. They soon arrived at Guzhou Peak. True to its name, there was only a single bamboo plant atop the peak, bare as if it were a middle-aged mathematics professor. However, this description was not entirely accurate. Sang Yin stood silently before the two thatched cottages at the peak for a full half-minute. A cold wind swept by, causing a door or window to creak ominously. The sound eerie in the stillness. She calmly turned around. Hello, sect master? Is it still possible to renounce my master and join your ranks? I find myself feeling rather regretful about my previous refusal towards you. Chapter 37. At times, she genuinely wished to report to the authorities in the future. You shall reside in the house on the left. Yin Yuan handed a key to Sang Yin. Sang Yin gazed at the dilapidated thatched cottage with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Is there truly a necessity for a lock on this door? A flicker of barely perceptible embarrassment crossed Yin Yuan's face. I did not anticipate that anyone besides myself would take up residence here. He swiftly proposed a solution. I shall arrange for someone to renovate the house, and for the next few days, you can temporarily stay with Chu Yao and the others. Sang Yin, puzzled, inquired. Is there no magical means to conjure a new house? Yin Yuan replied. I am a swordsman. I am skilled only in the art of the sword. Very well, each discipline has its own expertise. Sang Yin did not dwell on this matter further, taking a stroll around the front and back of the house before pointing to a vacant patch of land. May I have a small garden? Yin Yuan nodded. Sang Yin beamed. Then I shall take my leave. Do remember to inform me once the house is repaired. After receiving an affirmative reply, she excitedly departed along the path down the mountain. Upon jumping down the last stone step, she caught sight of a familiar figure ahead, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted. He stood tall and lean. It was undoubtedly Xie Zhou. She hurried her pace to catch up. Tapping his shoulder, as he turned around, she playfully jumped in front of him, hands behind her back. Here I am. Xie Zhou glanced back, disinterested. Sang Yin walked backward before him, asking, Were you looking for me? Xie Zhou replied, Just passing by. The second elder's Baohua Peak is right next to the Guzhou Peak, regardless of whether one is heading to the academy or the dining hall. This path is unavoidable. Sang Yin responded with an enthusiastic My master is going to renovate the house and even create a small garden for me, where I can plant flowers. Xie Zhou observed her radiant smile. Perplexed, is a mere garden truly worthy of such joy? Sang Yin replied, It is indeed. Xie Zhou remained unconvinced. Sang Yin explained, Flowers are beautiful, are they not? Are they not lovely? Xie Zhou's gaze drifted to the roadside, where lush oxalis thrived. Tiny, pale yellow and pink blossoms dotted the grass, their petals glistening with the sheen under the sunlight. A few light purple butterflies danced through the air, their wings shimmering with iridescent scales. Nearby, a youthful voice chimed brightly. This is the first time I've seen this species of butterfly. How exquisite! Xie Zhou pursed his lips. Do you like them? Sang Yin nodded. I do. In the next moment, her vision blurred, and before she could comprehend his actions, one butterfly was already grasped tightly in his palm. Xie Zhou extended his hand before her, opening it, the once graceful creature. which had just flitted among the flowers, lay motionless, its wings shattered. Sang Yin's smile faltered. "Is this not what you liked?" he asked impatiently. Sang Yin fell silent for a while, gently accepting the broken butterfly. She glanced around, finding a spot of soft earth, and crouched down to carve out a hole of moderate size with her small knife. Xiechenzhou inquired, "What are you doing?" Sang Yin replied, burying it. Xiechenzhou frowned. "Do you not like it?" "I do." She placed the butterfly into the hole, gradually covering its beautiful, pale purple wings with soil, compacting it firmly. She dusted off her hands and sighed deeply. "Xiechenzhou, do not do this again in the future." Xiechenzhou's brows furrowed in confusion. Sang Yin spoke earnestly. "I cherish this butterfly, which is why I wish for it to live freely, rather than be carelessly crushed to death, though love is to genuinely desire the happiness of the other, not to possess and destroy." Xiechenzhou lowered his gaze to his palm, where traces of shimmering scales remained. Glinting under the brilliant sunlight, he fell into a prolonged silence. Sang Yin wiped the scales clean with her sleeve and murmured, "Let us go, it is time to eat." The two continued onward, neither uttering another word. The dining hall of the Xiaoyao sect was expansive, towering 5 stories high, offering a plethora of culinary delights. The clamor of voices filled the air as she quickly spotted Wen Buyu seated by the window. Eagerly pulling Xiechenzhou along, she greeted him. "Senior Brother One." Wen Buyu smiled warmly. "I was just worried you would lose your way and miss dinner. It seems my concerns were unfounded." Sang Yin queried, "Did you not already begin abstaining from food? Do you still need to dine with us?" Before Wen Buyu could respond, Chu Yao rolled her eyes. "Abstaining from food merely allows us to survive without eating. It does not mean we are devoid of appetites. We are not Shaozhuochen, cultivating the path of detachment and living lifelessly. Indeed, who could endure dragging their weary body back after practicing the sword 512 times and completing 10 foundational texts on cultivation, only to sip the winds of the northwest? Merely contemplating it is utterly dreadful." Sang Yin expressed her understanding. "Would you mind if we shared a table?" They made space, leaving 2 seats open. On the table lay a container of bamboo sticks, each inscribed with the names of dishes, some familiar to Sang Yin, others unknown. She carefully examined each stick and asked them, "I would like to have lotus leaf chicken. What about you?" When Buyu selected a stick, steamed base, Chu Yao, disinterested, instructed him to fetch another, braised lamb.su shuain. "I'll have the same as senior sister." Sang Yin turned to Xiechenzhou beside her, "And you?" Xiechenzhou replied, "Whatever." She then casually shook a stick and handed it to Wen Buyu. Wen Buyu opened a hidden compartment under the table, placing all the bamboo sticks inside. The sticks vanished from sight. As they awaited their dishes, Sang Yin shared the news of her temporary stay and renovation. Su Shuain exclaimed joyfully, "We happen to have an empty bed at our place. After you finish eating, come along with us." Sang Yin agreed. Yes. Su Shuain curiously inquired, "By the way, did the sect leader summon you for something today?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yao, who had been conversing with Wen Buyu, perked up and turned to look at Sang Yin. Sang Yin chose not to mention the matters of Jing Xian and Yu Fei, simply stating, "He gifted me a sword. A sword?" The group's interest peaked. "What kind of sword?" "Just a very ordinary one." Sang Yin retrieved the sword from her storage bag. "Here it is." When Buyu took it, scrutinizing it closely, he flicked the blade with his finger, saying, "This is a sword forged from celestial meteorite iron. Here we go again." Upon hearing the familiar composition, Sang Yin face-palmed. "Do not speak of meteorites. I was deceived just recently and will not be lured into believing in such things again. Each day brings a different trick. At times, she genuinely wished to report to the authorities. Chapter 38. My wife does not allow me to converse with fools. It is indeed made of meteorite iron. Su Shuin gazed at her with envy. It is a splendid sword. If sold externally, it would fetch at least 500,000 spirit stones, perhaps not even as well crafted as this one. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin's eyes sparkled. Truly, the sect leader is generous. A simple piece of equipment is already a legendary weapon. Chu Yao glanced at the sword, remaining silent, a low pressure emanating from her. Unaware of the tension, Su Shuin propped her chin on her hands, continuing to converse with Sang Yin. The sect leader treats you exceptionally well. Senior Brother One is his only disciple, and to obtain a sword, he still has to gather materials and hammer it out himself. Thus, he ends up with a physique of pure muscle, I suppose. Sang Yin sighed. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the cook approaching with a tray and quickly began tidying the table. The dishes are here. Let us eat first. One dish after another was served, each more tantalizing than the last, their colors and aromas enticing enough to stimulate anyone's appetite. Before departing, the cook pointed to a room on the left and said to Sang Yin, "There are snacks over there. If you wish to eat, help yourself." Intrigued, Sang Yin made her way to that room. Inside, there were only two individuals. Dressed in identical chef's attire, their heads and faces were completely covered with cloth, revealing only their eyes. A pot in the back was steaming, the aroma wafting through the air. She knocked on the door. "Are there any snacks left?" The two individuals paused mid-conversation. Sang Yin repeated her question. Only then did they nod. One of them turned rigidly to scoop food from the pot into a glass bowl. The ladle fell and rose again, filling a spoonful of osmanthus lotus root balls to the brim. Sang Yin's face lit up with anticipation. In the next moment, the chef's hand began to tremble rhythmically. One by one, the lotus root balls plopped back into the pot. Sang Yin, that technique feels oddly familiar. With a flick of his hand, the remaining few balls fell into the bowl, and he pushed it forward. Done, now scram. Dazed, she picked up the bowl and was about to leave when she turned to see Xiechun Zhou walking in. Pausing her steps slightly to wait for him to return together, Xiechun Zhou walked straight to the two kitchen workers. Just as he was about to speak, they suddenly lifted their heads. 3 pairs of eyes met, and the air fell silent. Whether it was Sang Yin's imagination or not, the two kitchen workers trembled even more violently. She could not suppress her glee. Soon, Xiechun Zhou's bowl would likely contain even fewer lotus root balls than hers. However, her amusement was short-lived. A bowl heaped high with lotus root balls was presented before Xiechun Zhou. Sang Yin. She glanced at his overwhelmed bowl, then at her own, which bore only slight superficial damage. Slowly tapping out a question marked "AT" the long table, Xiechun Zhou's expression was devoid of emotion, save for the flicker of malice concealed in his eyes. The dish servers, Crow 1 and Crow 2, exchanged furtive whispers audible only to him. Fearful.jpg reserved.jpg Young Master, we have successfully infiltrated the Xiaoyao sect, they reported. Xiechun Zhou replied, I see. They eagerly added, Young Master, is there anything else you wish to eat? We can discreetly fetch it from the kitchen tonight. Xiechun Zhou dismissed them, no need. Their faces were resolute. Young Master, fret not. As long as we are present, you shall never go hungry. Xiechun Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Sang Yin waiting at the door, took a deep breath, relaxed his clenched fist, and squeezed out a response through gritted teeth. You are not to speak to me again from now on. Crow 2 enlightened. Is the young master concerned about revealing his identity? Crow 1 remarked, the young master is astute. We can only look on in admiration. Xiechun Zhou's expression turned frigid. No, I simply have no desire to converse with fools. Crow 1. Crow 2. Winky face. Xiechun Zhou seized his bowl and strode away, dragging Sang Yin with him. Along the way, Sang Yin whispered, Do you know them? Xiechun Zhou shook his head firmly. No. Sang Yin pondered. Then why did they serve you so many lotus root balls? Xiechun Zhou's brow twitched, and suddenly he turned back with her. Meanwhile, Crow 1 and Crow 2, who were bickering, froze in place, standing at attention. Xiechun Zhou handed Sang Yin's bowl over, succinctly stating, Fill it. Crow 1. Huh? Crow 2 swiftly added 2 generous spoonfuls of lotus root balls. Is this enough? Would you like more? Xiechun Zhou asked Sang Yin. Is this sufficient? Sang Yin replied dryly, Yes. It is enough. Xiechun Zhou nodded. Let us go. The events unfolded too swiftly for Sang Yin to comprehend. By the time she returned to her seat, she found herself holding a bowl brimming with lotus root balls. It wasn't tea until she settled back down that she blinked, as if awakening from a dream. She couldn't help but steal glances at Xiechun Zhou. The slip of paper he had drawn at random revealed plain kanji. The young man lowered his head to sip from the bowl, the line of his jaw sharply defined in profile. His fingers, elegant and long, held the porcelain spoon, equally unadorned. Sang Yin mused that Xiechun Zhou indeed possessed a certain charm. In his hands, even the bland kanji seemed transformed into ambrosia. Suddenly, Xiechun Zhou seemed to sense her gaze and turned slightly in her direction. Sang Yin held his gaze unwaveringly, raising an eyebrow as she popped a lotus root ball into her mouth. Delicious, she thought, grinning as she savored the taste. Xiechun Zhou hesitated, glancing at the untouched lotus root balls before him. He cautiously picked one up and tested it against his lips. It was sweet. After dinner, Sang Yin quietly bid farewell to Xie Qinzhou and followed Su Xuan to the elder's small moon peak. Xie Qinzhou returned to his dwelling alone. As he retraced his steps along the path, his pace slowed. The patch of wood sorrel still flourished by the roadside, its petals tender and vibrant. He walked past without a glance. Not far ahead, he abruptly halted and turned around. In a nearby clearing, a pit filled in by daylight had been partially excavated, revealing a lifeless butterfly lying silently at the bottom. Xie Qinzhou studied it for a time before slicing his fingertip. A crimson droplet fell, trailing down the shattered wings, seeping into the earth below. He regarded it intently. The wings fluttered slightly, the glimmer ignited in Xie Qinzhou's dark eyes, only to extinguish just as swiftly. The wind picked up. The pale purple butterfly stirred its wings in the breeze, as if animated once more. When the wind ceased, so did the butterfly. This creature had utterly perished. That which has passed will never return to life. The wound on his fingertip healed on its own as Xie Qinzhou forcefully tossed the earth back into the pit and rose to return to Baohua Peak. Atop Baohua Peak, a few plots of vegetable gardens had been established. An elderly man with disheveled hair and beard crouched in the soil, mumbling to himself. Xie Qinzhou offered him not a single glance as he made his way to his room. The elder, noticing the commotion, hurriedly greeted him. "Back already?" Xie Qinzhou responded with a simple hum. The second elder dusted his hands off, boasting, "Look at this squash. It's bigger than your head. And this scallion, it's taller than you." Xie Qinzhou was perplexed. Why would someone who did not require sustenance waste their time in the gardens daily? Just as he could not fathom why Sang Yin yearned for a garden of her own. Noticing Xie Qinzhou's unusual expression, the second elder's smile faded as he inquired, "Is something amiss?" Xie Qinzhou shook his head, intending to depart, yet found his feet unwilling to move. Ultimately, he asked the second elder, "What do you find enjoyable about gardening?" The second elder awkwardly replied, "Because I have quite a bit of free time. I don't have to teach at the academy or manage the sect. So I tend to these 2 acres of land." Xie Qinzhou turned to leave. Behind him, the second elder's voice rang out once more. "There's something on the table. It's a gift from your master. See if it suits you." Xie Qinzhou remained silent as he quickly returned to his room. On the table lay a rectangular box, caked with dirt. He casually lifted the lid. A gleaming white sword revealed itself. Xie Qinzhou paused, picking it up. The sword was simply designed, devoid of any carvings on the hilt or sheath, its material solid and weighty. He unsheathed the blade, and a cold light reflected upon his face. Celestial iron from the heavens. It was identical to the one in Sang Yin's possession. Xie Qinzhou's fingertips brushed over the scabbard, and he turned to glance out the door, confusion filling his gaze. This was a gift for him? Meanwhile, the second elder returned his attention to his battle with the weeds. What a foolish child. What reason is there for liking something? He shook his head, chuckling at the plump squash. If I had to give a reason, it's probably because I want to watch them grow from seeds into seedlings, then bloom, bear fruit, and wither away. New life is born, while old life fades, in a cycle that never ends, all brimming with hope. Chapter 39. Because she is kind. Xiaoya Peak was starkly different from Guzhou Peak. It was adorned with blooming flowers and towering ancient trees. Sang Yin's eyes almost welled with envy. The Grand Elder had not yet returned from handling affairs, leaving only Su Xuan and Chuyu present. The atmosphere was serene and comfortable. Su Xuan finished tidying the room, washed a few plump loquats, and beckoned her. "Come over, there's something delicious." These loquats were grown by the senior brother. "Coming." Sang Yin dashed over eagerly. Chuyu merely cast a cursory glance and said, "I'm not hungry. I'll head back to rest." After speaking, she didn't wait for a response and pushed the door to her room. Sang Yin, still holding the loquats, intended to offer them to her, but her outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Su Xuan dryly remarked, "Just give them to me." Sang Yin handed over the loquats. "What is wrong with Chuyu?" Su Xuan took small bites of the fruit, mumbling, "She might not be feeling well." Sang Yin expressed her concern. "Is it serious? She looks quite unwell. A bit of rest should do her good." Su Xuan patted her shoulder. "I'll go check on her. You should rest early." Sang Yin agreed. "Okay." After Su Xuan departed, she carried the remaining fruit back to her room, closed the door, and locked it. She intended to snack. She poked the chubby bird in her mind that was still sulking. Lulu buried its head in its wings. "I want to eat." I'm a principled bird. I say no to food. Sang Yin replied, Fine, I'll eat it myself. Lu flapped out, snatching the fruit from her hand. Lamenting, You didn't even try to coax me, Sang Yin retorted. No need to coax. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I? Lu took a bite of the fruit, indignant. You heartless woman. I will never forgive you, Sang Yin pouted. Suit yourself. She ignored the squawking Lu and took out the bird egg from her storage pouch, sitting under the lamp to study it earnestly. This was the red-billed bird egg that Xie had given her last time, and it had been quiet for days. Xiao Zhuochen had mentioned that red-billed birds only recognized the Zhuyu clan as their masters. So would this chick kill her upon hatching? Or should she take the initiative to eliminate it before it was born? She was uncertain. However, whether it could hatch successfully was another matter. Sang Yin murmured that it had been frozen in the eternal ice for 500 years. It probably had long been damaged. Lu, satisfied and with a full belly, waddled around on the table. Feeling its comfortable demeanor amidst her tumultuous thoughts, she decided to tease it. Why don't you try hatching it? Lu was furious. I am male. I want to hatch eggs. Sang Yin flicked its little head. Nonsense. Many male birds hatch eggs. Lu puffed up in indignation. I simply refuse to hatch it. Besides, this egg is already dead, It scoffed. There are no signs of life within. It's just a hard, useless rock now, fit only for knocking someone on the back of the head. Knocking someone on the head? Sang Yin's eyes lit up as she tossed the bird egg to it. Then this will be your weapon from now on. Should I encounter danger, you shall stealthily lurk behind that individual and strike fiercely upon the back of his head. Lu snorted dismissively. I would not come to your rescue. I am a bird of principles, Sang Yin. Every day, an unlimited supply of fruits, accompanied by 2 bags of 5 spiced melon seeds. Lu, it is the duty of every system to protect its host. A pair of wings clapped joyously. Deal. The academy of the Xiaoyao sect is situated by the banks of Cuiwei Lake. All disciples within the sect must attend classes, regardless of whether they belong to the inner or outer sects, until they pass their assessments and graduate. Even the direct disciples of the elders are no exception. Before dawn, Sang Yin rose from her bed in a daze. She donned the white sect uniform she had received the previous day and, like a wandering spirit, knocked on the doors of Chu Yao and Su Xuan. The door opened in response, revealing Su Xuan, radiant and full of energy, while Chu Yao yawned, visibly irritable. On the way to the academy, Sang Yin silently wept. Who would have thought that the person who once could not endure an early 8 o'clock class would, through great effort, ultimately lead a life of rising at 5? Her future indeed appeared bright. Upon arriving at the academy, the group paused at the entrance. New disciples attended separate classes, and just as Sang Yin was about to bid farewell, Chu Yao had already walked away without a word. Su Xuan hurried after her. Such severe morning grumpiness. Sang Yin scratched her head. What are you still standing here for? A young man passed by her, reminding her that class was about to commence. Sang Yin's expression changed, and she hurriedly thanked him before dashing off in a frantic rush. She finally arrived at the lecture hall just before the bell tolled. Among the new disciples, 3 had become direct disciples, while 4 joined the inner sect and 3 the outer sect. This class had only 10 students in total. Sang Yin immediately spotted Xie Zhou. A girl was chatting with him, her face alight with smiles. He, however, wore a blank expression. Sang Yin plopped down beside him, took a moment to steady her breath, and greeted the two. Good morning. Xie Zhou lifted his eyelids slightly in acknowledgement. The girl's smile dimmed a bit. Good morning. She then extended her hand. Shuangyu. Sang Yin returned the handshake. Sang Yin. Shuangyu inquired of Xie Zhou. What about you? Knowing his stubborn temperament, Sang Yin interjected to alleviate any potential awkwardness. He is Xie Zhou. Shuangyu's smile vanished entirely. I was asking him. Why do you answer for him? Sang Yin replied earnestly. Because I am kind. Shuangyu. Chapter 40. Woman, are you trying to seduce me? Her gaze flitted between Sang Yin and Xie Zhou, her tone laced with implication. You seem quite familiar with each other? You were together during the selection yesterday. Sang Yin quickly clarified. We are merely ordinary compatriots. Is that so? Shuangyu replied. Xie Zhou regarded Sang Yin silently. Anticipating this, she gestured for him to retreat to a corner. He complied. Once they reached a secluded area, she spoke rapidly. From now on, we shall say we are compatriots to outsiders, and maintain a suitable distance in public. Xie Zhou's gaze sharpened. Compatriots? Sang Yin lowered her voice. I fear others may misunderstand us, and rumors could spread, which would be quite undesirable. Xie Chunzhou stared at her intently, then suddenly chuckled. Understood. He strode back to his seat, seized a book from the table, and sat as far away from Sang Yin as possible. Sang Yin nodded in satisfaction. His execution was indeed commendable. In the original story, Xie Chunzhou's striking appearance made him quite popular within the Xiaoyao sect. However, Sang Yunling's possessiveness led her to publicly declare their relationship, resulting in rampant gossip. Xie Chunzhou was deeply troubled by this, further fueling his disdain for Sang Yunling. This ultimately laid a solid foundation for her future demise. Having learned from past mistakes, Sang Yin was resolute in avoiding such a blunder. By proactively addressing the matter, she had provided Xie Chunzhou with a perfect opportunity to save face. Surely, his fondness for her would flourish. Wouldn't it? Ding! Xie Chunzhou's fondness level decreased by 60. Sang Yin. She nearly stumbled, catching herself against the wall, flustered in the wind. Just then, Shan Mingchao entered, perfectly timed, and seeing her state, cleared his throat, lifting his chin and gazing at her through his nostrils. Woman, did you intentionally come here to welcome me? What are you trying to seduce me? Sang Yin snapped back to reality and slapped him. Returning to her seat, Shan Mingchao, perplexed by the sudden blow, he covered his left cheek, fuming as he sat beside her, demanding, Why did you hit me? Sang Yin, expressionless. Because you deserved it. Shin Mingchao jumped up, exclaiming, No one would like a violent little brat like you. Sang Yin retorted. What do you care? You're more nosy than someone living by the sea. As Shun Mingchao prepared to retaliate, she raised her hand, prompting him to instinctively cover his right cheek. Sang Yin then delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. Shun Mingchao, despicable. After dealing with Shen Mingchao, Sang Yin's mood improved considerably. She decided to temporarily forgive Xie Chunzhou and discuss matters with him after class. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a system notification chimed in her mind. Ding! Xie Chunzhou's fondness level decreased by 100. Sang Yin, having done nothing. She glared at the cold-faced youth by the window. Discuss what? More like a backstab. Kill him within 3 days. Ding! The bell rang, signaling the start of the first class. Sang Yin suppressed her distractions, focusing intently on the lesson. Soon, a young man clad in plain attire entered, carrying books. Sang Yin was somewhat taken aback. He was the very person she had encountered at the entrance. I am Gu Bai, the eldest disciple of the Hall of Discipline. He introduced himself, his face devoid of expression. The fourth elder has left the sect on business, and I will be taking his classes for the next few days. His stern demeanor left many feeling anxious. The disciples greeted him with apprehensive expressions. He gestured for them to settle down, and the lesson commenced. Sang Yin opened her newly received textbook on the fundamentals of cultivation, glancing briefly at the content. The stages of cultivation are categorized as follows: Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Each stage is further divided into 3 substages: Qi refining first layer, Qi refining second layer, and so on. Sang Yin promptly fell asleep. Gu Bai glanced in her direction, his brows furrowing tightly before he waved his sleeve. A refreshing scent of mint filled the room, invigorating and awakening. Yet, Sang Yin remained undisturbed. Holding his book in one hand, he paced as he spoke. Countless millennia ago, when the world was first formed, the 6 realms were delineated. Gods, immortals, humans, demons, spirits, and devils, each presiding over their own realms. Among them, the human realm encompasses 3,000 small worlds, with the uppermost area closest to the immortal realm being the Hongming continent. Also known as the immortal cultivation realm. Gu Bai approached Sang Yin's desk and tapped it with his fingers. Point 1 sound, point 2 sounds, point 3 sounds. Sang Yin jolted awake, startled. Laughter erupted around her, with Shan Mingchao's voice particularly prominent. Meeting Gu Bai's disapproving gaze, she recognized her fault and awkwardly lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry, I won't fall asleep again. Gu Bai withdrew his hand and continued speaking, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. The Hongming continent is rich in spiritual energy, with numerous sections among them. The most prestigious sects are the 3 sects and 1 hall. 3 sects and 1 hall. Someone questioned. Gu Bai explained. Tianyu Mountain S Xiaoyao sect, Chihuang Valley S Xianjin sect, and Penglai Island S Ling Shao sect comprised the 3 sects. As for the hall, before Gu Bai could finish, Shuang Yu eagerly interjected, I know. I know. It's the Shura Hall. Sang Yin looked on in surprise. Ji Yu Bai's expression darkened. How can the likes of the demon realm be compared to us? Shuang Yu's face flushed, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Shun Ming Chao crossed his arms, shaking his head. The hall is the hall of longevity. The current leading figure among the younger generation of cultivators, Xiao Zhuoqian, is the disciple of the Hall Master. And the Hall Master is the disciple of the leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, a complex web of relationships that cannot be succinctly explained. Some were left bewildered. 10,000 Immortals Alliance? Shun Ming Chao glanced at Gu Bai, noticing he was not angered but rather appeared approving, which pleased him. He continued with confidence. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance does not belong to any particular faction, maintaining absolute neutrality, and holds a transcendent status in the Hongming continent. Should there be friction between major sects, it intervenes to mediate, and if matters escalate to life and death, it promptly condemns the actions. Sang Nian suddenly understood. Oh, it's like the United Nations. After enduring a long morning, the first class finally concluded. Sang Yin planned to grab lunch and was about to find Xie Chenzhou when she turned around to discover he had already left. She pouted. This person was perpetually angry, for no apparent reason. After packing her things, she walked slowly to the cafeteria alone. Upon seeing her, Shun Ming Chao mocked, so pitiful, not even having someone to eat with. Sang Yin retorted, Are you talking about yourself? This guy had such a terrible personality that no one in the sect wanted to associate with him. People avoided him while walking, let alone during meals. Shun Ming Chao began to peer at her disdainfully through his nostrils. These commoners are unworthy to dine at the same table as me. Sang Yin smiled coldly. First, retract your nostrils. Once again, upon the mere mention of the term commoner, I could not help but feel compelled to strike you upon our next encounter. Shun Ming Chao, feeling indignant, retorted, I am not the one you speak of. What entitlement do you have to strike me? Sang Yin remarked, mutual combat is permissible. Shun Mingchao hesitated momentarily before defiantly turning away, declaring, This prince possesses a magnanimous spirit and shall not stoop to the level of quarreling with a foul girl such as yourself. How cowardly! Sang Yin, expressing her disdain, curled her lips and raised her middle finger at him before striding into the dining hall. Shun Mingchao stood rooted to the spot, watching her graceful figure vanish. Seething with anger, having walked together, how could she not even extend the courtesy of pleasantries, choosing instead to dine alone? What a wretched individual. Chapter 41. As for Xie Chenzhou, let it be. He is inherently troublesome. Xie Chenzhou was absent from the dining hall, likely having returned directly to Baohua Peak. With no classes in the afternoon, he was presumably occupied with self-cultivation. To see him would require waiting until tomorrow. Not only was Xie Chenzhou missing, but even Chu Yao and the others were nowhere to be found. Sang Yin hastily consumed a few bites before preparing to return to Xiaoya Peak for her own training. Suddenly, Chu Yao and Su Shuiyin approached, laughing and chatting amiably. Just as Sang Yin intended to greet them, Chu Yao immediately suppressed her smile, silently shifting to another table. Su Shuiyin awkwardly nodded at her before taking a seat beside Chu Yao. Even Sang Yin, typically oblivious, sensed something amiss. It appeared that Chu Yao was upset with her. Xie Chenzhou, as troublesome as he was, could be overlooked, but what had transpired with Chu Yao? Sang Yin was utterly perplexed. She sat down opposite Chu Yao, attempting to broach the subject. Before she could utter a word, Chu Yao preempted her, stating, This seat is taken. Brother Wen will be here shortly. Sang Yin moved to her right, only for Chu Yao to assert, This spot is also occupied. Reluctantly, Sang Yin rose as Yu Shuiyin desperately tried to mediate the situation. Sang Shimi, you arrived quite early. Why isn't Xie Shidi accompanying you today? Sang Yin did not take the bait offered by Su Shuiyin and bluntly asked Chu Yao, Have I offended you in any way? If I am in the wrong, I shall apologize. Chu Yao remained tight-lipped, her expression stony. Sang Yin glanced at Su Shuiyin, who hesitated for a long moment before timidly shaking her head. Without further ado, Sang Yin turned and departed. Upon returning to Xiaoya Peak, she swiftly tidied her belongings, lingering not a moment longer before heading back to Guzhou Peak. The renovations Yin Yuan spoke of were not merely superficial repairs. The two thatched huts had been entirely demolished. The site lay barren, awaiting the construction of a new edifice. Nearby, a vast expanse of cleared land was enclosed by bamboo fencing, the soil soft and damp as if freshly turned, A few bags of flower seeds rested to one side, yet to be sown. Yin Yuan was absent. Sang Yin surmised he was preoccupied with the building project. After standing for a while, she turned and descended the mountain, aimlessly wandering with her small bundle on her back. As twilight descended, fatigue overtook her, and she found herself squatting by the roadside, lost in thought. Time slipped away, and a shadow enveloped her. She looked up to see a youth, his white headband fluttering in the breeze. His brows and eyes dark as ink, the gentle glow of dusk illuminated his face, softening the previously sharp lines. Sang Yin pouted. Xie Qinzhou, he remained expressionless. Sang Yunling, what are you doing here? I told you to call me Sang Yin. Sang Yin murmured in discontent. Xie Qinzhou paused before repeating his question. Sang Yin, what are you doing here? Taking a walk, she replied. Xie Qinzhou scoffed. Taking a walk with your luggage? Sang Yin, feeling somewhat deflated, clutched her bundle closer. What brings you here? Xie Qinzhou replied with a dismissive scoff. Taking a walk, then you continue. I shall take my leave, she declared. Just as she was about to rise, her head suddenly spun, the world around her fading into darkness. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Sang Yin instinctively reached out and grasped something, her body collapsing limply to the ground. With a thud, her head struck a stone by the roadside, and she fell silent. Xie Qinzhou, clutching the hem of her garment, pushed her. Stop pretending. The girl lay serene, utterly still. Gritting his teeth, Xie Qinzhou muttered, if I find out you are feigning it, I shall surely end you right here. He tore away a piece of her clothing and hoisted her over his shoulder, carrying her up to Baohua Peak as if she were a sack of potatoes. The second elder, watering the fields, looked up in shock, nearly dropping his watering can. Have you killed her? He quickly glanced around, lowering his voice. Did anyone else see this? There are no traces left behind. I hope, Xie Qinzhou replied, tossing Sang Yin onto a rocking chair at the entrance, his expression impassive. She suddenly fainted. Upon recognizing Sang Yin, the second elder rushed over. Let me check on her. He reached out to take her pulse. Moments later, his expression subtly changed. The second elder withdrew his hand. She is merely weak. There is nothing serious. Xie Qinzhou inquired, when will she awaken? The elder replied, move her inside. She won't regain consciousness for a while. Xie Qinzhou complied, and the second elder patted his shoulder. You stay by her side. I'll go fetch some restorative pills from that girl by Ku. Xie Qinzhou nodded, and the elder hurried off. Inside, only Xie Qinzhou and Sang Yin remained. As dusk faded completely, the sky outside transformed into a deep blue hue, the night settling in. Xie Qinzhou lit a lamp and stood by the bed. His expression shifting in the dim light, the girl's face appeared pale, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. After a considerable time, he formed a hand seal, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her chest. Her complexion grew even paler, and a flicker of pain surfaced on her features. Xie Qinzhou swiftly retracted his hand. She settled into a quiet state, as if in deep slumber. On the windowsill, two black birds watched him intently, their pupils gleaming like emeralds. Xie Qinzhou waved them away and shut the window with a thud. Still, it was futile. He pressed his fingers to his temples, murmuring, I must find something to assist. A youthful voice piped up. What do you need? Xie Qinzhou's reflexes kicked in, and he lunged toward the source of the voice. A few feathers drifted down in midair. A small yellow parrot perched atop a fist-sized white egg, its feathers all ruffled. What are you doing? It was the chattering bird that Sang Yin had raised. Xie Qinzhou gradually relaxed his hostility. The bird directed the egg toward him, continuing to interrogate. What were you doing to my master just now? Xie Qinzhou replied nonchalantly. I intended to heal her, but my spiritual energy is insufficient. I require medicinal pills. Lulu's bravado diminished instantly, and it complained. You could heal her without looking so ominous. Xie Qinzhou's gaze shifted to the egg beneath it, raising an eyebrow. Is this an egg of the Qi Jiao bird? Lulu affirmed, indeed, but it has perished. As it spoke, it floated to Xie Qinzhou's head, puffing out its chest with pride. I made a small modification. Now it won't rot, and it has become my steed. I can fly without flapping my wings. A bird riding on an egg seemed absurd. However, if it belonged to Sang Yin, it was not entirely surprising, given that her demeanor was equally unconventional. Lulu continued to chatter excitedly, elaborating on the brilliance of its invention. Abruptly, Xiechenzhou seized Lulu and tossed both the bird and the egg out of the room. Lulu clung to the door. What are you doing? Xiechenzhou impatiently pushed it away. You're too noisy. Lulu, in a fit of exasperation, pecked at him. You're the noisy one. I am simply lively and talkative. Caught off guard, Xiechenzhou felt a sharp peck on his fingertip. Blood droplets emerged, dripping onto Lulu. It shuddered in disgust, cursing, You've dirted my steed. How can I ride it with your blood all over? Xiechenzhou's expression remained unperturbed as he pressed the bird's head and pushed it outside. Returning to the bedside, he let a few drops of blood fall into Sang Yin's mouth. Soon, her eyes fluttered open slightly. She attempted to speak, but suddenly furrowed her brows, her features contorting. Ouch, my head. Before she could finish, her hand brushed against the swollen lump at the back of her head, and she gasped in shock. Sang Yin looked at Xiechenzhou, incredulous. Did you hit me? Xiechenzhou replied. I did not. Chapter 42. He gripped her ankle, pulling her forcefully toward himself. Really? Sang Yin narrowed her eyes, filled with skepticism. Xiechenzhou replied, Believe it or not. He stood and opened the door. Now that you are awake, you may leave. Sang Yin rolled over twice on the spot, clutching the blanket. I refuse. I have nowhere to go. I shall sleep here tonight. Xiechenzhou frowned. Get up. Sang Yin protested. No, he approached the bed. Kneeling on one knee at the edge, reaching out to pull her down. Sang Yin skillfully evaded his hand, rolling over toward the other side of the bed, boasting. You can't catch me. I am the most agile little dog in the mountains. No one is faster than I. Xiechenzhou abruptly changed direction, seizing her ankle. Sang Yin? Before she could react, he yanked her towards himself with force. Sang Yin. She attempted to grasp onto something, her fingertips grazing the sheets, leaving behind a trail of disheveled creases, eye in the blink of an eye. Xiechenzhou's face loomed above her. He released her ankle, propping his arms on either side of her head. Gazing down at her eyes and scoffed. Still trying to escape. Sang Yin stared blankly at him, her fair cheeks gradually tinged with a delicate blush. A flicker of confusion flashed in Xiechenzhou's eyes. Why is your face red? I haven't even hit you. Coming back to her senses, she hastily covered her face with her hands, revealing only her strikingly bright eyes, which seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. Xiechenzhou's breath hitched. At Sui Xing Peak, a flash of sword light pierced the air as the second elder hurriedly entered the wooden cabin atop the peak. The scent of wine wafted through the air. A woman in a green robe lay asleep on the couch, clutching a small wine jar, deeply engrossed in her slumber. He kicked the wine jar aside and vigorously shook the woman. Baiku? Wake up! The woman mumbled something incoherent in her sleep, rolling over to continue her dreams. The second elder could only chant a calming incantation and pointed at her brow. Baiku jolted awake. Her inebriation evaporating instantly, the second elder exclaimed, This is a matter of utmost urgency. She blinked in confusion. What is it? The second elder replied. That girl Sang Yin has fallen victim to the ephemera dream. Baiku remained bewildered. Who is Sang Yin? The second elder slapped his forehead, finally recalling that she had not participated in the selection. He conjured a water mirror, speaking rapidly as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Look, this is the girl. I only discovered she was under the ephemera dream today when she fainted, her complexion as pale as paper, and she is still unconscious. As he spoke, the scene within the room of Baohua Peak gradually emerged in the water mirror. The candlelight flickered, the bed disheveled. The girl's cheeks were flushed, while a boy's arms were positioned on either side of her head, his earlobes seemingly dripping with blood. It was an innocent yet palpable ambiguity. The second elder, Baiku elder, the atmosphere grew still. After a few seconds, the second elder awkwardly dispersed the water mirror. Baiku tactfully remarked, Her complexion appears quite rosy. The second elder seemed preoccupied, glancing at the sky and then at the ground. I agree, haha, these two children really do have rosy faces. Baiku yawned. Perhaps you are mistaken. If it were the ephemera dream, she would have long since perished. How could she still be so spirited? The second elder fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I truly misjudged? Baiku stifled another yawn and began to usher him away. Enough? You should return. I need my rest. The second elder departed from Sui Xing Peak, flying back to Baohua Peak in a daze. Just as he was about to ascend to the peak, He suddenly came to his senses, abruptly halting his steps and landing at the foot of the mountain. With hands clasped behind his back, he circled Baohua Peak repeatedly, unable to quell his worries. Others might be fine, but Nian Nian is the daughter of Jing Xian, and Yin Yuan cherishes her like his own eye. Moreover, Yin Yuan is already utterly disdainful of his own disciple, and it is impossible for him to approve of their union. He might even break Xie Qinzhou's legs. This does not bode well for a harmonious relationship. The more the second elder pondered, the more distressed he became, sighing repeatedly. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" The second elder turned to see a young man standing a few steps away, effortlessly holding up a tree as thick as 3 men embracing it. Perhaps finding it troublesome, he had tied his shirt around his waist, exposing a robust upper body. The second elder regarded his muscular physique, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Ha ha, it's Yin Yuan." Yin Yuan glanced at his forehead, remarking blandly, "Second elder, you are sweating profusely." The second elder trembled as he wiped his sweat, repeatedly fanning himself, forcing a smile. "Indeed, tonight is quite warm." Without waiting for Yin Yuan to respond, he hastily inquired, "Why are you wandering about outside at such a late hour instead of meditating or sleeping?" Yin Yuan's expression softened considerably. "Now that Nian Nian has arrived, I cannot continue to settle for less as I did before. I plan to construct a new house using frostmelt wood. Frostmelt wood, known for its elegant fragrance, retains warmth during the scorching summer and releases it in winter. Its temperature sufficient to melt frost and snow, hence its name if used to build a house. It would keep the interior warm in winter and cool in summer." The second elder exclaimed in surprise. "Frostmelt wood is exceedingly rare. Where did you find such a large piece?" Yin Yuan replied, "At the 10,000 Poisons sect." The second elder queried, "Did you trespass into their sect and chop it down?" Yin Yuan shook his head. "I consulted with them before taking action." The second elder, relieved, sighed. "As long as you consulted them first, that is good. The house at Guzhou Peak has been flattened." Yin Yuan stepped toward Baohua Peak, intending to borrow it for the night. The second elder, "Of course, you can't." Before he could finish, his eyes widened as he seized Yin Yuan's arm. "Absolutely not." Yin Yuan, puzzled. "Why not?" The second elder began to perspire again. He chuckled nervously. "With such splendid moonlight tonight, it would be a pity to simply rest. Why don't we take a walk instead?" Yin Yuan surveyed the pitch-black sky, perplexed. "Moonlight?" The second elder forcefully redirected him. "The moon will appear shortly. Lao Wu is surely still awake. Let's go summon him to drink together." Yin Yuan, "I need to." The second elder slapped the frostmelt wood from his hand, and as it fell to Guzhou Peak, he grinned widely. "Now we can go." Yin Yuan, "All right." The two walked side by side towards the residence of the fifth elder. The second elder glanced back at Baohua Peak, a faint smile gracing his lips, hiding his accomplishments and reputation. At Baohua Peak, Sang Nian and Xie Qinzhou sat facing each other at the table, one gazing at the heavens, the other at the ground. Silence. Still silence. Sang Nian could no longer endure it. She clenched her fist against her lips and coughed lightly, attempting to break the eerie atmosphere. "Ha ha, who would have thought? You actually have quite a bit of strength." Xie Qinzhou furrowed his brows. "Did I hurt you?" Sang Nian covered her eyes, despairingly sealing her lips. What was there to enliven? They might as well perish together. Chapter 43. Sang Nian mourned for her lost conscience in silence for 3 seconds. Xie Qinzhou awaited her reply. After much internal deliberation, she finally spoke again, changing the subject. "Today, I tried to channel energy into my body, but I could never grasp the key points. I failed numerous times. You are so formidable. Do you have any tips you could share with me?" Xie Qinzhou, "None." Sang Nian. Xie Qinzhou nodded, his tone casual yet imbued with a hint of imperceptible arrogance and composure. "I do not require tips for my cultivation. If I desire it, I can achieve it." Sang Nian pouted and muttered under her breath. "So what if you are a genius? What is the point of flaunting it here? You should go compare notes with Xiao Zhuochun." Xie Qinzhou raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Sang Nian quickly corrected herself. "I said you are truly a dragon among men, a paragon of our generation." Xie Qinzhou elongated his tone. "How does it compare to Xiao Zhuochun?" Sang Nian hurriedly responded. You are the most formidable. Whether it be Xiao Zhuochun or Wang Zhuochun or Li Zhuochun, none can hold a candle to you." Xie Qinzhou's lips curled into a smirk before he forcibly suppressed it. Snorting coldly, Who wants to compare with Xiao Zhuochun? He is not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me. This person remains as capricious as ever. Sang Yin could only mourn her lost conscience in silence for another 3 seconds. Suddenly, Xie Chenzhou extended 2 fingers, gently pressing against her forehead. Sang Yin, can't find the qi? He lazily remarked, I will capture it. Now channel it. For convenience, he had reverted his sealed cultivation to the qi refining stage. Assisting Sang Yin in channeling energy into her body was not particularly challenging. Sang Yin promptly recited the incantation, forming seals as taught by Gu Bai. The previously erratic spiritual energy suddenly became much more obedient. She diligently guided it, gradually pulling it into her body. Time slipped by, and she felt a slight heaviness in her breath. That stream of spiritual energy successfully entered her body, coursing through her meridians. Causing a dull ache, after completing a full cycle, Sang Yin was soaked in cold sweat. After precisely 32 cycles, her aura underwent a sudden transformation. She exhaled deeply, her wrist twisting. Slowly, a faint green spiritual force began to coalesce at her fingertips. Qi refining stage 1. I did it. Sang Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Chenzhou cast a sidelong glance at her beaming face. Such fuss over nothing. It took an entire night to reach the Qi refining stage. This is merely the beginning. Dio, you think everyone is like you? Achieving it in a single night is quite fast, you know? Some people take years to accomplish it. That moment. Sang Yin was overflowing with confidence, disregarding his taunts, and excitedly shook his shoulder. Regardless, I am formidable. Extremely formidable. Xie Chenzhou pushed her away with a single finger, succinctly stating, You reek. Sang Yin lowered her head to sniff, scrunched her nose in distaste. Even more repulsed than he was. Where's the water? I need to wash up. Xie Chenzhou led her to the back mountain, where a wild spring bubbled forth, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles beneath. The second elder usually washed here. The dawn was still a while away in the distance. The forest was alive with the raucous chirping of birds, nearly drowning out the melodic sound of the water. Sang Yin walked behind Xie Chenzhou, the air carrying a slight chill and faint floral fragrance. They came to a halt by the spring. Wash up, Xie Chenzhou said. Not far off, a patch of grass made Sang Yin worried. Are there snakes here? Xie Chenzhou replied, uncertain. Having feared snakes since childhood, Sang Yin hesitated, but worried about being late for class, she clenched her teeth and decided to enter the water. Xie Chenzhou glanced at her before turning to step into the grass, leaving her with a slender silhouette. There are no snakes, he said suddenly, his voice calm. Sang Yin felt relief wash over her, a smile brightening her face. Got it, and no longer procrastinating, she quickly shed her clothes and stepped into the icy spring. The water was frigid. She shivered as she washed away the impurities from her body, infused with spiritual energy, then retrieved a clean outfit from her storage bag. Done, she called out. Only then did Xie Chenzhou turn around. Having kept his back to her, Sang Yin planted a small fire tree seed and squatted beside the fire to dry her damp hair. Xie Chenzhou waited quietly beside her. Once she felt warm and her hair was dry, Sang Yin stood up, refreshed. Let us go, we have class. Xie Chenzhou acknowledged with a nod and walked alongside her. The mountain breeze was cool, and the morning light was soft. The girl busily combed her long hair as she chatted away. Strands occasionally brushed against Xie Chenzhou's face and neck, causing a slight tickle. He lowered his gaze for a moment, before reaching out to catch one. Sang Yin caught a glimpse and quickly apologized. I'll tie it up right away. After saying this, she pulled her hair from his grasp. Xie Chenzhou withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, gently twisting his fingertips. Without Chun Air present, Sang Yin could not create an elaborate hairstyle, so she simply braided 2 twists. She secured the ends with a light blue hair tie and continued her previous topic. So I have no idea what Chu Yao is upset about. I asked Shui Yin, but she wouldn't say either. Xie Chenzhou replied nonchalantly, then let her be. Sang Yin countered. How can that be? We are friends. Xie Chenzhou scoffed lightly. They might not consider you a friend. Sang Yin pressed. What about you? Xie Chenzhou fell silent. Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask, Sang Yin said. I moved out just to avoid escalating the conflict and to give Chu Yao time to cool down. However, this cooling off period lasted for half a month. Sang Yin successfully entered the Qi refinement stage overnight, becoming the second fastest among the new disciples. Upon learning this, the sect master specially gifted her many peculiar little items as encouragement. Chu Yao grew increasingly distant from Sang Nian, while Su Shueyin and Wenbu hesitated to speak on several occasions. Sang Nian found herself in a strangely parallel situation to Sang Yunling from the original story. Could it be that the plot had shifted again? She couldn't help but wonder. The conflict erupted during the lesson on sword flight. Everyone who entered the Xiaoyao sect was a rare talent among thousands. Within half a month, all new disciples successfully drew qi into their bodies and entered the qi refinement stage. They began learning to fly on swords, as the primary mode of transportation in the cultivation world. The technique for sword flight was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in overcoming inner fears. The training ground was vast and equipped with defensive formations, serving as the daily practice area for the sect sword disciples. The learning space for sword flight was also located there. After a few rounds, nearly everyone was able to fly a couple of circles with some semblance of skill. Xie Chenzhou even found a tree to take a nap. Only Sang Nian was still squatting for the 122nd time, gripping the sword hilt and attempting to lower her center of gravity. Jiu Bai's stern voice reprimanded, "Sang Nian, let go and stand properly." With a forlorn expression, Sang Nian replied, "I think this way of flying is just fine. Aside from the posture being a bit unsightly, there's no problem at all." This. The disciples in the training ground erupted in laughter. On the edge of the training ground, Su Shueyin couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times, suddenly remembering Chu Yao beside her and promptly silencing herself. Chu Yao continued practicing swordplay, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Shinming Chao laughed heartily, mocking, "Sang Nian, you better not ever say you're a disciple of Xiaoyao sect when you go out. We really can't afford to lose face over you." Sang Nian immediately directed her flying sword downward, brandishing it to strike at Shinming Chao. His expression changed as he quickly darted behind Gu Bai. She pursued, and he dodged. Standing in the middle, Gu Bai declared, Chapter 44. "You have never coaxed me like this." With one hand, he pressed down on a head, his expression impassive. "If you continue this chase and play, I will have to punish you." Chase and play? Sang Nian nearly gasped in disbelief. She was clearly out for his life. Shun Ming Chao shouted, "Senior brother, this little brat is clearly trying to take my life. You must punish her. What is going on?" A man dressed in embroidered robes strolled over, a luminous jade glistening at his waist. It was the passing Song Lan Feng, accompanied by several elders, including the fourth elder, who had just returned from errands. Jiu Bai stepped forward to pay his respects, explaining, reporting to the sect master, "It is Sang Nian. She cannot learn sword flight." Song Lan Feng raised an eyebrow, hands behind his back. "Oh," the fourth elder scolded, "she cannot even learn such a simple technique as sword flight. How did she manage to enter the Xiaoyao sect?" Publicly reprimanded before the principal and the disciplinary officer, Sang Nian felt a burning shame on her face, unable to resist muttering, "I have actually learned the technique. It just doesn't look very graceful." The fourth elder's voice turned sharp. "Dare you retort?" Sang Nian fell silent. Jiu Bai clasped his hands. "I will make sure to teach my junior sister well, so she learns sword flight as soon as possible." The fourth elder snorted heavily. "If you cannot teach her, she need not be punished. Just let her proper master teach her instead, to avoid gossip." The tension was palpable. Sang Nian could not help but wonder if Yin Yuan had offended the fourth elder at some point. Suddenly, Song Lan Feng smiled gently. "Nian Nian, come forward." The crowd parted to create a path, and Sang Nian stepped before him. Song Lan Feng summoned his treasured sword. "Qing Yun," smiling, "get on. I will teach you sword flight." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The sect master himself instructing sword flight with his own sword. Such treatment had never been afforded to anyone before. Even the sect master's formal disciple, Wenbu Yu, received only a few words of guidance during his training. Moreover, everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Yao, who stood outside the crowd. Thud. The heavy sword fell to the ground with a dull thud. Chu Yao, oblivious, stared intently at Sang Nian, her face ashen. Su Shueyin grasped her arm, whispering, Yao, don't be angry." Without warning, Chu Yao forcefully shook off her hand, pushing through the crowd to stand before Sang Nian. "Sang Nian," Chu Yao abruptly shoved her aside, turning to face Song Lan Feng, tears brimming in her eyes. "Why?" Sang Nian stumbled back, quickly supported by Gu Bai. She looked at Chu Yao, then at the stern Song Lan Feng, utterly bewildered. What was this unexpected turn of events? Gu Bai whispered in her ear, "Chu Yao is the sect master's daughter. The sect master's wife died during childbirth, So their father-daughter relationship isn't close. Sang Nian exclaimed. In the face of Chu Yao, Song Lanfeng had shed his usual gentleness and spoke coldly, "You will come with me." Chu Yao's eyes reddened as she followed closely. The two walked to a secluded area. The cicadas in the trees cried out, their sounds heart-wrenching. Chu Yao kept her head down, only gazing at her toes. Song Lanfeng's voice was icy. "Why do you humiliate your fellow disciple like this?" "Fellow disciple?" Chu Yao suddenly lifted her face, her voice sharp. "The thing I regret most in this life is bringing her to the Xiaoyao sect and making her my junior sister." "You?" Song Lanfeng raised his hand to strike her. Chu Yao showed no fear. "Go ahead. Hitting me is better than ignoring me." Song Lanfeng's hand paused midair. Tears streamed down Chu Yao's cheeks. "From childhood, you have never treated me as you do her. You never gave me a treasured sword, nor bought me candied hawthorns or grass weavings to cheer me up." She choked back sobs, each word deliberate. "You have never taught me sword flight with the Qing Yun sword. Not once. If you treated others as you do me, I could still convince myself, but she came along, and everything changed. I am just so envious of Sang Nian. Envy so fierce it hurts, because no matter how hard I try. You never see me." After finishing, Chu Yao squatted down, burying her face in her arms and weeping. Song Lanfeng remained silent. After a long while, he withdrew his hand without a word and turned to leave. Chu Yao grasped a corner of his garment, lifting her tear-stained face, helpless like a child. "Father, don't go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted this way." Song Lanfeng sighed. "Chu Yao, you have disappointed me greatly." Chu Yu suddenly froze. He tugged at the corner of his garment and strode away. Chu Yu remained lost in thought for a considerable time. A handkerchief was presented before her, numbly shifting her gaze upon recognizing the visitor. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. "What are you here for? To mock me?" Sang Nian hurriedly shook her head. Chu Yu pushed her hand away and fiercely wiped her face with her sleeve. Sang Nian crouched beside her. "So? You suddenly dislike me because of your father?" Chu Yu glared at her with reddened eyes, feigning ferocity. "It's not dislike. It's jealousy. I am utterly envious of you." Sang Nian smiled gently. "Indeed, it's much better to express it like this. Holding it in every day is quite exhausting." Chu Yu continued to glare. "If I said it, wouldn't it make me seem petty?" "You are indeed petty." Sang Nian patted her head. Chu Yu turned her head to evade Sang Nian's hand, about to retort when Sang Nian added, "But we are not saints. Jealousy and pettiness are simply human emotions. You are not an exception, nor am I. However, it is wrong of you to deliberately target and ostracize me because of it." Chu Yu fell silent, and after a long pause, she murmured, "I'm sorry." Sang Nian gently patted her head, explaining, "The sect leader treats me well because my mother was his junior sister." Chu Yu was taken aback. "What?" "No one knows about this except the sect leader and the elders." Sang Nian briefly recounted the events, concluding with, "I have never seen my mother since birth, and my brother told me she passed away from complications during childbirth." Chu Yu whispered, "My mother also died during childbirth. They all say I caused her death. Even my father says so. I asked that why the sect leader is so indifferent towards her." Sang Nian remained quiet for a moment, gently wrapping her arm around Chu Yu's shoulders, pulling her into an embrace. "It is not your fault." Chu Yu lowered her head. "It is my fault," Sang Nian replied. "All right, it is your fault." Chu Yu pushed her away in frustration. "Why are you like this?" Sang Nian feigned innocence. "If you insist on thinking that way, what can I do?" Chu Yu gritted her teeth. "Would it kill you to comfort me a bit more?" Sang Nian smiled brightly. "Do you still dislike me?" Chu Yu emphasized, "I have said it before. It's jealousy, not dislike." Sang Nian changed the subject. "So, are you still jealous of me?" Chu Yu pondered seriously. "Yes, but it's a bit better than before." Sang Nian nodded solemnly. "You can apologize to me now." Chu Yu, with reddened eyes, replied, "I have already apologized." Sang Nian stated, "Just now, you apologized for ignoring me, but what about pushing me?" Chu Yu mumbled like a mosquito. "I'm sorry. I truly regret it. I will make it up to you." Sang Nian grinned, pinching her cheek. "Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them makes one a good child. You don't need to compensate too much. Just casually offer 5 million spirit stones." Chu Yu exploded. "You are of a lower generation than me. You should call me junior sister like Ain." Sang Nian retorted, "You haven't turned 15 yet. I am 2 years older than you, so you should call me sister." Chu Yu. "I refuse." Sang Nian. "Then I won't call you either." The two glared at each other. It was unclear who broke the tension first. But suddenly, laughter erupted. Sang Yin nudged her with her elbow. Tomorrow, the new dwelling on Guju Peak will be finished. You and Xuan should come for a meal, Chuyu, with an air of pride. It depends on my mood. Sang Yin ignored her words, threatening. Dare to come empty-handed, and I will make you regret it, Chuyu rebelliously declared. Then I shall come empty-handed. Got it? You are certain you will come, Sang Yin replied. Brushing off the dust from her skirt, I will return to continue practicing sword control. Chuyu. Despicable. Sang Yin turned her back and waved her hand. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 45. It seems my timing is inopportune. This matter stirred quite a commotion, with rumors circulating throughout the sect. Some even began to bet on whether Chuyu would drive Sang Yin away within a few days. Until the next day, Chuyu, with a stern face, arrived at Guju Peak carrying a chicken. The rumors were swiftly debunked. When Buyu and Su Xuan both breathed a sigh of relief, only Sang Yin remained silent, staring at the chicken in Chuyu's hands. You brought a chicken? She inquired again. Don't you have eyes? Chuyu replied impatiently. No. Why did you bring a chicken? Sang Yin asked, puzzled. Chuyu explained. To keep your bird company. They're both birds. After all, they can play together. Sang Yin. We still do not understand why on that day. Chuyu thought a chicken could play with a parrot. Never mind. She took the chicken from Chuyu's hands and casually tossed it into the pin, calling to them. Let's first see the new house built by my master. The current Guju Peak was vastly different from when Sang Yin had first arrived, filled with lush greenery. Yin Yuan had even brought a spring from Baohua Peak, the water forming a delicate silver chain that cascaded down the stone wall into the pool below. Water droplets splashed and a cool breeze wafted through. Not far away, 2 3-story wooden houses stood amidst the mountains, wild roses and honeysuckle clambering up to the rooftops, cascading like a waterfall. A spacious and flat long table was set up in front of the house, laden with an abundance of food and wine. Nearby, new buds were beginning to sprout in the flower beds, adding splashes of green. Su Xuan exclaimed in admiration. Master Yin Yuan truly put in a lot of effort. Chuyu agreed. I have long found those 2 dilapidated thatched houses unsightly. When Buyu caressed the porch columns, savoring the details and asked, Is this frostwood? Sang Yin replied, It seems so. I'm not entirely sure. Su Xuan remarked enviously. It must be very warm here in winter, Sang Yin suggested. Then come here in winter to stay with me. The house is quite large and the bed is spacious too. Where's that pretty boy? Chuyu looked around. Isn't he always clinging to you? Sang Yin chuckled awkwardly. He said he was bored and wouldn't he come. Also, he doesn't cling to me. It's I who cling to him. She gazed wistfully at the sky. Chuyu shrugged indifferently. When Buyu frowned, Junior sister, do not refer to Xie Shidi as pretty boy. He will be displeased. Chuyu retorted. I will call him whatever I want. Pretty boy? Pretty boy, pretty boy. When Buyu emphasized, Chuyu. Sang Yin face-bombed and noticed a purse embroidered with silver threads and white plums on the ground. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up when Shi Xiang. You dropped something. When Buyu touched his waist and indeed found the purse missing, he smiled gently. My purse often falls off. Fortunately, Sister Sang found it. Otherwise, I would have to search for it when I return. Sang Yin handed it over. Next time, remember to tie it securely, or tie a knot like this. Cough, cough behind them. A deliberately loud cough interrupted. The group turned to see the second elder accompanied by Yin Yuan. Behind them stood Xie Qinzhou, whose expression was quite sullen. Sang Yin glanced at him, then back at Wen Buyu, suddenly feeling that the purse in her hand was rather hot. Didn't you say you wouldn't he come? She approached Xie Qinzhou and pulled him aside. Xie Qinzhou smirked mockingly. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Sang Yin replied. Quite the coincidence. You arrived just as someone was speaking ill of you. The timing of your entrance is nothing short of impeccable. Xie Qinzhou raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. Without me here, you all seem a bit more cheerful. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Enough. If you continue with this sarcasm, I will hit you, Sang Yin threatened, clenching her fist. Xie Qinzhou gestured towards Wen Buyu. Why is he here? Are you quite familiar with him? Sang Yin found it utterly baffling. Of course. He came with Chuyu and the others. I certainly wouldn't invite him alone. Xie Qinzhou snorted softly. After a moment, he asked, Then why did you give him the purse? I simply picked it up when it fell and returned it to him. Sang Yin replied helplessly. Are you eating or not? If you really don't want to force yourself, it's fine to go back now. We want to think you rude. Xie Qinzhou's gaze turned icy. Yet he still wore a smile. Are you trying to chase me away? Don't forget, I took you in for half a month. All right, then I want to leave. Sang Nian grasped his arm and forcibly pulled him into the courtyard, seating him at the long table. Sit tight, don't move, and don't be sarcastic to others. Xie Chenzhou found himself facing Wen Buyu, leaning back with his arms crossed, observing him. Wen Buyu nodded politely. Xie Shidi, please do not take my junior sister's words to heart. She has a poor temperament, so please bear with her. Xie Chenzhou scoffed. Why should I tolerate her? I am not her father. Wen Buyu felt a bit awkward. I spoke out of turn. My apologies. Sang Nian kicked Xie Chenzhou hard under the table. Xie Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, gritting his teeth as he said to Wen Buyu, no problem. Wen Buyu smiled. Xie Shidi is magnanimous. Xie Chenzhou shot a glare at Sang Nian, still gritting his teeth. Actually, it's not that magnanimous. Sang Nian lowered her head, calmly picking at her meal, pretending not to notice his murderous glare. Yin Yuan observed their interaction with a furrowed brow. The second elder immediately pressed down on his hand, laughing heartily. While we are here, these youngsters seem quite uncomfortable. Let us head inside for some drinks. Before Yin Yuan had the chance to speak, the second elder abruptly seized him and strode into the house. As they departed, the atmosphere at the dining table became significantly more relaxed. Curiously, Sang Nian inquired, how did you all manage to enter the Xianyao sect? Wen Buyu replied, when I was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred. The sect master happened to be passing by and perceived my exceptional talent, thus deciding to take me as his disciple. At the age of 5, he brought me to the Xianyao sect for cultivation. She then turned to Chu Yao and asked, what about you? Chu Yao rolled her eyes and said, the sect master is my father, so how do you think I entered the Xianyao sect? Sang Nian smacked her forehead. I completely forgot. Xue Yin smiled shyly and added, I was merely an orphan. At 6, I encountered a wandering elder who brought me to the Xianyao sect. Sang Nian responded, I see. By the way, junior sister Sang. Wen Buyu suddenly remembered something and pulled out an object from her sleeve. Handing it to Sang Nian, this is for you. Xie Chenzhou paused mid-bite. Wen Buyu chuckled, you mentioned that one should not come empty-handed. Sang Nian replied sheepishly, I was just saying that offhand. And you actually took it to heart, Xu Shuiyin chimed in. This was purchased by me and the senior brother together, so it counts as my contribution. I didn't come empty-handed either. Sang Nian opened the box she received, revealing a jade slip. What is this? Su Shuiyin explained. This is a communication stone, capable of transmitting sound over great distances and facilitating communication with disciples from other sections. It's incredibly convenient. Sang Nian tentatively infused her spiritual energy into the stone, which gradually illuminated, projecting a shimmering screen in her sea of consciousness. On the left side were the names of Su Shuiyin and her companions, while the right side displayed a communal communication area for various sects. At that moment, a stream of messages appeared one after another. An anonymous disciple from the Wandu sect exclaimed, it has been half a month, and no one is taking care of us? Another anonymous disciple from the Wandu sect lamented, the cursed Xianyao sect actually came at midnight to chop down our frosty tree and even buried our sect master in a tree pit. Where is justice? Where is the law? A third anonymous disciple from the Wandu sect shouted, the Wanxian Alliance must speak up. Wanxian Alliance. We have strongly condemned this. Chapter 46. Why didn't you call me to the feast? An anonymous disciple from the Wandu sect retorted, is it true that we, as evil cultivators, possess no human rights? Your father at the Xianyao sect? Nonsense. The territory of the Wandu sect has historically belonged to the Xianyao sect. Is that called stealing? It's reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Your father at the Xianyao sect. Moreover, our elders acted only after consulting with you. We are a sect of civility and propriety. An anonymous disciple from the Wandu sect responded, right, after consulting, you buried our sect master in a pit. Your father at the Xianyao sect. Just admit whether you consulted or not. An anonymous disciple from the Wandu sect insisted, I don't care. Our sect master still cannot get out of BED. Do you have any idea how many secret realms we've refrained from robbing over the past half-month because of this? You must compensate for the losses. Your father at the Xianyao sect retorted. Compensate? You brat. Upon reading this, Sang Nian remarked, what a sect of propriety. She stored the communication stone away, her face aglow with excitement. Why hadn't they revealed such a marvelous item sooner? She had missed out on so much during this time. How vexing. How do you like it? Wenbu asked Sang Yin. Sang Yin nodded vigorously. I love it, absolutely adore it. Thank you all. Su Shui quietly added. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. It's nothing. Sang Yin waved her hand dismissively. I'm not so petty as to hold a grudge against a few children. Su Shui smiled gratefully, noticing Xie Chenzhou nearby, and curiously asked, what gift did junior brother Xie bring? Sang Yin, knowing his character, was certain he hadn't brought anything. Go prevent an awkward silence. She quickly changed the topic. Today is a splendid day. I brought exquisite wine from Qingzhou. Shall I pour some? Xie Chenzhou halted mid-motion. Drinking? Count me in, exclaimed Chu Yao. In a way. Wenbu interjected. Chu Yao? Ignoring him, eagerly approached Sang Yin, unceremoniously nudging Xie Chenzhou aside. I'm sitting here. You go to the opposite side. Xie Chenzhou protested. Why should I? Chu Yao, displeased, retorted. You're not even drinking, so why occupy a seat? Xie Chenzhou picked up a clean bowl from the table, filled it from the wine jar, and downed it all in one gulp, his expression unchanged. I'm drinking now. Chu Yao had no words left and had no choice but to refill her bowl and return to Wenbu's side. Wenbu continued to mutter, Junior sister, you mustn't. Drinking is bad for us. Chu Yao raised an eyebrow and, with a swift motion, poured a bowl of wine directly into his mouth. He was caught off guard. Swallowing most of it, while the remainder spewed out. How does it taste, senior brother? Chu Yao suppressed her laughter. Wenbu's gaze gradually became vacant. His face flushed. He leaned on the table and shook his head vigorously. I dislike this flavor. Chu Yao gently patted his face and pinched his nose, grinning. Sleep now, senior brother, and have sweet dreams. Wenbu's pupils trembled, slowly closing his eyes. Chu Yao climbed onto a chair, raising the wine jar triumphantly. All right? Now we can drink freely. Su Shui, feeling a bit dizzy, stood up and said, I'll make it clear first. I'll only have a little bit. If I drink too much, senior brother will scold me. He can barely take care of himself. Why should you worry about him? Chu Yao pressed her back down. Sang Yin nodded in agreement. Exactly. More jars of wine appeared on the table, their clay seals broken. Releasing a rich aroma. As if to celebrate belatedly, Sang Yin beamed with joy, toasting to the successful entry of herself and Xie Chenzhou into the Xianyao sect. She poured a bowl for Xie Chenzhou, the clear liquid spilling over the rim and dampening his fingertips. Chilling. Xie Chenzhou lifted his gaze to meet hers. Her eyes sparkled as she urged, drink up. He raised the bowl, gazing into her striking eyes, draining its contents sip by sip. His eyes glimmered even brighter. Your drinking capacity is astonishing. Xie Chenzhou smirked slightly, quickly suppressing the upward curve of his lips. Naturally, it's 100 times better than yours. Would you die if you didn't belittle others? Sang Yin retorted, turning to join Chu Yao in pouring wine for Su Shui. Xie Chenzhou relaxed against his chair, quietly observing the ruckus they created. As twilight descended, the sky darkened, and the sound of crickets filled the air. The cool breeze, bright moon, delicious wine, and above all, friends. A wave of mild dizziness washed over Xie Chenzhou, as if a delayed intoxication had surged within him. Friends. He repetitively savored those two words, feeling a sense of bewilderment in his heart. Everything happening now felt so foreign, in a past soaked in crimson. He wouldn't have dared to dream such dreams. Suddenly, Xie Chenzhou felt an unexplainable panic rise within him, followed by a flicker of faint hope. 2 crows flew across the sky, leaving behind a few harsh caws. It was akin to awakening from a long, beautiful dream, the sound of bubbles bursting on the sea surface, shattering the tranquility. Xie Chenzhou slowly lowered his gaze, staring at his reflection in the bowl, his eyes filled with mockery. A fool's dream. A ghost remains a ghost. It cannot become human. Those living in the shadows can never step into the light. He tilted his head back and drained the wine in his bowl. Sang Yin. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air from not far away. The group turned in unison. Shan Ming Chao, adorned with a stack of gold chains around his neck, stood outside the courtyard, hands on his hips, resembling an irate golden pufferfish, and declared emphatically, Why didn't you call me to the feast? Sang Yin felt utterly embarrassed. How could she admit to knowing him? Isn't he the disciple of the fifth elder? Su Shui hiccuped, noticing he seemed quite enraged. Shin Ming Chao marched over, fuming. I waited an entire day, and you didn't call me once. Sang Yin clicked her tongue, replying bluntly, "What relationship do we have that I should invite you to a feast? Do you think too highly of yourself?" Shen Mingchao retorted, slamming the pile of gold chains onto the table, causing the food and drink to tremble. "The prince even prepared a congratulatory gift for you." Sang Nian winced at the blinding glimmer of gold. She fiercely pulled out a chair and flashed him a grin that revealed 8 pearly white teeth. "A guest is a guest. Don't hold back. Treat it like home." Before Shen Mingchao could react, she had pushed him down into the chair, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself with a bowl of steaming rice in hand. The entire process flowed seamlessly. He instinctively took a bite, feeling something was off but unable to figure it out. Ultimately, he decided to stop pondering. "Humph, at least you know your place. This prince won't hold it against you." Sang Nian pocketed the gold chains, weighing them in her hand, her face glowing with satisfaction. "This little Shun is agreeable. He truly gifts gold." The bright moon ascended, stars twinkled in the sky on Guzhou Peak. Wine jars spilled, and a group of inebriated individuals swayed unsteadily. Someone suggested going to see the moon, igniting their enthusiasm as they rushed toward the peak. Wenbuyu, still somewhat dazed, followed along. After walking a few steps, he raised his hand to count heads, his sluggish mind puzzled. "Why are we one short?" He turned around, noticing Xie Chenzhou still seated in his chair. He staggered over and grasped Xie Chenzhou's arm. "Not a single one can be missing. This individual possesses an extraordinary strength, making it impossible for Xie Chenzhou to break free." In a low voice, he commanded, "Let go." However, Wenbuyu seemed oblivious to his words. Continuing to pursue a few figures ahead while muttering incessantly, "Xie Shidi, be careful not to fall, for falling leads to injury, and injury results in bleeding, which inevitably brings forth tears." "What do tears lead to?" he asked Xie Chenzhou, his expression bewildered. Xie Chenzhou, disinclined to engage with Wenbuyu, casually seized Shen Mingchao by the collar and demanded, "Tell him why." Shen Mingchao ruffled his hair in frustration. "What with all the questions? Isn't it annoying?" Wenbuyu, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, replied, "Shidi, do not be so irritable. Come, let your senior brother teach you the Qingxin Ju." Seizing the opportunity, Xie Chenzhou extricated himself and moved to one side. Atop the peak, the grass lay lush and sprawling. Looking up, an unusually large moon, resembling a jade plate, hung in the sky, seemingly within reach. Indeed, this was a splendid place to admire the moon. Sang Nian reclined on the grass, staring vacantly at the heavens, softly reciting, "I lift my head to gaze at the bright moon." Xie Chenzhou, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "What?" Sang Nian shook her head, rolled over playfully, patted the empty space beside her, and grinned foolishly. "Xie Chenzhou, come over and watch the moon with me." Xie Chenzhou pressed his lips together, about to speak, when a sudden push from behind sent him tumbling down. Turning around, he found the impatient Chu Yao. "Everyone is lying down, and you're the only one standing, clearly drawing attention to yourself." It was only then that Xie Chenzhou noticed a neat line of people sprawled on the grass, including the boisterous Shan Mingchao and the prattling Wenbuyu. He froze mid-motion, gradually lying back down. A cool mountain breeze rustled through the grass, creating a gentle whispering sound. A few fireflies flickered in and out of view, rising and falling, their lights winking like stars. The insects chirped, their sounds not piercing but melodious and lingering, as though heralding the dawn of another beautiful dream. A sense of daze enveloped Xie Chenzhou. Suddenly, a warm hand brushed against his, causing him to instinctively retract his own. After a few breaths, that hand returned to rest on the back of his. Turning his head, he met the clear gaze of the girl. "Your hand is so cold, like ice," she complained softly, turning to warm his hand with hers, gently rubbing them together and breathing softly into his palm. When she lifted her gaze, her pupils resembled black amber resting at the bottom of water. "Let me warm it for you. It will soon be cozy." Xie Chenzhou, captivated by her eyes, felt his usually steady heartbeat falter. Perhaps he was truly intoxicated. He tentatively moved his fingertips, holding his breath, cautiously attempting to intertwine his pinky with hers. Just as he was about to succeed, she suddenly withdrew her hand and turned to converse with someone else. Xie Chenzhou gazed at his own hand, an almost imperceptible flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Unaware, Sang Nian pointed at a moving light in the sky, excitedly exclaiming to Chu Yao, "Is that a shooting star?" Chu Yao corrected her, "That is not a shooting star. It's someone fighting, and their clothes caught fire, Xu Shuin chimed in. It could also be a flying boat traveling at night. The lights on it are quite bright. Sang Yin insisted. I don't care. It's a shooting star. Emboldened by her inebriation, she declared, I want to make a wish. Chu Yao asked, Make a wish? Su Shuin echoed. Make a wish? Shen Mingqiao added. Make a wish? Sang Yin explained, in my hometown, everyone says that if you make a wish upon a shooting star, it will definitely come true. When Buyu, hearing this, asked blankly, Sang Shimi, is this true? Sang Yin replied, It should be, right? I've never made one. Shen Mingqiao, slurring his words, asserted, It's definitely fake. I've never heard of such good fortune in the world. Sang Yin pondered for a moment and sat up. Why don't we share our wishes? What if they really come true? The group sat up, exchanging glances. Sang Yin said, I'll go first. She clasped her hands together, her face full of hope. I want to be happy every day and, when everything is over, return home to eat sweet, juicy watermelon. Shen Mingqiao scoffed. What a pathetic wish. Listen to mine. He unsteadily stood up, thumping his chest with vigor and shouting at the shooting star. I, Shen Mingqiao, shall become the greatest sword immortal in the cultivation world, traveling the world with my sword, witnessing all the beauty and defeating all challengers. None shall stand against me, not Xiao Zhuochen, Wen Buyu, nor even Xiechenzhou. Sang Yin, unimpressed, retorted, There's a difference between hope and delusion. Shen Mingqiao glared at her, ready to retaliate. Wen Buyu restrained him, gently saying, Shitty, do not be so irritable. Let your senior brother teach you the Qingxinju. Repeat after me. Observe emptiness as emptiness, for emptiness is devoid of emptiness. Shen Mingqiao, with a look of resignation, asked, Senior brother, don't you have any wishes? He expected Wen Buyu to actually nod. Yes. Shen Mingqiao's excitement surged. What is it? Wen Buyu replied, I wish to protect all living beings and uphold the righteous path of humanity. Shen Mingqiao was greatly disappointed. Senior brother, you're being so unrealistic. Who thinks about such things every day? Wen Buyu smiled without answering and turned to the two sisters. What about you? Su Xuan, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, shyly confessed, I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to remain good friends with you all and always be together. Chu Yao clenched her fists and stood up, declaring, I, Song Chu Yao, want my father to acknowledge me and make everyone who looks down on me take notice. Su Xuan immediately applauded, Little sister is the strongest. You can definitely do it. Sang Yin poked Xiechenzhou's cheek. It's your turn. Xiechenzhou rolled over and muttered, I have no wish. Sang Yin pressed. Really none? He paused, his voice low. I once had one eye in a distant past, within a dark dungeon, in a cold iron cage. Then think of a wish now. Sang Yin insisted earnestly, no need for a shooting star. I will grant it for you. Xiechenzhou replied. What if I want the stars in the sky? Sang Yin shot back, be normal, or I will hit you. Xiechenzhou scoffed, you're just trying to amuse me. Sang Yin sighed deeply at his retreating figure. Fine, I'll concede you're impressive. She abruptly stood up and walked away without looking back. Xiechenzhou's expression dimmed, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. Concealing his emotions, time passed, long enough for Chu Yao and the others to drift into slumber. Someone nudged his shoulder. He turned to see a girl squatting on the grass, her skirt fanning out like flowers. Her red ribbon loosened in her hair, as if it might fall apart at any moment. She cupped her hands together, gesturing for him to come closer, speaking in a breathy tone, Come here. Xiechenzhou crouched before her. What is it? Sang Yin leaned closer, gently parting her hands to reveal, Here, the stars you wanted. I've caught them for you. In this not-so-dark summer night, 2 glimmering fireflies fluttered from her palms, illuminating the dark depths of his eyes. He caught his breath. Those were 2 fireflies. Sang Yin, with a few blades of grass atop her head and a bit of mud on her nose, looked particularly comical. She murmured, The fireflies on Guzhou Peak are almost magical. I couldn't harm them, and after a long time, I finally caught these 2. It exhausted me. Noticing Xiechenzhou's prolonged silence, she touched her nose. Fine. I admit I did stretch the truth. Strictly speaking, these aren't the stars in the sky. But, suddenly, she grasped his sleeve, leaning back side by side on the grass, her tone serious. Look, from this angle, aren't they just like stars? They shine, they're beautiful. And they can flit about like shooting stars. Xiechenzhou remained silent for a long time before hoarsely replying, Yes, they are stars. They are the stars that the child once imprisoned in the dark dungeon yearned for day and night. Pleading and hoping for, she caught them for him. She truly caught them for him. Ding. Xiechenzhou's affinity points 99999. Current affinity points 0. Sang Yin's eyes widened. Help, it seems I've drunk too much and am hallucinating. She knocked her head, straining to read the panel. Xiechenzhou? 0? It's definitely a hallucination. Xiechenzhou lightly touched the fireflies above, his voice barely audible, almost inaudible to Sang Yin. I once wanted to kill you. But now, I seem to feel differently. Sang Yin stammered. Well, that's good. Xiechenzhou remained silent. The wind began to stir once more. A faint scent of grass wafted through the air, while dark clouds briefly obscured the moon. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. In that fleeting moment, Xiechenzhou contemplated. Perhaps he could attempt to befriend Sang Yin, just as an ordinary friend. Chapter 48. The Overbearing Sword Sovereign and the Cold Buddha Child. His escape proves difficult after 3 days and nights of intensive training with Yin Yuan. Sang Yin finally mastered the art of sword control with a semblance of proficiency. On a crisp morning, she donned a wrinkled white robe that she hadn't had the chance to change, her eyes marked with heavy dark circles. As if in a daze, she soared through the skies on her sword. At the entrance of the academy, Shun Ming Chao was so startled that he leaped back, exclaiming, Where did this female ghost come from? How dare you trespass into the immortal realm? Sang Yin brushed aside her wind-blown hair that obscured her face and retorted, I am your father. With hands on his hips, Shun Ming Chao replied, Can't you cast a wind-warding spell? Is it truly amusing to scare people first thing in the morning? Sang Yin strode confidently into the academy. Responding, I forgot. Shun Ming Chao replied sarcastically, Forgot? I see you simply Haven T learned it. Sang Yin replied with a hint of menace, Don't make me resort to violence this early in the day. Shun Ming Chao retorted defiantly, If you have the guts, come at me. If I so much as blink, I'm no man. With a sinister grin, Sang Yin drew her sword and swung it. Shun Ming Chao bolted. The disciples of the carefree sect quickly dodged out of the way, and only Gu Bai, upon witnessing the commotion, admonished them with a stern face. Chasing and fighting are prohibited within the academy. Take it to the training grounds. The two immediately stood straight, responding obediently, Understood, senior brother. Gu Bai continued, Class is about to begin. Let us go. Shun Ming Chao smugly shrugged off his shoulders towards Sang Yin. Sang Yin, with a clenched fist, issued a warning in a secluded corner. Xiechenzhou, who had silently watched them, stepped out of the shadows and wordlessly followed. It wasn't T until they entered the academy and took their respective seats that Sang Yin noticed Xiechenzhou arriving a step behind. She exclaimed with delight, Xiechenzhou, I've learned to control the sword. Xiechenzhou replied coolly, I saw. Sang Yin approached him, asking, What's wrong? Why the long face? With a frosty demeanor, Xiechenzhou stated, I am not in the mood to talk. After which, he pulled out a chair to sit down, clearly signaling his desire to end the conversation. Sang Yin, displaying her understanding, responded, All right, I want to speak to you then. She turned back to her seat. Ding. Xiechenzhou's favorability decreased by 1. Sang Yin. At noon, Gu Bai dismissed the class punctually, with the thought of the lost favorability lingering in her mind. Sang Yin tapped on Xiechenzhou's desk and cheerfully invited, Let us go eat together, I'll showcase my sword skills. Xiechenzhou pointed to Shun Ming Chao, who was shamelessly following them, and darkly remarked, Did you invite just me, or did you include him as well? Shun Ming Chao whistled innocently, pretending not to hear. Sang Yin asserted firmly, Of course not. I only invited you, and will only take you to showcase my sword skills. Ding dong. Xiechenzhou's favorability increased by 1. Sang Yin. So it just comes back like that? How puzzling. Across from her, Xiechenzhou nodded with an aristocratic air, Let us go. Sang Yin scratched her head and hurried to catch up with him. Upon reaching outside the academy, she summoned her flying sword, advising, If you feel unsteady, you can hold onto my sleeve. Xiechenzhou hesitated briefly. The two stepped onto the sword's surface, and Sang Yin gestured with her hands, causing the spiritual sword to ascend into the sky, following a perfectly executed S-shaped trajectory. Sang Yin awkwardly remarked, I apologize. I sometimes struggle with a straight flight. I must be too tense this time. Behind her, Xiechenzhou, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded awkwardly, Actually, it's not bad. Sang Yin brightened. Really? Xiechenzhou added, but it is a bit bumpy. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin quickly urged, "You should grab my sleeve." We LL arrived shortly. Xie Chenzhou carefully grasped the corner of her sleeve, a secret joy blossoming within him. A smile crept onto his lips. Ahead, Sang Yin slightly turned her face and asked, "Are you scared? If you are, I'll fly slower." He gazed at her fair and round cheeks, hesitating for 2 seconds before whispering, "I am a bit scared." Sang Yin, true to her word, slowed down a tad. "Is it better now?" Xie Chenzhou averted his gaze, still scared. Sang Yin slowed down again. "How about now?" Xie Chenzhou replied with conviction, still scared. Sang Yin snapped, "You can just jump off." She gritted her teeth. Xie Chenzhou feigned ignorance. "Why?" Sang Yin huffed. "Is it amusing to tease me like this?" Xie Chenzhou lowered his gaze. "I'm not teasing you. I just what?" He pursed his lips and fell silent. Sang Yin descended the flying sword in frustration and stormed into the cafeteria. Xie Chenzhou stood still for a few seconds before following her. The two entered the bustling hall one after the other. Initial Yao and the others had arrived long before and waved at them. "Over here, we've saved seats for you." Just as they approached, a figure moved faster than them and seized a seat. Shen Ming Chao lounged back with an air of superiority. "After you." Sang Yin was taken aback. "You've been stealthily following us?" Shen Ming Chao protested. "What do you mean stealthily? I was quite open about it. It's you two who are the blind ones." With one of the 2 remaining empty seats occupied by him, only 1 seat was left. Xie Chenzhou silently turned to leave. Sang Yin dragged a chair from the adjacent table, saying to Initial Yao and the others, "Scoot in a bit." The group shifted their benches in unison, creating enough space for 1 more seat. Sang Yin placed the chair down and, without looking back, tugged on Xie Chenzhou's arm. "Sit down and eat." Xie Chenzhou's eyelashes fluttered rapidly and, unusually obedient, he lowered himself to sit beside her. Everyone ordered their dishes, resting their chins on their hands as they awaited the food. Occasionally, they shared amusing anecdotes from their training, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Su Shuayin suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Oh, the hero gathering is about to begin soon." Sang Yin, perplexed, asked, "Hero gathering? I don't like radishes, so I didn't order that dish, fool." "It's the hero gathering," Initial Yao explained. "It's a decennial grand event in the cultivation world, held in Yujing, where all disciples from various sects participate." Sang Yin's memory flickered. The hero gathering. She gasped in realization. This was a critical plot point in the book. The hero gathering, in simpler terms, is a conference for outstanding disciples from various sects in the cultivation world held every 10 years. During this event, the 10,000 Immortal Alliance opens a rare high-level secret realm, available to all disciples who have reached the Golden Core stage or higher. Any items obtained within the realm belong to the individual, along with additional competitions. Victors are awarded generous prizes. In the original text, Xie Chenzhou had triumphed, thereby making a name for himself throughout the cultivation world. Su Shui's admiration for him grew, and our male lead, Wenbu, could no longer contain himself, confessing with great fervor. Yes, a forceful confession. Sang Yin glanced at Wenbu, who was leisurely picking cilantro. She sighed, unable to relate even slightly. "Huh." Wenbu sensed her gaze, paused his chopsticks, and turned to her. Saying softly, "Junior sister, your expression is quite peculiar." Xie Chenzhou's brow twitched as he looked at Sang Yin. Sang Yin chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, I've been staying up late reading, so my eyes are a bit uncomfortable." Wenbu expressed admiration. "I didn't expect you to be so diligent. You are indeed a model for us all." As soon as he finished speaking, Initial Yao tapped Sang Nin's bowl. "By the way, have you finished reading that book I borrowed? My other senior sister is clamoring to read it, so I need to return it to her." Wenbu's interest piqued. "Oh? What book?" Initial Yao, oblivious to Sang Yin's frantic blinking, replied calmly, "It's the overbearing Sword Sovereign and the Cold Buddha Child. His escape proves difficult. Senior brother, do you want to read it too? I can lend it to you first." Sang Yin, Wenbu, Xie Chenzhou, Initial Yao. "Huh? Why is everyone suddenly silent?" Su Shuayin covered her mouth, her tone grave. "Senior sister, please stop. Can't you see that Sang Junior sister looks like she'd rather hang herself right here?" Initial Yao. Shen Ming Chao burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, diligent. Ha ha ha, a model for us. Ha ha ha." Sang Yin. She gazed despondently at the sky. Some are still alive, yet she has already perished. Some have died, yet he remains dead. Amidst the laughter, Shun Ming Chao quipped, "There's a killing intent." Chapter 49. After all, my friend and I won't face each other directly finally. After enduring the meal, Sang Yin was ready to make her escape. Just as she stood up, she noticed something lying at Wenbuyu's feet and casually reminded him, "Senior brother, you dropped your pouch." Wenbuyu looked down, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he picked it up. "Thank you for the reminder." Sang Yin sighed. "Didn't I tell you to tie it securely? If you keep dropping it while walking, what if you can't retrieve it one day?" Wenbuyu rubbed his nose. "I tied it, yet it still comes undone." This person was not only directionally challenged but also utterly inept at daily life. Sang Yin exhaled, taking his pouch. "Watch closely and see how I tie it." She tied a knot around her waist, utilizing the most common of butterfly bows. "Did you comprehend that?" When Buyu replied, Chu Yao pouted. "Other than practicing swordsmanship, my senior brother is quite clumsy at everything else." Su Xuan interjected, "Junior sister, please do not speak ill of senior brother, it would sadden him." When Buyu chuckled, "It's all right, she has not said anything incorrect," Su Xuan explained to Sang Yin. "Senior brother was sent to the Xiaoyao sect at the tender age of 5. And no one taught him anything beyond cultivation, which is why he is like this." Sang Yin conceded. "All right." She pondered for a moment and retrieved a slender vine from her storage pouch. This is called Qian Si Tung. Its ends automatically converge to form a loop, typically used to bind people, but it can also be used to secure a pouch. As she spoke, she maneuvered the Qian Si Tung to entwine the pouch's strap with his belt. The method to open it is quite simple. You just need to recite the incantation. After reciting the incantation, the vine indeed began to slowly unfurl, revealing an opening. When Buyu's face lit up with curiosity, "Why have I never encountered such a spirit plant?" Noticing his interest, Sang Yin replied, "This was collected by my brother for me to play with. I shall write to him later to inquire where he purchased it and inform you." When Buyu responded, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for junior sister?" Sang Yin grinned, "It's a simple task. There is no need for such formality." Xiechenzhou observed the two engaged in jovial conversation, his gaze dimming slightly. He rose and entered the room marked by a small food sign. The thoroughly disguised Ye and Ye were focused on their work, momentarily oblivious to his presence. Today's offering was yam souffle. Ye placed the peeled yam into a container and channeled his magic. With a splat, the yam was transformed into a paste. The poised Ye swiftly ladled it out and brought it to the pot to simmer. Their coordination was seamless, hinting at a hint of enjoyment. "This was far more comfortable than our previous days in the hall," Ye mused. "We no longer have to engage in endless killings. Nor do we constantly worry about having our heads chopped off," Ye remarked. "Who can argue with that? If only we could remain here indefinitely," Ye pondered. "Do you think we are the only ones with such thoughts? Perhaps the young master has considered this as well?" At the entrance, Xiechenzhou slowly brought his hands together, fingertips pressing against his palms. A deeper shadow flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ye and Ye inadvertently glanced up. Spotting Xiechenzhou at the doorway, their faces instantly turning ashen. Trembling, they knelt, their expressions filled with despair. "Young master, we spoke out of turn just now." Xiechenzhou closed the door behind him and said quietly, "Rise, young master," they implored. "Please allow us to stand." Xiechenzhou replied, "Do not make me repeat myself a third time." Ye and Ye exchanged glances, supporting one another as they stood, holding their breath in anticipation of their impending judgment. Xiechenzhou waved his hand to cast a soundproof barrier, and then asked, "Does the esteemed master have any words for me?" This indicated he intended not to pursue the matter further. Yi, relieved to have escaped, quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes." He produced a slip of paper and handed it over with both hands. Xiechenzhou accepted it. The paper bore only 6 words, "Quni Ingui Wei Yuan." Xiechenzhou's gaze sharpened. The slip of paper ignited silently, disappearing without a trace. Yi whispered, "The esteemed master said that the prize for this Quni Ingui Wei Yuan can be used to extract the Kunshin jade shards from Sang Yun's spirit body." After a moment, Xiechenzhou replied, "Understood. Once we obtain the Kunshin jade, we shall return." Ye added, "Young master, it would be wise to make preparations early." Xiechenzhou, feeling inexplicably irritable, retorted, "When did my affairs become your concern?" Ye knelt down abruptly. "Young master, forgive us." Xiechenzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, and after a long pause, he said, "Rise. There is something I wish to ask you." Both of them perked up. "Young master, please proceed." Xiechenzhou hesitated. "I have a friend, merely a friend." who has recently been experiencing palpitations. He asserted he must be suffering from a heart ailment. Yair offered a differing opinion. He has likely been afflicted with a heart-eating goo. Xiechenjo shook his head. My friend is neither afflicted by a goo nor suffering from a heart ailment. He queried. Then it is indeed strange. Are there any other symptoms? Xiechenjo contemplated. He struggles to control his temper. Sometimes he inexplicably feels elated, while at other times he inexplicably desires to kill, especially those with the surname Shun. He gasped. He must be suffering from a brain ailment. Yair disagreed. No, in my opinion, he has been cursed and must have it broken immediately. Xiechenjo asked. Really? Yair insisted. Trust me, I am certain. Xiechenjo inquired. Then how can I break the curse? Yair began to reply, but suddenly realized something, his eyes widening, the words dying on his lips. Silence enveloped the air. Yair and Yair lowered their heads, their gazes wildly crossing. Xiechenjo took a deep breath and decided to express himself openly. Recently, whenever I am near Sang Yin, I cannot help but want to gaze at her. What could be the reason for this? Yair cautiously suggested. Is it because she has leaves stuck in her teeth? Xiechenjo retorted. Yair, after pondering for a moment, suddenly gasped. Young master, forgive my bluntness, but I feel you have been acting rather intimately with Miss Sang of late. Xiechenjo's expression remained impassive. We are merely friends. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto us. Friends? Yair countered. Yair and I are also friends. Yet we do not hold hands, Yair added. Nor do we kiss. Xiechenjo, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised his voice slightly. We do not. Yair remarked. At this rate, it is only a matter of time. Xiechenjo's chest heaved, his complexion darkening. Yair earnestly advised. Young master, please be rational. She has been tormenting you all along. Xiechenjo clenched his fists, turning his face away, and after a long silence, he spoke. It is because she loves me too much and inadvertently employs the wrong methods. Yair and Yair exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 50. She is even unwilling to publicly acknowledge our marriage. Am I truly so disgraceful? Yet now, it seems she no longer loves me so fiercely. Xiechenjo murmured. She is even unwilling to publicly acknowledge our marriage. Yair interjected. That is not. Xiechenjo interjected. She once claimed to have fallen for me at first sight, but now, she seems closer to other men than she is to me. Yair interjected. Wait, Xiechenjo continued. Why does she care so much about others knowing we are married? Am I truly so disgraceful? Yair finally seized the opportunity to interrupt, clutching his heart. Young master, please, stop talking. His voice was weak. I fear I might faint. Xiechenjo turned to Yair. Cold sweat streamed down Yair's face as he tentatively suggested, Is it because she believes you are unpresentable? Xiechenjo retorted, Unpresentable? Yair stammered, Yes, young master. In her eyes you are penniless, ill-tempered, and stubborn. Apart from your face, every other aspect is flawed. Compared to Wenbuyu and the others, you are truly unpresentable. Gurgle, gurgle. Yair forcefully shoved him into the water tank. Trembling as he spoke to Xiechenjo, Young master, he has likely lost his mind. I will take care of him. Xiechenjo's expression darkened. So, you were here all along. Someone knocked at the door, a clear voice ringing out. Xiechenjo? Xiechenjo discreetly dispelled the barrier and turned to leave. Sang Yin called out, Hey, wait for me. I still want to take a portion of the yam souffle. Xiechenjo quickened his pace. Yair silently handed Sang Yin a bowl of souffle. You need not return the bowl. Sang Yin hurriedly expressed her gratitude and hurried after Xiechenjo. The two exited the dining hall, neither using their swords, quietly traversing the mountain path. As Sang Yin walked and ate, she occasionally kicked a pebble along the way ahead. Xiechenjo slowed his pace and suddenly spoke. Is my temper really that bad? Sang Yin replied, Huh. Xiechenjo lowered his head, repeating, Is my temper really that bad? Sang Yin swallowed her souffle and tactfully replied, That depends on whom you compare yourself to. Xiechenjo asked, How do I compare to Wenbuyu? Sang Yin responded even more tactfully, Must you humiliate yourself like this? Xiechenjo fell into silence. Sang Yin recalled something and pulled out a small box from her sleeve. Upon opening it, she revealed a new spirit stone inside. This was given to me by the sect master. I only discovered it yesterday while organizing my belongings. However, I already have the one Ain gifted me, so I have no use for this one. Since you previously refused my 30 million, I will give this to you as a gift, and we can communicate over long distances from now on. She extended the box towards Xiechenjo. Xie Qinzhou's tone was firm. I can afford to buy my own, he emphasized. I am not poor. Sang Yin replied, oh, then I shall not gift it. Xie Qinzhou firmly grasped her hand as she attempted to retract it. Sang Yin sighed. I merely happened to have it idle. I thought of you not having one, so I intended to give it to you. I truly have no ulterior motives. Must you be so obstinate? Xie Qinzhou caught the key words, his expression momentarily startled. Have you been thinking about me all along? Sang Yin replied, no ding-dong. Xie Qinzhou's favorability 5. The words in Sang Yin's mouth took a turn, and she resolutely stated, yes, indeed. I have been thinking about you, day and night, every moment. Xie Qinzhou's lustrous black eyes trembled slightly. The tips of his ears gradually flushed with a hint of red, as if touched by the glow of dawn. Ding-dong. Xie Qinzhou's favorability 5. He took the spirit stone from her hand and cleared his throat. I accept your gift, but you'd best refrain from using it to contact me. I do not enjoy conversing with others. Sang Yin replied, all right, I understand. That night, Sang Yin returned to Guzhou Peak from the library. After reporting her progress in cultivation to Yin Yuan, she recounted the difficulties she encountered in her magical practices. By the time Yin Yuan finished guiding her through her confusions, it was already late at night, and she returned to her room to meditate. After 2 more hours, she concluded her meditation and took out the spirit stone, hoping to relax her mind that had been racing all day. Then, she found herself staring in silence at 38 unread messages from Xie Qinzhou. Sang Yin? She slowly typed a question mark. The first message was sent while she was still in the library. Xie Qinzhou, is my temper really that bad? Xie Qinzhou, I don't really care about this matter, just asking casually. Xie Qinzhou, actually, my temper is sometimes quite good. Sang Yin smiled, revealing a hint of speechlessness. The heroes' conference was about to begin, and the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect awaited eagerly, with daily discussions revolving around it. Sang Yin became increasingly diligent in her training, spending consecutive days in the training grounds and the library. Shunming Chao was inexplicably made anxious by her. The heroes' conference is only for those in the golden core stage. We can merely accompany the others to Yujing to broaden our horizons. Why are you acting like this? Sang Yin responded with a serious expression. That's not necessarily the case. Shunming Chao? Sang Yin waved her hand, unwilling to discuss it further, and flew off to the library on her sword. She ascended straight to the top floor, retrieving the mid-level water spirit root magical techniques she hadn't finished reading the previous day. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a nearby book. It was an ancient tome, imbued with the scent of time. Its pages were yellowed, and the title on the cover had long faded. It stood in stark contrast among the well-maintained new books. Sang Yin carefully took it down and sat down to flip through it. Fortunately, the text within was still relatively legible. This was an encyclopedia documenting various beings from the Hongming continent, written with a witty style and vivid descriptions. Sang Yin read it with great interest and found herself unexpectedly reaching the last page. Strangely, this page would not turn. It seemed that someone had deliberately placed a restriction on it to prevent others from viewing its contents. Sang Yin's curiosity intensified, and she scoured the library for any books related to restrictions, determined to unravel it. The stack of books on the table grew higher and higher, gradually obscuring her figure. Finally, as the sun rose, she formed the 1,200th hand seal. A flash of white light surged forth, and the ancient tome began to vibrate slightly. Success! A surge of joy filled her heart. The last page slowly turned open. Sang Yin hurriedly lowered her gaze. It read, Zhuyu clan of Little Huashan. Upon seeing these 3 words, Sang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the clan mentioned by Qiezi? She continued to read on. The Zhuyu clan resided in the western Little Huashan, resembling the human race in appearance, yet they were not of the human race. Regardless of gender, all members were breathtakingly beautiful. Within the mountains, there existed a mystical bird known as Qijia, which served as the guardian spirit beast of the Zhuyu, born from Kunshan jade. It could only die to give birth to another, and had never reproduced. In the blank space beside, someone had hastily scribbled a note. It has been prophesied that when the Qijia no longer emerges from Kunshan jade, it will herald the downfall of the Zhuyu. It seems that the prophecy was not unfounded. However, upon reaching this point, the ancient tome trembled again. A mist seemed to envelop the paper, causing the ink to blur into indistinct splotches, along with the annotations. Sang Yin was startled. The next moment, the paper regained its calm, revealing the remaining contents. The Zhuyu clan were forsaken people of the gods, their temperaments akin to demons and monsters, brutal and ferocious. Delighting in human flesh, they often used their beauty to lure passing humans. In the 369,874th year of the Hongming calendar, a cultivator ventured into Little Huashan to save his kin. Soon after, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance was established, and the leader led a group to seek retribution. A great battle ensued between the two clans. 100,000 cultivators perished at the hands of the Zhuyu, their blood flowing like a river. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance achieved a Pyrrhic victory, annihilating the entire Zhuyu clan. Little Huashan vanished without a trace, and the Qijia penetrated the 9 provinces, setting fire to 30,000 miles. Wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm, the leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance captured it and executed it. This was quite similar to what Xiao Zhuochun had said. However, wasn't Tiqiaji imprisoned in the Shumi realm? Why does it say here that he was killed? Sang Yin was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a hand reached down from above, snatching the book from her grasp. Sang Yin was startled and looked up. A woman in a green robe lounged atop the pile of books before her, reeking of alcohol. She yawned and complained to Sang Yin, "You've taken so many books and piled them haphazardly here. If you don't put them back in their original places, I'll definitely report you to your master." Sang Yin cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Baiku, an elder from the Broken Star Peak, jointly managing the library with the Grand Elder. Additionally, I teach you the art of alchemy in the academy," she replied. Sang Yin asked, "Why have I never seen you before?" Baiku coughed twice. "I've been drinking too much lately, and I keep forgetting that I have classes to attend." Sang Yin said, 6. Chapter 51, with justification, is it necessary for someone whose duty is to manage the library to necessarily love reading? This book is quite obscure. Aside from you, only one other person has borrowed it. Baiku flipped through the ancient tome with a clatter. It's been missing for quite a while. "From which nook did you dig it out?" Sang Yin focused on the previous sentence. "Who else has read it besides me?" Baiku thought for a moment, recalling uncertainly. "I believe her name was Jing something." Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Jing Xian?" Baiku snapped her fingers. "Yes, that's right, Jing Xian. That annotation was left by her. She read this book back in the day." Sang Yin felt a rush of emotions. "How strange. Why couldn't the last page be turned?" Baiku replied, "That page was bound by a restriction." "Didn't you know?" Baiku casually tossed the book aside, her expression one of disbelief. "My duty is to manage the library, and I don't love reading. So how could I possibly know that someone would be idle enough to place a restriction on a piece of paper?" Sang Yin hurriedly picked up the book. Fearful of damaging it, Baiku, indifferent, commented, "Every book here has undergone special treatment. They cannot be damaged no matter what, so you can rest assured." Sang Yin still felt a pang of concern and wiped the non-existent dust off the cover. "That doesn't mean you can just throw it on the ground?" "What does it say?" Baiku casually inquired. Sang Yin replied, "Nothing much. Just some information about the Zhuyu clan." Baiku asked, "The Zhuyu clan? What is that?" Sang Yin explained, "It is an extinct alien race that perished 500 years ago, living in the now vanished Little Huashan. They say they closely resemble humans." Baiku stroked her chin. "Resemble humans? How similar could they be? If they mingled in a crowd, would they be distinguishable?" "I am not sure." Sang Yin shook her head, "but since they can entice passing humans, they probably wouldn't be easily identifiable." Baiku produced a small wine bottle from somewhere and took a large swig, letting out a hearty belch. "Then it seems they are no different from the demon race in terms of skin-deep beauty, lacking any originality." Sang Yin hesitated. "Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. But I always feel there is something strange about the content above. If it's merely non-confidential information, there wouldn't be such a complex sealing technique placed upon it. And what about Jing Xian's annotation? What exactly was written after the word just?" Her mind was clouded with uncertainty. "Can I borrow this book?" Baiku shrugged. "Just leave a name over there for the records." Sang Yin stored the book. "All right. By the way, you have a dual water and with spirit root, right?" Baiku inquired. Sang Yin replied, Yes, Baiku cautioned. "Make sure to attend my class. Wood spirit roots are best suited for learning the art of alchemy. I don't allow those without wood spirit roots to attend." Sang Yin rubbed her forehead. "Elder, I will definitely remember to attend class. Whether you remember to teach is another matter." Baiku caught sight of her expression and mistook it for doubt. Getting so angry that she even set down her wine bottle, Don't underestimate me. I've been in the Xiaoyao sect for hundreds of years. Even the current sect master was taught by me. Which elder in the sect would dare to show me any disrespect? Sang Yin sighed. All right, I understand. I will definitely attend class. You can rest assured, elder. Only then did Baiku relent, reminding her before leaving. Make sure to tidy up before heading to the academy. Sang Yin? Sang Yin exclaimed, Damn it, it's already 5 in the morning. Sang Yin gazed at the resplendent golden sun outside, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. Lulu. She forcibly roused the little bird that was snoring atop the bookshelf and hurriedly urged it to lend a hand. Lulu, clutching its treasured mount, mumbled sleepily, This is my Qi Jie #1. No one can take it away. The demon whispered in Sang Yin's ear, Your little Xiaomi has been taken by me to make porridge. Lulu, in a state of near death, suddenly sat up in shock. How dare you? It shouted. Sang Yin replied, If you're awake, hurry and help. She busily organized the books on the table. Lulu was momentarily bewildered, then floated over on its crimson bird, asking, What are you doing? Without lifting her head, Sang Yin placed a tall stack of books on its head, instructing, Put it on the second shelf of the leftmost side. Lulu protested, I think my neck is broken. Sang Yin retorted, If you don't go, my neck will also be broken by the fourth elder's bare hands. Lulu, feeling aggrieved, reluctantly flew off to deliver the books. Upon returning, Elder Baiko glanced at it, momentarily stunned. What is this creature? Sang Yin seized the opportunity to explain. This is my spirit pet, Lulu, a parrot. Baiko inquired. I meant the egg beneath it. Sang Yin calmly replied. It picked it up from the mountain. I have no idea what it is. Baiko's eyes glowed with interest. Can I take a look? I've never seen one before. Perhaps it can be used in medicine. Hearing this, Lulu vehemently objected. I don't want it. It's my mount, not some medicinal material. Baiko turned to Sang Yin, who politely smiled despite the awkwardness. Let's leave it be. It's Lulu's possession, and if it is unwilling, I cannot forcibly take it. Baiko persisted. Can I at least touch it? Just a touch. Lulu still refused, and Sang Yin produced a fruit from her sleeve. This is a newly cultivated billy fruit. It's incredibly delicious. Currently, I am the only one in the entire cultivation world that has it. If you miss it, you'll never taste it again. Lulu's eyes widened in temptation, hesitating, then just a touch? It emphasized, only one touch. Okay. Baiko handed the fruit to it. No problem. Lulu embraced the fruit, allowing her fingers to approach. Baiko indeed only touched it lightly before withdrawing her hand. She looked at her fingertip, sighed deeply, and lamented. It has already perished. Sang Yin replied. It was dead when it was picked up. Baiko expressed her disappointment. What a pity. I wanted to try to incubate it, to see what kind of bird it is, and whether it can be used in medicine. Sang Yin quickly changed the subject. Did you come back for something? Chapter 52. Its fur is as white as snow, hence it is named Xiaohong. Only then did Baiko remember the purpose of her return. I suddenly recalled that aside from you and Jingxian, this book was also borrowed by someone else. She shook the small booklet in her hand. I specifically retrieved the borrowing ledger from back then, and indeed, my memory did not fail me. Sang Yin perked up. Who? Baiko pointed to a name in the ledger. She focused her gaze. It read, Yin Yuan. Sang Yin was taken aback. Baiko remarked, Did you not say you found this book strange? Perfect. Go back and ask your master. He might be able to enlighten you. As it was getting late, Sang Yin decided against going to the academy. She found an excuse on the spirit stone to inform Gu Bai and then flew towards Guzhu Peak. Yin Yuan was nowhere to be found. After searching the entire mountain, she had no choice but to return to her room. Sitting behind her writing desk, she took out the ancient book and examined it carefully. Besides herself and Jingxian, Yin Yuan had also read this book. Therefore, did he know the nature of the restrictions inscribed within? Or could it be that these restrictions were imposed by him? One thing was certain. When Jingxian read this book, there were no restrictions. Otherwise, it would have been mentioned in her annotations. As Sang Yin was lost in thought, the slightly ajar door creaked open, and a dirty, gray mass tumbled in, leaping towards Lulu, who was floating in midair. Lulu shrieked in a high-pitched voice. Help! Someone wants to eat the little chick. Quick as a flash, Sang Yin caught it in her arms and, with a light push, flew out the door. The gray mass followed closely behind. Just as it was about to pounce again, Sang Yin turned back and deftly caught it. Is this a cat? Sang Yin was astonished. Lulu, still in shock, flapped its wings and pounded its chest. So it was just a cat. Wait, a cat. Realizing what it meant, its feathers fluffed up and it cried out, "Help! There's a cat here to eat the fragrant, soft little chick. Help! Help!" Sang Yin vaguely remembered that Su Xuan had mentioned Yin Yuan had a cat. Could it be this one? She called Lulu back to her consciousness. You can't coexist with the cat. When it's around, you must stay quietly inside. Lulu stubbornly insisted, I'm not just any bird. Sang Yin replied, it is not just any cat. Even I almost couldn't catch it, with your small frame. It could devour you in 2 bites without even spitting out the bones. Lulu fell silent. After calming Lulu, Sang Yin cradled the dirty little cat in her arms and absent-mindedly stroked its head. The cat purred contentedly, nudging her hand. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Yin Yuan descended from the sky. Upon seeing the cat in Sang Yin's embrace, he let out a sigh of relief. So it has returned. Sang Yin curiously asked, Master, is this your cat? Yes. Yin Yuan approached, reaching for the cat in her arms. Give it to me. I'll take it to wash. The next moment, the cat bared its claws at him. Hissing fiercely, its entire body radiating defiance, he had no choice but to relent. It was initially taken by Chuyu. Yin Yuan paused, cleared his throat, and continued. After that, it began throwing tantrums and running away from home. And I only managed to find it today. So this is the little eunuch that was castrated by Chuyu. Sang Yin placed the cat down. What is its name? Yin Yuan replied. It was found in the snow. And with its fur as white as snow, it was named Xiao Hong. Sang Yin remarked, what a peculiar logic. I'll wash Xiao Hong later, she said. Master, you need not worry about that. Yin Yuan shook his head. It is only friendly towards me and harbors significant hostility towards others. I worry it may hurt you. Sang Yin glanced at the cat, which was now tangled at her feet, rolling over and exposing its belly. It doesn't seem to harbor much hostility. Yin Yuan attempted to hold Xiao Hong. It immediately scratched his hand fiercely, arching its back and growling at him. He said to Sang Yin, see, it is showing me friendliness. Sang Yin retorted, Master, please be more aware. It wants to bite you. Xiao Hong scampered off to chase butterflies, and Sang Yin organized her thoughts before finally getting to the point. Master, I have something I wish to inquire about. Yin Yuan casually wiped the claw marks on the back of his hand, and the wounds vanished instantly. He asked, have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? I heard you were absent from the academy today without reason. Sang Yin was slightly surprised. How did you know? Yin Yuan replied calmly, the 4th elder sent me a long-distance message that lasted half an hour. Sang Yin wiped her brow. Haha, he truly has a lot of energy. After saying this, she worried Yin Yuan might misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. I spent the entire night in the library, and before I knew it, I lost track of time. Then I figured it was already late, and I wouldn't be able to attend many classes, so I simply returned. Yin Yuan replied, I know. I told him the same. Sang Yin asked, then what about him? Yin Yuan replied, he sent another long-distance message that lasted half an hour. Sang Yin could no longer muster a smile. She could already predict what the scene would be like when she returned to the academy the next day. Yin Yuan reassured her, the 4th elder is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He won't truly do anything to you. Sang Yin lamented, he won't soften. Among the elders, this little old man loves to target me the most. It's one thing for him to call my name in class every day. Every time I falter even slightly, he suddenly appears from some corner and scolds me mercilessly. She was almost developing PTSD over him. Just seeing him frightened her. You mentioned encountering difficulties? Yin Yuan asked as he walked towards the study. Tell me about it. Sang Yin took small, careful steps to catch up, and once they entered the study, she cautiously closed the door. Upon witnessing her actions, Yin Yuan's expression became serious. What is the matter? Sang Yin approached the desk and asked, Master, have you ever heard of the Zhuyu clan? Yin Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. That seems to be an extinct alien race from 500 years ago, humanoid yet demonic, living around the Shaohua mountain area. Sang Yin produced the ancient book. Please take a look at this. Yin Yuan accepted it and quickly noticed something amiss. There were restrictions placed upon it. He placed his palm over the book, carefully sensing its aura, and slowly said, there are 2 layers of restrictions. One visible and one hidden. The incantation is quite complex, and likely only the caster can unravel it. Where did you obtain this book? Sang Yin asked in surprise. You've never seen this book before? Yin Yuan replied with certainty. I have not. Yet, the borrowing ledger from the library lists your name. Sang Yin spoke rapidly. That is why I came to ask you what this is all about. Yin Yuan shook his head, stating, It is likely that someone is impersonating me. The number of disciples borrowing books from the library daily is quite substantial, making it easy for one to slip through unnoticed. The situation has escalated to this point, and not only is there no sign of progress, but it has also become increasingly shrouded in mystery. Sang Yin is almost certain that the person masquerading as Yin Yuan must have encountered something extraordinary, which is why they have set up restrictions and concealed the books, a double-layered barrier. Perhaps, Sang Yin's palms tightened, and a ludicrous speculation surfaced in her mind. The content she saw on the latter half of the page is fundamentally erroneous. The true words are hidden beneath those ink blotches. The whispers of theft echoed repeatedly in her ears. They are the divine descendants born on Shaohua Mountain. There are no beings in this world as compassionate and benevolent as they. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The Zhuyu clan. Are they truly the man-eating demons as the legends suggest? Why did the 100,000 cultivators perish in that cataclysm? Is the death of Jing Xian also related to this matter? Perhaps it is because she has come to know something she ought not to. Suddenly, a chill ran down Sang Yin's spine, and a layer of goosebumps erupted on her arms. She anxiously lifted her gaze toward an empty void, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Someone is watching her die in a corner unknown to her. Someone is peering at her inch by inch through the void. Chapter 53. What does it matter if the heart is not present? What I desire is the person himself. Sang Yin felt her scalp almost explode, struggling to hold the book in her hands. Yin Yuan steadied her arm, asking, What is the matter? Sang Yin stared intently at him. His eyes reflected only concern, completely oblivious to all that had transpired moments ago. The feeling of being watched vanished, as if it were merely a figment of Sang Yin's imagination. Yet, the instinctive fear of her body could not deceive anyone. She continued to tremble. Taking a deep breath, Sang Yin stowed the book into her storage bag and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing, just a little dizzy from staying up all night. I should rest. Yin Yuan, showing concern, suggested, You need not go to the training grounds this afternoon. Sang Yin obediently nodded. Disciple takes her leave. Exiting the study, she hurried back to her room, kicked off her shoes, and burrowed under the covers. Curling into a ball, her body had yet to detach from the terror she had just felt, and she trembled uncontrollably. Sang Yin made an effort to breathe deeply, seeking to calm herself. Lioli, she inwardly inquired. Did you sense anything? Lioli responded with confusion. Sense what? Even Lioli and Yin Yuan were unaware of each other's presence. I can no longer investigate, Sang Yin resolved. Continuing down this path could lead to death. This matter is beyond my reach. I will act as if I have never seen that book. Slowly closing her eyes, she murmured, None of this concerns me. I merely need to complete my task and return home. I must not meddle in affairs that do not concern me. However, would the person behind the scenes truly let her off the hook? She clenched her fists. How amusing that I have been discovered. The image in the water mirror froze. The woman gazed at the girl's not-so-peaceful sleeping face, resting her chin on one hand and sneering softly. How naive. Once you are embroiled in this game, whether you live or die is no longer in your hands. Yin Yin. Master, a swirl of black mist drifted in, transforming into a tattooed man. He knelt before the woman on the couch, reporting, respectfully informing you. Master, everything has been arranged. The water mirror before the woman reverted to an ordinary mirror as she selected a box of rouge, delicately dabbing her slender fingers, leisurely applying it to her lips. What news from the sunken boat? The crow reported yesterday that the young master is doing well. The man hesitated, however. He has been unable to obtain the Kunshan jade fragments and has been evading us in Qingzhou for quite some time. Could it be that his heart is no longer with the Shura Palace? The woman smiled slightly, her lips a deep crimson. What does it matter if his heart is not present? What I desire is the person himself. Your subordinate is merely concerned about him. It is not your place to worry. Qing Gue, the woman replied, her expression a blend of amusement and reproach. Qing Gue's face turned pale. Your subordinate is at fault. In these past years, you all harbored misgivings towards him and have long sought to replace him. I am not entirely unaware. The smile on the woman's face slowly faded, her demeanor turning as cold as a frigid pond. However, You cannot replace him, nor will you ever be able to. The Shura Palace exists solely for him. Where on earth has Sang Yin gone? She hasn't even come for a meal. The bustling cafeteria of the carefree sect remained lively, but this time it was only Chuyu and Su Xuan present. Chuyu listlessly picked at the rice in her bowl. The senior brother was also called away by our father. How boring, Su Xuan remarked. I heard that Sang Shimi was absent without reason this morning, and the fourth elder was furious. She will surely face the consequences tomorrow. Chuyu pouted disdainfully. If she doesn't come to eat, that pretty boy in Shun He Tun won't come either. What cowards, without Sang Yin. They don't even dare to have a meal. Don't think I look down on him. Would you look up to him if you were in my shoes? Su Xuan hesitated. Little Shiji, it's not as you think. Chuyu pressed. Then how is it? Su Xuan fell silent, stuffing a large mouthful of food into her mouth, mumbling, it's just not like that. Since Sang Shimi has not publicly acknowledged her relationship with Xie Shidi, they must have their own plans. She cannot let anything slip that could lead to trouble. Su Xuan was determined to keep this secret. Physically keep it. She stuffed another bite into her mouth, sealing her lips tightly. Chuyu triumphantly remarked, see, you still want to speak up for that pretty boy, but now you are at a loss for words. Su Xuan, struggling to chew, finally swallowed her food and bent down to pick up the chopsticks that Chuyu had accidentally dropped. Handing her a new pair, little Shiji, hurry and eat. We have a lot to do. Chuyu looked perplexed. What do we have to do? Su Xuan replied, preparing for the hero gathering. She counted on her fingers. We need to prepare plenty of elixirs, and it would be best to refine our spiritual swords anew. For that, we need to find ores, and we can conveniently gather some spiritual herbs along the way. Oh, I borrowed a new spellbook that I haven't read yet. I need to hurry and study it. It would be beneficial to learn a couple of new spells before we head to Yujing. Who knows, they might come in handy. After hearing this long list, Chuyu felt overwhelmed. Isn't this all too troublesome? Let's just buy everything from the market. We could gather everything in 2 days at most. Su Xuan lowered her head and spoke softly. I don't have that much money. Maintaining a good spiritual sword can be quite expensive. In the world of cultivation, 9 out of 10 sword cultivators are often impoverished. Not to mention she is merely an orphan without any roots. Even though she is a true disciple of the Grand Elder, the spiritual stones she receives monthly from the sect barely cover her basic expenses. I have money, Chuyu said nonchalantly, patting her chest. Though my father doesn't care for me, he has given me plenty of spiritual stones that I can't possibly spend all by myself, Su Xuan insisted. Her voice resolute yet soft. That is your money. I cannot take it. I can find spiritual herbs and ores on my own. Chuyu ruffled her hair. What elixirs are you planning to refine? Su Xuan replied. Just some basic hemostatic powder and skin-repairing pills. I have plenty of those. I can just give you some. Don't bother refining them. Perhaps what you make won't even be as effective as mine. Chuyu rummaged through her storage bag, speaking without looking up, just as well. My storage bag is full. Su Xuan bit her lip, summoning her courage. Since childhood, I have always used your things. This time, I want. Before she could finish, Chuyu looked up and pulled out a pile of bottles and jars from her storage bag. The white ones are skin-repairing pills, the red ones are hemostatic powder, and I even found a few bottles of spiritual essence for treating internal injuries. Now I can finally clear some space to store the new magical artifacts I bought. You must not refuse me. After saying that, she looked puzzled. By the way, what were you just saying? I didn't hear clearly. Su Xuan moved her lips, ultimately feeling defeated and shaking her head. It's nothing. Thank you, little Shiji. She tucked away the elixirs, smiling shyly at Chuyu. Little Shiji, will you always be this kind to me? Chuyu raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her cheeks. Of course. Since childhood, you have always been my best friend. Su Xuan's cheeks were stretched into a comical shape as she squinted her eyes and hummed. You are also my best friend. Meanwhile, on the solitary bamboo peak. Wow, look at this tofu. It's golden brown on both sides. Shin Mingqiao exclaimed in admiration. Sang Yin forced a smile, extending her hand. Hee, does it taste good? 200,000 spiritual stones. The tofu that Shin Mingqiao had just put in his mouth was promptly spat out. He slammed the table, fuming. Is this tofu wrapped in gold and silver? How could it be so expensive? Sang Yin ignored him, turning her attention to the other side of the dining table, fixing her gaze on Xie Qinzhou. Xie Qinzhou began to mentally tally his savings. He quietly set down his chopsticks and pushed the plate of tofu further away. Chapter 54. Xie Qinzhou. So, This Shan Ming Chao harbors such profound schemes. How detestable. With such a pitiful demeanor, Sang Yin found herself at a loss for words. She pushed the plate back towards him, a look of helplessness on her face. Go on, eat, I won't charge you. Xie Qinzhou subtly curled the corners of his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Ming Chao as he reached for the vegetables with his chopsticks. Shen Ming Chao exclaimed, What? Why is it that Xie Qinzhou can feast for free while I have to pay 200,000? Sang Yin, do you have any conscience at all? Do you really think I'm a fool? Sang Yin replied, Uh-huh. Shen Ming Chao stood up, attempting to overturn the table. It was too heavy, and he could not manage it. He sat back down. Sang Yin, you cannot treat us differently. He looked at her, and unexpectedly, his eyes turned red with unshed tears. Sang Yin exclaimed, What? The youthful features of his face, still tender and unrefined, were laden with grievance as he enunciated. You cannot show favoritism between me and Xie Qinzhou. You must treat us both fairly. Sang Yin gasped in horror. In a swift motion, she pushed all the dishes on the table towards him. No, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. How could I possibly charge you? Here, take it all. Xie Qinzhou, who had just raised his chopsticks halfway, cast a lingering glance at Shen Ming Chao, his expression inscrutable. Shen Ming Chao immediately reported to Sang Yin. Look at him. Taking advantage and acting innocent, even glaring at me. Sang Yin had no choice but to say, Xie Qinzhou, stop looking at him. Xie Qinzhou tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Feigning pity? This person's schemes are indeed deep-seated. It seems I cannot let him off easily on the other side. Shan Ming Chao inexplicably shivered. He paid it no mind, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, and said to Sang Yin, This time, I shall be magnanimous, but this cannot happen again. What I possess, he must possess as well. What he lacks, I must have too. Xie Qinzhou slammed his chopsticks down, gritting his teeth. Why should that be? Shen Ming Chao grasped his and Sang Yin's hands, speaking earnestly. We are all friends. If you favor one over the other, someone will inevitably feel unbalanced. Only absolute fairness can sustain our friendship. Xie Qinzhou recoiled his hand in disgust, coldly retorting. Who considers you a friend? You are merely deluding yourself. Shen Ming Chao defiantly replied. It is your honor to be friends with me. Xie Qinzhou's eyes narrowed dangerously. What did you say? Shen Ming Chao stubbornly repeated. I said, it is your honor to be friends with me. Sang Yin, fearing Xie Qinzhou might truly harm this foolish boy, swiftly covered Shen Ming Chao's mouth, silencing him. Enough of this. Let us eat. Shen Ming Chao pried her hand away, straightening his clothes, huffing, and fell silent. Xie Qinzhou maintained his stoic demeanor. Sang Yin's mind was buzzing. After a rare fit of inspiration to cook, she was greeted by these two unexpected guests, who had conveniently brought their own utensils. Upon returning with the rice, she found them both in a stupor. What do you want from me? Sang Yin asked, massaging her temples as she looked at the two. Shen Ming Chao replied, Oh, I happened to pass by and caught a whiff of the fragrant food. Since I hadn't eaten, I decided to come up and make do with a bite. What about you? Sang Yin turned to Xie Qinzhou, inquiring if he too had come for a bite. Xie Qinzhou nodded. No. Sang Yin's heart tightened, and she said sternly, Is there something serious going on? Xie Qinzhou replied, The spirit stone. Sang Yin asked anxiously, What about it? Xie Qinzhou stated, You didn't respond to me. In a state of high alert, Sang Yin slammed the door shut with a bang. Shen Ming Chao, still holding a bowl of rice, stood at the entrance, utterly bewildered. He asked Xie Qinzhou beside him, Why were we thrown out? Are you still eating the chicken wings in your bowl? If you're not, give them to me. Xie Qinzhou ground his teeth, emptying all the chicken wings from his bowl into the small red bowl beside him, sneering, Even if I were to feed a dog, I wouldn't give them to you. Just as Xiao Hong was about to have her meal, meow? Shen Ming Chao also lost his temper, kicking over Xiao Hong's bowl and growling, Fine, then I'll make sure the dog can't eat either. Xiao Hong, meow? The two locked eyes, and it felt as though sparks flew in the air. After a few seconds, they both snorted and turned away, heading in opposite directions. Only Xiao Hong continued to circle around her overturned bowl, letting out a mournful wail to the heavens. Having experienced yesterday's events, Sang Yin woke up early the next day, even before dawn, and made her way to the academy in the dark. Arriving too early, the doors were still locked. She patiently squatted at the entrance, waiting for someone to arrive and unlock it. Please let me not encounter Elder For today. She fervently prayed against the wall. If I can avoid him, I would gladly live in luxury and drive fancy cars. No sooner had she finished speaking than two figures approached, one in front of the other. One of them, not noticing her, was suddenly tripped by her, nearly stumbling out 2 miles away. Who? He barked, hearing the familiar voice. Sang Yin felt a chill run down her spine. She mentally lit a candle for herself, mustering the courage to stand and stammer. Good morning, Elder Ford. Elder Ford lifted the lantern to see her. Sang Yin? He raised an eyebrow. What are you doing squatting here? Sang Yin replied softly. I was afraid of being late, so I thought I'd come early, but I didn't expect the academy to still be closed. Elder Ford paused for a moment. Is this why you dragged me out here early? Just to have me watch you be reprimanded? The other figure stepped forward, revealing the intoxicating scent of wine wafting from Baiku. She yawned and urged Elder Ford. Besides, look how diligent our Yin Yin is. Don't scold her. Hurry up and open the door, or I might forget to go to class and end up drinking instead. Elder Ford snorted heavily and asked Sang Yin, Did your master say you were in the library all day yesterday? Sang Yin eagerly nodded. Yes, Elder Baiku can vouch for me. Baiku lazily raised her hand. Yes, I can confirm that for Yin Yin. Elder Ford seized the opportunity to hand the lantern to Baiku, continuing to scrutinize Sang Yin with a stern expression. Then tell me, what did you study in the library yesterday? Sang Yin chose to omit the matter of that book, responding. Reporting to the elder, I studied 1200 methods for unlocking various restrictions. Elder Ford scoffed. You have a way with exaggeration. Sang Yin shrugged. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Elder Ford began to fume, blowing on his beard and glaring. He waved his sleeve at the academy door lock, casting a restriction. Unlock it, and I'll believe you. Sang Yin refused to budge. Elder Ford, if I unlock it, can I ask you for one favor? You are quite bold, Elder Ford retorted sharply. Unlock it first, and if you fail, I will surely punish you today. Sang Yin pouted, moving to the door to examine the restriction. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her finger and executed a complex hand gesture. A soft, light green glow flowed like water, gently enveloping the door lock. Elder Ford stood by with his hands behind his back, slightly nodding, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. With a click, the restriction and door lock were both released. Sang Yin clapped her hands, lifting her chin with a tone of pride. Elder, I did it. Elder Ford wiped the smile from his face, resuming his stern demeanor. And scolded. What a superfluous act. Who told you to unlock the lock as well? You only know how to play tricks. What great achievements can you hope for in the future? Sang Yin shrugged her shoulders. Oh no. Now Elder Ford will likely settle both old and new scores. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for a scolding. Elder Ford asked, What is your request? Sang Yin opened her eyes. Huh? Elder Ford glared at her. Sang Yin realized, her eyes suddenly brightening. You agreed? Chapter 55. At 500 years old, it is precisely the age to venture out and seek adventure, at least finding 18 partners along the way. Elder Ford warned, If you don't speak soon, I will leave. Sang Yin hastily replied, I will speak. I will speak. Clearing her throat, she said timidly, Elder Ford, could you please not frown every time you see me? Elder Ford was taken aback. Sang Yin gestured. Every time you see me, your brows furrow immediately, and so tightly that you could crush a fly. Elder Ford instinctively frowned. You? Sang Yin interrupted. Yes? Yes, just like now. Under her watchful gaze, Elder Ford gradually relaxed his brow and inquired more calmly. Is this the request you have for me? Sang Yin nodded, timidly saying, If possible, it would be even better if you wouldn't suddenly appear out of nowhere to scold me. Elder Ford replied mercilessly, If you do not commit any wrongdoing, how could I scold you? Sang Yin retorted. But others make mistakes too. Why do you only scold me? Elder Ford, exasperated, paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Nonsense. I treat all my disciples equally. As Sang Yin was about to retort, Baiku chuckled softly and interjected, The deeper the love, the sharper the criticism. The fourth elder has high expectations of you, so it is only natural for him to be somewhat stern. Sang Yin remained unconvinced, certain that it was merely a matter of the elder's personal distaste for her. Enough, let us proceed inside. Baiku said, patting her shoulder. In a few days, we shall embark for Yujing. Although your current cultivation level may not grant you entry into the secret realm, it would still be beneficial to broaden your horizons while there. Make the most of your preparations. Sang Yin complied and turned to enter the academy, intentionally neglecting to bid farewell to the fourth elder. The elder, trembling with indignation, pointed at her retreating figure, exclaiming in frustration, "Why should I hold high hopes for a disciple who is somewhat gifted yet possesses such an inflated sense of self-importance?" Baiku, growing impatient, replied, "That's enough from you." The fourth elder huffed, picking up a lock that had fallen to the ground. All that cleverness wasted on such trivial pursuits, he grumbled. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became as a swordsman. She should focus on mastering the sword instead of wasting her days on useless endeavors. She's just like the former sect leader, stubborn and unyielding, Baiku retorted. Yet the former sect leader has indeed become the sect leader, while you remain merely an elder. The fourth elder's expression soured. Back then, everyone opposed his ascension to the position of sect leader. Among the three of them, aside from Jing Xian, Yin Yuan would have been far more suitable, if not for the strong support of the old sect leader's daughter. Baiku hastily coughed to interrupt him, glancing around to ensure no one had overheard, the remnants of her intoxication fading. "You can say that to me, but do not let it fall on the ears of those with ill intentions. I cannot guarantee your safety then. Moreover, during their fair competition, the one who won would take the position of sect leader. He defeated Yin Yuan in just 3 moves, she added. His strength surpassed Yin Yuan's. As you all witnessed, the fourth elder's face darkened, as if recalling something unsettling. This is precisely what I cannot comprehend. A person of talent, who is not exceptionally gifted, suddenly experiences an explosive surge in strength overnight. It could be said that he has undergone a complete transformation, effortlessly defeating those who were once far beyond his reach. Who in this world could achieve such a feat? Moreover, there are no signs of forbidden techniques being employed. Even the doubts raised are impossible to substantiate. The fourth elder's expression was grim. He vowed that one day, he would uncover the truth. Baiku, nearly on the verge of kneeling, pleaded, "I beg of you. Please stop talking about this. I have no desire for my demise. I am only 500 years old, in the prime of my youth, and I have yet to find all 18 of my partners. Your words could easily implicate me." The fourth elder shot her a disapproving glance, frustrated by her lack of discipline. "Drinking every day, neglecting personal hygiene, and yet you wish to find partners? That's nothing but a foolish dream." Baiku felt inexplicably wounded by his words. "Fine, have it your way." She turned to leave. The fourth elder called after her, "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to be giving a lecture?" She did not look back. Each step heavy with defiance. One who does not wash their face or comb their hair is unworthy to lecture. The fourth elder chuckled, shaking his head. "What an age you are in, yet you still behave like a child." After a moment of laughter, a trace of melancholy crossed his brow. "Jing Xian, you should not have left." He gazed at the dimming morning star on the horizon, recalling the determined expression of the woman as she departed long ago, and sighed deeply. Foolishness. The day to set forth for Yujing arrived. The clouds swirled, and the sun shone brightly. 5 or 6 flying boats were docked before the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. In addition to the Golden Core disciples, those whose cultivation levels did not meet the requirements could also accompany the journey to Yujing. The crowd lined up, bustling with excitement, as Sang Yin anxiously checked her belongings repeatedly, fearing she might forget something. Chu Yao pulled her and Xie Qinzhou aside, casting a knowing glance at Xinming Chao, who quickly followed them. She led the 3 of them to her private small flying boat. As the boat ascended slowly, merging with the clouds, she reassured them, "Stop counting. Do you think Yujing is like this desolate mountain? It is the most prosperous place on the entire Hongming continent. You can buy anything you might need there." Sang Yin exclaimed in surprise, beginning to count her pouch of money. Shunming Chao, ever loyal, offered, "I have plenty of spirit stones. If you find yourself short, I can lend you some." Sang Yin's eyes sparkled with hope. "But will I have to pay it back?" Shinming Chao smiled, holding up 3 fingers. 3% interest. Sang Yin, equally smiling, raised her middle finger. "Go to your father," Su Shuiyin whispered. "Junior sister, that is quite impolite. The senior brother says that raising a middle finger is an insult." Sang Yin promptly switched to her pinky. "All right, now it is not insulting." Su Shuiyin asked, "Then what does this mean?" Sang Yin replied, "It expresses friendliness." Su Shuiyin, feeling impressed, raised her pinky in solidarity, offering a friendly smile to Shunming Chao. Just as they were about to board the cabin, Sang Yin suddenly looked around. Wait, where is Xie Qinzhou? Have we left him behind? Shen Mingqiao reassured her, we haven't left him. I just saw him upstairs with the senior brother at the helm. Sang Yin's eyes widened in realization. Oh, Xie Qinzhou is steering the boat? The two exchanged terrified glances, their fear palpable on the second floor, having deviated from the course once more, when Bu Yu stood awkwardly on tiptoe. His hands clasped before him, not daring to make a sound. He stole a glance at Xie Qinzhou beside him, whose grip on the map had crumpled it into a tight ball. Taking a few deep breaths, he attempted to control his tone. Never mind, I will take the helm. You go down. When Bu Yu responded eagerly, okay. Suddenly, Sang Yin rushed up the stairs, her voice hoarse. Xie Qinzhou? Do not touch that. Xie Qinzhou's hand rested upon the ship's wheel. In the next moment, the flying boat swayed violently, producing a loud crash. Then, to Sang Yin's utter despair, it emitted a shriek and belched forth thick black smoke. Plummeting straight down, Xie Qinzhou was left speechless. Chapter 56. This is what a normal sect disciple should be. Yu Jing, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. A dozen individuals sat scattered around a long table. The atmosphere tense and silent enough for a pin to drop. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, drawing the attention of all present. It was Xiao Zhuochun, pushing an elderly man in a wheelchair. The old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, had his eyes gently closed. Everyone stood, greeting the leader. The elder slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness within them. He raised his hand, signaling for them to sit. Once everyone was settled, he scanned the room. Where is the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect? His absence at this assembly of the most prestigious sects in the cultivation world was conspicuous. The leader of the Xianjian sect replied, Song Xiong had an urgent matter and took a detour. The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance nodded slightly. Very well, let us begin. Recently, there have been frequent disappearances among cultivators. What are your thoughts on this? The leader of the Wuji sect, known for his fiery temper, slammed his hand on the table. It must be the Shura Palace stirring up trouble. The leader of the Piao Miao Palace concurred. I share that sentiment. The disappearances of cultivators are not a sudden occurrence. The leader of the Xianjian sect stated, I had Zhuo Chun review past records. Over the past decade, such incidents have been ongoing, though they have not been as frequent, leading to a lack of attention. He tapped the table, indicating for Xiao Zhuochun to distribute the compiled records. First, it was the rogue cultivators, then lesser-known sects. And now those who have gone missing are of increasingly higher cultivation levels, some even disciples from your respective sections. While the Shura Palace is indeed a malevolent force, their operations have always been brash and unrestrained. They would not engage in such underhanded tactics. The leader of the Wu Ji sect scoffed, Are you still defending those vile beings, Xiao sect leader? By your logic, could it be that a villain has arisen among our own? The leader of the Xianjian sect replied calmly, I am merely stating facts. The Wu Ji sect leader was about to retort when a companion tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head in warning. He swatted the hand away, casting a glance at Xiao Zhuochun, and deliberately murmured in a voice loud enough for all to hear, He only rose to prominence because he has an exceptional son. What is there to be so proud of? The leader of the Xianjian sect lowered his gaze, sipping his tea without responding. Xiao Zhuochun maintained his expression, as if he had not heard a word. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Such disputes were not uncommon. Usually, Song Lanfeng would step in to mediate, but with him absent, everyone found themselves at a loss. They turned to the leader of the Ling Xiao sect, who cleared his throat. Let us return to the matter at hand. A collective sigh of relief passed through the room, and they quickly agreed, indeed, the gathering of heroes is about to commence. All disciples from the sects are to make their way to Yujing, and we must ensure that nothing goes amiss. The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke up. Zhuochun. Xiao Zhuochun respectfully bowed. What is your command, Master Ancestor? Where did the latest disappearance occur? Xiao Zhuochun responded, reporting to Master Ancestor, it is in Liangzhou. Then go to Liangzhou. If you cannot capture the true culprit, do not return to see me. Disciple obeys. Bang. The flying boat crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. After a while, Sang Yin and the others descended on their swords from various directions, standing in silence before the wreckage of the boat for 3 seconds. Chu Yao glared at Xie Qinzhou, puffed up with anger. This is all your fault. Xie Qinzhou turned his face away and let out a soft scoff. Sang Yindao remarked, Forget it, what is done is done. Blaming him is futile. As long as everyone is safe, we should hurry on our way. Just as the group was about to leave on their swords, Su Xuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, where is senior brother?" It was then that they realized Wenbuyu was missing, exchanging glances filled with concern. The earlier chaos had left everyone preoccupied with their own safety, leaving little room for attention to Wenbuyu's whereabouts. Sang Nian attempted to contact Wenbuyu using a spirit stone, but there was no response. She sighed. He must have lost his way, more than likely flying in the wrong direction and getting himself lost. Chu Yao stomped her foot, declaring, "I will go find him," Sang Nian countered, casting a spell for tracking. "How long do you intend to search alone? Let us look for him together." A slender beam of white light circled in the air before slowly entering the nearby dense forest. She spoke rapidly. "This way?" The group hurriedly followed. However, after searching the forest for a good part of the day, they still had not caught sight of Wenbuyu. The tracking spell ceased at the edge of the forest. Ahead lay a moderately sized city. Could he be in the city? Su Xuan inquired. Shen Mingqiao responded. "We won't know until we check, and we might as well ask what this place is." Upon reaching the city gate, they looked up to find the words Qingfeng City elegantly inscribed on a stone plaque. Sang Nian searched the map for a moment and stated, "This is the main city of Liangzhou. We've fallen into Liangzhou territory. If it's the main city, why does it appear so desolate?" Chu Yao peered into the empty streets, noting the absence of a single soul. Sang Nian suggested, "Let us enter and take a look. Everyone, please be cautious." Qingfeng City was eerily silent. A cold wind swept through, rustling the dry leaves scattered across the ground. The doors of the houses lining the streets were tightly shut, as if they were uninhabited. Yet, when Sang Nian casually turned her head, she distinctly saw several shadows flitting past the window. A sense of unease gripped her heart. Su Xuan rubbed her arms nervously and said, "Senior brother shouldn't be here. Let us leave." Chu Yao firmly wrapped her arm around Su Xuan's shoulder. "Fear not, I will protect you." After turning a corner, they finally spotted some people ahead. It was a tea shop. The owner was squatting by the stove, fanning the flames, while a young man in white sat beside him, sipping tea. Chu Yao entered the shop, calling out, "Owner, bring us some tea." "Coming right up," the owner replied. Sang Nian took a seat across from Chu Yao, stealing a glance at the young man in white. His appearance was unremarkable, and his aura was calm and restrained, seemingly just an ordinary passerby. Yet, Sang Nian felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Where had she seen him before? She pondered deeply. The owner approached with a teapot and said warmly, "Please, take a seat, esteemed guests. We have tea and snacks. I'll fetch them shortly, no need." Chu Yao gestured. "Have you seen a young man?" "About this tall." The owner, with a look of indifference, shook his head. "Looking for someone? There are many missing people. You might want to check the notice board in the city. It's filled with notices of the lost." Chu Yao quickly grasped the implication, reflexively gripping the sword resting on the table. "Could it be that a monster is at work?" The owner sighed. "We don't know. All we know is that the number of people in the city has inexplicably dwindled. And now no one dares to venture outside. Why business is suffering, and I can't afford to treat my sick daughter." Hearing this, Chu Yao pulled a handful of spirit stones from her storage pouch. "Here. Take this." The owner was taken aback. "You don't need to pay this much for tea," Chu Yao insisted. "Use the extra to treat your daughter." The owner hurriedly waved his hands. No, I can't accept this." Chu Yao firmly pressed the spirit stones into his arms, stating earnestly, "Rest assured, if it truly is some vile creature, I will slay it and restore peace to your city." The owner expressed his gratitude. "May I ask which sect you hail from, fair lady?" Chu Yao nodded. "We are disciples of the Xianyao sect from Tianyu Mountain. My name is Chu Yao. And we are searching for my senior brother, Wenbuyu." The owner became instantly animated. "Ah, you are a fairy from the Xianyao sect. Your and Wen Xiaoxiao's names are known far and wide. With your presence, Qingfeng City shall surely be saved." Shen Mingqiao whispered to Sang Nian. "Are Chu Yao and Wenbuyu really that famous?" Sang Nian replied softly. "They often descend the mountain to travel, slaying demons or providing disaster relief, saving countless lives, which has gradually built their renown." She looked at Chu Yao with a benevolent expression. This is what a true disciple of the celestial sect should be like. Those who only care about romantic entanglements at the expense of the world's well-being truly should not pursue immortality. Chapter 57. Though the child may be unattractive, he is remarkably polite. Go express his gratitude. The owner insisted on treating Chu Yao and her companions to a lavish spread of tea and snacks. They had no choice but to eat while discussing their search for Wenbuyu. A few young men, likely disciples of other sects, entered the shop. One of them, upon noticing Sang Yin, was instantly captivated. "Hey, little beauty," he said, taking a seat directly across from her with a mischievous grin. "Fancy running into you here. All alone?" Before Sang Yin could respond, Xie Qinzhou, with an expressionless face, interjected, "Get lost." The young man retorted, "Do you know who I am? I could be your father." Shen Mingqiao, struggling to swallow a mouthful of snacks, put his teacup down heavily. "If you don't leave now, I'll make you regret it." The young man's companions, upon noticing Sang Yin's waist token, quickly warned him, "Young master, they are from the Xianyao sect. This is a disciple of Yin Yuan." The young man's expression darkened. "Still not leaving?" Xie Qinzhou's voice was icy. The young man's face shifted through several expressions before he pointed at them. "You all wait for it." With that, he stormed off, followed by several of his companions. Sang Yin elbowed the sullen-faced Xie Qinzhou, whispering, "Why are you angry?" "I was the one being harassed." Xie Qinzhou replied calmly, "I'm not angry." Sang Yin, skeptical, pressed, "Then why the long face?" Xie Qinzhou replied indifferently, "I just want to kill." Sang Yin was taken aback. "Surely it can't be that serious." Xie Qinzhou's palm tightened. The way that man looked at Sang Yin, with that repulsive gaze, had ignited a murderous intent within him. He clenched his hand tighter, knuckles turning white. The group dismissed this small incident and continued their discussions. Chu Yao asked the owner, "Are there any sects nearby?" The owner promptly replied, "Yes, about 10 miles east is the Yaowang Valley." Chu Yao sighed in disappointment. No wonder things have escalated so severely here. A bunch of fools who only know how to concoct medicine and treat illnesses. What do they know about hunting monsters? Sang Yin pondered. Regardless, it's worth visiting them. If they can send help, it would be beneficial. "Then I'll go with Ain to Yaowang Valley," Chu Yao decided, "while you all stay in the city to continue investigating for any traces of the monsters." Sang Yin asked, "Where shall we meet?" The owner suggested, "If you don't mind, you can stay at my place tonight. The second floor of the tea shop is available. Then we'll meet at the owner's place before dark." After dividing their tasks, the group went their separate ways. Just before leaving, Sang Yin inexplicably turned back for a glance. The young man in white was still there. "What's wrong?" Shen Mingqiao asked. Sang Yin withdrew her gaze, shaking her head. "It's nothing, let us go." The three left side by side, eyeing the tea shop. The young man in white set down the now cold tea. He lifted his gaze, watching Sang Yin's departing figure. His expression inscrutable. Then, he donned the hat resting on the table, lowered his head, and exited. "Take care, esteemed guest," the owner cheerfully called out, removing his cloth to tidy the table. On the table lay a neatly arranged pile of high-quality spirit stones. The owner was taken aback, quickly gathering the stones and rushing outside. But the young man in white had already vanished from the street. After staring for a moment, he returned to the tea shop, tears welling in his eyes. There are still good people in this world. Sang Yin wandered through the bustling streets of the city, yet detected no trace of demonic energy. She stood before the notice board, gazing up at the densely packed announcements. Almost all were pleas for information about missing persons, men and women, old and young, including even cultivators, with no discernible pattern. She turned to Xie Qinzhou. "Do you see anything?" Xie Qinzhou replied, "It's not monsters, it's people." Sang Yin was taken aback. Xie Qinzhou explained, "If it were monsters, no matter how careful, they would leave behind traces. The city couldn't possibly be this clean right now." Suddenly, Shen Mingqiao clapped his hands. "I figured it out." Sang Yin's eyes lit up. "Figured out what?" Shen Mingqiao exclaimed. "It must be the fiends from the Shura Palace behind this." "Who else would be so malicious?" "The head fiend of Shura Palace, Xie Qinzhou." Sang Yin contemplated Shen Mingqiao's words. It was indeed a possibility. She asked Xie Qinzhou, "What do you think?" Xie Qinzhou fell into an eerie silence. Sang Yin remarked, "Forget it, it's getting dark. Let us return to the tea shop and meet up with Chu Yao." The group turned back. The tea shop owner had prepared their rooms. "I apologize. We only have 2 vacant rooms, so you'll need to squeeze together." Sang Yin remarked, "It's fine. I'll share a room with Chu Yao and Shui Yin, while Xie Qinzhou and senior brother Shen Mingqiao will occupy another." "That should suffice." Xie Qinzhou, crossing his arms and wearing a frosty expression, retorted, "I refuse to share a room with him." Shen Mingqiao, jumping up in protest, exclaimed, "Hey, What do you mean by that? This prince hasn't he expressed any disdain for you? Sang Yin remained composed, stating, you two can discuss it among yourselves. I shall return to my room. She tossed the key to Xiechenzhou and walked away unperturbed. In the meantime, Xiechenzhou and Shenming Chao exchanged glances before turning away in opposite directions. After a few steps, Shenming Chao turned back, gripping Xiechenzhou and pulling him upstairs, conceding, all right, I can sleep on the floor, can't I? Xiechenzhou replied, no, don't push your luck. Shenming Chao rolled his eyes and retorted, if you don't want to sleep with me, then with whom would you prefer? This isn't your home. You can't make so many demands. Xiechenzhou glanced at the door of the adjacent room. Falling silent, Shenming Chao snatched the key from his hand, opened the door, and shoved him inside. You should rest. After such a long journey, this prince is utterly exhausted. Sang Yin, equally fatigued, slumped over the table and unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, darkness enveloped the room. No lights illuminated the space. Only the sound of her own breathing filled the silence. Chu Yao and the others had yet to return. She stretched her numb arms and neck, rising to light a lamp. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the window. Sang Yin paused, holding her breath as she approached. Counting silently to 3, she abruptly flung open the window. With a loud bang, a crow perched on the windowsill was sent flying. Sang Yin gasped in shocked eye. In the next instant, the crow awkwardly flew back, flapping its wings furiously, its green eyes brimming with fury. Sang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. She offered some millet to the bird. Just as the crow bent down to peck at the grains, it heard Sang Yin's worried voice. You were already quite ugly, and now I've bumped into you. You seem even uglier now. The crow squawked in indignation, flapping its wings and cawing angrily. Sang Yin gently reassured, there's no need to thank me. It's merely a little millet. The crow continued to caw furiously. Sang Yin sighed. Though the child is unattractive, it's surprisingly polite, even singing to express its gratitude, albeit rather off-key. The crow took a couple of deep breaths, then suddenly spoke slowly and deliberately. You dare call me ugly again and see what happens. Sang Yin was taken aback. You can talk? The crow, realizing its mistake, covered its mouth with its wing. Looking terrified, Sang Yin's curiosity piqued. Are you a spirit beast that has gained intelligence? Did you come to seek me for something? The crow, frightened, turned to flee. Without warning, a silver needle pierced through the night. Aimed directly at Sang Yin, it missed her, but struck the crow's wing just as it was about to take off. The crow looked down at the needle embedded in its wing, slowly forming a question mark. I merely fed you some millet, and you put yourself in harm's way for me? Sang Yin was both shocked and touched. The crow shakily lifted a feather, to protect you from danger. Before it could finish, it cawed and fell backward, and a flurry of silver needles rained down like a storm. Sang Yin hastily cast a spell to deflect them, and as she saw the crow teetering on the windowsill, she instinctively leaned forward and caught it in her hands. A sudden pain shot through her hand. She flipped it over to find a silver needle deeply embedded in her flesh, the tip trembling slightly. A faint bruise began to blossom around the wound. Darkness clouded her vision as she tumbled out the window, falling straight down, below. A man who had been waiting caught her effortlessly. He smirked, my little beauty. You've finally fallen into my grasp. Suddenly, the crow, feigning unconsciousness in her grasp, seized the moment to peck at his left eye with all its might. In an instant, the eye popped out, bouncing on the ground before rolling aside. Ah! You little beast! I will kill you! The man screamed, clutching his bleeding eye, wildly throwing hidden weapons around. A loud thud echoed as the crow was struck and fell. Convulsing uncontrollably, He glanced back at the unconscious girl, let out a hoarse call, then clutched the fallen eye and awkwardly took flight. By the riverbank, a kneeling figure lamented, it's unjust, young master. The incident in Qingfeng City was not orchestrated by anyone in our palace. Yair retorted angrily, if it were us, we would want the entire world to know, to raise the prestige of our Shura palace. This is clearly the work of those cultivators, throwing all the blame upon us. It is simply outrageous. Xiechenzhou smiled mockingly. Such is the nature of righteous sections. Just then, a cry pierced the night. Xiechenzhou's expression darkened instantly. A disheveled crow landed in Yair's palm. expelling the eye with a weak breath. How did you get so injured? He struggled to speak. Young master, I failed. Miss Sang has been captured. A sudden clap of thunder roared across the sky. Air swiftly turned to Xiechun Zhou. To his surprise, Xiechun Zhou remained remarkably calm. The wind billowed his robes as he gazed into the depths of the night, coolly uttering a single word, pursue. His boots stomped down heavily, crushing the bloodied eye beneath. The intricate patterns of gluttony woven into his shoes appeared menacing, as if they were ready to devour a soul. The wind swirled ominously, heralding an impending storm. Another thunderclap echoed. Sang Yin jolted awake. She found herself in a dilapidated temple, cobwebs hanging from the beams and dust covering the ground. Thrown carelessly onto a pile of grass, the poison coursed through her veins, sealing her meridians and leaving her utterly immobile. Flickering flames danced on the walls, casting the shadow of a hunched figure. Suddenly, the figure shifted, turning its profile towards her. She quickly shut her eyes, still pretending. The person swiftly approached, gripping her chin tightly. Sang Yin winced in pain as she opened her eyes, startled by the sight before her. The man was none other than the one who had harassed her at the tea shop. Now sporting an empty socket where his left eye once was, an eerie sight. Sang Yin felt her scalp prickle and cold sweat run down her back. He noticed her expression and smiled. Are you frightened? Sang Yin remained silent. His smile vanished abruptly as he growled. This is all you're doing. It's all because of that damned crow you nurtured. Sang Yin's heart raced. What have you done to it? My little beauty, you're barely able to save yourself, yet you still think of a mere bird. His gaze roamed her body, his tone chilling. I lost an eye. I'll make sure to collect tenfold from you. Once I tire of you, your eyes, he caressed her left eye, applying pressure that made her wince in pain, will belong to me. Sang Yin forced herself to remain calm, asking, who exactly are you? Me? He sneered. It wouldn't hurt to tell you I am Wan Lu, the young master of the Wan poison sect. He enunciated each word carefully. Your master, Yin Yuan, recently attacked my father, the head of the Wan poison sect. Wan Lu tugged at her clothing ties, malice flashing across his face. Today, we will settle both new and old scores. Liuli, a small yellow parrot appeared out of nowhere, flapping its wings and charging at him. Scoundrel, release my master. With a loud thud, the man was struck on the back of his head. He staggered back 2 steps, reaching up to find his fingers stained crimson. Before he could react, Liuli struck him again, and he finally lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Only then did he realize what had attacked him. A bird egg. A bird had wielded an egg to knock him down. Wan Lu's expression turned stony. Liuli landed on his face, clawing at his right eye and threatening, antidote her. Otherwise, I'll peck out your other eye. Wan Lu took a deep breath, conceding, fine. I shall provide the antidote. He slowly stood up, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robe. This contains the antidote. You take one first, Liuli insisted. Wan Lu complied. Seeing he was unharmed, Liuli finally relaxed and shoved the antidote into Sang Nin's mouth. The stiffness in her limbs suddenly dissipated. Almost simultaneously, Wan Lu seized the opportunity, summoning a poisoned dagger and slashing at her. Sang Yin's pupils contracted. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh, blood gushed forth. Splattering her face with warmth, she stared blankly at the crimson flowing from her body. The dark sword passed through her, stopping a mere 3 inches from her front. A drop of thick blood dripped from the blade. In an instant, the sword was withdrawn. Wan Lu's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and a choking sound escaped his throat as he fell to the side. Behind him stood a crumbling wall, the dust swirling. And a young man wielding a sword. Boom! The final rumble of thunder reverberated, as lightning cleaved through the nocturnal veil, illuminating the youthful darkness of his eyes. The long-suppressed wind surged forth, disturbing the stillness of the night like stagnant waters. A torrential downpour ensued, releasing the distinct earthy scent of summer mingled with the metallic tang of blood. He sheathed his sword, his form slender and upright. Sang Yin regained her senses, softly calling his name. Xiechun Zhou. Xiechun Zhou lifted his eyelids, approached her, and raised his hand. She had never witnessed such an expression on his face, and a flicker of fear compelled her to instinctively shut her eyes. His hand hesitated in midair before gently resting upon her cheek. She opened one eye, stealing a glance at him. The youth cast his gaze downward, his somewhat calloused fingertip delicately wiping away the bloodstains from her cheek. Years of wielding a sword had hardened his fingertips, rendering them slightly prickly against her skin. It was not painful. Rather, it imparted an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It was only then that Sang Yin truly began to relax. "Xiechenzhou, why has the wall collapsed?" she inquired. "I do not know," he replied. "Then how did you know I had been captured?" "I heard." "Who told you?" "An utterly useless crowd. Is it one you raised?" "Why is it unharmed?" "Is there any injury?" Sang Yin, Xiechenzhou tightened his grip on her cheek, shaking it gently. "Do you not realize you nearly perished just now?" Sang Yin was compelled to tilt her face upward to meet his gaze. Pushing against his chest in a haphazard manner, her voice somewhat garbled. "Let go. You let go," he refused. "Xiechenzhou." She mimicked his earlier gesture, pinching him fiercely, declaring, "Release me at once, or I shall pinch you to death." A low chuckle escaped from Xiechenzhou. He took her hand that rested on his face and gradually moved it to his neck. "Tio kill. One must choke here." Chapter 59. Upon hearing it was Xiao Zhuochen, Xiechenzhou struck even harder. When he spoke, his vocal cords vibrated slightly against her palm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. It was as if a dragonfly had flitted across, lightly touching the water. On the ground, Wan Lu, clinging to the last vestiges of life, struggled to drag his body toward the temple's exit. Xiechenzhou's brows furrowed. He seized Wan Lu by the collar and delivered a punch. Wan Lu's head was knocked to the side, half of his face drenched in blood. Something fell from his sleeve. Sang Yin's gaze sharpened. "Wait!" Xiechenzhou's next punch narrowly halted at the tip of Wan Lu's nose. Sang Yin bent down to retrieve the object. "Is this a pouch?" The style and the vine on its tie were strikingly familiar. "Where did you get this?" Sang Yin asked, feeding Wan Lu a pill to temporarily preserve his life. Her inquiries coming in rapid succession. Wan Lu regained his wits and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Why should I tell you?" Xiechenzhou, without a flicker of an eye, snapped one of his arms. Amidst Wan Lu's agonizing cries, he spoke calmly. "I have many methods to compel you to answer her. Care to try?" Wan Lu's face instantly turned pale with fear. "I'll tell you. I found this pouch at a crossroads 10 miles east. The vine requires a chant to untangle. This must be a mark left by Wenbuyu Point 10 miles east. Yaowang Valley." Sang Yin's breath hitched. The initial group seeking help, Chu Yao and the others, had yet to return. There might be trouble at Yaowang Valley. Sang Yin gazed at the impenetrable curtain of rain. "We must hurry and investigate." Xiechenzhou cast a glance into the shadows. Speaking softly, "Let us depart." The two set off side by side. Inside the dilapidated temple, Wan Lu continued to crawl towards the exit. A pitch-black bird descended lightly, transforming into human form. Wan Lu gasped for breath. "Who are you?" The first crow, its face pale, wiped the blood from the corner of its lips, stating, "We are here to dismember you." The second crow smirked coldly. "Daring to harm my elder brother, merely dismembering you into 8 pieces is far from adequate." Wan Lu, struggling to retreat. "I am the young master of Wandu sect. If you kill me, Wandu sect will not spare you." "Wandu sect? Ha! What is that?" The second crow squatted down, removing its mask to reveal the tattoos on its face. Wan Lu's expression turned blank, murmuring. Azura Hall, blood flooded his vision, and he found himself without further opportunity to speak. The torrential rain fell relentlessly. Yaowang Valley. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness as Sang Yin, illuminated by the lanterns hanging from the doorway, scrutinized the inscriptions on either side. "Tio heal the world and aid the suffering. Tio alleviate ailments with skilled hands." She withdrew her gaze, speaking softly. "I will enter through the main door, while you stealthily infiltrate. We will act in tandem, one in light and the other in shadow. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, that would be for the best. If there is indeed a problem, send a signal to your sect immediately." Xiechenzhou shook his head. "I shall act in the light, you in the shadow." Sang Yin unexpectedly pushed him aside, deliberately withdrawing the rain barrier and spinning around in the rain. Her garments were instantly soaked, and she knocked on the door with force. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the bolt being drawn echoed from within. She exchanged glances with Xiechenzhou. He could only form a seal to conceal his presence. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing a youth of 13 or 14 peering out. Upon seeing the drenched Sang Yin, His wariness dissipated and he asked, "Miss, why do you visit at such a late hour?" Sang Nian displayed her waist token. "Greetings, I am a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Why two senior sisters arrived here earlier but have yet to return? So I came to seek them." Upon hearing she was a disciple of Xiaoyao's sect, the youth completely relaxed and opened the door. "Oh, a fellow practitioner of Xiaoyao's sect. You're drenched? Please come in for a cup of ginger tea." Sang Nian followed him across the threshold. "Are my senior sisters here?" The youth scratched his head. "Aside from you, there have been no other visitors today." Sang Nian's heart sank. "But perhaps I am mistaken," he reassured her. "Why not sit in the guest room for a while? I will fetch you some dry clothes and check with my senior brothers if they have senior sisters." Sang Nian scrutinized his expression and slowly nodded. "All right." The two made their way to the guest room, where the youth said, "Please wait a moment." He turned and hurried away. Sang Nian assessed the room. The layout was simple, resembling an ordinary guest room, with an incense burner on the small table exuding an aroma rich and intoxicating like wine. Before long, he returned, accompanied by a man. The man handed her the dry clothing and ginger tea with a friendly smile. "I have heard my junior brother explain the situation. Do not worry, your brothers and sisters are currently resting in the valley." Sang Nian tightened her grip on the clothes. He continued, "You may rest assured and sleep. You will meet them tomorrow." Sang Nian seemed to exhale a great sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." The two disciples of Yao Wang Valley departed side by side. Sang Nian secured the door, meticulously inspecting the garments they had provided. Confirming they were safe, she hesitated but ultimately decided to remove her wet clothes. A confrontation was likely ahead, and she did not wish to waste her spiritual energy drying her garments. Once changed, she lifted the steaming ginger tea from the table and took a hearty sip. Soon, she leaned against the table, her eyelids gradually drooping, becoming utterly still. Creak. The window was pushed open from the outside. A young man in white slipped inside silently, landing without a sound. He stealthily approached Sang Nian, bending down to touch her face, seemingly to gauge her breath. Sang Nian suddenly opened her eyes wide. Hissing, "Lu Lu!" The youth reacted swiftly, tilting his head to evade the charging Lu Lu and deftly capturing it in his grasp. The air shimmered with energy. The young man in black, like a nimble leopard, gracefully leaped from the beam, launching a direct assault aimed at his vital points. His movements were fierce, while the youth exercised caution, making it difficult to unleash his full strength. For a moment, he found himself unable to withstand Xie Chunzhou's onslaught. Recognizing this, he hastily wiped his face, revealing his originally handsome features. "Miss Sang, it's me?" Sang Nian gasped, rising. "Xiao Zhuochun?" She quickly turned to Xie Chunzhou. "Stop fighting. He is Xiao Zhuochun." Xie Chunzhou's assault intensified. Chapter 60. Sang Nian, "Do not leave me alone here." Sang Nian, in a state of urgency. Xie Chunzhou, reluctantly halting his attack, pressed his tongue against his cheek. Xiao Zhuochun retreated a couple of steps, clutching his chest. Sang Nian hurried forward. "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhuochun shook his head, his gaze toward Xie Chunzhou laced with a hint of unusual color. "In just a few short months, Xie Shaosheng has grown considerably stronger." Xie Chunzhou replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps I am simply feeling particularly adept tonight." Xiao Zhuochun fell silent. "Why has Xiao Shaosheng disguised himself?" Sang Nian inquired. "I have been sent by my master to investigate the disappearance of cultivators in Liangzhou. To avoid alarming the snake, I had no choice but to do so." Xiao Zhuochun explained, "I intended to reveal my identity to you at the tea stall during the day, but I could not find the opportunity." Sang Nian suddenly realized and blurted out, "I thought you looked so familiar. It turns out to be you. No wonder even your profile is so handsome." Xiao Zhuochun was momentarily taken aback, then covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "Miss Sang speaks quite candidly." Xie Chunzhou ground his teeth, stepping forward to shield Sang Nian, cutting off Xiao Zhuochun's line of sight. "Xiao Shaosheng, what brings you to Yao Wang Valley at this late hour?" Xiao Zhuochun spoke with grave seriousness. "The case of the disappearance may be related to Yao Wang Valley. Various clues all point to this location." "Indeed, we share the same suspicion," answered Sang Nian, peering out from behind Xie Chunzhou. "My senior brother and sister are also missing. Moreover, I had explicitly mentioned searching for my senior sister. Yet that disciple from Yaowang Valley took the initiative to mention my senior brother, which is quite suspicious." Xiao Zhuochun cast a glance at the empty bowl on the table and, with a solemn tone, inquired, "Miss Sang, after consuming that bowl of ginger soup, do you feel any discomfort?" The ginger soup is fine, Sang Yin indicated the extinguished incense burner. But this is problematic. Xiao Zhuoqin's expression turned serious. Is there something unusual about the incense? Sang Yin reassured him, do not worry. I extinguished it as soon as I closed the door. You can breathe freely now. Observing her earnest demeanor, a faint smile spread across Xiao Zhuoqin's face, breaking his usual cold demeanor. Thank you. Miss Sang. The beauty's smile caused Sang Yin to momentarily daze, nodding absent-mindedly. No need to be polite. Nearby, Xie Qinzhou scoffed coldly. Miss Sang, regain your composure. This place is not as safe as the Xianyao sect. This remark jolted Sang Yin back to reality. She lightly tapped her head in annoyance and continued. Since our objectives align, should we not investigate Yaowang Valley together? Xiao Zhuoqin shook his head. This journey may pose dangers. It would be wisest for you to depart, Miss Sang at last. Xie Qinzhou found an opportunity to speak, his smile not reaching his eyes. Her safety is my responsibility. You need only concern yourself with your own affairs. Xiao Zhuoqin hesitated, and Sang Yin interjected, strength in numbers. Rest assured, we will not hinder you. No longer wavering, Xiao Zhuoqin clasped his hands in gratitude. Then I must thank you, Miss Sang, and you, Xia, for your assistance. Sang Yin replied with a smile, no need for formalities. Just then, a sudden commotion outside caught their attention. Xiao Zhuoqin waved his sleeve to ignite the incense in the burner, calmingly forming a hand gesture to summon a puppet. The puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to Sang Yin, lying in slumber atop the table. The group exchanged glances and held their breath, concealing themselves. The door creaked open, revealing the two disciples from Yaowang Valley returning. Brother, why have we come here? The younger boy asked nervously. The guests are already resting. The older man extinguished the incense and scolded, silence. Just do as I say. Oh? The man approached, confirming that the girl at the table was unconscious. Then called out, lift her up. The younger boy clumsily complied, noticing something amiss. She seems ill. Are we taking her for treatment? He remarked, brother. You are truly kind. The man's lips twitched slightly. Enough. Leave this to me. And you go inform the valley master. The boy took a few steps, then returned, perplexed. What should I tell the valley master? The man picked up Sang Yin's waist token, carelessly left on the table. Give this to the valley master. Do not mention anything else, understood. The boy hurriedly departed. Suddenly, Sang Yin received a private message. It was Xiao Zhuoqin's voice. She turned to look, and he nodded slightly at her. Miss Sang, I shall accompany him to the valley master. You all must be cautious. Sang Yin replied in kind. You too, be careful. Xiao Zhuoqin exited the room. Inside, the man struggled to hoist the puppet onto his back, also hastily vacating the premises. Sang Yin nudged Xie Qinzhou's hand, signaling him with her eyes. The two tacitly followed the man, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. At this moment, the valley was enveloped in eerie silence. Several lanterns under the eaves swayed precariously in the wind. Casting faint light as Sang Yin walked, she suddenly halted, recalling something. Xie Qinzhou, sensing her pause, inquired through their private communication. What is it? She responded. Were you lurking in the beams of the guest room earlier? Xie Qinzhou, confused, replied. I entered right behind you. Sang Yin slowly covered her flushed face with her hand, falling silent. Just as Xie Qinzhou was about to speak again, the man ahead stopped before a rockery in the blink of an eye. His figure vanished. Sang Yin quickly stepped forward, her voice low. Something is amiss. She reached out to touch the rockery before her, her hand passing straight through. Xie Qinzhou stepped up as well. The rockery leads to another space. This is the entrance. Sang Yin marked a sign for Xiao Zhuoqin, then tugged Xie Qinzhou forward. Let us go in and take a look. In the next moment, the scene before them shifted dramatically. They found themselves at the entrance of a tunnel, with torches flickering on either side, illuminating the stone steps that descended. Sang Yin glanced down. Shall we go down? Xie Qinzhou seemed lost in thought, pausing for a few seconds before responding, yes. The passageway was just wide enough for them to walk side by side, and Sang Yin quietly advised, you must stay close to me. Xie Qinzhou grasped her sleeve from behind, silently moving to walk in front of her. Sang Yin blinked and quietly followed his pace. The tunnel descended deeply, and after some time, they finally heard faint sounds of water. Sang Yin quickened her steps, rushing out of the cave entrance, her breath catching. Before her lay an expansive cavern, filled with countless iron cages suspended in the air, each containing people of all ages, some sitting, some lying down, their expressions uniformly numb. This was a dungeon imprisoning the missing individuals. The further Sang Yin ventured inside, the more her heart raced. So many people. Were they all captured by Yawang Valley? Xie Chenzhou's expression darkened, and when Sang Yin accidentally brushed against his hand, she was slightly taken aback. He was trembling. In a flash, she recalled something. The dungeon, the iron cages. Could it be that the place where Xie Chenzhou was imprisoned years ago was here? Ahead, the Yawang Valley disciple approached them. Sang Yin had no time to think and pulled Xie Chenzhou aside. Fortunately, they remained concealed, and he failed to notice anything amiss as he quickly disappeared into the depths of the passage. Just as Sang Yin was about to release Xie Chenzhou, he suddenly gripped her fingertips tightly, exerting great force. She turned to look at him. The boy's face was as pale as paper, his dark eyes fixed intently ahead. His breathing was slow, almost entirely held back. Sang Yin felt a strange tightening in her chest. Xie Chenzhou, wait for me here. I will check that side and return swiftly. He shook his head. Speaking softly, Sang Yin, do not leave me here alone. Sang Yin gripped his hand with even greater strength, her voice steady. All right, then we shall go together. Chapter 61. After a long absence, unyielding, you have grown so much. The two advanced in the direction the Yawang Valley disciple had taken. Turning a corner, they encountered another dungeon. However, unlike the previous one, the cages here were adorned with talismans. Sang Yin glanced at them and remarked, these are talismans that suppress the flow of spiritual energy. It seems those imprisoned within are all cultivators. Gazing at the numerous cages above, she felt an ominous premonition. They must be here with Chuyu and the others. Yet, as they searched along the path, they failed to spot any sign of Chuyu's group. Just as anxiety began to rise, Xie Chenzhou suddenly exclaimed, there's another cell. He approached a wall, pressing his hand against a protruding section. The wall slowly lifted, revealing a dark chamber beyond. Xie Chenzhou released her, brandishing a torch as he stepped ahead. The flickering light dispelled the darkness, allowing Sang Yin to discern the scene within. It was identical. Everything here mirrored what she had seen in Xie Chenzhou's past dreams: cold walls, dark iron cages, and the floor seemingly soaked with long-accumulated bloodstains. Xie Chenzhou stood against the light, his back turned to her. She could not see his expression, only that his posture was rigid. Sang Yin bit her lip, feigning ignorance of his distress, and softly called out to the covered cage. Chuyu, are you in there? Instantly, there was a response from within. Who? Sang Yin dispelled her invisibility and lifted the black cloth. Inside the iron cage were the missing Wenbuyu and the others. The puppet created by Xiao Zhuochen lay at the back, half of its body transformed into quicksand. Upon seeing her, Su Xuan's face was filled with concern. Sang Shimi, you two have been captured? What is this puppet about? If I were captured, I wouldn't be standing here now, Sang Yin replied helplessly. I am here to rescue you. Are you all right? She asked the group. Wenbuyu shook his head. We sustained minor injuries, but it is nothing serious. Are you foolish? Chuyu exclaimed anxiously. How can just the two of you rescue us? What if you get caught too? Not just us. There's also Xiao Zhuochen. Sang Yin attempted to remove the talismans from the cage, speaking rapidly. If things go awry, he will immediately contact the sect. Chuyu noticed her movements and hurriedly called out, wait. Don't touch that. Sang Yin barely halted. What's wrong? Chuyu showed her his hand, which was burned and blistered. That thing is like lava. It nearly melted my sword. Sang Yin had no choice but to attempt to unveil the mystery using her magical arts. The moment her spiritual energy brushed against the talisman, it felt as though a stone had sunk into the ocean. The talisman remained utterly unmoved. Observing this, the nearby Xie Chenzhou decisively reached out. A flash of orange-red fire flickered, and the talisman floated down gently. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Sang Yin was the first to regain her composure and hurriedly examined his hand. Indeed, his palm was a gruesome sight. Flesh charred and the wounds peeling back to reveal glimpses of bone. He withdrew his hand, concealing it behind him. I'm fine. You're fine after this? Chu Yao clung to the cage, her face a mask of shock. I can already smell burnt flesh. Sang Yin hastily unraveled the restrictions on the cage. Shall we leave now? Wenbuyu stated. I must go rescue the people outside. Sang Yin replied, must it be now? We can return first and find someone to assist us. Wenbu shook her head. We have already startled the snakes. If we do not act now, these people may never have another chance to escape. Sang Yin refrained from further protest, rummaging through her storage pouch for medicine and bandages, pulling Xie Chunzhou aside to tend to his wounds. He still attempted to shake her off. I told you I'm fine. Sang Yin gently blew on his palm. Xie Chunzhou's struggle ceased at that moment. It was as though she was oblivious to his wounds healing autonomously as she swiftly applied the medicine, wrapping bandages around the injury to conceal it. Done. Sang Yin released him and turned to bandage Chu Yao. The latter, still shaken, peered at Xie Chunzhou. He really is fine, right? That wound looks terrifying. He is fine. This medicine is something Elder Bai Kuk taught me to make. It works wonders. Sang Yin replied deftly as she applied the ointment. He'll recover quickly, then I'll recover quickly too? Chu Yao exclaimed joyfully. Sang Yin smiled at her. Yes. Xie Chunzhou gazed at his well-wrapped hand, slightly lost in thought. It was not until Sang Yin and Chu Yao finished tending to his wounds that she called out, "Let us go." He collected his thoughts, raised his foot to follow behind them, his expression shifting unpredictably. Wenbu and Su Shuiyin were engaged in rescuing the people outside. The two, unable to remove the talisman, resorted to drawing their swords and striking the iron cage. Sword energy surged forth, causing the cage to tremble violently. Inside, the originally lethargic cultivators gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing the two, they weakly pleaded, I am a disciple of the Piao Miao sect. I beseech you to take a message back to my sect, informing them I am trapped here. I am a disciple of the Tai sect. I am a disciple of the Xianin Palace. Wenbu comforted them softly while simultaneously delivering the final strike. The blade's light surged, and with a resounding clang, a corner of the iron cage was sheared off. The imprisoned cultivators regained their freedom and hurried to other cells to rescue those still confined inside. We must leave here quickly, Sang Yin urged. Wenbu glanced in a certain direction, his expression grave. It may be somewhat difficult. Following his gaze, Sang Yin inhaled sharply at the other end of the passage. Two figures cloaked in black robes approached step by step. The aura they exuded was terrifying. Even before they drew near, the oppressive energy caused several cultivators to vomit blood and collapse. Wenbu spoke slowly. They are likely puppets of a cultivation level similar to my master. If they are of the same level as the sect master, does that not mean they are at the tribulation stage? Su Shuiyin exclaimed in panic. We stand no chance against them. Chu Yao, you and the others must go first. Wenbu said in a deep voice, I will hold them off. Ayin. Take the people and leave. After uttering this, Chu Yao sprang forward, rushing towards the black-robed puppets. Wenbu's expression changed dramatically as he quickly drew his sword to shield her. This is reckless. The sword energy surged, exploding into a blinding white light. Chu Yao swallowed the blood in her mouth, her attacks becoming increasingly rapid as she defiantly declared, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat these artificial beings. As her words fell, she was struck, her body flying backward. Sang Yin acted swiftly. Catching her, Chu Yao wiped the blood from her face and praised, quite clever. Without further ado, she charged again. Wenbu suddenly called out, their weakness is in the chest. Understood, Chu Yao replied. Sang Yin immediately drew her sword, preparing to follow up, but Xie Chunzhou, who had been observing coldly, stopped her. There's a hidden river in the left passage. Jump down and swim to the end. With that, he summoned his fallen iron sword, and a fierce wind swirled around him. Countless sword shadows manifested in the void, joining him in the fray. Sang Yin gritted her teeth and, alongside Su Shuiyin, helped the injured cultivators, shouting, There's a hidden river in the left passage. Jump down and swim to the end. The crowd hurriedly supported one another as they fled. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed through the void. It's been a long time. Bu, you've grown quite a bit. Xie Chunzhou staggered slightly, abruptly looking up. Chapter 62 Xie Shidi, were you always this abnormal? Taking advantage of his distraction, the puppet charged forward, condensing a horrifying sword intent in its palm. Wenbu yanked Xie Chunzhou away. Xie Shidi, do not lose focus. Xie Chunzhou snapped back to reality. Did you not hear? Hear what? Chu Yao exclaimed. Both Master Brother and I are about to be killed by this creature. Can you please concentrate? Xie Chunzhou bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to regain focus, and raised his sword to continue fighting. After freeing all the imprisoned cultivators and mortals, Sang Yin rushed back without pause. As she ran, She quickly analyzed the current situation with Su Shui-yin. Puppets are still puppets. They can never truly match human prowess. While they appear to be at the tribulation stage, their actual strength is at least 1 or 2 realms lower. Moreover, they have fatal weaknesses. But you mentioned it's in the chest. If they focus all their strength on that spot. Her eyes lit up. Shui-yin. Su Shui-yin understood instantly. Got it? Sang Yin formed a seal to summon a water dragon. The water dragon roared as it surged into the air. Continuously spiraling around the puppet, Su Shui-yin struck the ground with her palm and gently commanded. Ice cold through the ages, all things shall be sealed. In an instant, a chill swept through the air, and the water-soaked ground froze into a solid layer of ice. The ice extended to the feet of the puppet, and at that very moment, the water dragon descended from above, ensnaring the puppet tightly. In the blink of an eye, it was encased in ice. With their cultivation levels, they could only maintain this for 3 seconds at most. Before Sang Yin could speak, when Bu Yu and the others had already synchronously raised their swords. The wind surged, and layers of dazzling sword light coalesced before them, slicing towards the frozen puppet's chest. Boom! The ground trembled, stones fell, and dust rose. Under Sang Yin's anxious gaze, the puppet swayed, taking a step back before tumbling to the ground. We did it! Sang Yin exclaimed, elated. Well done! Chu Yao gave her a thumbs up. There's still 1 puppet left, when Bu Yu cautioned. Sister, do not let your guard down. Chu Yao twirled her sword. Ain? Let us do it again. Understood, Su Shui-yin replied. The two exchanged glances and formed seals simultaneously. With another resounding boom, they all held their breath. The last puppet fell, disintegrating into pieces. They exchanged glances, all covered in dust and blood. Did we win? Su Shui-yin patted her face, murmuring. We won. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chu Yao squealed as she rushed over to embrace both her and Sang Yin. We won. The 3 girls excitedly formed a tight group hug. Xie Qinzhou brushed off the dust from his sword, watching them with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, someone draped an arm over his shoulder, giving him a gentle pat. Xie Qinzhou glanced sideways. It was Wen Buyu. Just as he was about to shrug off the hand, the latter withdrew it, softly praising. Xie Shidi, you are quite impressive. Xie Qinzhou scoffed. I don't need you to remind me. I know. Wen Buyu shook his head, chuckling. Let us go. This place may collapse. Xie Qinzhou turned to Sang Yin. Let us move. Imichim. Sang Yin carelessly handed him a clean handkerchief. Wipe your face. It is all dust. Xie Qinzhou took it, pausing in his motion to wipe. He glanced at Sang Yin, who was tending to Chu Yao, lips pressed together, slowly bringing the handkerchief to his nose. Lowering his head to inhale, it bore the same fragrance as her. Xie Qinzhou subtly curved his eyes and brows, carefully folding the handkerchief and tucking it into his bosom. He casually wiped his face with his sleeve. And when he turned back, he met Wen Buyu's astonished gaze. You? Wen Buyu's pupils widened in shock. Xie Qinzhou spoke with a firm tone. It's not what you think. Wen Buyu protested. But if you dare speak a word of it, I will kill you. Wen Buyu wore a worried expression, hesitating to speak, then hesitating again. Finally, he mustered the courage to pull Xie Qinzhou aside and whispered. Xie Shidi? Were you always this abnormal? Xie Qinzhou. I've changed my mind. Wen Buyu? Huh? Xie Qinzhou. I want to kill you now. Wen Buyu. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of sword energy descended. Wen Buyu gasped in shock. Xie Shidi, are you truly going to kill me? Xie Qinzhou gritted his teeth. I haven't done anything. It's Qingyun's sword. Chu Yao was the first to recognize the person, exclaiming with excitement. My father has come to rescue us. Indeed, as soon as she uttered her final word, the brocade-clad man floated down to the ground. He cast a brief glance at several individuals, bypassing the eagerly expectant Chu Yao, and hurriedly approached Sang Yin, inquiring, Are you injured? Chu Yao's expression gradually stiffened. Sang Yin recoiled in alarm from his outstretched hand, frowning as she cautioned, Sect Master, you should first attend to senior sister Chu Yao. Only then did Song Lan Feng pivot, asking, Is everyone all right? Chu Yao tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, bowing her head as she departed. Wen Buyu suddenly spoke up, Master, you ought not to treat Chu Yao this way. Upon finishing, he bowed to Song Lan Feng, stating, I have defied my superior today. I shall accept punishment in the discipline hall upon returning to the sect. I take my leave. He and Su Shui-yin hastened to catch up with Chu Yao. The three departing together. Song Lan Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Yin inquired, "Sect Master, what brings you here?" Just as Song Lan Feng was about to respond, Xiao Zhuochen landed gracefully. Bowing to him and noticing the empty iron cages around, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Sang, have all the people been rescued?" Sang Yin nodded. "What of the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley?" Xiao Zhuochen replied, "He escaped. I have already informed the Wanxian Alliance to pursue him." Sang Yin expressed a hint of disappointment. "How cunning. Since this matter is concluded, I should return to Yu Jing to report." Xiao Zhuochen clasped his hands in farewell. "Farewell," Sang Yin replied. After he departed, Song Lan Feng slowly began, "There is something I must tell you." But Sang Yin suddenly interjected, "Wait." She turned her head. "Where is Xie Zhou?" She realized that at some point, he had vanished without a trace. Song Lan Feng responded, "He left alone just moments ago." A sudden unease jolted through Sang Yin as she hurriedly bowed. "We shall discuss this matter later. I must go find Xie Zhou. Farewell." Without waiting for Song Lan Feng's reply, she soared away on her sword eye in the desolate dungeon. Song Lan Feng remained rooted, gazing long into the direction she had vanished. Time passed, and he withdrew his gaze, exhaling a soft sigh. Very well. The rain had ceased, and the entire Medicine King Valley was in disarray. Members of the Wanxian Alliance arrived in droves, either escorting disciples of the Medicine King Valley or tending to the injured. Both cultivators and commoners alike. Flames soared into the sky as Sang Yin tirelessly searched for Xie Zhou amidst the crowd. "Halt!" A member of the Wanxian Alliance blocked Sang Yin's path. Noticing her clad in the sect's attire, and was about to apprehend her. "This is my junior sister." Wenbu swiftly stepped forward, presenting his token. "We are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect." "Ah, so you are friends of the Xiaoyao sect?" The man quickly released Sang Yin. "Senior brother Xiao instructed us before leaving that friends of the Xiaoyao sect are free to depart." Wenbu reassured Sang Yin, "Let us go. Chu Yao is waiting for us at the entrance." "Is she all right?" Sang Yin inquired. Wenbu smiled, "She is fine." After a pause, he added, "She does not blame you." Sang Yin felt a weight lift from her heart. "Is Xie Zhou with you?" Chapter 63. Xie Zhou. "I will never abandon you." Wenbu shook his head. "I have not seen senior brother Xie." Sang Yin recalled something and rummaged through her storage pouch to produce a paper crane. The crane glimmered, fluttering its wings as it soared towards a certain direction. "You all go ahead to repair the flying vessel," she called out. "I will search for Xie Zhou and return shortly." Wenbu watched her leave before turning back to the entrance. Chu Yao sat on the steps, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Hearing Wenbu's footsteps, she turned and, seeing only him, asked, "Where are Sang Yin and the pretty boy?" Senior brother Xie left suddenly, and junior sister Sang went to look for him. Wenbu explained, "She instructed us to repair the flying vessel." Chu Yao responded with a soft "do," rising to her feet and brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Let us go then." Su Shui-yin followed closely behind, clutching both their swords and refraining from making a sound. Casting frantic glances at Wenbu, Chu Yao walked calmly for a few steps before suddenly turning around and kicking over a stone lion standing at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley. "It's all my father's fault." She gritted her teeth. "It's all his fault." Seeing this, Wenbu and Su Shui-yin relaxed. Wenbu ruffled her hair gently. "As long as you can think clearly." "That's good." Chu Yao kicked over the other stone lion as well, exhaling a refreshing breath. "That feels better. Now, let us go fix the flying vessel." Su Shui-yin chimed in. All right. The night was thick. In the dense forest 100 miles away from the Medicine King Valley, someone crashed heavily into a tree trunk, the branches rustling against one another. The individual slumped down, propping himself up as he coughed out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He gazed up at the youth before him and smiled. "Not dead. You've grown quite a bit. You've finally learned how to kill." Xie Zhou lowered his gaze, his voice indifferent. "I never expected you to survive this long." "Indeed, I should have been killed by you long ago," the man mused. "Thanks to the blood you left behind back then, I have been able to survive all this time. I should thank you." A fierce rage surged in Xie Zhou's eyes as he abruptly drew his sword and lunged at him. The man dodged the strike, his body twitching twice, yet he still wore a smile. "Not dead after escaping from the Medicine King Valley. Where did you go? Have you thought of me since?" Xie Zhou's chest heaved violently as he smirked. "Of course, I think of you day and night. Regretting not having flayed you alive back then." Now, I finally have this chance. The man questioned, "Why do you hate me so?" "Because of me. Your flesh and blood have saved countless lives," he replied. "They revere you as a deity, love you, respect you, and worship you." "Enough!" Xiechenzhou bellowed. His fists clenched tightly, the edges of his left hand digging painfully into his palm, blood mingling with flesh. Yet, his right hand was blocked by something. Remaining unscathed, he stiffly lowered his neck to look. His palm was tightly wrapped in bandages, the end tied in a neat bow. Those were the very bandages Sang Yin had applied to his wounds earlier. Xiechenzhou's out-of-control emotions gradually calmed on the ground. The man also turned his gaze to Xiechenzhou's palm, then scrutinized his expression, chuckling softly, "Not dead, you have a beloved now." Xiechenzhou's expression darkened, and he fiercely grasped the man's collar, his voice nearly a growl. "What do you want? What a kind girl, knowing you could heal, yet still bandaging your wounds," he remarked, then shifted his tone. "Or perhaps she is still unaware of this matter." Xiechenzhou's face hardened, remaining silent. "Do you dare let her know?" The man's eyes filled with pity, his voice rising slightly. "Knowing you are an immortal being, knowing that the long life others yearn for is within your grasp, knowing you were once caged like a dog, cut apart time and again, do you think, when the time comes, she will fear you, loathe you, or seek to seize your immortality?" Xiechenzhou's hand trembled slightly at his side. The man sighed. "Not dead. Admit it. If it weren't for me protecting you during those 7 years, you would have been devoured alive by the cultivators of the immortal realm long ago. After all, no one can resist the temptation of immortality, not even her. When faced with you and eternal life, what choice do you think she will make? You know better than anyone." Xiechenzhou's face turned ashen. The man, clutching his wound, rose to sit up, extending his hand towards him with a look of compassion. "Not dead. Only I? His name is Xiechenzhou." Suddenly, the night breeze carried a girl's clear voice, neither too loud nor too soft, yet resolute. Xiechenzhou looked up abruptly. The branches swayed, and the girl in white descended gracefully like a butterfly, landing lightly in the moonlight. She approached the two. Speaking deliberately, "Xiechenzhou is Xiechenzhou, with a name and a surname, never merely the not dead you refer to. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Furthermore, who says that being unscathed and immortal makes one a monster? In my view, it is merely the favor of the divine, unwilling to see him suffer. He is not a monster." Xiechenzhou stood in stunned silence. Sang Yin reached his side, taking his tightly clenched left hand, gently prying open his fingers, and upon seeing his wound, her anger flared. She glared at him, exasperated. "Are you foolish? Why do you believe everything others say, leaving yourself in such a ghastly state?" The Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley smiled as well. "Do you not find yourself drawn to immortality, my dear girl? Immortality?" Sang Yin raised an eyebrow, her tone dismissive. "What is that to me? I have no interest." The Valley Master shook his head. "You speak too soon. One day you will understand the merits of immortality." Sang Yin ignored him, focusing intently on treating Xiechenzhou's wounds. Once she finished, she grasped his arm, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "I will only ask you this once. Do you trust him or me?" After a long pause, Xiechenzhou finally responded, "I trust you." "Good," Sang Yin said, "then listen carefully. First, I will not fear you. Second, I will not loathe you. Third, I do not care about immortality. What I care about is you." "The person, Xiechenzhou." She asked, "Do you understand?" Xiechenzhou's gaze was dazed. "I understand." Sang Yin, with a fierce expression, commanded, "Repeat it back to me." Xiechenzhou's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he spoke softly. "You do not fear me. You do not disdain me. You care for me." Beneath the moonlight, resembling remnants of snow, the young girl smiled with her crescent-shaped brows and eyes, her warm hands cradling his face. Her tone lighthearted, "Yes, just like that. Remember, you must only believe in what Sang Yin says. Heed not the words of others, do not trust them." Xiechenzhou's voice was hoarse. "All right." After a pause, he added, "I shall grind this person to dust." Sang Yin replied, "Yes, let him be ground to dust." Xiechenzhou continued, "I want him to bleed to death." Sang Yin affirmed, "Very well, let him bleed to death." Xiechenzhou paused, his gaze unfocused, shrouded in profound bewilderment. Finally, he murmured, "I am in great pain." Chapter 64. What is our relationship now? Under the serene and luminous moonlight, the sharp-tongued, capricious youth felt his eyes welling with tears. He appeared somewhat lost, clutching Sang Yin's sleeve, articulating each word deliberately. You taught me to expose the wounds. Sang Yin found it difficult to articulate her feelings at that moment. Any words seemed so feeble and barren. She rose onto her toes, gently caressing his head, and then firmly grasped his hand, her palm warm. Yes, our little Xia has done wonderfully. That summer, after the rain, on a moonlit night, the girl in white held the hand of the future demon who would instill fear in countless hearts 3 centuries hence. Her eyes crinkling in a smile, she patiently smoothed out all his sharp edges, tenderly cleaning the heart riddled with wounds, diligently sewing on patches, then, cradling it in her hands, she gently blew a breath upon it, saying, "It doesn't hurt now. It doesn't hurt." After 13 long and dark years, someone finally began to love him. A truly wonderful person came to love him. Suddenly, Xiechenzhou pulled her into his embrace, his arms firmly encircling her waist. Ding! Xiechenzhou's affection level 200. Ding! Xiechenzhou's affection level 5000. Ding! Xiechenzhou's affection level 1230601. The character's affection level has surpassed the limit. System malfunction troubleshooting in progress. Please wait. System functioning normally. Sang Yin momentarily stood frozen, her hands suspended in midair. Xiechenzhou buried his face in her neck, his voice low. I wanted to do this back in that dilapidated temple. Sang Yin gasped in surprise, her stiff hand tentatively resting on his back. But you're holding too tightly, Xiechenzhou. I can't breathe. After a few moments, Xiechenzhou reluctantly released her and, looking back at the person on the ground, his eyes devoid of warmth, said, "Wait over there for me. I will be there shortly." Sang Yin did not inquire further, simply replied, "All right." Afterward, she stepped onto the green pine needles and decaying leaves. Moving to the edge of the dense forest, she glanced around before sitting upon a slightly lower segment of an ancient tree trunk, gazing up at the moon above. Before long, footsteps approached from behind. Without turning her head, she asked, "Are you done?" The youth stood before her, still carrying a faint scent of blood. He looked up at her from beneath the tree, extending his hand. Sang Yin dismissed it lightly. "It's not that high. I can jump down easily without your help." Xiechenzhou replied, "I want to hold your hand." Sang Yin was momentarily taken aback, stammering, then, just hold it for a moment. It is a bit chilly tonight." Xiechenzhou's ears turned red, mumbling, "It is indeed a bit cold." Sang Yin cautiously extended her hand, her fingertips brushing against his. He grasped her hand tightly and gently pulled her towards him. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the girl, caught by the wind, fell gracefully, her skirt forming a beautiful arc in the air, fluttering like a butterfly. She landed in the embrace of the youth beneath the tree, who caught her securely without taking a step back. Neither spoke. The night breeze rustled the treetops, creating a continuous whispering sound. After a while, Sang Yin pushed him away, stepping back a pace, looking down at her toes. "Let's go. We should find Chu Yao and the others." Xiechenzhou walked beside her, still holding her hand tightly. The path had not been trodden for years, with lush grass and clusters of pale purple clover blooming abundantly. Xiechenzhou bent down to pluck a flower but withdrew his hand just as he was about to touch it. Standing upright, he remarked, "On the day I was poisoned by a demon, you entered my past dreams. You already knew what had happened to me, didn't you?" Given the developments that had transpired, Sang Yin had no choice but to admit, "After all, our relationship was quite poor back then. I thought it would be better for you not to know about this, so I deliberately kept it hidden." Xiechenzhou's voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. "So it wasn't merely my fanciful imagination. There truly was someone who descended from the heavens to attempt to save me from peril." He firmly shut his eyes. It was not the delusion of a madman. It was real, precise, and existent. "But how did you escape afterward?" Sang Yin asked. Without waiting for his reply, she added, "If you don't wish to answer, you needn't. I was just casually inquiring." Xiechenzhou's tone remained steady. "I was imprisoned in a cage for 7 years. One day, I seized the knife from his hand as he spoke. A flicker of mockery crossed his eyes. That was my first time killing. I thought I had slain him. Later, I leaped into that dark river, swimming for a long, long time, successfully escaping, and then He abruptly halted. Sang Yin did not press for more details. After a moment of silence, she murmured, The water must have been very cold, right? Xie Zhou paused. Turning his face to look at her, his voice rough. Very cold. She realized. No wonder your hands are always icy. They can never be warmed. Xie Zhou averted his gaze, his tone somewhat unnatural. If someone holds them, they will warm up, Sang Yin replied. Huh? He took something from his bosom, grasping her right hand and wrapping it around her slender wrist. Sang Yin leaned in closer to observe. It resembled silk thread but was more resilient. The moonlight shimmered upon it, glistening. What is this? She asked, intrigued. He secured the ends with a spell, withdrawing his hand and examining it earnestly. It is a string from a zither. Sang Yin, puzzled, asked, a zither string? He explained, this is the only thing my mother left me. Now, I give it to you. Sang Yin attempted to remove it. That won't do. It is a memento from your mother. You prepared gifts for me the night you caught fireflies. Xie Zhou said, that time, I didn't know what to give you. Now I know. I want to gift this to you. It was always meant to be worn on your hand. Sang Yin hesitated. But Xie Zhou suddenly seized her hand. His lips pressed into a straight line. He gazed intently into her eyes, as if summoning immense courage, asked, what is our relationship now? Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat. How to articulate this? Her relationship with Xie Zhou was indeed perplexing. To call them husband and wife felt inadequate. Aside from having married, they had not truly reached that level. And there was a hint of inexplicable embarrassment. To label them friends seemed absurd. How many platonic friends strolled hand in hand beneath the moonlight? Noticing her silence, Xie Zhou's expression dimmed. Sang Yin steeled herself and declared, we have married, so we are family. Xie Zhou inquired, you mean, I am your family? Sang Yin nodded vigorously, yes. Since you have no family, I am now your family. My home is your home. My brother is your brother. My Lulu is your Lulu. Xie Zhou's dark eyes gradually sparkled with an intense light, almost blinding. He stared at the moon for a while, then lowered his gaze, his eyes crinkling with a smile. You must not deceive me. Sang Yin smiled back. I never lie. Xie Zhou challenged. Am I more handsome, or is Xiao Zhuochun more handsome? Sang Yin replied. Xiao Zhuochun. Ding. Xie Zhou's affection, unknown value. Current affection level, 50. Task failed. Please try harder, host. Sang Yin hastily corrected herself. It's you. Xie Zhou chuckled. Sang Yin insisted, truly, you are more handsome. Xie Zhou laughed. Sang Yin fell silent, realizing that life indeed ebbed and flowed in such a manner. Chapter 65. Xiao Zhuochun looks splendid today. You mustn't look. When daylight broke, the flying boat was finally repaired, wobbling into the sky. Chu Yao vigilantly prevented Xie Zhou from touching the helm again. Xie Zhou's demeanor was subdued. He did not argue with her but silently turned and entered the cabin. Chu Yao wondered aloud, what is wrong with him? Since he returned, he has looked as though he is about to hang himself. Sang Yin sighed, gazing skyward. It all begins with a handsome man named Xiao Zhuochun. No sooner had she spoken than the cabin window swung open violently. Inside, a boy clad in black gazed at her with an otherworldly air. Sang Yin added, in truth, Xiao Zhuochun is nothing special. He merely has 2 eyes and a nose. What is so striking about that? Ha ha ha. With the window closed, Sang Yin exhaled sharply. Chu Yao, her face filled with admiration, remarked, I also believe that Xiao Zhuochun is just like that. You truly align with my perspective. Sang Yin responded with a chuckle. Oh really? The helm-wielding Su Xuan turned back momentarily, protesting softly, if you think Xiao Zhuochun is like that, then I find Yu Qingxi equally unremarkable. Chu Yao retorted, nonsense, he is undeniably charming and free-spirited. Su Xuan countered. Yet Xiao Zhuochun is also aloof and ethereal. The two simultaneously turned to Wen Buyu, asking, Master Brother, what do you say? Wen Buyu took 2 steps back, beads of sweat forming at his brow. I'm not quite sure about that. Perhaps we should ask junior sister Sang. The two turned their heads sharply, staring. Sang Yin questioned, why have these 2 fans from opposing factions become such good friends? It's a life-saving miracle. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, cleared her throat, and deliberately raised her voice. In my opinion, Xie Zhou surpasses both of them. He has a good temperament, a pleasant personality, and is quite handsome. Almost as soon as her words fell, a familiar system notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Xie Zhou's favorability 10, current favorability 60. She clenched her fist, feeling accomplished. Chu Yao twitched her lips. He has a good temperament. Su Xuan expressed disbelief. A good personality? When Buyu hesitated, junior sister sang, "Have you been threatened?" Sang Yin replied earnestly, "Of course not. This is a heartfelt sentiment. I have absolutely not been coerced or kidnapped." Su Xuan looked worried, junior sister. "Have you been drugged at Yaoang Valley? You seem to have lost your senses." Chu Yao stroked her chin, speaking seriously, "It's quite possible. Once we reach Yujing, we should find a spiritual doctor to examine her." Suddenly, the window was pushed open again with a crash. The irritable Xie Chenzhou poked his head out, gritting his teeth. "You all have had enough." The group burst into laughter simultaneously. "I told you he was definitely eavesdropping." Chu Yao patted Su Xuan's back. "See, I was right." Su Xuan stifled her laughter. "Xie Shidi, don't be angry. We were just teasing you." When Buyu stifled his laughter, coughed twice, and feigned seriousness. "This must not happen again." Xie Chenzhou turned to Sang Yin. She clasped her hands behind her back, glancing at the sky and then at the ground. "Don't glare at me. I didn't laugh." Xie Chenzhou slammed the window shut with force. The next moment, laughter even louder than before erupted on the deck. Inside, Xie Chenzhou grumbled, "So annoying. Yet, I feel as though we've forgotten something." After enough laughter, Su Xuan tapped her head in frustration, "But I just can't recall what it is we've forgotten." Sang Yin agreed. "Now that you mention it, I feel that way too." Chu Yao remained indifferent. "I've said it before. Whatever we've forgotten, we can purchase in Yujing. You're just worrying for nothing." Sang Yin felt reassured. "That's true. It's not like we could have left anyone behind." Her voice abruptly cut off. A peculiar silence enveloped the deck. After a long pause, Su Xuan stammered, "It seems that Shen Mingqiao didn't board the ship." Sang Yin exclaimed, "What?" "They left Shen Mingqiao behind." In Qingfeng City, Shen Mingqiao awoke naturally, holding his small bundle as he stood in the street. The sky had fallen. After 7 days and nights of incessant wandering, Sang Yin and her companions finally arrived at Yujing. This city serves as the very heart of the Hongming continent, entirely detached from the land. Floating in mid-air, home to tens of millions, the city boasts vast expanses, abundant spiritual energy, and opulent, exquisite architecture. Even the paving stones are made of white jade, which is the origin of the name Yujing. 2 small islands float above the city. One is the headquarters of the Wanjian Alliance, and the other is the Chongqing Palace of the 3 sects and 1 hall. The palace master, Mingxingyu, is a name that the younger generation might not recognize. However, 500 years ago, he shone brighter than the current top disciple of the immortal sect, Shaozhuochen, and was the most likely candidate for ascension. So, why hasn't he ascended? That's a long story. According to rumors, just rumors, he was captivated by a female demon. Yes, it is said that he once insisted on leaving his sect for that demoness. My goodness, indeed. It is said that she later wreaked havoc, inciting the wrath of the Immortal Alliance. To protect her life, he willingly imprisoned himself in the Chongqing Palace, using all his cultivation to nourish the soul of Yujing. Someone asked, "But who exactly is that demoness?" No one knows her name, only that she seems to belong to the Feather Clan. Another asked, "Does that demoness know what he has done for her?" "What does it matter if she knows?" "Wait, who are you?" At this point, the loquacious man noticed a stranger in the crowd and immediately became irate. "Are you part of our group? Did you pay? How dare you just eavesdrop on the explanation?" The embarrassed Sang Yin and her companions exchanged glances. Su Xuan covered her face with her sleeve. "Junior sister, let us go." Chu Yao scoffed, "It's just a few spirit stones." "I can cover it for him. A few?" The man laughed in disbelief. "Do you know where this is?" "This is Yujing. A few spirit stones are hardly worth mentioning." Sang Yin asked, "Then how much do you want?" He extended his hand, tilting his chin. 10,000. That price was acceptable. Just as Sang Yin was about to retrieve her storage bag, the man added, 10,000 per person. Chu Yao jumped in outrage. "Let us get this straight. I don't care about money, but you can't treat us like fools. This is clearly price gouging." Sang Yin, who was about to pay, silently withdrew her money. "Exactly." The man snorted coldly, surveying their attire with disdain. "Clearly, you are just poor country bumpkins from some remote place, getting worked up over a mere few tens of thousands of spirit stones." Passers-by stifled their laughter. Chu Yao, infuriated, drew her sword, while Su Xuan expertly clung to her leg. "Junior sister, calm down," Chu Yao fumed. "He is discriminating against me. I absolutely must teach him a lesson today. Sang Nian hurriedly called out, Master brother, say something. When Buyu unsheathed his polished axe, junior sister, don't act recklessly with that. Sang Nian felt despair. The crowd swelled, the commotion escalating. Amid the chaos, several young men in white flew by on swords point. One of them glanced down at the crowd, his handsome brows furrowing slightly as he calmly inquired, what is causing such a commotion? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sang Nian, who was already exasperated from mediating, looked up instantly. Before she could catch a glimpse of his face, Xie Chenzhou swiftly blocked her view. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Xiao Zhuochen looks exceptionally handsome today. You are not allowed to look. Sang Nian stammered, Huh? Chapter 66. Regardless of who you are, get off our young master immediately. Xiao Zhuochen landed gracefully. Surveying the scene before finally locking eyes on Sang Nian, he nodded, Miss Sang. Sang Nian pushed Xie Chenzhou's hand away, shooting him a glare, before turning to greet Xiao Zhuochen with a smile. It's good to see you again, brother Xiao. Beside her, Su Xuan suppressed her excitement, whispering to Chu Yao, Is this really Xiao Zhuochen? He looks just as handsome as in the spirit stone. Chu Yao scoffed. He has nothing special. Once you meet Yu Qingxi, you'll truly understand what beauty is, Su Xuan pouted. I don't like that debauched scion from the Hahuan sect. No matter how handsome he is, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. The crowd grew larger, shifting their attention from the ruckus to Xiao Zhuochen. Miss Sang, what has transpired? Xiao Zhuochen inquired. Before Sang Nian could respond, Chu Yao snapped. You Yujing folks are truly something else, looking down on us outsiders. Xiao Zhuochen turned his gaze to the man, his tone calm. Is that so? The previously arrogant man suddenly wilted. I was merely joking. Joking? Chu Yao retorted angrily. So you intended to swindle us out of 60,000 spirit stones as a joke? The man stammered, unable to articulate a response. Xiao Zhuochen raised his hand, speaking softly, arrest him and take him away. Wait. Chu Yao seized a handful of spirit stones from Wen Buyu's pouch and tossed them to the man. Our disciples of the Xiaoyao sect do not default on debts. We will pay you what is due. And certainly won't take advantage of you. The man's face fell in disappointment. The situation resolved, Sang Nian and the others prepared to leave, but Xiao Zhuochen called out, Miss Sang, please wait. Sang Nian, puzzled, asked, Is there something else? Xiao Zhuochen produced a waste token from his sleeve. You left in such a hurry last time. I forgot to return your item. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' eyes lit up. Eagerly glancing between the two, Sang Nian recognized it as the waste token taken from her by the disciples of Yaowang Valley and quickly reached out to accept it. I thought I wouldn't be able to retrieve it. I was worried, she exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Thank you, brother Xiao, for keeping it safe. Xiao Zhuochen's eyes curved slightly as he replied, No need for thanks. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, while the crowd appeared serene on the surface. Whispers of secrecy erupted beneath, akin to a frenzied bombardment. Even the disciples of the Chongqing Palace beside Xiao Zhuochen could not suppress their trepidation and cast fearful glances, unaware of the reason behind their expressions. Sang Nian bid farewell to Xiao Zhuochen and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, she inquired curiously, Why is everyone silent? Xie Chenzhou pointed to himself. You want me to speak? He smiled. I thought Miss Sang only wished to converse with senior brother Xiao. Sang Nian decisively covered his mouth, silencing him, and turned to ask Chu Yao, What on earth is happening? Chu Yao scratched her head. It's not much. Just that Xiao Zhuochen always has a deadpan expression, and seeing him smile unexpectedly feels rather unsettling. Su Xuan forcefully patted her cheeks. That's the Xiao Zhuochen who practices the path of emotionlessness. Sang Nian queried, Does that mean a person who practices the path of emotionlessness cannot smile? That's not emotionlessness. It sounds more like facial paralysis that needs acupuncture. Su Xuan blinked. You make a valid point. Chu Yao added, Then why hasn't he smiled before? Sang Nian suggested, Perhaps he simply doesn't have a penchant for smiling. Chu Yao enlightened. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, Xie Chenzhou, still silenced, suddenly pried Sang Nian's hand away and strode forward with a stern expression. What's wrong with him? Chu Yao remarked. Why does he look like he wants others to hang themselves? Sang Nian glanced briefly before returning her gaze, calmly stating, He's like this. He'll be fine in a bit. Behind them, the melancholic Shan Mingqiao suddenly snapped out of his reverie. Who wants to hang themselves? Count me in. Chu Yao clicked her tongue, exasperated. Enough of that. We've been trying to cheer you up all this time. Shin Mingqiao rubbed his eyes and murmured, right? I was just forgotten by you all for an entire night, merely standing on the street with my luggage waiting for you. Sang Nian felt her head buzzing. Stop, stop, stop. What do you want? Shin Mingqiao had been waiting for this question, responding without hesitation. Take me to eat. Sang Nian asked, where? Shin Mingqiao pointed to the tallest building in Yujing City. Take me there to eat. Where is that? Sang Nian asked Chu Yao. Chue Ming Lu, Chu Yao replied, the most luxurious restaurant in all of Yujing. A meal there costs at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. Sang Nian remarked, that's not a restaurant. It's a den of extravagance. Even if my family had a mind, they couldn't afford such indulgence. Shin Mingqiao rubbed his hands in anticipation. I want to see what makes a dish of cucumber at 10,000 spirit stones so special. Sang Nian smiled wryly. With 10,000 spirit stones, I could buy 20 acres of cucumber land for you to take pictures of them however you like. Shin Mingqiao insisted, it's not the same. Come on, come on, come on. Sang Nian replied, no money, thanks for the invitation. Shin Mingqiao hurriedly countered, I have it. I can pay. You just need to chip in. Sang Nian eyed him skeptically. Is there really such a good deal? Chu Yao interjected, don't even think about it. It's bound to be a scam, Xu Shuan added. I think Junior sister is right. Shin Mingqiao lamented, what about the basic trust between people? When Buyu smiled reassuringly, Junior brother Shin, it's getting late. Let us first reunite with the other senior brothers and sisters. We can discuss the rest tomorrow. Shin Mingqiao reluctantly gazed at Chue Minglu, conceding, all right. The Xiaoyao sect had rented an inn in Yujing, where all the disciples were residing. The others had settled in, while Sang Nian and her group were among the last to arrive. The gathering of heroes was set to commence in 3 days. Gubai handed them the reserved keys, saying, I thought you would be late. When Buyu expressed his apologies, we encountered some issues on the way. The news regarding the Medicine King Valley had spread. Gubai stated, I heard the body of the Medicine King Valley's master was discovered yesterday, in a gruesome state. Sang Nian, eavesdropping intently, gasped. When Buyu inquired, have the perpetrator been found? Gubai shook his head. No trace was left at the scene. Even the Wuxian Alliance finds it puzzling. Sang Nian relaxed, as Chu Yao interjected, regardless, his death is poetic justice. He deserved IT's, oh what if he is dead? Gubai sighed. Those imprisoned by him were subjected to years of being used as test subjects. Even if rescued, they can never return to being normal. When Buyu paused in reflection before asking, how will the disciples of the Medicine King Valley be dealt with? Gubai replied, they will be handled separately. The results are yet to emerge. When Buyu nodded and shifted the topic, has Xia Shidi returned? Sang Nian waved her hand dismissively, no need to worry. He has the address here. Once he cools off, he'll come back on his own. Meanwhile, in a little-known alley of Yujing City, the young master stood. Ya-E and Ya-Er landed gracefully, their voices low. You summoned us in such haste. Is there an urgent matter? Xie Chenzhou, lost in thought, rested his fingertips against his cheek, slowly moving them to his lips, a smile creeping onto his face uncontrollably. Ya-E and Ya-Er gasped in horror. Retreating 3 steps, Ya-Er's expression changed dramatically as he raised his hand, brandishing 18 talismans, shouting, whatever you are, get away from our young master immediately. Xie Chenzhou replied coldly, retracting his hand, do you wish to die? Hearing the familiar tone, Ya-E and Ya-Er nearly broke down in tears. Young master, it seems someone has taken over your body. Xie Chenzhou cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. I called you here for a reason. Ya-E and Ya-Er exchanged determined glances, affirming, no matter what it is, we are willing to face fire and water for the young master, without hesitation. Xie Chenzhou declared, I have developed feelings for Sang Nian. Ya-E, Ya-Er? Xie Chenzhou continued, I want to be with her. Ya-E, Ya-Er. Xie Chenzhou added, I have decided to leave the Shura Hall after the gathering of heroes. Ya-E, Ya-Er. Ya-Er nearly broke down. You can't abandon the Shura Hall for a woman. Ya-E urged moreover, if you wish to leave the Shura Hall, there is only one way, which is tantamount to seeking death, and no one has ever survived. Do you truly wish to give up your life for Sang Nian? Xie Chenzhou replied calmly, I will not die. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon. His eyes filled with joy. Once I leave the Shura Hall, I'll buy a house and live a quiet life with her. If she wishes to travel the world, I will purchase a flying boat and take her everywhere. With each word he spoke, the despair on Ya-Er's face deepened. Young master, you might as well kill me. Ya-E was equally dazed. The young master is lovesick and lost. We are left in the dust. Yair asked, does the young master have any other matters? Yair, with a blank expression, said, dinner time is approaching. We must hurry back to work. Siechenjo replied, indeed. Yair quickly perked up, young master, please give your orders. Siechenjo's expression turned icy. Within 3 days, I want to know all about Xiaozhuochen, Yair. After Siechenjo departed, in the alley, Yair and Yair stood in a daze. After a long moment, Yair snapped back to reality, asking Yair, your expression is so complex. What are you thinking? Yair responded nonchalantly, nothing much, just contemplating a head-on collision with the wall. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the same despair in the other's face. Let us think positively, Yair comforted. Perhaps the young master truly has a way to endure. Then we can leave the Shura hall with him. Yair suddenly revitalized. Right? We can stay at the Xiaoyao sect and cook with peace of mind. The two exchanged hopeful glances, filled with dreams. Exiting the alley, the bustling sounds of the street surged forth. Siechenjo walked leisurely towards the inn where the Xiaoyao sect was staying. Vendors along the roadside shouted, your own cream, even Yin Yueqing and Xiaozhuochen use it, containing various premium spirit plant extracts. Just a dab will make you fair and tender, ensuring your partner treasures you like a gem. Siechenjo strode forward. His expression one of disdain. Xiaozhuochen actually likes this kind of thing. After a few seconds, he stepped back, standing at the counter, coldly stating, I'll take a box. The shopkeeper replied, sure. Siechenjo thought of Xiaozhuochen's face. Gritted his teeth, I want 10 boxes. The shopkeeper swiftly packaged 10 boxes of your own cream. Flattering, this young hero is so generous to his partner. Buying 10 boxes worth thousands of spirit stones. She must be incredibly touched. Siechenjo replied lightly, I'm using it myself. The shopkeeper's smile faltered momentarily, quickly adjusting, haha, the young hero takes good care of himself. You're already handsome, and now with this, you'll surely become the dream lover of countless female cultivators. Siechenjo carefully stored away the jade ointment after settling the payment, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips. There is no need for so much. One is sufficient for a single person. He turned and departed, his steps light and brisk. Inside the inn, Sang Yin waited in vain for Siechenjo's return and ultimately resolved to seek him out. Just as she descended the stairs, Shun Mingqiao, munching on a watermelon, gestured towards her with his chin. I was just about to call for you. Someone is looking for you, claiming to be an acquaintance. Sang Yin, puzzled, turned to glance over. At the entrance of the inn, a young girl in a peach-colored gauze dress was dancing and waving at her, her face brimming with excitement. Miss? Sang Yin exclaimed. Chunner? Chunner dashed into the inn. Examining her from left to right, Woo, miss, I finally see you again. Sang Yin was equally delighted. How did you end up here? Where is my brother? The city lord brought me here, Chunner replied with a smile. He heard you would participate in the heroes' gathering and set off overnight to reach this place. Sang Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. I am not yet at the golden core stage. I merely came to accompany my senior brothers and sisters to have a look. You are already quite impressive, Chunner remarked. I saw in the letter you wrote to the city lord that you have established your foundation. You are truly a genius. Sang Yin scratched her head, grinning. Hee, I think so too. Shun Mingqiao leaned closer. Is this your maid? Chunner hurriedly bowed to him. Thank you, young hero, for taking care of my lady. I am immensely grateful. Sang Yin scoffed. Him? Taking care of me? Chunner looked puzzled. This young hero claims to be your most esteemed senior brother, diligently guiding your cultivation every day. Sang Yin regarded Shun Mingqiao with a blank expression. Most esteemed senior brother? Shun Mingqiao felt quite pleased with himself, wiping the watermelon seeds from his mouth and patting his chest with vigor. I will undoubtedly become your most esteemed senior brother. Sang Yin retorted dryly. I suggest you elevate your pillow a bit higher when you sleep. Shin Mingqiao inquired. Why? Chunner subtly replied. Miss means you are dreaming. Shin Mingqiao. QAQ Chunner leaned in to whisper to Sang Yin. Miss, the city lord has reserved a table at the Dreaming Pavilion and asked me to invite you and young hero one to dine with him. Sang Yin nodded, her voice brimming with excitement. I will call them down immediately. Just as she attempted to move, she found herself unable to lift her leg. Looking down, she saw Shin Mingqiao clinging to her leg. Gazing up at her with a pitiful expression, Shun Mingqiao lamented. I heard everything. Sang Yin feigned ignorance. Heard what? Shin Mingqiao protested. I don't care. I want to go with you to the Dreaming Pavilion for some smashed cucumbers. Sang Nian chuckled coldly. You look more like a cucumber to me. She attempted to extricate her leg, but he held on tightly, sniffling and tearfully questioning. Senior sister, I am your dearest junior brother. Have you forgotten the oath we made by the shores of Tsuewei Lake that year? His loud wail attracted the attention of everyone in the inn, their faces filled with curiosity. Sang Nian sighed. I have never felt this embarrassed in my life. Chapter 68. Zhou, heed your sister's advice. This is not your path. Shun Mingqiao was about to yell again when he was unexpectedly grabbed by the scruff of his neck and lifted away. He turned back in anger. How dare you seize the noble neck of this prince? As he spoke, his gaze met Xie Qinzhou's cold, unyielding eyes. A brief lift was not so bad, Shan Mingqiao thought sheepishly. I happen to be feeling quite fatigued and can hardly stand. Xie Qinzhou, enough. Let us go. Sang Nian urged, quickly go upstairs and call Chu Yao and the others. Shun Mingqiao darted upstairs at lightning speed. I will complete the mission. He rushed up the stairs. Sang Nian then lazily waved at Xie Qinzhou. Oh, you're back? Xie Qinzhou nodded imperially. Yes, I have returned. Perfect timing. Sang Nian pointed at Chun'er. Do take a look at who this is. Only then did Xie Qinzhou notice Chun'er beside her, his eyelids twitching. Chun'er still did not offer him a pleasant expression, deliberately addressing him. Xie Xiaoxia. Xie Qinzhou inquired of Sang Nian. How did she end up here? My brother brought her, Sang Nian replied, so your timing is impeccable. We are just about to dine at the Dreaming Pavilion with my brother. We will leave once Chu Yao and the others come down. Xie Qinzhou felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I am to dine with your brother? Sang Nian. Yes, yes. Do you need to tidy up or wash your face? I will wait for you. Xie Qinzhou turned and ascended the stairs with swift strides. Sang Nian was puzzled. It's just a meal. Why does he look as if he is facing a formidable foe? She casually pulled 2 chairs and sat down with Chun'er, waiting for him while inquiring about the recent happenings in Qingzhou. Miss need not worry. Qingzhou is thriving, Chun'er cheerfully responded. Our minds are doing well too. Sang Nian pinched her cheek. Good Chun'er, while I'm away, be sure to take care of my brother. Of course, I will. Chun'er assured her. It's just that the city lord worries about you every day, fearing that you might perish at any moment. Sang Nian placed a hand on her forehead. Then tell him to hope for some good news about me. Chun'er spoke with concern. The city lord also worries for the young master. Sang Nian was curious. Worried about Xie Qinzhou? That is indeed rare. What does he worry about? His health? Chun'er replied honestly. The city lord is concerned that he might run off with someone else, but more so that he might not run off with anyone. Sang Nian. Her lips twitched. Sang Qian is worrying way too comprehensively. Before long, Shun Mingqiao descended the stairs, accompanied by Chu Yao and Wen Buyu, eagerly stating, Let us go, let us go. Sang Nian glanced behind them. Where is Ayin? Chu Yao explained. She went to the training ground at Changxing Hall to practice her sword. Wen Buyu added, I just contacted her with a spirit stone. She said she would head over directly and we need not wait for her. Sang Nian replied, Then let us wait for Xie Qinzhou. He just went upstairs to wash his face. Chu Yao. All right. The group sat down, chatting while awaiting Xie Qinzhou. After a while, he still showed no signs of movement. Chu Yao grew impatient. How long does it take to wash one's face? Sang Nian too found it strange. I'll go take a look. Just as she approached the staircase, familiar footsteps echoed from above, prompting her to look up eagerly. The young man had changed out of his usual narrow-sleeved black attire. Now dressed in a flowing white robe with wide sleeves, which accentuated his tall and slender figure. His sleek, high ponytail had been let down, 3,000 strands of raven hair cascading down his back. The rest neatly secured with a smooth white jade hairpin. He descended the wooden staircase step by step, his movements graceful as spring willows in the moonlight. Everyone in the inn gazed at him in a daze, unable to regain their composure for a long while. Beside them, Sang Nian, Chu Yao, Chun'er, Shun Mingqiao. Xie Qinzhou approached the group, still bearing a hint of moisture as if he had just bathed. His long lashes cast shadows over his eyes, his voice cool. Let us go. With that, he walked straight past them, exiting the inn. When Buyu questioned in confusion, Why is Xie Shidi dressed like Xiao Daoyu? Chun'er gritted her teeth in secret. What a vixen. He even knows how to change his attire. Chu Yao asked Sang Nian, Has he been possessed? Sang Nian covered her face. It happens occasionally. Shan Mingqiao fretted. Should we find a master to exorcise him? I feel that he seems quite severe. At the entrance, Xie Qinzhou turned back against the light, his profile casting a striking silhouette on the ground. Softly asking, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Let us go, Sang Yin urged. Hurry and finish eating so we can return soon. Chu Yao, I don't know why, but I feel a bit embarrassed. Xin Mingqiao, same here. When Bu Yu, disapproving, interjected, we shouldn't speak ill of our fellow disciples. Xie Shidi would be saddened to hear that. Sang Yin retorted, Senior brother, you haven't spared him either. The group departed the inn, walking towards the dreaming pavilion alongside Xie Qinzhou. As they traversed the path, passers-by cast astonished glances, their eyes filled with admiration. Under the weight of so many gazes, Sang Yin felt uncertain of how to position her limbs, while Xie Qinzhou remained expressionless. Suddenly, he tilted his head, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Do you think I look good like this? His voice, somewhat awkward, was laced with hope. Sang Yin replied tactfully, You look good? But, she patted Xie Qinzhou's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhou, heed your sister's advice. This is not your path. Xie Qinzhou struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise. As long as you think it looks good, that is enough. Sang Yin. It seemed he hadn't heard a single word following but. She intended to discuss the matter further, but upon turning her face, she was rendered speechless. The sky had completely darkened, and the shops along the roadside hung lanterns high, illuminating the night. The warm hues of the lanterns swayed gently, casting a glow upon the young man's porcelain-like visage, as if veiled by a delicate gossamer. His exquisite features were obscured under the soft veil, appearing almost ethereal. Surely, it must be the enchanting moonlight tonight. Otherwise, how could her heart skip a beat so inexplicably? Sang Yin swallowed the words that lingered on her lips and lowered her head. Amidst the bustling streets, young men and women walked side by side, their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The dreaming tower soared to a height of 100 stories, constructed from the rare and precious frostwood. Countless windows, like twinkling stars, adorned the facade, their paper glowing with a warm orange hue, casting a gentle light that diffused into the night. Chu Yao sighed. If this were to catch fire, it would probably take 3 days and nights to burn to the ground. Beneath the eaves hung a wind chime crafted from pure gold, chiming melodiously whenever a bird flew past. Sang Yin stroked her chin, scrutinizing it. Such a large mass of gold just hanging out in the open. Aren't they afraid of theft? Xin Mingqiao remarked. Who would dare? This is Yujing, right at the foot of the Wanjian alliance. Indeed, he had a point. As they approached the entrance, the intoxicating aroma of wine mingled with the delicate scent of cosmetics wafted out. Xin Mingqiao inhaled deeply, his eyes widening. Is this truly Yujing? It seems even more splendid than the royal capital. The attendant at the entrance greeted them warmly. Do you gentlemen have a reservation? Sang Yin replied yes. She mentioned Sang Qian's name, and the attendant responded, Please hold on a moment while I check which floor this guest is on. Sang Yin waited patiently. Another group of people arrived at the entrance, and she politely stepped aside to let them pass, but one of them suddenly halted. Miss Sang, someone called softly. Sang Yin looked up. The lanterns flickered gently, revealing a tall young man in white, his features as exquisite as a painting. Brother Xiao, she greeted. Are you here for dinner as well? Xiao Zhuochen replied. It's my younger brother's birthday. My father has set up a banquet here. He then shifted his gaze to Xie Qinzhou, momentarily taken aback. Before regaining his composure and stating calmly, Xie Xiaojian seems quite different tonight. Sang Yin glanced between him and Xie Qinzhou, feeling her toes dig into the ground in embarrassment. Cosplaying is one thing, but to do it right in front of the original character is another, and to be called out by the original character. What a close call. Chapter 69. Perhaps you should break up with him, Xie Qinzhou replied with a hint of mockery. I've simply grown tired of wearing black and wanted to change things up a bit. What? Does Brother Xiao think he needs to oversee this too? Xiao Zhuochen maintained a steady tone. Xie Xiaojian is overthinking. I merely made an offhand remark. After saying this, he nodded to the group and proceeded into the dreaming tower. Just then, the attendant completed the verification and bowed. Esteemed guest, your private room is on the 82nd floor. In the flowing spring pavilion. This way, please. Sang Yin nodded, but when she turned around, she found that Chu Yao and the others had vanished. Just as she was puzzled, several familiar figures flashed past behind a stone lion. Sang Yin approached and asked the crouching individuals, Why are you hiding? Chu Yao replied solemnly, I admit, I lack a bit of courage compared to you. Shen Mingqiao rubbed his arms. This is too embarrassing. I've never felt so embarrassed in my life. When Buyu, confused, said, Junior sister brought me here. I don't even know why. Sang Yin sighed. Xiao Zhuochen has already left. Hurry and come out. They all stood up in an instant, excitedly saying, let's go. Sang Yin tugged at Xiechenzhou's sleeve. Shall we head out too? Xiechenzhou's mood seemed a bit low. Am I really that embarrassing? Will it upset your brother? Sang Yin reassured him. How could that be? You put so much effort into dressing up to meet him. He'll be touched. Only then did Xiechenzhou relax. Really? Absolutely, she affirmed as she pulled him along to catch up with the others. In the whole world, you are the most handsome. No one can compare to you. The cloudiness in Xiechenzhou's eyes dissipated completely, matching her pace with a faint smile gracing his lips. The dreaming tower featured an elevator resembling a roofless pavilion. And as it ascended, the splendor of the entire building unfolded before their eyes. Sang Yin leaned against the railing, savoring the music and dance, her spirits soaring. The elevator reached the 82nd floor. Ahead lay a long corridor, with the attendant leading the way, while they quietly followed behind. As they passed one room, the sound of a woman's delicate laughter, as melodious as silver bells, floated out. Sang Yin couldn't help but glance back. Through the translucent paper of the window, shadows danced gracefully, though they were too indistinct to discern clearly. Another laugh emerged, this time belonging to a man. Deep and magnetic, it was incredibly pleasant to hear. Sang Yin felt increasingly curious about who was inside. Miss, we've arrived, Chun'er called, waving to her from a short distance. Sang Yin quickly averted her gaze and rushed over. The door to the private room slowly opened, revealing Sang Qian, who stood at the entrance, half anxious and half expectant. Reaching out, Nian Yin. Sang Yin dashed forward to embrace him. Brother, he chuckled, patting her back. You seem to have gained a bit of weight. Sang Yin replied joyfully. Really? Sang Qian scrutinized her closely, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Yes, your hair has grown darker, and your complexion has improved. It seems you are taking good care of yourself. Sang Yin spoke with pride. I told you not to worry. I can take care of myself. Sang Qian ruffled her hair, but when his gaze fell upon Xiechenzhou, his smile faded slightly. Come in. Don Ti, just stand in the doorway. Xiechenzhou stepped forward, awkwardly extending his hand. Sang Qian asked. Xiechenzhou embraced him firmly. Brother. Sang Qian jolted slightly, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Sang Yin chuckled awkwardly. Forcibly separating them, let us sit down. Yin will be here soon, and we can eat shortly. Chu Yao and Wen Buyu followed closely behind, greeting Sang Qian before taking their seats. Shen Mingqiao entered last. He grasped Sang Qian's hand, shaking it vigorously while revealing a bright smile. Hello, brother Sang. I am Shen Mingqiao, the most respected senior brother of Sang Yin. Sang Qian replied, hello. Shen Mingqiao produced a stack of heavy gold chains from somewhere, enthusiastically handing them to Sang Qian. This is a small gift from the younger generation. It's just a token of respect. The gold weighed several dozen pounds, nearly overwhelming Sang Qian, but Sang Yin quickly intervened. We appreciate the gesture. I'll make sure you get some cold cucumber later. Shen Mingqiao sat down satisfied. Sang Qian finally seized the opportunity to pull Sang Yin aside and whispered, Nian Yin, what is the story with that Xiechenzhou? Sang Yin replied, he is quite good. Sang Qian looked troubled. I can't shake the feeling that he is not the same as he was in Qingzhou. The way he looked at me just now was unsettling. Sang Yin began to fidget. Haha, really? He seemed rather friendly to you. Sang Qian insisted, perhaps you should consider breaking up with him. At this point, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother has come to Yujing and discovered many talented young men here. That Xiao Zhuochen seems quite impressive. Sang Yin felt her head start to ache. Brother, please stop. We haven't seen each other in so long. Let us just enjoy a peaceful meal. Only then did Sang Qian reluctantly cease his chatter. When will Yin arrive? Chu Yao rested her chin in her hands, eagerly waiting. They were just one short of a full table. Shen Mingqiao also leaned on his chin, staring intently at Sang Yin and Sang Qian. His face filled with melancholy as he murmured, what a lovely bond. Below the dreaming tower, Su Xuan hurriedly dismounted her flying sword and dashed inside, just as an attendant was about to stop her. She spoke rapidly, I have a reservation at the Flowing Spring Pavilion on the 82nd floor. The attendant replied, please hold on while I check. Unable to contain her impatience, fearing she might be late and keep everyone waiting. She rushed into the elevator at the last moment. Before long, she reached the 82nd floor. She sprinted down the corridor, catching sight of a door marked with the character for spring, and quickly pushed it open. Bursting inside, the enchanting music flooded her ears like a tidal wave. The room was vast, the lighting dim, and the air was filled with an intoxicating scent of cosmetics. Beautiful women danced gracefully, their long sleeves flowing in harmony with the music. More beauties sat behind small tables, their fans partially concealing their faces, revealing only their enchanting eyes. Bewildered, Su Xuan moved forward. "Junior sister?" she called out timidly. "Where are you?" Suddenly, her foot caught on something, and she stumbled and fell. The music paused for a moment. The lithe dancers parted. Su Xuan looked up to meet a pair of smiling phoenix eyes. On a luxurious couch, a silver water pipe lay carelessly to the side. The beauty rested her chin on one hand, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall in her other hand. She held a long purple bamboo flute, its tip glimmering with a jade-like sheen. Su Xuan stared at her in a daze. Abruptly, the flute lifted her chin, its touch cool. The beauty leaned slightly forward, exhaling a puff of thin smoke. When she spoke, her voice was lazy yet melodious. "Little beauty, who are you looking for?" Su Xuan was compelled to tilt her head back, her eyes filled with unease as she timidly replied.